the worst thing that the man did in court is he, and the other man who helped him, is they were actually talking to the prosecutor and they were talking to the judge. And like I did in England and I do everywhere, I always tell everybody, if you talk to a prosecutor, you're talking to the judge. And this is a legal matter, then you're a legal person as well. Just like if I was over in China and they were talking to me in Chinese, I'd obviously be looking like I was lost, like I was in outer space. And it would make no sense to me. So when these people went to court today, they just jumped in with both feet and started talking like little Susie chatterboxes and trying to say that they don't understand legalese and they don't, you know, they're not a legal person. And the judge asks them a very simple legal question. You know, he's not going to tell you, oh, I have a legal question for you. He'll just say, sit down. And you sit down. And there you go. You understood Chinese. So then if I was in China and they spoke Chinese to me and they said, sit down, and I actually sat down instead of just like looking up at a clock, like, what? What are you talking about? What time is it? I don't know. Then they said, Nippon Dong, you know, I said, no, I said, sit down. I said, chair? You pointing to a chair? Do you want me to take this chair and move it where? And they'll say, oh, this guy, he's a total idiot. So, like I said, the worst thing that these guys did, or the dumbest thing that these folks did, was they just started speaking perfect legalese. And so when they're going in there saying that they're not legal persons, well, gee, it's not very convincing when a legal person is talking to you and a Chinese person is talking to you and you're speaking fluidly, you know, in perfect Chinese and fluid, you know, legalese back by saying, oh, okay, I'll sit down. Oh, okay, I'll take off my hat. They got total, you know, control over you then. Then they realize, oh, no, you know, you might be playing like you don't know Chinese, but you speak perfectly well. You know what we're saying. You're answering competently. So, like I said, it was just funny how these people do it to themselves all the time. You know, if I was in court like I was when I did it in England, and for about, you know, 3 or 4 hours, nobody on my side even acknowledged that the other side even existed, wouldn't answer anything, even look towards them. I said, everybody just knit a sweater, you know, play a game of jacks or something, you know, just keep yourself occupied. Be bored out of your mind. Don't even look towards them. And then when Barley started to look towards him, I hit him. You know, it's like, you're going to blow the whole game. As soon as I saw his head start to turn, I hit him so fast. It's like, you know, I could control my sneezes better than I could control what I did to him, because it's like, you're going to blow the whole game. You're reacting. You're letting them take jurisdiction. Letting them take control over you. They're pulling the string like a puppet. You think he's saying something. You think he's directing something towards you. You think he's speaking to you. He's not. You know, he's a legal person. He's speaking to other legal persons. And if you answer or respond in a coherent manner, like he's calling you every name in the book, and if you say, I object, you say, what does this have to do with this case? Or you start saying, that's not true. Do you have any proof? You answer in any manner in which sounds a competent answer to that, and they see that they have control over you. The same thing like you saying about like international treaties. I couldn't care less what my public servants do. I couldn't care less what they do to keep the machines running. I don't care. And I couldn't care less what agreements they make amongst each other. They're just servants. They're still under man, and whatever they think is believed is the best to keep it running, that's fine by me. You know, let them have at it. Just don't think it's gonna. As long as it doesn't harm me what they're doing, I don't care what treaties they make. You know, as long as they don't believe that they have some sort of power over me now because they put something out on a piece of paper. So a piece of paper can't bind a man. It's just made out of paper. A man could just, you know, rip the paper. Yeah, just rip it up and say, you know what, that has nothing to do with me. Just like the Indians tried to do. And then they tricked the Indians into believing this piece of paper actually had some power. And then they'd run out, you know, in the front and say to the army, hey, look, we got a treaty from your great leader, King President Lincoln. It's like, yeah, well, he was dead for like 12 years now. The new president says, get the hell off this land. No, we got a piece of paper that says it's ours forever. Yeah, well, there's a new piece of paper that says get the hell out of here. Not get the hell out of here. You know, it's like, no, this piece of paper says, and then they just shoot the guy right through the piece of paper. It's like, yeah, that piece of paper really protected you and your land, didn't it? Yeah, well, See what this new piece of paper just did. You just blew a hole through your paper and you're dead. Now, anybody else want to argue with this new piece of paper? And it's pretty sick. You know, it's just a piece of paper. You know, if you believe it's got some sort of power over you, well, God bless you. If you believe that somebody wrote something 200, 300 years ago and it's got power to control you, you say, well, you see, I have this right because somebody wrote 300 years ago. Oh, really? Is that what they wrote? Were you there? Are you sure this isn't a forgery? How many new constitutions do they find every year in the basement somewhere in the capital of New York and New Jersey? And it's always a little bit different than the one before. So is this the word of God? Is this the word of Thomas Jefferson? Is this the word of Washington? Are you sure? Are you sure it's not a forgery? And I'm supposed to live my life based upon what somebody else believed was best for me 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 800, 1,000 years ago, really. And I don't have a mind of my own, and I'm going to run back and throw a piece of paper at you and say, well, he said I could do this. He who? Oh, Washington said, oh, really? He said you could do it. Well, where? It's written right here. Yeah, well, you know what? You know, great. Who cares? What are you going to do? Sue me? Because I'm not doing what Washington said you could do? I don't care what Washington said. I don't care what Jefferson said. What do I care? You know, I got the gun. I'm going to make the rules. So a piece of paper is a joke. So you got to hold them liable man to man. You can't keep running back to a piece of paper and say, well, I got rights according to this piece of paper. It's a piece of paper. It doesn't give you rights. It's ridiculous. It's a piece of paper. It might give you a hell of a paper. You know, it might start a nice fire for you, but that piece of paper doesn't give you any rights. The worst thing that the man did in court is he and the other man who helped him is they were actually talking to the prosecutor and they were talking to the judge. And like I did in England and I do everywhere, I always tell everybody, if you talk to a prosecutor, you're talking to the judge. And this is a legal matter, then you're a legal person as well. Just like if I was over in China and they were talking to me in Chinese, I'd obviously be looking like I was lost, like I was in outer space. And it would make no sense to me. So when these people went to court today, they just jumped in with both feet and started talking like little Susie chatterboxes and trying to say that they don't understand legalese and they don't, you know, they're not a legal person. And the judge asks them a very simple legal question. You know, he's not going to tell you, oh, I have a legal question for you. He'll just say, sit down. And you sit down. And there you go. You understood Chinese. So then if I was in China and they spoke Chinese to me and they said sit down, and I actually sat down instead of just like looking up at a clock, like what? What are you talking about? What time is it? I don't know. And they said Nippon Dong, you know, I said no, I said sit down. I said chair? You pointing to a chair? Do you want me to take this chair and move it where? And they'll say, oh, this guy, he's a total idiot. So, like I said, the worst thing that these guys did, or the dumbest thing that these folks did, was they just started speaking perfect legalese. And so when they're going in there saying that they're not legal persons, well, gee, it's not very convincing when a legal person is talking to you and a Chinese person is talking to you and you're speaking fluidly, you know, in perfect Chinese and fluid, you know, legalese back by saying, oh, okay, I'll sit down. Oh, okay, I'll take off my hat. They got total, you know, control over you then. Then they realize, oh, no, you know, you might be playing like you don't know Chinese, but you speak perfectly well. You know what we're saying. You're answering competently. So, like I said, it was just funny how these people do it to themselves all the time. You know, if I was in court like I was when I did it in England, and for about, you know, 3 or 4 hours, nobody on my side even acknowledged that the other side even existed, wouldn't answer anything, even look towards them. I said, everybody just knit a sweater, you know, play a game of jacks or something, you know, just keep yourself occupied. Be bored out of your mind. Don't even look towards them. And then when Bali started to look towards them, I hit him. You know, it's like, you're going to blow the whole game. As soon as I saw his head start to turn, I hit him so fast. It's like, you know, I could control my sneezes better than I could control what I did to him, because it's like, you're going to blow the whole game. You're reacting. You're letting them take jurisdiction. Letting them take control over you. They're pulling the string like a puppet. You think he's saying something. You think he's directing something towards you. You think he's speaking to you. He's not. You know, he's a legal person. He's speaking to other legal persons. And if you answer or respond in a coherent manner, like he's calling you every name in the book, and if you say, I object, you say, what does this have to do with this case? Or you start saying, that's not true. Do you have any proof? You answer in any manner in which sounds a competent answer to that, and they see that they have control over you. The same thing like you saying about like international treaties. I couldn't care less what my public servants do. I couldn't care less what they do to keep the machines running. I don't care. And I couldn't care less what agreements they make amongst each other. They're just servants. They're still under man, and whatever they think is believed is the best to keep it running, that's fine by me. You know, let them have at it. Just don't think it's gonna. As long as it doesn't harm me what they're doing, I don't care what treaties they make. You know, as long as they don't believe that they have some sort of power over me now because they put something down on a piece of paper. So a piece of paper can't bind a man. It's just made out of paper. A man could just, rip the paper. Yeah, just rip it up and say, you know what, that has nothing to do with me. Just like the Indians tried to do. And then they tricked the Indians into believing this piece of paper actually had some power. And then they'd run out, in the front and say to the army, hey, look, we got a treaty from your great leader, King President Lincoln. It's like, yeah, well, he was dead for like 12 years now. The new president says, get the hell off this land. No, we got a piece of paper that says it's ours forever. Yeah, well, there's a new piece of paper that says, get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. It's like, no, this piece of paper says, and then they just shoot the guy right through the piece of paper. It's like, yeah, that piece of paper really protected you and your land, didn't it? Yeah, well, see what this new piece of paper just did. You just blew a hole through your paper and you're dead. Now, anybody else want to argue with this new piece of paper? And it's pretty sick. It's just a piece of paper. If you believe it's got some sort of power over you, well, God bless you. If you believe that somebody wrote something 200, 300 years ago, and it's got power to control you, say, well, you see, I have this right because somebody wrote 300 years ago. Oh, really? Is that what they wrote? Were you there? Are you sure this isn't a forgery? How many new constitutions do they find every year in the basement somewhere in the capital of New York and New Jersey? And it's always a little bit different than the one before. So is this the word of God? Is this the word of Thomas Jefferson? Is this the word of Washington? Are you sure? Are you sure it's not a forgery? And I'm supposed to live my life based upon what somebody else believed was best for me 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 800, 1,000 years ago, really. And I don't have a mind of my own, and I'm going to run back and throw a piece of paper at you and say, well, he said I could do this. He who? Oh, Washington said, oh, really? He said you could do it. Well, where? It's written right here. Yeah, well, you know what? Great. Who cares? What are you going to do? Sue me? Because I'm not doing what Washington said you could do? I don't care what Washington said. I don't care what Jefferson said. What do I care? I got the gun. I'm going to make the rules. So a piece of paper is a joke. So you got to hold them liable man to man. You can't keep running back to a piece of paper and say, well, I got rights according to this piece of paper. It's a piece of paper. It doesn't give you rights. It's ridiculous. It's a piece of paper. It might give you a hell of a paper cut. It might start a nice fire for you, but that piece of paper doesn't give you any rights.
Gus, remember how we were working on my paperwork for the court? To send it in and notice the court. So they're working in error saying that I'm a man, and you taught me, who you're writing it to, et cetera, et cetera.
You got to know who you're writing it to, and you got to separate it. One of the mistakes that I was making still maybe 3 months ago is I was putting everything into one notice, and Karl got on my case about it. I went back and looked at his paperwork, and sure enough, he's got everything separated.
Yeah, well, that's what I did. Hey, check this out. I've got my first notice. It's literally one sentence, and it's like it says, "I am Rodrigo Guerrero is an idiot to your society and cultures." That's my first notice. At the top it says notice, and it's got like the obligation number and the court case number, and that's it. Is that all I need to do for the first notice?
And you put the definition of idiot in there as an exhibit?
Yeah, that's the question that I was asking Karl earlier, and I'm like, is this contradictory? Because I dare put it in. It says layman, and then it's got person lacking professional skills. In brackets, it says poster, writer, soldier, skilled workman, literally a private person. So is that contradictory from the person?
It's a private person without specialized knowledge of a particular subject. That's the part you want to put in there. I don't have it in front of me, so
and you're right. And if you're calling me, if you're inviting me to participate in this particular subject, I'm telling you up front, I have no knowledge of what you're asking me to do.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, so you're inviting somebody to a dance. It's like, honestly, you want me to perform the Charleston. Honestly, I have no competency in doing the Charleston. Now, I could do the shuffle, I could do the hustle, or I could do the Monterrey, or whatever they call it, but I have no competency in the Charleston. So you're basically saying, please excuse me for my incompetency, for my idiocy, but at this time I'm not aware of where there's a requirement in law that I be proficient in the Charleston, in legalese. Can you please direct me, if I'm in error, to the law that requires a man to be, competent in legalese, to be a legal person? Can you please direct me where I can find this in law, where there's a requirement for I, to me, a man, to accept the title of that of a legal person?
Yes, and now we're getting into it. That would be the second notice?
That could be the third or fourth notice.
Okay.
I mean, everything I do is boom, notice, boom, notice, boom, notice, boom, notice. Just short, sweet, boom, one sentence, boom, two sentences, boom, notice.
Another thing I wanted to ask you, who am I sending the notice to? Because you said find out who the prosecutor is, right? Okay. And look, not to be contradictory, but...
find out the man or the woman who's moving the case. Like here in the United States, they're called attorney generals. They got a state attorney general that moves the case. Is in 99% of the court cases we have here in the United States, there's somebody who's the representative of the people of the state, known as the attorney general.
Okay, so I write a letter to them, and do I also put a notice into the court case?
You're not a letter to them. You write a letter to him or her.
Yeah, sorry, then the prosecutor, him or her, yeah.
Maybe in Australia there's 2 or 3 attorney generals, but down here in the United States we only got 1.
Yeah, no, one, yeah. I know we got an attorney general, but the prosecutor was the one. Is that the man that was sitting in court that didn't?
No, he's an assistant to the attorney general.
Ah.
He's just the assistant. You get sent it to the assistant, but you better let the man in charge of that man know what this man is also doing. It's nice to let it's nice to if I'm sending you out to represent me, and I'm giving you crap, or my representative is giving Gus crap. Just because Gus pitches off at my representative doesn't mean that I ever got an earful of it. Doesn't mean that my representative ever fucking got back with me and says, hey, the guy Gus that I'm prosecuting for you, I'm doing it because you got too much other stuff to do. I'm really pissing him off. It's like, you really off? Why? How are you pissing him off? Well, he's really pissing me off. Why? Because he's putting all this crap in it. What is he doing? What is he writing? Holy shit. We got a man in court? Yeah, some clown thinks he's an effing man. We got a situation here. I'll be down there, and let me take care of this. I got this covered. I'm the boss. I'll come down there, and I'll handle it on my own. Thank you anyway, but thank you. Obviously, you don't know what you're doing, and I'll take over from here. It happened to me in Alabama. That's why I put that recording on my website, because I was beating the crap out of the attorneys in Alabama. So, finally, when I called up the governor's office, I called the governor in Alabama, and I say, hey, is whatever the attorney's name was at the time, it's like Charles Durning there. It's like, no, Charles isn't doing your case anymore, Mr. Lentz. We got another guy named Pete Jackson. So all I did was call up and say, hey, can I talk to attorney Charles Durning? And I called the governor's office, and they knew me by my voice that this is Karl Lentz. So when I tell people, hey, can you call the governor's office where you live? And they say, oh, hi, Karl, how you doing today? That's ridiculous that I became so familiar with that governor of Alabama. So what was even funnier is they finally put a competent attorney in the position to talk to me, because everybody else had no effing clue what I was doing. That's the only recording I have of the thousands of phone calls that I've recorded on my cell phone or on my computer. It's the only one I uploaded on the website was me talking to an attorney for the state of Alabama who knew exactly what I was doing without me having to explain one damn thing to him. He knew everything I was doing, exactly where I was going with the lawsuit, exactly the difference between the court this court, federal court, United States District Court, he knew exactly what I was doing. And when I said to him, do you understand that some magistrate of the United States District Court trespassed upon my federal court and converted my claim into a complaint that I gave him 24 hours to dismiss that ridiculous complaint that he put on in my behalf, because he's going to lead my opponents, you, to believing I'm complaining about something when I'm actually truly making a claim. He says, yes, I seen what you told the magistrate, that the magistrate who was acting for the United States District Court better dismiss this ridiculous civil rights complaint, because you have no civil rights, because you know the difference between a complaint and a claim. I said, oh, finally, I got somebody on the other side who knows exactly what I'm doing. I'm not complaining about any damn thing. I'm making a claim. And the United States District Court magistrate, like, basically kidnapped my case, mutilated it, trespassed upon it, converted it from a claim to a complaint, which he has no right to do, and I'm going to hold him liable as a man. So when people say to me, oh, your case got dismissed, why don't you look at the letter before the magistrate dismissed my case and see the letter that I gave the magistrate saying, you better dismiss this complaint, and I mean now. I mean, not tomorrow, not that. I said, when I wake up in the morning and I took on PESA, this complaint that you put in on my behalf, you opened up my case, looked at it, it clearly was a claim. It has nothing to do with the United States. It's totally a federal matter. You converted it into a United States District Court matter. You changed it from a claim to a complaint. I'm going to hold you liable as a man, not as a magistrate, because I never evoked the power of the United States District Court magistrate to act on my behalf. You acted as a man, and you decided to open up my case, my suitcase, and rearrange my socks, my suit, my tie, and you put a tutu and a pair of pink ballet slippers in it. What the hell are you doing? Get your damn crap out of my case. Leave my effing case alone. Seal that damn case up, and when I'm ready to move it before the jury and open it up and try it on before a trial by jury, I'll let you know. Until then, don't trespass on my case. That's what I did.
Yeah. That's okay. And to pull yourself out of a case being a party of somebody else's case?
You can just say at this time I can't afford it. And afford means to move forward. Either financially you can't afford it, you can't move forward because you lack the time, or you lack the capacity or the competency to go forward with it. Afford, to move forward. It has nothing to do with just money. Okay? There's many ways to describe moving forward. I can't afford it at this time. I'm incompetent. I'm injured. My mom is sick. There's plenty of reasons why I can't afford to move forward with the title of defendant at this time, because it's going to cause me harm, injury, or loss. Okay? It's voluntary. It's just being married. You volunteered to be married. Now you're involuntary. You're not married. You volunteered to be a defendant. Now you're unvolunteering.
Right. Okay. So would that be a letter still to the Governor General, the prosecutor of that case, right?
The Governor General is the lead prosecutor who prosecutes cases on behalf of the province, territory, state, district. Right. That's the man you'd write to, not the governor. See, because down here in the United States, the Attorney General has more power than the governor does. He's the one that decides whether he's the one who's protecting the state. He's the one who stands up and defends the state, not the governor.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, he's got more power, Governor General. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's who you want to talk to. You want to talk to the man who actually prosecutes, and he's basically the law of the state is the Attorney General. So if it's Governor General, if that's what you call it in Australia, yes, he's the man to go to, man.
Yeah. So it's not. So you're noticing that man, not actually noticing the man who's sitting in the court.
The man who's sitting in the court, you could say, "This is what I gave to your boss."
Yeah. So you notice everybody. Sentence to everybody.
Well, right. You know what I'm saying. You know, and I know what you mean by everybody, not the 3,812 people that live in the. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, of course. I know.
Right, because when you put a notice in the court, that's what you're doing. You just put a simple notice, not a judicial notice, just a notice that is making it, they're supposed to have, the world is supposed to have access to that notice. So you are putting a notice into the court. You're not specifying what kind of notice, you're just making a notice in general. A general notice is going out to the whole entire world.
Yeah.
But if it's a judicial notice, you're just directing it directly to the judge.
Yeah.
And you don't. The odds of me making a judicial notice is like maybe one time out of 100. I'm actually going to direct something directly to the judge because, very rarely do I just want the judge to see it. I want the whole world to see what's going on. I want to see.
The judicial notice is still only just a notice to the judge. It still doesn't mean that you're jumping into the statutory jurisdiction, right? It's just a judicial notice that's going to the man acting as a judge.
But the reason why it is is because you are one of the subordinates to his authority.
Yeah.
You're playing the role of plaintiff, the defendant, respondent, Marvin, appellee, appellant. You're playing one of the lower positions. And you're telling the judge, can you please take notice and look this way towards me, what I have to show you.
Yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah.
It's like the king or the queen. You're trying to draw his audience. You're trying to draw his attention. Very rarely would I want to do something like that. The only reason I'd want to do something like that is like say I was in the middle of a trial and I accepted the title and the position and I allowed him to make a ruling on or against me. And then I'd want to say, Judge, please take notice of this over here. Could you please take notice of what is what,
Yeah.
Because I submitted myself to his authority and ruling. So very rarely, I'm going to say I would never submit myself to his authority because I'm sure there's plenty of times where it would be beneficial to have, somebody settle a dispute between an adversarial party in a civil manner. So I'm not saying I would never, have the judge take notice because I might be in court against my fellow man one day. And I'd say, look, Your Honor, please notice this over here. That's his story. Now, can you take a look what I have over here?
Yeah. It's like a decision to exercise your right hand or your left hand. If you don't want to do it or you do it. That's your right, yeah.
Right, so there's times when you use that tool. Very rarely will I use that tool, pull that tool out of my tool belt, because very rarely do I need it. Because very rarely will I ever believe that I'll ever stand in court or against my fellow man.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to believe. The only reason why I would be if somebody said, some like 90-year-old blind lady said that I raped her, and I'd say, ma'am, what makes you think it was me? Well, I could, feel your nose. It's like, okay, ma'am. Well, I'm going to have to challenge you in court over that one. But other than that, because there's no way I could settle something like that with some 90-year-old blind lady. So how am I going to settle that? I don't want her to keep walking around telling everybody I raped her. No, ma'am, if you don't stop, we're going to have to settle this in a court of law. Because you're causing harm. Right. Now I'm going to have to ask the judge to make a ruling on my behalf. I'm going to say, Judge, please notice this. I don't have a nose, or the nose that she's describing certainly isn't mine. And he's to take notice of what I'm saying, and he'd say, okay, I noticed that, okay, I'm going to make a ruling. And like I said, the odds of me ever having to go to court against my fellow man would have to be because of some ridiculous and majorly outrageous, claim that they're making, that I have to feel that I have to defend. Like somebody says, you're the biggest asshole. Okay, I can live with that. That's fine. I'm not going to sue you over that. That's cool. It's going to have to be something really amazing you're going to have to say that I've done to you that I was like, oh, no, I'm not going to tolerate that. Like he's going to say, I cause harm, injury to my children. I'm not going to let you just say that and get away with it. There's going to be a line that you're going to cross, and I'm going to say, you better stop, or your teeth are going to lay on the floor, or we're going to settle this in court. I said that to U.S. Marshals. I said, look, you're going to cross the line, and if I'm telling you you're crossing a line, just, I'm going to tell you to stop. If I'm crossing a line, just tell me to stop. We're going to settle this man to man. If you knock my teeth out, you break my legs, I punch you in the face, we go around and around across this table a couple of times, that's fine. I'm into a good sport. I'm into a good row. I don't care. I'm into rough and tumble. I don't give a shit how you guys want to play this. But I'm telling you, when we walk out of this room, this conference room, whatever happened between you and I, man to man, and him, man to man, whatever happened between us, man to man, stays here. It stays here. I don't want you to sue me. I'm not going to sue you. If the tempers rise, we flare, we get angry at each other, we wind up at the fisticuffs here in this room, that's fine. But it stays here in this room. It's just business. But it's nothing personal. When we go out that door, we go back to just being a man and a man, okay? So after about 2 or 3 minutes, you can listen to Angela's show years ago when I explained what happened when I came to the U.S. Marshal's office, like that day, and she would happen to be Thursday. And within 3 or 4 minutes, they shut off the recorder, and the U.S. Marshal said, you're a great man. This is crazy. You're a good man. what the hell are they so scared of down there in Alabama? I said, well, I'm glad you asked. I said, I'm going to pull the government's charter. He's like, what? I'm going to pull the government's charter. They caused harm to their creator. What? Yeah, man created the government of the state of Alabama. I'm going to pull their effing charter. How are you going to do that? And I put the 4 pieces in front of them. I said, their state constitution, the Constitution. I said the statute in which they actually move under, and I said the power of the U.S. Marshal Service. I said, I'm going to use you guys to help me pull that charter. He said, how are you going to do it? I said, the way they did it back in the 1960s, where the 1970s they did it, and how Frank M. Johnson did, the district court judge. He did. He pulled every damn state agency's ability to function, and they made every state agency within the state of Alabama go through his office if they wanted to spend a nickel. So I'm going to do the same damn thing. The name of this building that we're standing on is the Frank M. Johnson Complex. Why do you think they called it the Frank M.? Why do you think he was such an amazing judge back in the 60s and 70s? Because he was the king of Alabama. If the state government of Alabama wanted to fought, they had to ask his permission to do it. Because of so many civil rights violations they were committing in the state of Alabama back in the 60s and 70s, all their agencies were on parole, probation, some sort of federal guidance, some sort of overseer, because the state government was so corrupt, you guys had to come in and take it over. If you guys won't take it over now, I'll take it over. Frank M. He's like, well, how are you going to do that? Did Frank M. Johnson take it over? Well, yeah, Frank M. Johnson took it over. Why can't I take it over? I'm a man. I created the position as judge. I'm even higher than Frank M. Johnson is because he's just a judge. I'm a man. And they were like, wow, this is brilliant. I said, yeah, Frank M. Johnson did it as a judge. Why can't I do it as a man? He's like, yeah, he did do that, didn't he? Yeah, you're damn right he did it. Why can't I do it? So they're like, oh, yeah, I see where you're going with this. It's like, yeah, he did it. Why can't I do it? You're not a judge. I'm better than a judge. I'm a man. I'm a man. Man created the position of judge. Judge didn't make a man. No judge on planet Earth ever created a man. All the judges were created by a man. No judge ever created a man. I'm the ultimate creator here, not the judge. So it's funny, man. It's just like he said, this is amazing. Because the guy who was told me the U.S. Marshal Service was the attorney for the U.S. Marshal Service. He says, oh, my God, this is brilliant. This is so simple. I said, yeah. That's why they're scared. That's why they want to know who the hell I am. And I said, honestly, guys, I don't want to take over the government state of Alabama. I have a hard time rearranging my CD collection in alphabetical order. I certainly don't want to take over the government of the state of Alabama. Are you kidding me? The liability, responsibility, and duty I'd have? Oh, forget it. If I can keep my CD collection together for a week, I'm amazed. I said, I'm in no position to take over. But I just want to show them that it can be done. Yeah. Who's the ultimate creator here? Who answers to who? I'm tired of them thinking that they're going to swing me around like a yo-yo. I'm done. I'm going to show them it's man that you serve. Man don't serve you. You're the public servant. You serve me. That's all I'm trying to explain to them. And that's why they're scared shitless, because I'm figuring it out. That's why they're scared. They're not scared that I'm going to do anything to the judges. They're not scared. I said, sir, let me explain something to you. Every single freaking phone call I have to the governor's office, magistrate's office, judge's office, clerk's office, I have recorded. I have thousands of these things. I said, do you think I wouldn't record? Because I'm a big, goofy, scary guy. And you don't think that I thought that they were going to use you guys as muscle to scare me someday? Of course I knew they were going to use you to scare me. Of course I knew I was going to be sitting in this office one day explaining myself. But I have every single thing in writing and orderly. I recorded it. So there's no way in the world that you're going to listen to all these thousands of hours of audio and ever perceive one time that I committed extortion or communicated a threat to any judge or any officer of any court. I said, I am so scary, polite, it's sickening how nice I am on the phone to these people.
Yeah.
I said, it's scary how nice I write my paperwork. It's scary how sweet I am.
Hey, can I read you 3 sentences just to make sure to send it to the Governor General? Because I remember that hearing a lot of your phone calls about people making, almost like threats. I demand you to do this and telling you to do this and this, So can I read you 3 sentences that instead of, I'm not going to send it to the actual...
Okay, well, let me tell you one thing before you go too crazy about that. If you're a party to the case, if you haven't established your status as that of a man, they could threaten you, just like I could do with my kids. Say, hey, I'll break your freaking legs if you touch that lollipop one more time. Okay?
Yeah.
If I said that to the neighbor's kids, I'm going to jail. Okay? because I communicated a threat to a non-party member or a outsider or a non-citizen, okay? Or an illegal alien, okay?
Yeah.
There you go. So go ahead.
All right, cool. So this is what I was going to write today. I, a man, Rodrigo Aguirre, did stand before the court as a man without any title on the 5th day of February 2015 as an idiot, ready to settle any debts or claims another man had against I, the man, Rodrigo Aguirre. Second sentence is, I believe that the court was operating in error and presumed I was before the court as a person, so I wish to correct the record.
Well, what you could do in the very first sentence, you could say, I stood before the court as a non-party member. Okay?
Yep. All right. Third sentence
if you don't like the way that rings, make it something else. Okay? I'm just winging it. Okay?
Yeah, no, it's just the word party.
That's good for over here, too, or no?
No.
Like you said, I was speaking to Gus last week, Thursday, and he helped me out a lot with this, and so I was making sure that I knew and understood every single word that's in this notice. So yeah, no, I like the word party, and it's all right.
Because, like I said, the way I like to do it, then it's like I made a stand before the court, or I took stand before the court, or I try to stay away from ed and ing like the plague.
Yeah, past tense and future tense.
It's just sloppy. It's just sloppy and lazy English language, okay? But if you're comfortable with it, go for it. But when a judge sees that everything's in the present tense, he's going to say, holy shit, who knows how to do this crap?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I didn't study yourself, or Gus, or, we used to, before I went to court in February. So, to be honest, Gus knows this, but I studied a lot of Dean Clifford and a lot of the birth certificate fraud and, all that crap. I was working off that, and I still had no idea. I studied 24/7 for about 3 months, and I still had court the next day, and I still had no idea what to write. So I literally was like, all right, shit, I'll just write it from my heart. My affidavit that I put in there, on that day, which I think saved my ass, because the judge saw my volition and my demeanor and whatnot. So that's why I believe I'm still not in jail, because he made a warrant out. This is what it says. Our records indicate that the above court has issued a warrant for your imprisonment. You must take immediate action to pay this warrant. If you don't pay, the sheriff will arrest you in imprisonment. This was 6 months ago, and I only got a 1 month stay in February. I got a 1 month stay on 476 days.
Well, why didn't you say something very simply back to him? Is, can you please define your?
Oh, okay.
Because obviously they're not directing it to the man; they're directing it to your what?
Yeah.
Your arrest. Your what? Your mama. Your what? Your what? Your as in one context. Your as a adverb, adjective. Your what?
Yeah. Your birth certificate, your speaker, your car.
A pronoun. What part of language is this?
Right. Okay.
Because we got a arrest for your. We got a warrant out for your arrest. Your what? Anything in particular?
Right. Yeah.
Is there a reason why I was say we have a warrant out for Timothy Smith?
Yeah, no, actually that makes sense. I'll read the first sentence, although, that makes a lot more sense just to write them a simple letter, hey, can you define your? But, this was what I was going to write. No man came forward and spoke to make a claim against either man, Rodrigo.
You got to get rid of this fucking negative fucking vibe shit, man. And this is why it's funny. I'm a positive Pete, man. And you got to get rid of this negative Nancy bullshit. You can't say no man and not and never. You guys got to stop that fucking crap. I mean, I'm getting effing tired of correcting everybody with this no, never, not. It's a 2-year-old. You're acting like a little girl. You said, I do not. You say, at the time of the hearing, I do not believe. You could say, I believe that no man came forward. You just got to say, you can't say no man came forward. How do you know? Maybe you blinked. Maybe you farted. Maybe you got abducted by space aliens and they gave you a probe and they put you back down to Earth for 50 seconds and you missed the man who appeared. But you could just say, I believe that there was no man that was present at this time. You can't say no man appeared. How do you know?
Yeah.
You just say, I believe at that time. I do not believe I witnessed a man that appeared to testify to the contrary. now I might have been abducted by space aliens. There's a flash I saw in a courtroom in my butt for about a week. So maybe there's an anal probe that happened. But, honestly, I don't remember seeing a man come forward. But did a man come forward and testify to the contrary? I don't believe I witnessed a man coming forth and testified, to the contrary. Say, do you believe a man came forward? Because I don't believe I witnessed anything of that nature that happened at that, before the court at that time. Maybe I missed something. Can you please, can you please? You see what I'm saying? You got to be more like understanding. Yeah, and see, that's what I'm saying. Everybody says I'm an asshole and everything like that. But, man, I write the sweetest, nicest letters you could possibly imagine. When I'm on the phone with these pricks, I'm the nicest clown you could ever. I'm sweet and gentle, and it's ridiculous. I'm not giving them any room to send the dogs out at me and have me tasered and whipped and, chained and shackled, and because they're terrified by my actions or my letter writing or my paper. Ask Gus what paper terrorism, what happens to you when you do that crap.
Right, okay, yeah.
You got to be as pleasant as pie, just be sweet as it's sickening sweet. It's funny, like in England, they have a good row in court. It's violent and it's fun, and you yell, and it's a lot of, it's a lot of fun because it's part of the sport. It's like tennis is played a certain way and basketball is played another. There's a different way you play it in different courts. Some courts you could go hog wild, and some courts you got to be as pleasant as pie. But like I said, it all depends. Like I said, I say to people, when I went to the court, with against the social services, by the time we got to the 10th, 15th, 20th trial hearing, we were going at it, man. It was fun. We just knocked down, dragged down. We were arguing it to the umpteenth level. We were going at it. A lot of fun. And but when we walked out of there, we just calmed down, acted civil to each other. We realized it was acting in court. We were acting as a defendant. He was acting as a prosecutor. I was acting. And then we walked out of the court. We're no longer acting as a defendant. Now we walk back out into the world as a man and another man. You just got to know when you're acting, and you got to cut to act when you're in a different situation. Now I'm in a different environment. Now I got a whole bunch of puppies or a whole bunch of children around me. I could have been the meanest, baddest, kick-ass bastard on planet Earth, and 10 seconds later, I'm the sweetest, kindest man to a puppy. There's got to be a man. There's got to be a woman. There's got to be tough, and there's got to be soft. And I'm the tough. Everybody wants you to be soft in society nowadays. Everybody's got to be every effing friend. Nobody can hurt nobody's feelings. Tough. I hate playing this effing game because I see you're just going to curl up in a ball and take a beating. Don't. Stand up. Get a backbone. You could be a 95-pound woman. Stand up and get a backbone. I'm not going to let you get your ass kicked by your sisters no more. You're not going to take that crap. And you're going to make them think twice before they touch you again.
What if the prosecutor doesn't talk to you in the hallway? What if he doesn't want to answer anything? And what if nobody will file anything properly? What's your plan B?
How are you trying to file things?
Well, you told them to put the notice in their case to give them fair warning. And what if they ignore the notice and the clerk doesn't file it into their case? What if the prosecutor doesn't want to talk to you outside? Then what do you do?
How is the clerk lady not filing it? Was she just telling you your face? No way.
Absolutely.
Did you talk to her boss?
He's busy right now.
So say that's great because I have a lunch today and I'll just sit here and wait.
No, because what you do then is you file a simple claim. The simple claim would be that the woman is interfering with your right to access to a public building.
Well, it was just like I got on a little late and I was listening to this, and like all these things have happened to me so far. So like that last court in June,
that's what I had to do. I had the court clerk lady wouldn't give me access to the court. So I just called up the state attorney general's office and I said, the court clerk is interfering with my right to access a public building, access to court. You want to give her a holler over there and tell her how to do her job properly, or do you require me to file a claim against her? I said, I'll do either one or both. I don't care, however you wish to do this. And she said, I'll call over. So the Attorney General's office called over, and I had the paperwork ready in about an hour. And then I went down there about a week later, and she did it again, and then I just filed a claim against her. I filed a lawsuit against her. And that's what you do. You just call up whatever the minister of the province is, whoever's the head prosecutor for the province. I'm having a problem down here with the court clerk, and I think you're going to need to give her a call before this escalates any further. And she's denying me access to a public building. She's denying me access to court.
Gus, remember how we were working on my paperwork for the court to send it in to notice the court? So they're working in error, saying that I'm a man, and you taught me, who you're writing it to, et cetera, et cetera.
You got to know who you're writing it to, and you got to separate it. One of the mistakes that I was making still maybe 3 months ago is I was putting everything into one notice, and Karl got on my case about it. I went back and looked at his paperwork. And sure enough, he's got everything separated.
Yeah, well, that's what I did. Hey, check this out. I've got my first notice. It's literally one sentence, and it's like it says, "I am Rodrigo Guerrero is an idiot to your society and cultures." That's my first notice. At the top it says notice, and it's got like the obligation number and the court case number, and that's it. Is that all I need to do for the first notice?
And you put the definition of idiot in there as an exhibit?
Yeah, that's the question that I was asking Karl earlier, and I'm like, is this contradictory? Because I did put it in. It says layman, and then it's got person lacking professional skill. In brackets, it says opposed to writer, soldier, skilled workman, literally a private person. So is that contradictory from the first person?
It's a private person without specialized knowledge of a particular subject. That's the part you want to put in there. I don't have it in front of me, didn't it?
And you're right. And if you're calling me, if you're inviting me to participate in this particular subject, I'm telling you up front, I have no knowledge of what you're asking me to do.
Okay. Yeah.
So you're inviting somebody to a dance. It's like, honestly, you want me to perform the Charleston. Honestly, I have no competency in doing the Charleston. Now, I could do the shuffle, or I could do the hustle, or I could do the Monterrey, or whatever they call it, but I have no competency in the Charleston. So you're basically saying, please excuse me for my incompetency, for my idiocy, but at this time I'm not aware of where there's a requirement in law that I be proficient in the Charleston in legalese. Can you please direct me, if I'm in error, to the law that requires a man to be, competent in legalese, to be a legal person? Can you please direct me where I could find this in law, where there's a requirement for either me, a man, to accept the title of that of a legal person?
Yeah, so now we're getting into it. That would be the second notice?
That could be the third or fourth notice.
Okay.
I mean, everything I do is boom, notice, boom, notice, boom, notice, boom, notice. Just short, sweet, boom, one sentence, boom, two sentences, boom, notice.
Another thing I wanted to ask you, who am I sending the notice to? Because you said find out who the prosecutor is, right? Yeah. And look, not to be contradictory, but...
find out the man or the woman who's moving the case. Like here in the United States, they're called attorney generals. They got a state attorney general that moves the case. Is in 99% of the court cases we have here in the United States, there's somebody who's the representative of the people of the state, known as the attorney general.
Okay, so I write a letter to them, and do I also put a notice into the court case?
You're not a letter to them. You write a letter to him or her.
Yeah, sorry, them, the prosecutor, him or her, yeah.
Maybe in Australia there's 2 or 3 attorney generals, but down here in the United States we only got 1.
Yeah, no, one, yeah. Oh, no, we got an attorney general, but the prosecutor was the one. Is that the man that was sitting in court that didn't move?
No, he's an assistant to the attorney general.
Ah.
He's just the assistant. You get sent it to the assistant, but you better let the man in charge of that man know what this man is also doing. It's nice to let it's nice to, if I'm sending you out to represent me, and I'm giving you crap, or my representative is giving Gus crap, just because Gus pitches off at my representative doesn't mean that I ever got an earful of it. Doesn't mean that my representative ever fucking got back with me and says, hey, the guy Gus that I'm prosecuting for you, I'm doing it because you got too much other stuff to do. I'm really pissing him off. It's like, you really off? Why? How are you pissing him off? Well, he's really pissing me off. Why? Because he's putting all this crap in it. But what is he doing? What is he writing? Holy shit. We got a man in court? Yeah, some clown thinks he's an effing man. We got a situation here. I'll be down there, and let me take care of this. I got this covered. I'm the boss. I'll come down there, and I'll handle it on my own. Thank you anyway, but thank you. Obviously, you don't know what you're doing, and I'll take over from here. It happened to me in Alabama. That's why I put that recording on my website, because I was beating the crap out of the attorneys in Alabama. So, finally, when I called up the governor's office, I called the governor in Alabama, and I say, hey, is whatever the attorney's name was at the time, it's like Charles Durning there. It's like, no, Charles isn't doing your case anymore, Mr. Lentz. We got another guy named Pete Jackson. So all I did was call up and say, hey, can I talk to attorney Charles Durning? And I called the governor's office, and they knew me by my voice that this is Karl Lentz. So when I tell people, hey, can you call the governor's office where you live? And they say, oh, hi, Karl, how you doing today? That's ridiculous that I became so familiar with that governor of Alabama. So what's even funnier is they finally put a competent attorney in the position to talk to me, because everybody else had no effing clue what I was doing. That's the only recording I have of the thousands of phone calls that I've recorded on my cell phone or on my computer. It's the only one I uploaded on the website was me talking to an attorney for the state of Alabama who knew exactly what I was doing without me having to explain one damn thing to him. He knew everything I was doing, exactly where I was going with the lawsuit, exactly the difference between the court, this court, federal court, United States District Court. He knew exactly what I was doing. And when I said to him, do you understand that some magistrate of the United States District Court trespassed upon my federal court and converted my claim into a complaint, that I gave him 24 hours to dismiss that ridiculous complaint that he put on in my behalf, because he's going to lead my opponents, you, to believing I'm complaining about something when I'm actually truly making a claim. He says, yes, I've seen what you told the magistrate, that the magistrate who was acting for the United States District Court better dismiss this ridiculous civil rights complaint, because you have no civil rights, because you know the difference between a complaint and a claim. I said, oh, finally, I got somebody on the other side who knows exactly what I'm doing. I'm not complaining about any damn thing. I'm making a claim. And the United States District Court magistrate basically kidnapped my case, mutilated it, trespassed upon it, converted it from a claim to a complaint, which he has no right to do, and I'm going to hold him liable as a man. So when people say to me, oh, your case got dismissed, why don't you look at the letter before the magistrate dismissed my case and see the letter that I gave the magistrate saying, you better dismiss this complaint, and I mean now. I mean, not tomorrow, not that. I said, when I wake up in the morning and I took on PACER, this complaint that you put in on my behalf, you opened up my case, looked at it, it clearly was a claim. It has nothing to do with the United States. It's totally a federal matter. You converted it into a United States District Court matter. You changed it from a claim to a complaint. I'm going to hold you liable as a man, not as a magistrate, because I never evoked the power of the United States District Court magistrate to act on my behalf. You acted as a man, and you decided to open up my case, my suitcase, and rearrange my socks, my suit, my tie, and you put a tutu and a pair of pink ballet slippers in it. What the hell are you doing? Get your damn crap out of my case. Leave my effing case alone. Seal that damn case up, and when I'm ready to move it before the jury and open it up and try it on before a trial by jury, I'll let you know. Until then, don't trespass on my case. That's what I did.
Yeah. That's okay. And to pull yourself out of a case being a party of somebody else's case?
You can just say at this time I can't afford it. And afford means to move forward. Either financially you can't afford it, you can't move forward because you lack the time, or you lack the capacity or the competency to go forward with it. Afford, to move forward. It has nothing to do with just money. Okay? There's many ways to describe moving forward. I can't afford it at this time. I'm incompetent. I'm injured. My mom is sick. There's plenty of reasons why I can't afford to move forward with the title of defendant at this time, because it's going to cause me harm, injury, or loss. Okay? It's voluntary. It's just being married. You volunteered to be married. Now, You're involuntary. You're not married. You volunteered to be a defendant. Now you're unvolunteering.
Right. Okay. So would that be a letter still to the Governor General, the prosecutor of that case, right?
The Governor General is the lead prosecutor who prosecutes cases on behalf of the province, territory, state, district. Right. That's the man you'd write to, not the governor. See, because down here in the United States, the Attorney General has more power than the governor does. He's the one that decides whether he's the one who's protecting the state. He's the one who stands up and defends the state, not the governor.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, he's got more power, Governor General. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's who you want to talk to. You want to talk to the man who actually prosecutes, and he's basically the law of the state is the Attorney General. So if it's Governor General, if that's what you call it in Australia, yes, he's the man, the go-to man.
Yeah. So it's not. So you're noticing that man, not actually noticing the man who's sitting in the court.
The man who's sitting in the court, you could say, "This is what I gave to your boss."
Yeah. So you notice everybody. Sentence to everybody.
Well, right. You know what I'm saying. You know, and I know what you mean by everybody, not the 3,812 people that live in the. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, of course. I know.
Right, because when you put a notice in the court, that's what you're doing. You just put a simple notice, not a judicial notice, just a notice that is making it. They're supposed to have. The world is supposed to have access to that notice. So you are putting a notice into the court. You're not specifying what kind of notice. You're just making a notice in general. A general notice is going out to the whole entire world.
Yeah.
But if it's a judicial notice, you're just directing it directly to the judge.
Yeah.
And you don't. The odds of me making a judicial notice is like maybe one time out of 100. I'm actually going to direct something directly to the judge because, very rarely do I just want the judge to see it. I want the whole world to see what's going on. I want to
the judicial notice is still only just a notice to the judge. It still doesn't mean that you're jumping into the statutory jurisdiction, right? It's just a judicial notice that's going to the man acting as a judge.
But the reason why it is is because you are one of the subordinates to his authority.
Yeah.
You're playing the role of plaintiff, the defendant, respondent, movement, appellee, appellant. You're playing one of the lower positions. And you're telling the judge, can you please take notice and look this way towards me, what I have to show you.
Yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah.
It's like the king or the queen. You're trying to draw his audience. You're trying to draw his attention. Very rarely would I want to do something like that. The only reason I'd want to do something like that is like say I was in the middle of a trial and I accepted the title and the position and I allowed him to make a ruling on or against me. And then I'd want to say, Judge, please take notice of this over here. Could you please take notice of what is what,
Yeah.
Because I submitted myself to his authority and ruling. So very rarely, I'm going to say I would never submit to myself to his authority because I'm sure there's plenty of times where it would be beneficial to have, somebody settle a dispute between an adversarial party in a civil manner. So I'm not saying I would never, have the judge take notice because I might be in court against my fellow man one day. And I'd say, look, Your Honor, please notice this over here. That's his story. Now, can you take a look what I have over here?
Yeah. It's like a decision to exercise your right hand or your left hand. If you don't want to do it or you do it. That's your right, yeah.
Right, so there's times when you use that tool. Very rarely will I use that tool, pull that tool out of my tool belt, because very rarely do I need it. Because very rarely will I ever believe that I'll ever stand in court or against my fellow man.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to believe. The only reason why I would be if somebody said, some like 90-year-old blind lady said that I raped her, and I'd say, ma'am, what makes you think it was me? Well, I could, feel your nose. It's like, okay, ma'am. Well, I'm going to have to challenge you in court over that one. But other than that, because there's no way I could settle something like that with some 90-year-old blind lady. So how am I going to settle that? I don't want her to keep walking around telling everybody I raped her. No, ma'am. If you don't stop, we're going to have to settle this in a court of law. Because you caused me harm. Right. Now I'm going to have to ask the judge to make a ruling on my behalf. I'm going to say, Judge, please notice this. I don't have a nose, or the nose that she's describing certainly isn't mine. And he's to take notice of what I'm saying, and he'd say, okay, I noticed that, okay, I'm going to make a ruling. And like I said, the odds of me ever having to go to court against my fellow man would have to be because of some ridiculous, amazingly outrageous claim that they're making, that I have to feel that I have to defend. Like somebody says, you're the biggest asshole. Okay, I can live with that. That's fine. I'm not going to sue you over that. That's cool. It's going to have to be something really amazing you're going to have to say that I've done to you that I was like, oh, no, I'm not going to tolerate that. Like he's going to say, I cause harm, injury to my children. I'm not going to let you just say that and get away with it. There's going to be a line that you're going to cross, and I'm going to say, you better stop, or your teeth are going to lay on the floor, or we're going to settle this in court. I said that to U.S. Marshals. I said, look, you're going to cross the line, and if I'm telling you you're crossing a line, I'm going to tell you to stop. If I'm crossing a line, just tell me to stop. We're going to settle this man to man. If you knock my teeth out, you break my legs, I punch you in the face, we go around and around across this table a couple of times, that's fine. I'm into a good sport. I'm into a good row. I don't care. I'm into rough and tumble. I don't give a shit how you guys want to play this. But I'm telling you, when we walk out of this room, this conference room, whatever happened between you and I, man to man, and him, man to man, whatever happened between us, man to man, stays here. It stays here. I don't want you to sue me. I'm not going to sue you. If the tempers rise, we flare, we get angry at each other, we wind up at the fisticuffs here in this room, that's fine. But it stays here in this room. It's just business. But it's nothing personal. When we go out that door, we go back to just being a man and a man, okay? So after about 2 or 3 minutes, you can listen to Angela's show years ago when I explained what happened when I came to the U.S. Marshal's office like that day, and she would happen to be Thursday. And within 3 or 4 minutes, they shut off the recorder, and the U.S. Marshal said, "You're a great man. This is crazy. You're a good man. What the hell are they so scared of down there in Alabama?" I said, "Well, I'm glad you asked." I said, "I'm going to pull the government's charter." He's like, "What? I'm going to pull the government's charter. They caused harm to their creator." What? Yeah, man created the government of the state of Alabama. I'm going to pull their effing charter. How are you going to do that? And I put the 4 pieces in front of them. I said, their state constitution, the Constitution. I said the statute in which they actually move under, and I said the power of the U.S. Marshal Service. So I said, I'm going to use you guys to help me pull that charter. He said, how are you going to do it? I said, the way they did it back in the 1960s, the way in the 1970s they did it, and how Frank M. Johnson did, the district court judge. He did. He pulled every damn state agency's ability to function, and they made every state agency within the state of Alabama go through his office if they wanted to spend a nickel. So I'm going to do the same damn thing. The name of this building that we're standing on is the Frank M. Johnson Complex. Why do you think they called it the Frank M.? Why do you think he was such an amazing judge back in the 60s and 70s? Because he was the king of Alabama. If the state government of Alabama fought, they had to ask his permission to do it. Because of so many civil rights violations they were committing in the state of Alabama back in the 60s and 70s, all their agencies were on parole, probation, some sort of federal guidance, some sort of overseer, because the state government was so corrupt, you guys had to come in and take it over. If you guys won't take it over now, I'll take it over. Frank M. He said, well, how are you going to do that? Did Frank M. Johnson take it over? Well, yeah, Frank M. Johnson took it over. Why can't I take it over? I'm a man. I created the position as judge. I'm even higher than Frank M. Johnson is, because he's just a judge. I'm a man. And they were like, wow, this is brilliant. I said, yeah, Frank M. Johnson did it as a judge. Why can't I do it as a man? He said, yeah, he did do that, didn't he? Yeah, you're damn right he did it. Why can't I do it? So they're like, oh, yeah, I see where you're going with this. It's like, yeah, he did it. Why can't I do it? You're not a judge. I'm better than a judge. I'm a man. I'm the man. I'm a man. Man created the position of judge. Judge didn't make a man. No judge on planet Earth ever created a man. All the judges were created by a man. No judge ever created a man. I'm the ultimate creator here, not the judge. So it's funny, man. It's just like he said, this is amazing. Because the guy who told me the U.S. Marshal Service was the attorney for the U.S. Marshal Service. He says, oh, my God, this is brilliant. This is so simple. I said, yeah. That's why they're scared. That's why they want to know who the hell I am. And I said, honestly, guys, I don't want to take over the government state of Alabama. I have a hard time rearranging my CD collection in alphabetical order. I certainly don't want to take over the government of the state of Alabama. Are you kidding me? The liability, responsibility, and duty I'd have? Oh, forget it. If I could keep my CD collection together for a week, I'm amazed. I said, I'm in no position to take over. But I just want to show them that it can be done. Yeah. Who's the ultimate creator here? Who answers to who? I'm tired of them thinking that they're going to sling me around like a yo-yo. I'm done. I'm going to show them it's man that you serve. Man don't serve you. You're the public servant. You serve me. That's all I'm trying to explain to them. And that's why they're scared shitless, because I'm figuring it out. That's why they're scared. They're not scared that I'm going to do anything to the judges. They're not scared. I said, sir, let me explain something to you. Every single freaking phone call I have to the governor's office, magistrate's office, judge's office, clerk's office, I have recorded. I have thousands of these things. I said, do you think I wouldn't record? Because I'm a big, goofy, scary guy. And you don't think that I thought that they were going to use you guys as muscle to scare me someday? Of course I knew they were going to use you to scare me. Of course I knew I was going to be sitting in this office one day explaining myself. But I have every single thing in writing and orderly. I recorded it. So there's no way in the world that you're going to listen to all these thousands of hours of audio and ever perceive one time that I committed extortion or communicated a threat to any judge or any officer of any court. I said, I am so scary, polite, it's sickening how nice I am on the phone to these people.
Yeah.
I said, it's scary how nice I write my paperwork. It's scary how sweet I am.
Hey, can I read you 3 sentences just to make sure to send it to the Governor General? Because I remember that hearing a lot of your phone calls about people making, almost like threats. I demand you to do this and telling you to do this and this, So can I read you 3 sentences that instead of, I'm not going to send it to the actual.
Okay. Well, let me tell you one thing before you go too crazy about that. If you're a party to the case, if you haven't established your status as that of a man, they could threaten you, just like I could do with my kids. Say, hey, I'll break your freaking legs if you touch that lollipop one more time. Okay?
Yeah.
If I said that to the neighbor's kids, I'm going to jail. Okay? Because I communicated a threat to a non-party member or a outsider or a non-citizen. Okay? Or an illegal alien. Okay?
Yeah.
There you go. So go ahead.
All right, cool. So this is what I was going to write today. I, a man, Rodrigo Aguirre, did stand before the court as a man without any title on the 5th day of February 2015 as an idiot, ready to settle any debts or claims another man had against I, the man, Rodrigo Aguirre. Second sentence is, I believe the court was operating in error and presumed I was before the court as a person, so I wish to correct the record.
Well, what you could do in the very first sentence, you could say, I stood before the court as a non-party member. Okay?
Yep. All right. Third sentence
if you don't like the way that rings, make it something else. Okay? I'm just winging it. Okay?
Yeah, no, it's just the word party.
That's good for over here, too, or no?
No.
Like you said, I was speaking to Gus last week, Thursday, and he helped me out a lot with this, and so I was making sure that I knew and understood every single word that's in this notice. I like the word party, and it's all right.
Because, like I said, the way I like to do it, then, it's like I made a stand before the court, or I took stand before the court, or I try to stay away from ed and ing like the plague.
Yeah, past tense and future tense.
It's just sloppy. It's just sloppy and lazy English language. Okay. But if you're comfortable with it, go for it. But when a judge sees that everything's in the present tense, he's going to say, holy shit, who knows how to do this crap?
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, I didn't study yourself, or Gus, or, used to, before I went to court in February. So, to be honest, Gus knows this, but I studied a lot of Dean Clifford and a lot of the birth certificate fraud and, all that crap. I was working off that, and I still had no idea. I studied 24/7 for about 3 months, and I still had court the next day, and I still had no idea what to write. So I literally was like, all right, shit, I'll just write it from my heart. My affidavit that I put in there, on that day, which I think saved my ass, because the judge saw my volition and my demeanor and whatnot. So that's why I believe I'm still not in jail, because he made a warrant out. This is what it says. Our records indicate that the above court has issued a warrant for your imprisonment. You must take immediate action to pay this warrant. If you don't pay, the sheriff will arrest you in prison. This was 6 months ago, and I only got a 1 month stay in February. I got a 1 month stay on 476 days.
Well, why didn't you say something very simply back to him? Is, can you please define your?
Oh, okay.
Because obviously they're not directing it to the man; they're directing it to your what?
Yeah.
Your arrest. Your what? Your mama. Your what? Your what? Your as in one context. Your as a adverb, adjective. Your what?
Yeah. your yo-yo, your birth certificate, your speakers, your car.
A pronoun? What part of language is this?
Right. Okay.
Because we got a arrest for your. We got a warrant out for your arrest. Your what? Anything in particular?
Right. Yeah.
Is there a reason why it was say we have a warrant out for Timothy Smith?
Yeah, no, actually that makes sense. I'll read the first sentence, although, that makes a lot more sense just to write them a simple letter, hey, can you define your? But yeah, this was what I was going to write. No man came forward and spoke to make a claim against either man, Rodrigo.
You got to get rid of this fucking negative fucking vibe shit, man. And this is why it's funny. I'm a positive Pete, man. And you got to get rid of this negative Nancy bullshit. You can't say no man and not and never. You guys got to stop that fucking crap. I mean, I'm getting effing tired of correcting everybody with this no, never, and not. It's a 2-year-old. You're acting like a little girl. You said, I do not, you say, at the time of the hearing, I do not believe. You could say, I believe that no man came forward. You just got to say, you can't say no man came forward. How do you know? Maybe you blinked. Maybe you farted. Maybe you got abducted by space aliens and they gave you a probe and they put you back down to Earth for 50 seconds and you missed the man who appeared. But you could just say, I believe that there was no man that was present at this time. You can't say no man appeared. How do you know?
Yeah.
You just say, I believe at that time. I do not believe I witnessed a man that appeared to testify to the contrary. Now I might have been abducted by space aliens. There's a flash I saw in a courtroom in my butt for about a week. So maybe there's an anal probe that happened. But, honestly, I don't remember seeing a man come forward. Did a man come forward and testify to the contrary? I don't believe I witnessed a man coming forth and testified, to the contrary. Say, do you believe a man came forward? Because I don't believe I witnessed anything of that nature that happened at that, before the court at that time. Maybe I missed something. Can you please, can you please? You see what I'm saying? You got to be more like understanding. Yeah, and see, that's what I'm saying. Everybody says I'm an asshole and everything like that. But, man, I write the sweetest, nicest letters you could possibly imagine. When I'm on the phone with these pricks, I'm the nicest clown you could ever. I'm sweet and gentle, and it's ridiculous. I'm not giving them any room to send the dogs out at me and have me tasered and whipped and, chained and shackled, and because they're terrified by my actions or my letter writing or my paper. Ask Gus what paper terrorism, what happens to you when you do that crap.
Right, okay, yeah.
You got to be as pleasant as pie. Just be sweet as it's sickening sweet. I mean, it's funny, like in England, they have a good row in court. I mean, it's violent and it's fun and you yell and it's a lot of, it's a lot of fun because it's part of the sport. It's like tennis is played a certain way and basketball is played another. There's a different way you play it in different courts. Some courts you could go hog wild, and some courts you got to be as pleasant as pie. But like I said, it all depends. Like I said, I say to people, when I went to the court, with against the social services, by the time we got to the 10th, 15th, 20th trial hearing, we were going at it, man. It was fun. I mean, we just knocked down, dragged down. We were arguing it to the umpteenth level. We were going at it. A lot of fun. And but when we walked out of there, we just calmed down, acted civil to each other. We realized it was acting in court. We were acting as a defendant. He was acting as a prosecutor. I was acting. And then we walked out of the court. We're no longer acting as a defendant. Now we walk back out into the world as a man and another man. You just got to know when you're acting, and you got to cut to act when you're in a different situation. Now I'm in a different environment. Now I got a whole bunch of puppies or a whole bunch of children around me. I could have been the meanest, baddest, kick-ass bastard on planet Earth, and 10 seconds later, I'm the sweetest, kindest man to a puppy. There's got to be a man. There's got to be a woman. There's got to be tough, and there's got to be soft. And I'm the tough. Everybody wants you to be soft in society nowadays. Everybody's got to be everybody's effing friend. Nobody can hurt nobody's feelings. Tough. I hate playing this effing game because I see you're just going to curl up in a ball and take a beating. Don't. Stand up. Get a backbone. You could be a 95-pound woman. Stand up and get a backbone. I'm not going to let you get your ass kicked by your sisters no more. You're not going to take that crap. And you're going to make them think twice before they touch you again.
What if the prosecutor doesn't talk to you in the hallway? What if he doesn't want to answer anything? And what if nobody will file anything properly? What's your plan B?
How are you trying to file things?
Well, you told them to put the notice in their case to give them fair warning. And what if they ignore the notice and the clerk doesn't file it into their case? What if the prosecutor doesn't want to talk to you outside? Then what do you do?
How is the clerk lady not filing it? Was she just telling you your face? No way.
Absolutely.
Did you talk to her boss?
He's busy right now.
So say that's great because I have a lunch today and I'll just sit here and wait.
No, because then what you do then is you file a simple claim. The simple claim would be that the woman is interfering with your right to access to a public building.
Well, it was just like I got on a little late and I was listening to this and like all these things have happened to me so far. So like that last court in June, you know,
that's what I had to do. I had the court clerk lady wouldn't give me access to the court. So I just called up the state attorney general's office and I said, the court clerk is interfering with my right to access a public building, access to court. You want to give her a holler over there and tell her how to do her job properly, or do you require me to file a claim against her? I said, I'll do either one or both. I don't care, however you wish to do this. And she said, I'll call over. So the attorney general's office called over, and I had the paperwork ready in about an hour. And then I went down there about a week later, and she did it again, and then I just filed a claim against her. I filed a lawsuit against her. And that's what you do. You just call up whatever the minister of the province is, whoever's the head prosecutor for the province. I'm having a problem down here with the court clerk, and I think you're going to need to give her a call before this escalates any further. And she's denying me access to a public building. She's denying me access to court.
Talking about rights being property. So do I have a right to be a man, right? Because that's what I am, right?
I can't tell you if you're a man or not. That's up to you, I guess.
I guess I have a right to be a man because that's what I am. So I guess my right to be a man is my property, and no one can make me be anything else, right? I can't be an alien or a computer. So I guess I have to be, what is right? But what do you guys think about that? The rights, the whole thing with them giving us our right or property at birth, because see, under law, these corporations have a duty if they're acting for our public interest, right?
Again, how do you know all this? And if you're getting your rights from a piece of paper, you're in serious trouble.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say anything like that.
You're not limited in being a man. You could be an alien. You could be a unicorn. Man is unlimited in his rights. Man's unlimited in his capacity to believe. No, man's unlimited in his capacity to believe, and he's whatever he wishes to be. You're not limited by anything. You're not limited by, that's the whole purpose of the belief of a God or a spiritual world or your third dimension, fourth dimension, your spirit, your dream state. You're not limited in any of your capacities. It's what do you wish to be. You can manifest it into any form or shape you wish. Go to sleep at night and dream about it, and that'll be you, if that's what you believe. You're not limited in any capacity, and that's the big thing people are having a problem with. They're trying to restrict you and saying you could only do this. You only allowed to do that. You have to have a license. You have to do this. Oh, really? That's who? Well, I said, no, that's a what that just said it to me, not a who. No, did the man try to tell me what to do? Did the man try to limit my capacity as another man? I don't think so. The wife has got an attorney. So when he put that notice in, notice of error, notice of mistake, whatever he used, I think he didn't notice a mistake, which is fine. Because New York probably recognizes the word mistake instead of error. So I'm sure he researched it and said, what is the court more comfortable with, mistake or error? So it was fantastic. I was talking to him for hours, and he condensed it, to, yes, was it a page or two? Yes, but it was fantastic. It was good reading. And not my style, not super simple, but but it was fantastic. And her attorney he was supposed to go to court last Monday, and he was given a notice to appear because whenever there's a mention of fraud, everything stops, and you have to have a hearing within like 72 hours. That's the way it's supposed to be. He hears the word fraud in something, you have to stop, and you have to find out. What's going on? A fraud. Whoa. Well, we're gonna have a hearing about this immediately. So for whatever reason, her attorney just probably said to the judge, "Oh, this guy's crazy," because he did a lot of crazy stuff before he talked to me. He was listening to my stuff, and he was coming up with a lot of this crazy, common law, sovereign stuff. Oh, he was just all over the map. And he sent me some of his stuff before he actually called me, because he was like, he makes decent money. So obviously, even though he makes decent money, he didn't want to give me any money. So he was going to try to figure it out on his own. So he even admitted, he said, well, look, I tried to, he was like, you're right, I try to save every dime I make. So, yeah, I didn't want to, donate anything to you. I don't want to give you any money to help me. But when I tried to do your stuff, it just blew up all over the court. It just was I seen some of the stuff. It's like, man, that's a freak show. I said, that's just some crazy shit. I said, man, you're all over the map with this thing. You're not even close. So then he donated to me. So then I started talking to him and started taking it really seriously. And he's getting a lot tighter. And it was funny. The earlier stuff that he put in, it just went nowhere. And the attorney for the wife, the ex-wife, she was absolutely correct in saying this is frivolous. This is not proper procedure. I said to him, sir, she's absolutely right. This is a total joke. You can't be putting this into the court. This is not the proper form. This is not proper procedure. This is frivolous, and you better stop before the judge doesn't allow you to do any more movement in that court. And she's going to run you over like a freight train. And I said, you better tighten your stuff up. So then he tightened it up, and he wrote a heck of a notice of error. I think he wrote notice of mistake. And the judge scheduled a hearing within 3 days. Like, wow, Carl, I got a hearing in 3 days. I got to get my ass down there on Monday. So that was last Monday. And so then, fortunately for him, her attorney must have said to the judge, look, he's just doing all this frivolous nonsense. It's just a waste of time. He doesn't follow proper procedure. He's bringing stuff in, that doesn't belong here. And the judge probably agreed and said, okay, fine. You know what? We'll have a hearing at the end of March 30th, like we were supposed to. Well, then he calls me up the other day and says, no, Carl, they rescheduled it for this coming up Wednesday. So I got to get down there on Wednesday. I said, yes. So what the judge probably did was she probably took the attorney's word at face value, that reading a lot of the other kooky stuff you put in the past. But then when the judge actually sat down and read what you wrote, the judge was like, oh, no, this is good. And then the judge is letting you have a hearing before, your trial on the 30th. She's allowing it to be discussed before the 30th. I said, holy crap. I said, that's fantastic. But the judge, said, no, you know what? We are going to have a hearing to discuss this notice of a mistake, that it was based on fraud. So I was like, that's fantastic. I said, now you just got to be able to basically just stand behind what you wrote, And he's like, well, I want to come down tomorrow and practice a little bit, before I go to trial on Wednesday. I said, look, I don't blame you. I said, I don't blame you. You want a confidence boost? That's fine. So he said he's going to come down here tomorrow afternoon. Like I said, it was just nice that the judge actually looked at it, and she must have, or he or she, whatever the judge is, must have read it and said, no, this is a damn good notice of mistake. So it's nice when they read it, and you realize, hey, he's got something here that she just didn't blow it off. I mean, it's a hell of a notice of mistake, because he went for the no fault divorce. And I said, no. I said, you don't let her get away with that, because when she filed for that the no fault divorce, she's probably like, well, I love you, but I'm not in love. Bullshit. He's like, yeah, that's what she told me. I was like, yeah. And then you found out after you filed this paperwork that she was seeing somebody on the side, because this guy's in the military and he wasn't living with her at the time. He was going back and forth wherever he was based. And he's like, yep. He said, I found out, later on that she was seeing somebody. I said, good. I said, because only a wife could file for no fault divorce. Can you follow where I'm going yet, Gus, or no?
Only a wife can file for a no-fault divorce?
Yeah. You know, a husband or wife could file for no-fault divorce.
Yeah, these guys weren't married?
No, they were married. They were legally, lawfully married. But we brought up the fact to court that only a wife could file for no-fault divorce. Only a wife or a husband could file for no-fault divorce, right? If you're going to file for divorce, you have to be a husband, you have to be a wife, right? You're not a bus driver filing for divorce, right? You're a husband or a wife, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so why did all of a sudden look at my circle reasoning and say, holy shit, this guy's got something here? Can you figure it out yet? Yes. If anybody could figure it out, man, hit *8 and try to guess what I wrote. She filed for divorce. Okay? I explained she couldn't file for divorce because only your husband or wife could file for divorce. Were they legally and lawfully married? Yes. But only a husband or wife could file for divorce. Some lady from the Midwest, she put the word I in a location in a just a letter, just an initial letter. Hi, how you doing, Susie Johnson? You know, this is the, you know, I believe that you're a woman and you're acting, on behalf of the IRS, simple letter like that. Hi, how you doing? And instead of using the word me, she used the word I. And I was like, come on, the word me belongs there. I said, technically the word thee belongs there. But if you start making an opening letter to like an IRS agent and you start using thee, thou, and thy, she's going to think you're Mennonite, or she's going to think you're Amish. She's going to, she's going to be like, oh, this lady must be Amish. Look at the way she's using these terms. So I said, and then if you ever have to talk to her on the phone one-on-one, she's going to realize you're not talking like thee, thy, thou, and she's going to realize all these letters was written by somebody else because it didn't come natural to you. How about that guy, Melissa? Well, I heard a guy come on when he said Melissa from Minnesota is coming on.
Yeah, Melissa's the grandma, and Jason and Gail are the parents of the kid. So it's her grandson.
Oh yeah, I remember the story, and it's in the custody of the other grandparent.
Yep.
And everybody's stories matched. So why did mom and dad?
I read like 9 affidavits, and everybody's got basically the same story, but with their own twist to it. So the stories are all matching, and there's really nothing serious going on. The grandparents were what happened is Jason and Gail ran on hard times, so they had to give up their apartment, and Gail went to live with her mom, and Jason went to live with his mom, and then when they get their finances straightened out, a year later, they got back together in their own place, and the grandmother claimed that the kid had been abandoned by the parents, and now she's trying to get custody of the kid full time. So that's basically
somebody. It's the same thing. This is how simple this is. Is if like say like my first wife, she wanted to go back live with the crazy Indians in North Carolina, and I wanted to stay in Vegas. I said I ain't going back there. I'm done with those people. And she left some of her stuff behind. And maybe I have one box of stuff still for her, down in the basement somewhere. I guarantee I do. If she came by and she wanted it back, I have to give it to her back. And it's irrelevant that I said, well, that was 16, 17 years ago. I could say she abandoned it. No, it's her property. It's always going to be her property. It'll never be anybody else's property. It's her property. How could I claim it's mine? That's ridiculous. They'll say, obviously, that's a woman's whatever, pocketbook. Obviously, that's a woman's pair of shoes. Obviously. Obviously, that's a picture of a kid's. Obviously. Nobody be stupid enough to even think that I can make a claim for it. And I would never be even stupid enough to go in court and say, oh, no, she abandoned that stuff 17 years ago. It's mine now. It's ridiculous. I might have a vested interest in it, but it's never going to be my property. I mean, I could claim for the storage fees, but I have to immediately give her back a property. It's ridiculous. I can't understand how these people in Minnesota, if they've been doing this for a week or two, a month or two,
You know, if they've been listening to my show, how can't they understand it's that simple, that quick, that easy? Every freaking judge knows this on planet Earth. How come this can be so fucking difficult?
Well,
I can't even imagine why anybody would want to ask me my opinion.
It's just like I told you when I first met you. I got so after listening to you for 2 or 3 months, whenever I had the time, because I was doing presentations on redress. But after listening to you for a couple of months, I realized how much shit I had to forget, how much stuff I had to shake out of my head. I don't think it's different for anybody else, especially if you've had an attorney working for you and you've been watching what he's been doing and getting all sorts of bad guidance on how to work in court. You're learning how to act like an attorney instead of a man.
Yeah. No, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, if see, that's what makes me laugh. Like, say somebody like that actually wanted me to come out to Minnesota and help them. I said, help you do what? The caveman is known as this is the way the law has been since time began. What do you people thought? Now you're just fucking with me, right? You can't possibly not know the answer to this one. And that's the way I would take it. I was like, you got to be kidding me. You are kidding me, right?
Just makes us more comfortable when you say it, Karl.
Ridiculous, man. There's nothing to argue about that. That's ridiculous. There's nothing there. It's almost like if anybody like in social services or CPS or whatever you want to call them, they're smart. They don't disclose anything to the open public about what's going on. It's because they hold themselves liable. They can't let any of that paperwork out. It's all he said, she said nonsense. So I couldn't care less what somebody's saying, through that paperwork nonsense in court, in family court. It's ridiculous. If one single word is misspoken, it's like the ancient law is off with your head. It was instant death. So you got 6 different people with 6 different stories. In my court, 5 people are going to die. Because when I find out what's the real story, the other 5 are gone. Because we're not going to waste space in a society with liars.
Yeah, well, that's not the view of the current courts. Yeah, they all make money on that shit.
Right. Oh, yeah. Like I said, it was funny. I found that out years ago when I was a kid, like in divorce court. Like a husband or wife would just flat out lie about something. Like, well, that's your baby. And then the husband comes around with a DNA test, and he shows that the woman's alive. And she's been lying for whatever, 5, 10, 15 years. The court doesn't automatically say, oh, honey, you stay right on that witness stand. You ain't going nowhere. But, we got a little jail time set up for you. So you see these other TV shows all the time, you're not the daddy, and the girl just cries or whatever. It's like, no. That's barratry, man. No. Put her ass right in jail. Take her away. She started a fight in the public. That's all it is. It's a controversy. She brought a controversy or a fight. She started a fight in public, just like punching somebody in the nose in the middle of a grocery store. You can't just punch somebody in the nose in the middle of a grocery store.
The emergency motion hearing that Karl was talking about a few weeks ago was, if you put in an ex parte motion, an emergency hearing where you want to let them know, look, there's a crime been committed, somebody took my property, I require restoration of property, and they're going to deny you because they're going to say, oh, you're talking about your children and all that stuff. Well, you've given them notice, and now you can take that into your court when you file your claim and show how they failed to do what they're supposed to do as an administrative court. So you can take the CPS, you can take all that paperwork into your claim and use it as evidence against them later. So that's the purpose of doing that emergency ex parte hearing.
When did he ask that?
Melissa just sent me a list of questions on Skype to ask you, and I wasn't going to ask, but I figured you were on.
The easiest way to do this stuff is
like I said, a lot of times people, the courts are open 24/7, and you could have a hearing. Like I said, like I explained on my earlier shows, man. When I explained to the judge, I said if it's December 24th, 3 a.m. or December 25th, 3:07 a.m. and I want to convene court, what must you do? He said, let's be reasonable about this, Mr. Lentz. I said, I'm very reasonable, man. What must you do? He said, well, I got to get dressed and drive 100 miles up here. I said, yeah, and I looked over the prosecutor for the social services, the state. I said, and what does he got to do? He said, well, the sheriff's department will go wake him up and drag him over here, too. That's right, and if he ain't here, within a reasonable time, like an hour or two, he's going to be held in contempt of court, correct? Yeah. And I looked at the prosecutor. I said, do you understand what I can do? This is my court. So what was funny is this is what I try to tell people. Say there was a dog involved here or anything. Say there was a goldfish involved. You say, look, this guy's got to put the fish back in a water bowl or it's going to be dead in 2 minutes. We got to convene court now. I ain't going to wait for my, 500-pound goldfish or, that's I've been raising it for the last 20 years to die. And then you're going to compensate me. No, there's an emergency. We're going to have this hearing now. That's my property, and we need to have the hearing immediately. Like I said, they did that not too long ago with like some cattle. Not those folks out there in California, those crazy Bundys, but there was another folks I think up in Montana or North Dakota, South Dakota, and what they did is the sheriff's department hired people to round up the cattle, put them up in like stockyard, and fed them and watered them. But this stuff is going to cost a freaking fortune to actually, instead of just letting them be free roaming, to actually have to feed these cattle, round them all up, put them in the stockyard. So obviously the parties want to settle it as quickly as possible. Well, this is going to get damn expensive. It's just like, then just keep the damn cattle. The state government, the feds, and just keep it because it is the amount of money you want to give us to do this, to bill us, is ridiculous. So we got to get this done, in a matter of minutes. So like I said, when you say it's an emergency, it's an emergency. And then like Gus was saying, that's correct. You show them that you said, look, this is an emergency. And I ain't got time to wait 21 days for you to answer. You better move, you better take it out of out of their custody and put it into a custody of a neutral party. Put it into federal custody. Put it into a county custody or a state custody or a church custody. Turn it over to the church. Get somebody else in between. Just say, look, they're damaging it and they're going to cause it harm and I need it out of their custody immediately. If you don't do your job, Bob, acting as magistrate, I'm going to hold you liable as well, Bob. But like I said, if you don't pull down their mask, if you don't pull down that person, and you don't say, hey, yeah, you might be dressed as a magistrate. Yeah, you're wearing a cool wig as a judge. Yeah, but you know what, Bob, you're still a man, and you understand I'm a man. And you understand if you don't do your job, it's going to cause me great harm. And I'm going to have to hold you liable too, Bob. I don't want to, but I'm going to have to hold you liable too. So you better get off your ass and do it. And like I said, I can almost guarantee almost everything. I could almost say 100% of the people who listen to my show right now could not convince a judge to open up the court on Christmas Day at 3:07 a.m. I mean, I did it in England. Me and Bob said, well, screw it, man. You missed the. Okay, we got in there at 4:27. They closed the doors at 4:30. Well, we got the case filed, but now we need to pay for it. So they will actually put it. They will actually put it. We got the stamp of the court on there that you did come here and you filed it on this day, but for it to be placed into the files to be recorded has to be. We have to pay for it. Well, they're not going to proceed with it. They're just going to let it sit there in the outbox or the inbox, whatever, and wait for you to pay to actually put it into a file, and to get somebody to put it into a filing cabinet to actually file it. I said, so it's just going to sit there and rot. I said, the only problem is we need to get to court, at 10 o'clock in the morning. We got a 3-hour ride. We can't sit around here and wait we got to get to the court at 9 o'clock in the morning. This court don't open up until 10. So you know what? Let's go out to the car. Let's go walk around London a little bit. I'm hungry. let's go get something to eat, take some pictures, and come back at 8, 9 o'clock and open this courthouse up. And he's like, what? I said, yeah, let's just go walk around for a little bit, let's sightsee a little bit, man, and come back in a couple of hours and open this court up. So we opened it up at 8 o'clock. Knocked on a big old, like, looking castle door, and like, can I help you? It's like, yeah, we got some business with the court. It's like, yeah, come back at 10 o'clock. No, we're here now. We got business now. Open up the door. And that's when I always tell people, I push Bali like using a wash machine kind of thing. He's like, he was being pushed one way from the security guards, and I was pushing him the other way. And it was funny as hell. He just like curled up in a ball, standing there. It's fine. Push him right through the door. I said, no, we're in. The guy's like, we're going to get the head of security. I said, you better get the head of security because you don't have a clue what you're doing. And then that's why it's on my website. It says how to do out-of-hours filings, how to use the courthouse after hours, out of hours. And I guarantee that's the biggest courthouse on planet Earth. So I could open that courthouse up. Anybody could open up any courthouse, but you've got to know how to do it. It's a lifestyle. You just, like, I'm not taking no for an answer. Bali was more than willing to take no for an answer. Like, oh, look, I'll see if the guy told us no, it's closed. I said, dude, you've been living in England too long. You don't got this rebellious streak or this, you ain't got this, I'm an American. I'm not American. Don't tell me I can't. I'm an American. I'm not an American. That's how I'm getting in.
I haven't heard anybody say that in a long time.
What's that?
American.
Yeah, I'm not an American. I'm an American. I said, yeah, King George tried to tell me to do something, 200 years ago. See how well that worked for him. That didn't work out too well. He told my daddy's daddy that, too. And it didn't work out too well for him either, did it? I'm coming in. Like, look, I don't care. Arrest me. I don't give a shit. Arrest me. And then I'll explain to them why I did what I did. And I guarantee a judge somewhere in this building will say, well, okay, technically the courts are open 24/7. It's like, yes. It's right there like in Blackstone's commentary. You go back to Cope and Littleton. You go back as far as you want. The courts are always open. What part of always open don't you understand? So like I said, if you have a really good judge like I did on the 30th hearing trial down there in Alabama, Judge William Owings, thank God, he actually knew the rules. And thank God, man, it's funny watching the state prosecutors on the other side. They did not know the rules. They started laughing at me when I started barking out the rules. I was asking the judge, questioning about the rules. And the judge was spitting out the answers exactly the way I wanted him to spit it out. It's like, holy crap. And the other side stopped laughing. They're like, holy shit, what's going on here? No, the court's open from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock. What? The judge is agreeing with this guy. Holy crap. What? It's like because they were attorneys. They didn't have to be a judge. They didn't have to know the rules of the court. All they had to do was know how to move their stupid, silly paperwork into the court and just lie their asses off once they got there. And that's what we were doing on Angela's show. That was funny. That guy sounded like a real nice guy, the guy on Angela's show last Thursday, and Angela wanted me to come on and say something. And I was like, no, I'm not going to bother because he sounds like he's got a lovely voice. He sounds like a nice man. He sounds pleasant. And he's just reading citations. He's like, when you're reading citations, you're basically telling me, I don't have a mind of my own. I'm just reading some opinions from somebody else had 100, 200 years ago. And like I told people, like a citation's ridiculous. Because Gus could have been sued by, his state government for some reason. Or he could have done a criminal activity by his state government, and then the state could come after me, said I did the same thing. It's like, no, I didn't. It was a different time. The facts are different. The witnesses are different. The evidence is different. The parties are different. There's nothing similar to my case and Gus's case. What are you talking about? So they're going to say, well, state of New Hampshire versus Gus, 2006. It's like, give a damn. That was between you and Gus. Whatever happened back then, I don't have a clue. I wasn't there. You weren't there. And it's like, I don't care how they ruled. Because me and Gus, if you say me and Gus even have the same exact crime that day, we were both there at the same time, committing the same wrong at the same time. Gus could be found guilty. I could be found not guilty. Gus could have stuck his tongue out of the judge. Gus could have dropped his fucking drawers and said, "Judge, kiss this." And Gus, maybe he wasn't guilty, but the judge just said, "You know what? I don't like your attitude. You're guilty. Carl, I like your attitude. You're not guilty. Have a nice day, Carl." So what does it matter? It's ridiculous. It's like it's that obiter dictum stuff. It's the judge's opinion. What did the judge witness? And like I said, that's like a word that you see sometimes in appellate cases. When it is an appellate case, the judge will actually write to his buddy judges in the superior court and say, "Look, you didn't see what I saw in my courtroom. You weren't there. All you see is what you see in black and white. You didn't see the temperament of Gus and the temperament of Carl. You didn't see what Gus was doing in the court and what Carl was doing. Carl was remorseful. Gus was just laughing the whole motherfucking time. But the transcriber couldn't write down Gus was rolling his eyes. Gus was snickering. Gus was, no, the judge, the court reporter, the transcribe lady, she's not writing Gus was snickering. Gus was laughing. Gus fell asleep. Gus was snoring. Gus was sticking his tongue out. Gus pulled his pants down. She's not writing that. They could say, well, Carl was remorseful and he was like begging for forgiveness. It's like, okay, so, Carl said this and Gus didn't say that. Carl took all liability. Gus wouldn't. Carl accepted the charges. Gus wouldn't. So just because it's Carl and Gus could have been doing something at the same exact time, at the same exact place, with the same exact whatever, with the same witnesses, facts, and evidence, how did they appear when they got to court? What was their appearance? How did they appear? So like I said, when I hear, they'll say, well, Carl versus Gus, or Gus versus, State of New Hampshire versus Gus, 2015, State of New Hampshire versus Carl in 2015. Could be completely opposite rulings. The witnesses will be the same, evidence, facts, it still will be the same. But what was the manner or the appearance of the parties when they were before the court? So when you want to use citations, what did I do, Gus? I was just making all those attorney jokes like crazy. That's what I did. It's like, like Angela kept saying, well, Carl, do you want to say something to this guy? It's like, no, I can't take this guy serious. This is a joke. This is a comedy, 2-3 hours worth of comedy. Nice man, lovely man, just like Carl Miller. Nice man, lovely man. He's not telling me anything I could use. It's funny. It's like if you went to a doctor and the doctor, if I went to get a medical checkup right now, the doctor would say to me, well, how you feeling? Feeling pretty good. You say, well, if you eat an apple today, when did you go to the bathroom tomorrow? He'll say, yeah. So, well, he says you have a very fine constitution. Well, I say, well, thank you. I know I do. So it's like how something is organized or structured, and how does it function? Article 1, I got a mouth and I chew it. Article 2, I got a stomach and it digests it. Article 3, I got a colon and it expels it. I got a wonderful constitution. Whoopie-doo. It's my constitution. Constitution of the United States? Look, dude, I don't give a damn about Bob's constitution, Billy's constitution, Susie's constitution, United States' constitution. I only care a shit about Karl Lentz's constitution, maybe, and obviously my family's constitution, how they're feeling, how they're organized, how they're structured, if they're working, if they're functioning properly. I don't give a shit about somebody else's constitution. It's not my constitution. Well, the Constitution clearly says, whose constitution? Mine? Well, no. Well, what are we talking about? Well, Article 4, Article 3, dude, I don't care. I don't effing care. Like, well, President Obama's not abiding by Article. It doesn't matter because it's not his. He's going to say, you know what? It's not mine. It's like, well, that was from some Constitution written 200 years ago. That was from some United States of America. We don't have the United States. He's like, I'm not operating on the United States of America. I'm operating under the government of the United States. It's not the same as the United States of America. It's not the same as the government of the United States. It's not the same. And I remember, Gus, you did that one time. You said you listened to Barack Obama's speech, and you kept putting it in different letters or highlighting it. Like when you said America, U.S. citizens. What's that?
Yeah, I went back and grabbed that speech from, I think it was October 17th. I forgot what year. You had mentioned it on a talk show, and I went and got it, and I color-coded all the different types of words in there because it really brings it out. It really makes it stand out what he's actually saying.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun watching him say U.S. citizens or citizens of the United States or state citizens or the people.
The American people.
or the American people or Americans. It's a lot of fun because his speechwriters. It's funny. It's like his speechwriters wrote a paragraph about Americans, a paragraph about U.S. citizens, a paragraph about citizens of the United States, and what they did is, this is a lot of fun what they do, is they got 3 paragraphs with, like, 3 sentences. So they'll take 1 sentence out of the first paragraph, 1 sentence out of the second paragraph, and 1 sentence out of the third paragraph, and that's the first paragraph. Then I'll take the second sentence, and that'll be the second paragraph. So they jumble it around. But it sounds wonderful, but it's all jumbled. So like I said, I know you did that, Gus. You said, yeah, you took it apart. It's like, yeah, he's all over the map with this thing. It's like, yeah. But if you actually just take out what he said about Americans, it'll all make sense. If he takes out what he said about U.S. citizens, it'll all make sense. He'll have jurisdiction and authority over U.S. citizens, and then he'll be able to say Americans, and that is accurate in accordance to Americans. So it's just a lot of fun. You know, I know with the speechwriters, just like you said last week. You know, you guys, you know, you got a cool little legislator up there in New Hampshire, where auto mechanics could be a state legislator, meter maids could be, you know, a fry cook could be a legislator up there. You know, you said what? They get paid $1 a year or $5 a year?
They get $100 a year. Senators and state reps get $100 a year, plus travel expenses.
Right. So you could be a pizza parlor owner, and you know, like your buddy, he owns an auto mechanic shop. He's a state legislator.
Yeah, my 3 state reps over here, one of them's a car mechanic, the other one owns a tree service, and the other one's a real estate guy.
Perfect. That's what it should be. That's what should make up everybody's legislative around the world. That should be how legislative houses should be established, because they represent the people, you know. But what's funny is you guys could come up with these wonderful laws for the people, and then, like you said last week, they turn it over to, you said on Angela's show, they turn it over to legal services.
Yep.
And did you say to Angela why? Did I talk to you about why they turn it over to legal services?
I don't remember if we covered it, but in order for the law for the statutes to be consistent and to get the right words and the right status, and Obama's speech looked like it was written by legal services.
Yeah, well, like I said, is you can, when you legislative guys sit around, you're all writing in common law what you would like to see your fellow man doing with the fellow man, or together as a society, or ordering or demanding, requiring of your fellow man. Legal services realizes you got no control over this. Legal services realizes this will never stick. Legal services realizes, you know what? You can't must to any man on planet Earth, but what you can do is you could you could say shall, but you can't say must, because you have no power or authority to tell any man what to do. So legal services will put the word shall in instead. So it says, well, sometime in the future, but not right now. You have to get a driver's license. So see what they're doing, the legal services is smart, because normal people who are in the legislative thinks it's a democracy and thinks it's smart rule, and thinks that it's two wolves deciding, two wolves and a chicken deciding what's for dinner, and that's a democracy, and that's what you guys try to play when you do legislatives in these states. But legal services realizes, no, we live in a republic, and that's like a republic is like, everybody always hears that, you got, two wolves and a chicken deciding what's for dinner, and a republic is a well-armed chicken contesting the vote. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's balancing it out. That's a republic. He's going to balance it out.
Yep.
There's a man going to be involved here. You can't tell another man what to do. And if you want to order another man to do, you're going to have to compensate him. But you're going to have to come to an agreement with that man. You can't force the man. You can't order the man. You could order him. You could order him and say, well, this is an order for your death. Okay, that's fine. I will go to death, but you're going to have to, and then whatever, fill in the blank. I'll consent to your order, but you're going to have to allow me to live for another, 102 years. And I was like, oh, well, we can't force him, but okay, that's the order. I'll carry it out in 102 years. Whatever. You can't order somebody to their death, and they're just can do it, not in a republic. In a democracy, absolutely. So that's why when you hear the word democracy on TV news shows, man, that's the most ugly, evil word, man, you could possibly imagine. because if all the Muslims get together and say we're going to kill all the Christians or we're going to kill all the Jews in a democracy, well, what are you going to do? The mob rules. The people have voted. Democracies are just effing evil. I mean, I can't imagine a more evil form. I'd rather have anarchy, where there is no form of government and everybody has to, just basically go back to natural law. If you don't want your neighbor to do that to you, don't do it to him. That's natural law. We don't need to have it written down. We don't need to have an established, like in Alaska. Eskimos don't need they just live by natural law. If you wouldn't want your neighbor to do that to your igloo, don't do it to mine. They don't need to have a whole bunch of people get together and establish the rules. They've been living up there for 10,000 years just fine. And that would be called anarchy because there is no centralized form of government. But does it mean that they're lawless people? Absolutely not. Because no matter whether you're running around naked and doing all kinds of crazy crap, there's still laws that bind you. It's still called natural law. Gravity still will affect you. Being stupid will still affect you. Sniffing glue will still affect you. You say, well, there's no more laws. I can sniff all the glue I want. I can sniff all the cocaine I want. Yeah, that's right. There's no more law. Oh, yeah, guess what, buddy? Go ahead and sniff all the cocaine you want. You'll be dead in about 20 minutes. There is still a law called natural law, and you will die by the laws of nature. So go ahead and think that you're a smart guy and say, wow, no more law. Well, I can do whatever I want. Anarchy. Yeah, go ahead. So long that you'll last. You're still going to have to abide by some sort of law. Anarchy just means that there's no centralized government established to create law. But it doesn't mean that there isn't law that's already existed on a universe for the last 10 trillion years. There's always been law. But yeah, like I said, these legal people, they're not creating any laws that can control man. They're not creating what they try to. Legal services will correct them. They say, you can't do that. That's a lovely law you're thinking of making. It's like that Nancy Pelosi. It's like, well, we don't know what the law is until we sign it, until we see how, it works, until somebody challenges it. Because it's like, this is a lot of good theory, that you sign these laws into, pass all these things into law. Yeah, great. That's a great theory. But, until it actually affects somebody and somebody says, whoa. You just trespassed upon my right to do this. You trespassed upon my right to do this. It's like, look, you can create all the freaking laws you want. And then when you put them into action, that's fine. Go ahead and enact them. That's okay. But then until somebody brings it up to our attention, you can't do that. I'm a man. And by doing that, you interfered or infringed upon this right or this civil right or this right as a man. You can't do that. It's like somebody will challenge it and take us to court over it. So it's like, you know what? Yeah, go ahead. Sign every damn thing at the law. I don't give a damn. Sign all that amount of paperwork. Who cares? You come knocking on my door bothering me about something. It's like, what gives you the right to come knocking on my door and solicit me? What's going on? Well, this law says this. Oh, really? Do you realize by the enactment of this law and then knocking on my door, you're causing me harm, injury, or loss? Oh, no, we didn't know that. Oh, good. I'll see you in court. And that's how you get the law overturned. But you know what? Go ahead. Sign any kind of crazy shit to law. I don't give a damn. I'm not going to stand there and argue. Go ahead. I'll enact every damn thing. And then when you try to carry it out, and I remind you, no, I'm a man. That law has nothing to do with me. That has to do with some crazy United States citizen. I'm no crazy United States citizen. I'm no person. So like I said, I think I got that covered pretty good on this show so far tonight. Keep telling people like a broken record, man. You don't require, like this guy did, he said he required the Ontario Royal Courts of Justice, Ontario Supreme Court to restore his property, so that's ridiculous. That's why I give you a hard time all the time. So you're, like I'm going into a building. That's what this guy did. He required a building to do something. It's like I require the building to restore my property. And it's just that made me laugh. And like I said, you could tell he was mixing my stuff with his stuff, well, my stuff with legal stuff. He was just all over the map. He was just all over the place. And he was just basically saying that, I don't know if I read that to you before or not, but he just said, I delivered an affidavit to a judge in which she read out loud, I, a man, require the Ontario Court of Justice to restore my property Isaac J. Leggett. So what kind of property is Isaac J. Leggett? Well, what is that, a skateboard? What is that, a hula hoop? What's an Isaac J. Leggett? I don't know, freaking clue. Neither does a judge lady. She don't freaking clue. I say, stole my property, see Exhibit A. You put a picture of a fucking kid in there. You kid in there, that's fine. You gave him a title, you gave him a name. What's wrong with you? It's nobody's damn business what his effing name is. Why are you giving away your kid's name? I said, because all you got in life is your word and your name. Why did you just give your kid's name away? Why did you just give it out there to the public? It's nobody's damn business in the public what your kid's name is. What the fuck? Like I said, when this guy wrote this stuff, I was like, what the hell is wrong with this guy? Putting your kid's name out there. I was telling him before with you. If you think those hieroglyphic-looking pictures shaped like a letter E, shaped like a letter O, if you actually think those cute little drawings that people make, those cute little letters, those cute little, no, that's an O, and that's an A, and that's an I. If you really think that you see something on that paper, and you believe what you see on that paper is true or real or has power or control over you, that's insane. It's a piece of paper with doodles on it. Well, look deeply into it. Look deeply into what? It's like those funny squiggly pictures in the malls at those kiosks. Well, look deeply into those squiggles, and what do you see? I don't see an effing thing. Well, look at this paper that I got from the court. Okay, it's a piece of paper with all the squiggly shit on it. And? Well, no, Carl. I said, look. Fortunately for me, my dad could not read. Very fortunate for me. My dad could not write. I'm very, 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 very fucking lucky man. All you poor bastards had dads who could read and write. I feel sorry for you people. My dad could not read or write. So no matter what squiggly piece of paper they put in front of him, you say, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't write it. And I'm certainly not signing it. I'm not going to be held liable to this, because I certainly wouldn't agree to any of this ridiculous nonsense. Is there some man who's going to hold this piece of paper up and stand there and say I've done something wrong? Yes or no? No, well, then get the fuck out of my face. So I feel pity for all you poor bastards that had dads that could read and write, because they actually read something, come home from work, open up the mail, read something. Oh, no, the IRS is coming after me, and they go up and sit and throw paper and throw shit everywhere. Oh, my God, they read something else. Oh, my God, they're reading newspapers. Oh, my God. You let all these little squiggly drawings, designs, hieroglyphics, letters, numbers on a piece of paper make you guys have freaking heart attacks, make you guys sweat. It's ridiculous. That's how they're controlling you, because you believe you see something on a piece of paper. Oh, look at that painting. What painting? At that kiosk over there. Look at all those squiggly lines. What do you see in there? I don't see a damn thing. I see squiggly lines. So luckily for me, like I said, you see this 3-year-old, 4-year-old, 5, 6, 7-year-old kid walking by and pointing out every damn thing in those squiggly lines. Oh, look, Mommy, an elephant. Oh, Mommy, look, a cow. Oh, Mommy, look, the pony. Oh, Mommy, look at a unicorn. I was like, what do you see that, fucking kid? What do you see that? He's like, oh, look, I see it. It's like, Jesus, Lord. Am I just thick as a brick? Can I just not see something? I mean, how is it so self-evident to this kid? And I could look at this thing for the rest of my life, and I will never fucking understand what he sees. So that's the way I feel like when I tell people that, look, it's just a piece of paper with squiggly lines and letters and just doodles on it. Why are you letting this impact you? It's like, well, if you don't let it impact you, they're going to come after you. It's like, okay, fair enough. You know what? You know what I'm going to see? I'm going to see the word summons, and I'm going to see the date and the time. You know what? And I'm going to appear. That, I'll let it have an impact, because you're right. They will come after me with a gun. So you know what? I will take that word summons. I'll believe it's real. I'll believe there's a date, and I'll believe there's a time to be there. You're absolutely right. And as soon as I get there in person, I'll switch it around so fast it's not even funny. Just like they would Bali. Yeah, there's a summons. Yeah, there's a date. Yeah, there's a time. We'll be there. Yeah, I'll be in person. Yeah, for about 1/10 of a second. And that's as far as I'm going to let them take me. Because, I had to appear in person for 1/10 of a second. Why? Because you have a gun. That's why. And I understand why you need the guns. Because 100% of the people out there, other than like somebody like me, wouldn't respect you without a gun. I understand why you're doing what you're doing. And I appreciate what you're doing. But, yeah, these normal people out there, unless under force of threat or gunpoint, They ain't coming in willingly. And somebody said that to me the other day. I said, look, however crazy and it seems like so crazy and forceful the court systems gets or the government gets is because the people are getting out of control. So the reflection of the size of the government is the reflection of the people in which they must govern. If, like Teddy Roosevelt said, if you won't govern yourself, we'll govern you. It's that simple. If you won't, respect your neighbor's property, we'll jump in. If you won't do the right things, we'll do the right things. Your mommy, daddy don't raise you properly, we'll raise your property properly. Like I said to one of my very first shows on there, I was like, they feel bad for like the black folks out there. They had their families destroyed, 40, 50 years ago. Daddies were taken out of the picture. The government is like, you know what? Now we're going to control these folks. And 90% of the people in federal and any kind of prison is like black folks. Like, why? Because they say, well, you didn't have dads to raise you, so we'll take control of you. And like I said, the More Brotherhood, man, they really loved my shows in the beginning because they used to say, look, even this white guy's telling you people. They play from my shows in their little clubs and their little seminars. And they say, look, this white guy's laying it out to us crystal clear. Do you not understand what people in charge, like these white Democrats in charge, have been doing to us as a people? Do you not see it? If we don't come together as a community, as a group, if we don't solidify this and come together and have dads back in our lives, do you understand? They're trying to eradicate us. Do you understand what they're doing? Like I said, like their populations are, decreasing. The Mexican populations are increasing. Yeah, because wetback Mexicans are beautiful, lovely people. They're hardworking people. They stay together as communities. You don't see them calling up the cops every 5 seconds on each other. You don't see them. You see them keeping a family structure. You see them going to Catholic churches. They're staying together as a community. They're staying tight. So like I said, I don't have much to say about Chicanos, man, but I love wetback people. Because they're very, very tight. They haven't become like a United States. They haven't become Americanized. They're still decent people that work hard, bust ass, and go to work from sunrise to sunset.
Yeah, my dad was doing a big construction job in Boston, and there was a Mexican who had just gotten his green card, came over, got a job, and he told my dad, he says, look, my uncle would like to come over, but he has to have a job before he can come over here legally. And he says, would you be willing to give him a job? And my dad says, if he works like you do, no problem. And he says, yep. And so in the year and a half that this job was running, my dad brought over 11 guys that were all from the same family in Mexico. And, he signed for them to have work when they got there. So they all came over legally. And then Sergio had his daughter, and, like a year or two after that, and he wanted my dad to be the godfather. And he did. My dad accepted, and he became, like part of their family. They're real tight.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The worst thing the government could do to these Mexicans coming over the border is give them free food, free housing, free welfare, free everything. They'll do what they did to the black folks. They'll make them totally dependent on the government. They'll break down the family structure. They won't want to go to work. They'll think everything's they deserve everything. Everything should be entitled to them. So hopefully they'll say, no, you know what? We want to work. We want to, work 100, 200 hours a week, and we want to bust ass, and we want to do it on our own.
Okay, that's what I found. The guys that are in the Boston area, the guys from Mexico, they fucking work hard. They're really good workers.
Right. So like I said, I got nothing bad to say about those folks. So it's funny. Like I said, the More Brotherhood used to really listen to my show. I don't know if they listen to my show anymore. But they said they would call me up during the week, and they said, you say a lot of wonderful, powerful things. I said, well, good. I said, I hope I'm helping your people. I said, because I'm telling you, if you guys don't pull your shit together, this government is going to run you guys out of here, one way or the other, man. Either you people are going to all be incarcerated from the time you're 14 years old until the time you're 50, so you can't breed, or you're going to just say, man, how do we get the hell out of this country and put me back on a boat and send my ass back over to the African continent, man, because I'm done with this clown. I'm done with these clowns here in the United States. I said, you people better get your shit together quick. I said, if you think the government's here to help you, you're already effing mine. I said, can't you see what they're doing to you as a people? I said, you guys better tighten it up. And you better act like a community. And I don't mean violently. I mean, you better go and start kicking ass like these Mexicans do. You know, these Mexicans, they got their Mexican neighborhoods. They keep them tight. They keep them clean. The Chinese, the Vietnamese, they got their neighborhoods. They keep them tight. They keep them clean. You know, they police themselves. You know, they do a good job. You know, you guys better start taking care of your own shit and stop waiting for the government to come in and save your ass. You think they're going to do something to help you? You're crazy. You don't see the Chinese, the Vietnamese, the Mexicans going crazy every time something happens. I said, you guys better tighten your shit. Yeah, well, so what happened with your daughter?
Well, like I said, long story short, man, I took her to the hospital. They told me she had a mass in her head, and then they immediately tried to run with, your daughter got cancer, we got to start chemo right away. And then I was like, hold up, you know, how do you know it's cancer? You know, where's the biopsy and all that, you know, the proof? And they was like,
yeah, I was going to say, what was the biopsy? Was it malignant? Was it benign?
Yeah, they made up their own little protocol. Well, we don't have to do all that. We know it's cancer because such and such. I said, well, that don't work with me, you know. Yeah. And then, of course, well, we need to call Child Protective Services because you're not being obedient.
Excuse me, Eric. Let me bust in right quick. Carl, Eric is right. I did talk to him. I think I talked to him last week. Was that last week, Eric?
Yeah, we talked. Yeah.
And Carl, he's been on the news down here, and they had him on the news on Channel 11 and Fox News, and his story is definitely very interesting. And so, Eric, I'm sorry I had to jump in like that, but you're right. I do remember talking to you now. So go ahead. I'm glad you caught up with Carl, and go ahead and finish telling your story.
Yeah, like I said, I went back and forth. I went to 3 different hospitals when they first called Child Protective Services in. They kicked me and my wife out. You know, my daughter was 13 at the time. You know, and
yeah. Wait a second. When you went to the hospital, what hospital did you go to?
I took her to the emergency room at Methodist Sugar Land, and then after they took the scan, they transferred us to Texas Children.
Okay. So I presume Texas Children is a state hospital?
Yeah. State hospital.
Okay, it's not private. Okay, it's state. Okay.
And so they, you know, I had a bunch of screw-ups because my daughter had like 3 brain surgeries in the first week because every time they do something to the head, they screw up something. And I got to complaining, calling the head of the hospital.
Okay, I got an easy question for you, too. You said, okay, so a state hospital was providing the services. Who was providing the funding?
I'm a veteran. I got insurance, and I think that's what they like too. They was running it from my veterans insurance.
Through your what insurance?
I'm a disabled vet, so I got the insurance through the Veterans Administration.
Okay, yeah, because like I said, that's important too, man. Who's putting up the money, and who's providing the service is a big. That's very important. So you got to find out exactly who's putting up the funding.
Yeah, I even complained to the hospital. My insurance.
Yeah.
I said, these people are doing stuff, and they don't even have a valid diagnosis. They were like, well, we don't care. If they put in the claim, we pay it. I'm like, wow.
That's great. Okay. So like I said, okay, that's fine. They're putting in the claim, they're paying it. That's fine. It's like professional courtesy. You know, they're recognizing that these people, they're not making a claim that anybody's done anything wrong. But what's funny is you can tell you can tell your insurance company, well, if they misdiagnose this and they're doing all of these treatments and my daughter actually gets home from it, since you're the one putting up the money, I'm going to have to come after you as well for, if you didn't put up the funding, they wouldn't be able to, you're just as much involved with this because you're putting up the funding as the people who are providing the service.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? If nobody's paying for it, they just basically say, okay, well, and who's going to pay for this kid?
Right.
If nobody's going to pay for this kid, how much are they really? If nobody's going to pay for this kid, how much do they really want to? How much money they really want to dump into the kid doing chemo?
And that's what they did. Once they brought, like I said, they brought in Child Protective Services. Then the first hospital, forced us to go to the next hospital, which was across the street, which is MD Anderson.
Yeah.
And then they called the next hospital and told them, hey, we're sending these people over there. Y'all keep the same protocol, blah, 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 blah. And they did. And I was supposed to be going over there brand new with a fresh start, but that's not what happened.
Right.
And then Child Protection Services came over there the first day, started the same stuff all over again. And this time, they took me to court. And they made up a lie that my daughter had such and such wrong with her. When I went to court, the results came back that she didn't have it. They said, we don't care. We're going to give custody over to CPS anyway, and y'all start treatment. And that's how they proceeded.
Okay. And like I said, obviously, you never really listened to many of my shows because you just
not before that. Yeah, that was 2012.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You never just asked them a simple question, like whose property are we talking about? That's all you basically have to ask. Whose property are we talking about?
Right.
Somebody owns that little bundle of joy. Somebody produced it. Somebody labored over it. Somebody created that. Who's the creator of that little bundle of joy? Who's got an interest in this child? Who's got an interest in that little bundle of joy there? Who's got an interest in it?
Yeah. No, I get it. I get you now, without a doubt. I mean,
like I said, say you found a piece of wood, floating out in the ocean. You bring it back home. And you whittle a chair out of it. The government says, I want to tax you 50% of that chair. And you say to them, what interest do you have in it? Like, what did you, interest means like, what did you put into that? Show me what you put into it, where you feel that you're entitled to something out.
Yeah.
Then the government says that we're entitled to take out 33%. So you got a three-legged chair you made. They're allowed to take one of the legs. If they take one of the legs, it'll destroy the value completely of the chair. The chair, instead of being worth $500, will be worth about 5 cents in scrap wood. You can't take my property from me. You can't alter, change it, modify, or amend it. If you do, you will destroy it. So you better have a hell of an interest in my property. There better be something that you put in there. And like I said, one of the most evil speeches, Barack Obama said the best speech I ever heard was like, he said, the greatest gift our forefathers gave us was the right to self-governance. That was the greatest speech I ever heard any president say. The best sentence I ever heard. And I also heard him say the worst thing I ever said. He says the United States government wants to have an interest in your child. That was the most evil thing I ever heard anybody say. Because if the government has an interest in your child, that means they had an input. They put something in. He didn't say we want to have concern for your child. He used a technical, legal, lawful, like financial, commercial term, interest. Interest doesn't mean we have concern for your child. It's nice if the United States government wants to have concern for my child, or they want to care, have a care for my child. They want to have an interest in my child. He knew exactly what he was saying. So if I come to court and you got a chair and you whittled a chair, and you bought a knife from me for $100, and you didn't pay me for that knife, then I'll say the reason why you created that chair is because you used my knife. It's like, no, I bought it from you. No, you still owe me $100 for that knife. So I have a vested interest in that chair. Without my knife, you would have never made that chair. So how much is that chair worth? $500. You know what? You're gonna have to sell that chair and give me $100, and you keep the other $400. But you're going to give me that $100 you owe me, because I have an interest in that, and I could force you to sell it because I have an interest in it. I could have a court order, and the jury will say, yes, you know what? Without your $100 worth of knife, that man would have never been able to make a $500 chair. So I actually have an interest in your chair. So like I said, if you ever hear Barack Obama say, you didn't make that, that's what he's trying to tell you. He's trying to say, well, you couldn't have had that baby on your own, because you didn't make that baby on your own, because you had to go to a grocery store while the wife was pregnant, and you had to get in a car, and you had to go down an interstate, and you had to use green money, and you didn't do any of that on your own. We all have an interest in that child, because we built the highways, we built the grocery stores. The government helped, promote the economy. The government created the green dollars that fed your wife, helped your wife. So you didn't build that. That's what he's basically saying. You didn't create that. You didn't build that. We have an interest in everything. The United States government, as far as he's concerned, and a lot of people, half the people in the United States believes that they have an interest in every single person's business. that exists here, from coast to coast. They're like, look, we helped build the oil refineries. The United States government, gave them tax breaks or incentives. The people of the United States, they all through their taxpayer money built the highway system, built the electrical grids. Like one car company, did not build the highways to get to their factories. They did not build the electrical plants. It's U.S. citizens that all put their tax money together that helped build this country. So that's why they're trying to claim that they have an interest. They have a reason to put their fingers in everybody's pie. That they got a reason to have, they have a voice in what you can and cannot do with your child. They're trying to say, you did not create that. Like, wait a second, that's ridiculous. You're telling me the bumblebees who created the other bumblebees from coast to coast, you're telling me the United States government helps them? You're telling me the field mouse or the owl or squirrels, they couldn't breed without the United States government's aid and assistance? Are you telling me if the United States government closes up shop tomorrow, man and woman no longer will be able to breed and we won't be able to have children on our own because the United States government isn't around anymore? It's like, no, I think we'd do just fine. If we lived out in the woods, I think we'd figure it out. But like I said, they're just trying to justify why they can put their fingers into everybody's business. So yeah, like I said, the biggest thing is you guys got to understand that she's your property, that she's exclusive to you to use and enjoy, that nobody else within the society has any claim or vested interest in it. I couldn't come down and claim it. She's yours. But what's funny is, like I said to the man in Canada who has a zoo, when I was over there in England, I found out that the government of Denmark or Holland or Belgium, one of those countries over there, killed a newborn baby giraffe because they agreed to only have, like, say, 20 giraffes in captivity in Europe. And this was giraffe number 21. And they agreed, and based on some treaty, that if there's more than 20, they would have to destroy it. So this giraffe, it takes like, it's like an elephant. It takes like 2 years from the time they get pregnant until this giraffe pops out. And when the giraffe popped out, they euthanized it. They killed it. And I said, damn. I said, why didn't you tell me that trial was going on in Belgium? I said, I was over here in England. I would have went over to Belgium and I would have made a claim for the giraffe. And he's like, how would have you made a claim for the giraffe? I said, because a fictional entity called a government thought it had the capacity of life and death. It thought it had the capacity, whether it's going to treat this giraffe or not treat this giraffe, or give it chemo or not give it chemo, or kill it. A government actually thought it had the capacity to do something to a living, breathing creature. I could go into Belgium and I could say, I am a man. I am a living, breathing creature. What you're trying to destroy is another living, breathing creature. I have more in common with that giraffe than I do with any fictional two-dimensional government. I'm three-dimensional, living, breathing entity, so is that giraffe. It is my duty and obligation to help protect another, three-dimensional, living, breathing creature. It's just like I say to people, if a Martian landed on planet Earth, and the United States government was trying to control it or destroy it or whatever, and another Martian heard about it in Mars, and they said, you know what, we better get our ass down to Earth because it's going to kill one of our fellow creatures. It's going to kill a Martian. Now, this Martian that landed on planet Earth might be green, and the other Martian that might be coming down might be purple. But that other purple Martian will still tell, hey, you know what, that's one of ours. That's from where I come from. You back off and you let me take it back home. You have no jurisdiction or control over it. It has more in common with me than it does with you. And if they were a good judicial system, they'd say, you're absolutely right. That came from Mars. We've seen you came from Mars, even though you really don't look like this green guy over here. You're kind of purple and look a little different. You know what? You're absolutely right. It's from where you hail from. It's from the ground, the soil, the land, where you come from. You're right. You have more in common with it than we do. So you know what? Go ahead and take it back. And that's what I'm trying to say to people. You're arguing with the government. You're arguing with government entities. They're not living, breathing flesh. It's a social services. It's not a man or a woman. You're dealing with you're dealing with titles. You're not dealing with, when you see the person on the other side, a CPS worker, whatever, you see a CPS worker. You don't see Susie and Bob and Joe. This Susie, Bob, and Joe will stand up in court and say, yes, I'm a CPS worker. I don't give a shit what you are. You could be a toaster, you could be a tree, you could be a rock. You're just a title, CPS worker. Doesn't mean anything to me. What does CPS worker mean? I don't know. Is that a name of a new brand of cereal? I don't know. Is a CPS worker, is that a type of tree? How the fuck do I know? Just because it's a CPS worker. It was like a worker bee. It's like some sort of, bumblebee, kind of CPS worker, or you build CPSs. I don't know. What the hell's in a CPS? Look, as a matter of fact, I don't care what a CPS is. All I want to know is, are you a woman, and are you trying to take my property from me? That's all I want to know. Well, no, I'm not trying to take your property from you. Okay, then what are you doing standing up? What are you talking about? Well, I'm a CPS worker. No. I asked you, are you a woman and you're trying to steal another man's property? Well, no, I got a job. Yeah, that's right, you got a job. The only problem is, does that job require you to steal another man's property? Just because you have a job to kill somebody, like Hitler's soldiers, they had a job. Yeah, Hitler told them go round up every Jewish woman and child and baby and put a bullet in their head and kill them. Yeah, just because they said, well, I was just doing my job. What happened after World War II? They rounded up all those German soldiers and put a bullet in their head. Just because you're doing your job doesn't mean you're not going to be held liable for stealing and killing. And you tell a CPS worker, and have the judge explain it to you. Have that man in that black robe explain to you right there that I'm telling you the truth. Just because you're stealing and murdering and because it's your job doesn't negate the fact that I can still hold you liable for damages. And that's exactly what happened up in Canada. When that husband and wife got their kid back, they had 20 affidavits from 4 kids were taken. 20 affidavits. Each kid had their own social worker. They had their own nutritionist. They had their own psychologist. They had their own foster care provider. They had their own clinical psychiatrist. They had the police officers that came into the home. 20 affidavits were in that case file. When that lady reported there was a robbery, they came back the next morning. They said, the Crown prosecutor said, all 20 affidavits were removed from the case file last night because you reported a robbery. And they're all in collusion with the robbery after the fact. When you reported the robbery, they all withdrew their affidavits. It's that simple. The judge heard there was robbery. As soon as the judge heard it was a robbery, he said, call me in recess. He says, yeah, while you guys were waiting out in the lobby, we explained to those 20 people that testified against you and your husband for, removing your child permanently, removing your children from you. Yeah, well, he explained to everybody. This is accessory after the fact. This lady just reported a robbery. I'm a judge. I'm a mandated reporter. I got a report that somebody just screamed out in court. He murdered that woman. She testified. I saw him kill her. I got a report what this woman just testified to. So everybody had to withdraw their affidavits because the judge said, hey, this lady was robbed. She pointed across the courtroom and said, that CPS worker took my baby out of my arms. That's a robbery. Just like somebody said, Hitler's soldiers put a bullet in that little girl's brain. Well, go study the Nuremberg trials. Yeah, somebody stood up and said, yeah, I saw that German soldier right there. Put 3 bullets in 3 babies' heads. Hang them. And he got hanged. They said, wait, I was just following orders. I was just doing my job. Yeah, I don't give a damn what you're doing, dude. It's a robbery. It's a murder. I don't give a damn what you're doing. You're going to jail. Or we're going to kill you anyway. It don't matter. Telling us up and down, left and right, you're just doing your job. We don't give a damn. You're still a man. Like I say to people, there's 168 hours in a week. The CPS worker is a part-time CPS worker. She only does 40 hours a week. 168 hours a week, she's a woman. 168 hours a week, he's a man. He is a full-time man, 24/7, 365, and he has a duty and obligation to cause no harm, injury, or loss to his fellow man, regardless what he gets paid, whoever pays him a paycheck. It doesn't matter what his title is. It could be mobster. It could be gunslinger. It could be CPS worker. It could be cop. It still doesn't give him the ability to shoot somebody and kill him. It still doesn't give the person the ability to rob somebody or steal that child. Just goes, oh, I'm a mobster, that's what I do. I'm a gunslinger, that's what I do. Oh, I'm a cop, that's what I do. I'm a CPS worker, that's what I do. I don't give a damn what your title is. You still have a duty and obligation to your fellow man not to cause any harm, injury, or loss. Bottom line. It's that simple. And all the courts understand this. You guys got to understand this. The courts understand this. It's just you guys don't understand it. You don't know how to walk in the courtroom and just say that simple 1 line, 2 lines. I was robbed. I require the man or woman who's got my property to give it back immediately. And anybody who knows where that property lies and is not coming forth and disclosing where that property lies, they're accessory up to the robbery or the theft after the fact, and I'm going to hold them personally liable as well. It's that simple. And the judges all know this. What happened if they took your car? You'd have no problem walking to court. Hey, that clown over there or somebody over there took my car. One of those clowns know where my car is. And I'm sure you know, like any kind of Texas law like that, you killed somebody in the commission of a felony, and I don't care if you were sitting out in the back seat of the car sleeping. I don't care if you're back in the pickup truck sleeping. You're going to get the death penalty as well as that guy who walked into that bank and shot that guy. It's like, oh, I was sleeping in the back seat. I don't give a shit. You're going to die too. You're an accessory after the fact or accessory during the fact. You're an accessory. It's like, well, I was just sleeping in the back seat. Yeah, and when you woke up and they told you they killed this guy, what did you do? Did you run to the police and help the police get the killers? No. I just kept my mouth shut. Well, then you're an accessory after the fact. I think you guys could write a hell of a notice to the court. I've got tons of those online, you know, and Jesse's got one. So if I didn't send it to Larry, I'm sure I did. If I didn't, I'll just send it again. But you know, it's pretty simple. I mean, you make a nice little simple notice, like a two sentence like notice, and you make maybe a 3-sentence claim. I mean, Jesse's thing was 5 sentences long, the notice and the claim. You know, you just simple notice, you know, that this is, you know, does anybody know where this property is, and we want it back immediately. And whoever, you know, if you're failing to return and store the property, I'm going to hold you liable.
But they did. They kept her in the hospital for like 6 months, abusing her. They never took her away from us. They just abused her in the hospital. And what happened eventually, I filed a writ of mandamus over the judge, and he threw the whole case out once I filed over his head. That's how I got it thrown out. But they abused my daughter, gave her chemo and all that, and, you know, went to 11 brain surgeries. And so I'm trying to go back and get these jokers for all the damage they did.
Oh, but where's your daughter now?
Where is she, you said?
Yeah.
She's with me. She's with me.
Oh, then what do you want to do? You want to sue them for giving chemo or something?
Yeah, for the chemo, for the damages, for the kidnapping, for the abuse.
Okay, but like I said, did they ever do a biopsy?
Yeah, that's how I found out. They did 2 biopsies on her, but they never told us. I had to dig through the research and find it myself. And the biopsy showed she never had cancer. They knew that and hid it from me.
Yeah, but was the biopsy that come back that was benign, or was it malignant?
Yeah, it came back benign.
Holy shit. That's funny as shit.
Yeah, they sick.
Wow, so they were just running up the bill.
Yeah, they was making money. They make buku money off of chemo.
Oh, fuck yeah. And especially if the cancer was benign, they could have just gave her vitamin C injections because they knew it was benign. It wasn't going to do a damn thing anyway.
Yeah.
Just a whole shitload of chemo, just a whole bunch of sugar water they could have gave her. And then, you know what, after 6 months, a year of that, make $1 million, and then, you know what, go in there and cut it out. When they could have just cut it out the first day.
Hey, the sad thing is when I got the very first surgery she went through, and he documented in his surgical report that he did remove it on the first surgery.
Wow.
But he never told her that. And then they kept playing with her. She went to 11 brain surgeries, and they gave all that chemo because they were just making money.
Oh, yeah. Little piggy bank, yeah.
Yeah.
They give a fuck what happened to her.
Yeah, they don't have a conscience about it because they do it daily.
Yeah, they don't care, man. Like I said, it's what, and like I said, if you talk to a lawyer, even if he liked you, he basically say, look, sir, you know what? It's what we call in the industry is collateral damage. You know, sometimes, you know, good people get hurt, and you know what? You just have to live with it. I mean, that's actually what they'll try to convince you, that it's called collateral damage. You know, yeah. Sometimes, you know, good people get hurt. Sometimes bad doctors make, you know, bad mistakes. Sometimes evil people do what they do. That's what they tried telling me with my kid. You know, like just be happy you got your kid and go on. I was like, oh, F no, man. I want to make sure this never happens again.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've seen it several times since it happened to my daughter. They doing it every day all over the country.
Oh, yeah.
The kids. And people won't stand up. Man, I stood up and talked trash. My whole family turned against me.
they all thought I was crazy until I got the records. And then once I got the documents, they were like, "Oh, you ain't lying, huh?" I'm like, "Man, people are blind. Ignorance is a powerful weapon for the devil."
Oh yeah, so that's what was funny about with my case, and nobody believed me. I said, "Look, me and my wife weren't charged with doing anything wrong. They didn't come and take the child because of domestic violence or anything." I said they came in there and they said that there was a contract between the parents and the state that we didn't want to take a Downs child, and then we found out they were like making $1.7 million a year if the kid was a Category 5 Downs kid, and when he was born, he was only a Category 1. There was not really anything wrong with him. But when they asked the doctor, the lady in the hospital 6 months after he was born, "Hey, can you categorize this kid as a Class 5? And she said, "No, he's a Class 1. You know, there's nothing really wrong with him." And the lady was a brand new doctor from Kentucky, and this was Alabama, was asking her to make it a Category 5. And, the mother of the kid was playing with the kid, but I was eavesdropping, listening to the social worker saying, "But make it a Class 5. And the lady's like, "Why?" It's like, "Well, if you make it a Class 1, we only get about $20,000, $30,000 a year. If you make it a Class 5, we'll get almost $2 million a year for taking care of this kid." And the lady's like, "Look," and she said, "I just got my intern here. This is like one of my first, cases I've had, this little boy, and I'm just going to put down what I see, and what I see, I'm just going to report what I see. Nothing more, nothing less." And he's a Category 1. And the lady's like, "Look, we'll make a ton of money if you make it a Class 5. The money just comes from the federal government. It's not coming from Alabama, it's coming from the feds. We'll make a ton of money." And the lady's like, "Look, let me go talk to my supervisor and see if I should make it a Class 5 like you want me to." And she says, No, don't get the supervisors involved. No. She's like, "Look," she's like, "Fine. If you don't make this kid a Class 5, when he comes back for his physical in 6 months from now, he will be a Class 5, which means deaf, dumb, blind, and crippled."
Right.
So when I heard that, I still didn't think I was listening, but I got hellacious hearing, man. And I said to them when they gave the kid back to the hospital, the mom, walked out, and I said, we're going to go to state capitol meeting right now. She's like, "Why?" I said, "Man, this lady just communicated a threat." They said they're going to actually do things to this child to make him a Category 5. And within 1 year, he was a Category 5. The next year, he was a Category 5. It was funny when my mom and sister, my mom and sister didn't believe this shit. My sister's a school teacher. My mom worked for the federal government for almost 30 years as a IRS auditor. They thought I was crazy. So it was so funny when they finally let us see the kid 22 months after that, because it was funny. We went to the state capitol and we bitched. We said, "Man, this lady said this, they're going to cripple the kid, da-da-da-da-da." They said, "Not a problem, go back home to, Alabama, Birmingham, and we'll get in touch with you tomorrow." So they got in touch with us the next day. They said, "We're going to have an emergency hearing trial tomorrow." I said, "Yes, God, thank God, we're going to get the kid back." No. What happened was the judge came out, and the judge ruled that you and the mother are to never see that child ever again. If we ever catch you near that kid, we'll put you in jail for the rest of your life. We thought they were going to go after the social worker. No, they went after us for reporting her. Yeah. So what was funny is my mom and the sister was trying to get to see the kid. No, they wouldn't let my mom and sister raise holy hell. So 22 months went by, and they finally got to see the kid. And my mom's like, "Holy crap, this kid is like tiny." Like when he went there for the 6-month physical, he was like 22 pounds. A year later, he was 22 pounds. A year after that, he was 22 pounds. So wow. He went from like being in the top 10% of being okay down to the 90% of being totally like dysfunctional. So funny, man. They had the social workers there, and the foster care family was there. And I said to the mother of my kids, I said, "Go sit at the other, go sit away from my mom and my sister." And he's like, "What?" I said, "I'm going to sit between my mom and my sister, because when they find out what these people have been doing to this kid, they're going to be a little upset." So like I said, it's funny. My mom and my sister, they when they go to meetings or hearings like that, they show up in like dresses. They don't wear pants or slacks. They dress like women. And it was funny that when the social worker started talking, my sister, she's like, "Well, what does this dietitian say? Why hasn't he gained any weight?" And they said, "Well, we're not, like the social worker is funny. She has a southern accent. She was a white lady. She goes, well, I don't know about no dietitians like you all do up in New York, but down here in Alabama, we don't do dietitians. And my sister's like, well, it's a federally mandated, rule that you have to if you're obtaining federal funds. She's like, well, I don't know nothing about federal law, but I'm telling you what we do down here. And my mom just asked the social worker, what do you folks feed these kids? Feed this kid. And she was like, I don't know. The foster family's right here. Ask him. It's like, well, he eats cheese doodles and Diet Pepsi. And my mom's like, what? Cheese doodles and Diet Pepsi? He's like, yeah, that's all he eats. And my mom's like, that's ridiculous. What about milk? What about bread and meat? I said, oh, Mom, you don't know where they house this kid, do you? And I said, I do. And I was like, you're not supposed to know where we have this kid. You were ordered not to make any contact. I said, oh, yeah, I know where they house him. I said, Mom, there's like 6 Downs kids that live in a single-wide mobile home on a driveway. They got a big brick house. These foster parents live in a very big 2-story brick house. They got 6 foster kids, Downs kids, like under 2-3 years old. And there's like a 13, 14-year-old girl that babysits them like 24 hours a day out in a single wide. So if these people saying the kid's eating cheese doodles and Diet Pepsi, oh, yeah, that's what he's eating. And my sister's like, that's ridiculous. I said, you won't believe me. I said to my sister, Mom, you wouldn't freaking believe me that this is what they're doing to this kid. You don't get it. They have to make him deaf, dumb, blind, and crippled because they make more money. They don't care. As far as they're concerned, it's a Downs kid. As far as they're concerned, he's a freak of nature. They don't care. He's not human as far as they're concerned. They don't care. He's got an extra chromosome. They don't care. All they know is this is a little piggy bank. They're making a fucking fortune off these kids. They don't give a damn. They're evil people, and when they die, God will fucking fix them. So it was so funny, man. My mom and sister's like, well, my mom's like, look, just wrap them up. We'll take them back to Virginia. There's a whole witness church on the property. We'll take good care of them. Just wrap them up. We'll feed them. All my children have thrived. They've all gained weight. I'm sure I could feed this one. I'm sure he'll be fine. And they're like, well, it's not that easy. It's like, she's like, look, somebody's got to start feeding this kid. And she's like, well, look, we do feed him. And if all he wants to eat is cheese doodles and drink Diet Pepsi, what more do you want us to do? And my mom's like, you know what, you've got to feed him something else. And they were like, look, maybe you didn't understand. And she said to my mom, she said, maybe you didn't understand. He is retarded, stupid, dumb. It was so funny how she was doing the Southern accent. And my mom and my sister, man, it was so funny. They jumped up and tried to jump across that conference table in their dresses. I grabbed my mom and I grabbed my sister by the thumbs because I used to bounce in the bars, and that's how you take people out, by their thumbs. And you could usually walk somebody or, make them tap dance, if you grab their thumb and bend it backwards. So what was funny is I grabbed their thumbs, and I'm telling you, I took their thumbs back to their forearms, and my mom and my sister was still trying to climb over the table to go after that woman. And I told those women, you better get the hell out of this room because I can't hold these women back no more. So what was so funny is the women ran out of the room, and obviously the hearing was over. And I said to my mom and my sister, now do you really believe me? Now do you understand what they're doing to these children? Do you really believe me now? And then my mom and sister's like, you're right. We thought you were crazy, Carl. We thought it was all your fault. I said, Mom, so I understand what you're saying, that your family thought you were crazy. They wouldn't be doing this to a kid. They wouldn't be giving this kid chemo for no reason. They wouldn't be saying it's malignant when it's benign. They wouldn't be doing this. You're crazy. So what happens? It takes years to get all the damn evidence together and throw it out there. So it's so funny because I put the contract that they said for 30 hearings and trials. We finally got a copy of the contract, and it said the child was taken from the mom and dad because of domestic violence, and the child is to live at a grandma's apartment with a 40-year-old uncle. Yeah, but it was a 3-year-old girl. It had nothing to do with a brand-new down baby boy who was only 2 days old. They put somebody else's contract in the case file. So when you open up the contract and you read the contract, the first thing I guarantee Social Service did to anybody who looked at the contract, they said, look, the child was taken away from the parents due to domestic violence. The only problem was that was a contract for a 3-year-old girl who lived with a grandma and an uncle in an apartment, and the grandma and the uncle wanted to keep the girl there. What does that have to do with me and my wife and a newborn baby boy in a hospital? Nothing. So like I said, everybody just thought, oh, they showed us the contract, but it said that the parents signed the kid away. Oh, that's not your wife's name, is it? No, it's not her name.
Oh, it's domestic violence, the husband and wife. What's the name of the mom and the dad? They didn't bother to mention it in that contract, did they? No. They didn't say Carl and Mary, does it? No. Well, what made you lead to believe that? It's like, well, we didn't really read the contract. The social workers just showed us that there was a contract, and they said that the social services had to get involved because of reports of domestic violence. So what domestic violence? I said the kid was born and within 2 days, they took him into state custody. He never made it home with us. So what are you talking about, domestic violence? So they're like, oh, yeah, I guess the kid had to be at the house to be taken away first. Yeah, the kid had to be in our custody. The kid was never in our custody. The kid was always in the hospital's custody. He was only 2 days old when they took him. But, all right, so you just basically want to sue them?
Yeah, man. I actually had a lawsuit. I was actually suing them under the statutes and codes at one time, and then I had an attorney, but I live in Texas. Texas got a law with a maximum you can get is $250,000 for doctors doing stuff, and so no lawyer would touch it because it wasn't worth the time. Then I was going to sue them on my own under the statutes and codes, but then it makes you get medical experts and go through all kind of loops. And then they had a 2-year time limit, so my 2 years was up. Went by. I still got all that rolled up, but I want to go back. I'm going under the common system now.
Oh yeah, going under common law. Oh yeah, that's the way to go. Because the public cannot be bound by latches. It's funny. I actually got that, out of a dictionary. So you ran into like statutes and limitations, like latches. They call those things latches.
Yeah.
So, but what's funny is, in the common law, the public cannot be held back by a latch. It can't be, because we're not part of we don't have to abide by your legal rules. It's just like the easiest way to explain it is about the legal rules. What you don't have to be bound by it is, if all of a sudden, the Boy Scouts, I always tell people this all the time, what happened to the Boy Scouts of America take over the country for whatever reason? The Boy Scouts of America made all the rules. It's like, okay, well, it's like, like I say to people, trying to interpret the legal rules or court rules. It's not my court. I'm not a member of the legal society. I don't understand your legal procedures, your legal rules. That'd be like me arguing with a Boy Scout, or the Boy Scout leaders saying, look, I don't understand your Boy Scout rules. I don't understand Boy Scout procedure. And then they'd say, well, that's the rules, that's the laws. No, it's your rules. Those are your laws. Those are your procedures. I'm not a Boy Scout. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not of the legal society. Those are legal rules. Those are legal codes. Those are Boy Scout codes. Since they're Boy Scout codes, and then could you imagine me trying to write something in Boy Scout code to the Boy Scout Association? They'd laugh at me. Can you imagine me telling the Boy Scouts that they're doing something wrong according to their Boy Scout rules, according to the Boy Scout procedure? That's like you trying to tell them in their legal code that they're doing something wrong. That's like you saying the doctor did something wrong, and you're using their legal code to say that's what they did wrong. Oh, really? And you're a Boy Scout, and you're going to tell us what the Boy Scout code is. Oh, so you're a lawyer, and you're going to tell us what the legal fucking code is. Oh, really? You better just back off and say, you know what, I don't have an effing clue about Boy Scout codes, rules, regulations. I don't have a clue about legal codes, rules, regulations. All I know, Mr. Boy Scout, all I know, Mr. Attorney, all I know, Mr. Whoever, you cause harm, injury, and loss. That's all I give a damn. I don't give a damn what rules you're going under. I'm telling you, by the rules, the laws of nature, you hurt my property, you trespassed, you caused damage, and I want compensation. It's that simple. That's the way I roll.
Yeah.
So I hope you understand kind of what I do.
Carl, while you're on that subject, do you want to explain the best interest of the child?
What do you mean, the best interest policy of the child? What do you mean?
Oh, well, every time, they go to court, you got a husband and wife, they're going through a divorce, and they want to appoint a guardian ad litem, and sometimes they want supervised visits because one's accusing the other of something, and they always do everything in the best interest of the child. It's a legal term.
Oh, yeah. I don't give a damn what's in the best interest of the child.
No, what do they mean by the best interest of the child? Do they mean they have an interest in the child?
Yes, that's exactly what they're saying. Because and I know, I don't want to get too deep into financial or birth certificates or anything. And I know
that if the kid grows up and has a college degree, the United States government could honestly go to the IMF and get more credit for the amount of people they have in this nation who have high school or college educations. But I don't want to get too deep into where they have an interest in the child. Of course they have an interest in the child. They have an interest in every single car, truck, automobile in this country, because all they do is put the country's net worth or gross worth into a perspective, and they give it to the IMF and say, like they said, when you went to Mexico when I was a kid, you cannot buy a car in Mexico and come back over the border because Mexico has to obtain credit and create, loans from other countries or the IMF that say, look, we got 1.6 million cars in this country. Just having those many cars alone makes this country worth this much money. If they only had 3 cars and 1.6 million donkeys, obviously their country's not worth that much. So they knew that the American people could go over to Mexico and give people $3 in American money, and that's like 10,000 pesos. So people are like, wow, I got 10,000 pesos, man. It's like, yeah, I'm going to give you $3. So they were realizing, people were selling, cars for $3 in U.S. money. So the Mexican government is like, oh, no. You can't sell a car to somebody from the United States. It's the same thing with Mexican land. You could lease Mexican land for 99 years, but you can never own it. Because the Mexican government used that land to obtain, loans. So yes, they're trying to say they're the best interest in the child, yes. Because a country or a nation as a whole have to claim those children, have to claim cars, have to make a claim for houses, claim how many companies or corporations they have. The government loves it when you people go out there and create corporations and LLCs, because they could use that to show the rest of the world, look, we just had 8,716 startup companies last year. Now, how long you last, that's another thing. But that's what I try to say to people. The IRS will definitely work with you if you have a corporation or an LLC, but I don't want to get into all that. Because then people will start saying, well, wait a second, Carl, you're saying LLCs it's going to be too confusing for people, and you guys still can't get the basics ABCs down. And then I start explaining why it's so important to be an LLC and work with the IRS. Right now, you guys don't even know how to deal with the IRS as a man. Almost everybody who listens to my show is in trouble with the IRS, whether it's ATO in Australia or the Internal Revenue, Inland Revenue Service of the UK, or CRA of Canada. Almost everybody has a problem with that. So I don't want to explain why it's such a wonderful thing to deal with them, because you'll think I'm talking about a man dealing with them. And I'm not talking about a man. I'm talking about if Paul as a person wanted to deal with them, it's a wonderful thing to work with. But I don't want to do that, because people say, well, people start saying, well, Carl, well, how should we work with them? It's like, oh, Jesus, Lord. Dude, you can't even work with them, man, as a man. I'm not even going to start going there how to, why don't you learn how to act and deal with them as a man? And then we come back and ask me, okay, Carl, we got to figure out how to deal with the IRS man as a man and with the IRS now. How do we deal with the IRS as a person? We're like, okay, that's a lot of fun, too. Let's deal with that. You want to be Bill Gates? You want to be, Warren Buffett, who says my secretary pays more money to the IRS than I do, and I make $10 billion a year, and she makes $50,000? You want to know why Warren Buffett pays less than the secretary does? Yeah, we could do that. Once you guys learn how to deal with the IRS and just write letters back and forth like a man dealing with the IRS. Until you understand your status as a man, why bother trying to go anywhere being a person? I think it's more important to teach people how to stand as a man than to stand as a person. I think it's very important to learn that first, how to stand as a man, than how to represent your person. Yeah, so you said you sent me an audio tape?
Yeah, I did. I did what after listening to your recordings, I tried this method of placing the court on notice that it would be a court of record. And basically when I went in, I just pulled out the dictaphone put it on the table in front of me so the judge and everybody else could see it, and nobody challenged me. The only thing we said when we were in there was we just confirmed that my friend who was in there, he wanted to be addressed as a man. That was also in the notice as well. And she asked, well, the barrister was a little bit he was confused because I handed him the court of record and he threw it on the floor and said he wasn't going to accept it. And I said, well, you've been served. He says, you can't prove it. So I said to my wife and my colleague, just wait there a minute, I'm going to nip downstairs, have a word for security, and I said, I just want the recording from that CCTV camera above our heads that's just recorded me giving this man the court of record. And with that, he sort of looked and went, right, okay, and picked it up. And when we got into court, he didn't understand what it was. He didn't think it was relevant to the case, but he said to the judge, I think we should let this man start the case. And all I said was to the judge, are you in receipt of the court of record? She said, this bundle here. I said, if you want to call it a bundle, that's fine. As far as I'm concerned, it's the court of record. That's all I'm going to say. And she was asking questions, and every time she asked a question, I kept saying, I require leave of the court 2 minutes to provide you with an answer, and we wrote it down and give it to her. And she was trying to...
What was this case about? You missed. I don't even know what this case is about.
Sorry. Yeah. I was just sort of giving like sort of basic idea of what I did. What it was a solicitor who tried to put his house into trust for him, and he was making his children the beneficiaries. And this solicitor actually screwed him over because she didn't make his children beneficiaries. They made the local council beneficiaries of his property. And I said, that wasn't right. I said, there's no mention of your children being beneficiaries in this trust. And she wanted...
So he was trying to establish a public trust, not a private trust?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Okay. Well, you just got to let other people know, because I know and you know what he was doing.
Yeah.
But the other people who are listening to my show, they might only been hearing me for this first time, so that's why you got to explain what kind of trust a little bit. Okay, we're just trying to, so if he wants to research it, what he was doing was a public trust, which is fine.
Yeah. So anyway, I said to him, I said, you're not going to pay the solicitor because she screwed you over. And she wanted over £2,500 for this trust. I said, you're not going to pay it. So she tried to take him to court. But when I looked at the paperwork, I said, who's actually bringing you to court? Is it the company or is it her? And she wouldn't answer. We kept sending letters back to her, who's actually coming as the claimant. Because he's got on the company name, but it doesn't mention you. So who's actually suffered the loss, your company or you? She wouldn't answer it. So I just did a simple claim. That was a breach of public trust, trespassing his property. And I did a simple sort of cause of action. I put in the exhibits, which was the letters we sent to her and her silence. And then I just put an order in to order the judge to discharge the case. And when he got into court, the judge wouldn't go anywhere near it. He said, I'm not dealing with this. He said, get it out of here. And I thought, knockout. And what they tried doing, they tried to get his income and expenditure details. And I said, but why? He hasn't been charged with anything. There's been no case. So why are we going to give you his income and expenditure details? We don't understand what's going on. So this woman come out and she says, well, it's the law. I said, well, hang on. I says, you're giving legal advice. Can I see your legal qualifications? She says, I'm not legally qualified. I said, knockout. So I said, what you're doing is you're impersonating a member of the Law Society and you've exceeded your jurisdiction as an administrative worker. So she said, well, you may as well go home. About 6 months later, he received another summons to appear to court to explain why he should not be sent to prison for failing to give the court his income and expenditure details. So all I did was I just amended his first court of record to include what happened at the actual court case the first time. And I just put that in there, and the judge, she just didn't know how to deal with it. She was trying always to gain jurisdiction, and I just said to me, mate, when you go in there, you keep your mouth shut, you don't say a thing. Whatever she asks, the answer is going to go on paper, you're going to sign it, you're going to date it, we're going to give it to her, you're going to say nothing when you get in there. And he did. He did exactly what I told him to do, and it's on that recording what I sent over to you. And she tried 3 times to send him to prison. She tried 3 attempts to communicate a threat. The last threat she gave was, I will send you to prison if you fail to give this court your income and expenditure sheet. And all I put on was, this is a claim of I, a man, Martin, blah, 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 right? I require the judge to submit her claim to show that she has authority to trespass on I, a man's property. Sign it, date it, give it to her. And with that, she said, right, I'm adjourning the case. I'm adjourning this case. I'm going to issue a warrant for this man's arrest, right? And the barrister went berserk. He says, I don't understand. You can send him to prison now. He's breached his suspension. I thought, what suspension? There's been no court case. There's been no charge. And he said, I'm just not doing it. And she shot out of that courtroom. I said, right, I'm going to wait until the order comes through. I'll void the order. And then what we'll do is we'll put a claim in against her because what I was...
No, don't void the order, man. You love orders because you could take that order and you could turn it around and put a claim of compensation when you carry it out, and before you carry it out, ask for a deposit.
Yeah, but what happens is... Don't
void the order, dude. During the week sometime, man, just send me this paperwork that you got going on, and I'll show you how to turn that order around and make money out of it since he was never a party to the case.
Right. Well, what I was wary of was like if we'd have come out of there and they would have arrested him.
No, because I'm trying to say if you void the order, what it is you're okay. I can't void the order, okay, because I'm not a party to that case. Karl Lentz can't void the order, right?
Yeah.
I can't even ask to void the order because I have no standing there. Now, if you go to void the order, obviously you're submitting to their jurisdiction.
Right. Well, I just don't
want to void the order, dude. You don't want to void the order. You just, like, if that lady ordered me, Karl Lentz, I'm not a party to it. She could place that. She could send it over here to the United States, and I'll carry out the order. But I'm going to ask her for a deposit up front of a couple of $1 million to do it first, and then I'll carry it out.
Yeah, well, she didn't.
Guess what'll happen? And guess what'll happen? She'll get rid of the order, or she'll amend the order.
Yeah, well,
what you void the order? No, you got to stop playing tough guy. Don't you void the order? She will.
Right. Okay. Well, I didn't void it because she didn't send out an order.
What I'm trying to say is, I heard what you said, that you're going to void the order, and I'm trying to tell you right now, don't be a tough guy.
Yeah.
You know, just say lovely, effing lovely.
Yeah.
See, that's what I hear. Like Bali did that on one of his videos. He was saying, I object because I'm highly offended because you called me defendant.
Yeah.
Look, I don't object to anything, you know, because that's why I had to hit him in open court, because he almost opened his mouth and objected because he was being offended.
Yeah.
All right? So like I said, there's a reason why you just sit there with a damn ridiculous smile on your face and you're just like you're a court jester. You're just a fool. It's like, you know what? Lovely. You got another effing order? Lovely. Yeah. Give me another one. You got another one? Good. Give me another one. Just had a story to tell. I met this lady up in Providence. She had lost total custody of the children to her husband, and she was at least trying to get 50-50. And they first started doing common law stuff, but it was, when you do this common law stuff, the other side is going to look at it as like frivolous and ridiculous. You got to do it. You got to do it slowly. You know, one step at a time. You can't just come in there and just say, you know, this is a court of record, blah blah blah. You got to slowly break it to them how you're coming in.
Yeah.
And Gus and the lady, they just went in a little too fast, and she basically lost everything. So then the judge finally recognized her, you know, to testify in court, and as soon as she recognized her to testify, the other side had to testify as well. And then as soon as that happened, the attorney for the other side said, you know, okay, fine, we'll accept 50-50. And Gus kind of asked me, it's like, well, you know, like, what was that all about? It's like, because she realized the attorney no longer had standing, and it was man against woman, you know, and there was nothing for the attorney to do. So the attorney just threw in the towel.
Yeah.
You know, so now she doesn't have to pay child support, and, you know, things are going to work out fine. Yeah. But it was really nice the way Gus was working with this lady for a long time. And, you know, he got her to start to understand. You've got to talk thanks to the other side. You can't You can't be like an angry mom and angry dad. You got to talk nice to your ex, even though you hate the ex because the ex cheated on you. You still got to be nice.
Yeah.
And you have to say to them, to the ex, this isn't this. Put our feelings aside. Don't worry what we want. What's in the best interest of the children? Don't you think that they should get to know their mom and their dad? And they were writing good letters then. Once you start toning it down. And like I said, you put it before the court, and then the judge starts seeing what you're doing, because he didn't respond to the first letter. He didn't respond to the second letter. She sent a second one. So in the third one, they sent out a process server.
Yeah.
And her ex-husband got a restraining order on the process server, saying that the process server was scaring him and harassing him. And so obviously you got to go to court in 3 days for a restraining order. And when the judge realized who the process server was, it wasn't one of her friends. It was actually a legitimate, bona fide, registered, private detective, process server who worked for the state police for forever. Worked for the state courts forever. And it's like, oh, he's not. I can't get arrested. No, he's just doing his job. That's what process servers do. If you won't answer the first letter or the second letter, yeah, that's right. She's doing it the right way. She's sending a process server over there now, making sure that he's putting the letter in your hand. So he's put the letter in the man's hand. So there you go. So now when he goes to court and she goes to court, the ex-husband can't say, oh, I never got a letter from her. Yeah. No, he got a letter handed to him in person by you guys call them private detectives over there. Over here we call them process servers. What was funny is like that putting a forged instrument into the public. The only one who witnessed the policeman coming onto his property, onto his family's farm, was a white farmer named that I call Farmer Charlie, the man that gave me the dog because he didn't have any money. Farmer Charlie was the man who was given 20 commands to fix up his farm. And Farmer Charlie said, if I try to comply with the county's orders, it'll bankrupt me. He said, I have no money to fix up my farm in the manner that the county wishes of me. So I told Bolly, just go down to the council and tell them, place it in the form of an order, and you'll carry them out. And they were like, but wait a second, he'd need $1 million quid to carry them out. I said, don't just do what I say, okay? Go down there and tell them to put in the form of an order. And so when they went down there, the council refused to put in a form of an order. They said, well, it's not really an order. We're not ordering Farmer Charlie to do anything. We're just recommending that this is what he does.
Yeah.
It's like, what do you mean recommend? Yeah. Recommend? You mean recommend I brush my teeth twice a day? Recommend? No Englishman brushes their teeth twice a day. So what do you mean recommend? I knew you'd get that joke. So what do you mean recommend? So it's that's what we mean. I said, well, look, I told them as soon as they put it in a form of an order, Farmer Charlie start carrying out the orders, and as you're carrying out the orders, you do order one. You do the easiest order that costs maybe 100 quid. You go down to the county and said, look, this cost me 100 quid. Pay me for carrying out this order, and I'll carry out the other 19. And as you're paying me, I'll continue to carry them out. And if it's too expensive for me to carry it out, I'm going to ask for a deposit of funds so I can hire other people in the community to help me carry out your orders. I'll hire contractors and subcontractors to help me carry out your wishes and your orders. And he said they all just went away. And then as soon as that's on episode 81 on my talk show, and he's like, he says, Carl, once I seen that worked for Charlie, he says, I got to have you out here. I got to have you over here. I've got to have you show me what to do. So I said, okay, I don't really want to go to England, but okay. There's nothing really to me over there. It's rainy weather and it's wintertime. It's like, there's nothing really over there. So what was funny is, like I said, he told me, I said, look, but I got a farm over here. I got animals. I got to worry about the pipes and everything freezing, the water, and the animals getting water. And I said, I could only be there for a short time. So he said, okay, I'll book your flight from the 17th to the 23rd. So I said, okay, 6 days. That's not bad. I could do that. So when the 22nd came up, I started packing. And I said, okay, well, they were taking things very relaxed and very slowly. I said, what's going on, guys? Why are you moving so slow? And it's we got plenty of time. It's okay. So on the 5th day, I started packing, and they're like, what are you doing? I said, I'm getting ready to go home tomorrow. And he said, what? I said, yeah, from the 17th to the 23rd. Tomorrow's the 23rd. And he was like, do you think it was November 23rd? Oh, no. It's December 23rd. No, you're going to be here for 5 weeks. I said, So again, you're trying to trick me by telling me 6 days, and you didn't say, no, it's 5 weeks. And I said, look, buddy, I'm not stupid. I got enough money in my pocket to take a taxi to Heathrow and fly home right now. I said, look, you got to stop this nonsense with me. I said, look, when you talk to me, you talk straight up. No double talk. Or did I forget to tell you I was also charged with this? Or did I forget to tell you it's 5 weeks, not 6 days? Or did I forget to tell you? I said, you got to stop being this slick. It's a lifestyle. If you keep doing this slick stuff, lifestyle, it's going to mess you up in court. You're never going to get it. You've got to tell it to the guy straight up. You tell me literally, this is what it's going to be. Express, you've got to make it expressed, not implied. I said, you're being vague and you're implying things. I said, so what you're doing is when you go to court, the judge is going to see you're a dishonorable man. You can't play this way. You've got to be straight up. So what happened is when we got to court, Farmer Charlie was put on a stand. And Farmer Charlie was read his affidavit by the Crown prosecutor. And the Crown prosecutor said to Farmer Charlie, did you write this? And Farmer Charlie's listening. He's like, yes, I wrote this. And then the prosecutor started saying, did you write this? And Farmer Charlie said, no, I didn't witness that. I didn't say that. I didn't see that. I didn't write that down. He says, well, who did? Who tampered with this affidavit? Who modified your affidavit? He says, honestly, I don't know. He says, all I know is Bolly asked me to write out what I saw, and that's what I did. He says, now whoever exaggerated and whoever who just embellished what happened, he says, I did not write that. He says, are you sure you didn't write that? He says, because it says right here that you signed it. He says, look, I didn't sign it. And he said, well, who's these other two people who witnessed you signing it that day? He says, I've never met those people. So then I got so embarrassed sitting next to Bolly. It's like, oh my God, this guy he just committed perjury. He committed fraud on the court. He trespassed on somebody else's case. I was like, oh my God, in the United States, you're going to jail for something like that, buddy. Did you change that man's affidavit? You cut, copy, and paste? Did you just lift and then change it and make it and then have people witness it and then bring it into court and swear that it's true? I said, do you realize what kind of trouble that you could get Farmer Charlie into by doing that? So then it was funny. The prosecutor tried to say that Farmer Charlie was involved with it. And Farmer Charlie went bananas. He's like, look, all I know is I wrote a story of what I saw that happened that day when the policeman jumped over the fence. That's all I wrote. Now, where all this other stuff came from, I have no idea because I didn't see the policeman doing all this other stuff. He says, how could I? I was on my phone. I don't know what he was doing over there. He says, I didn't follow him, but I know what I saw, and this is what I saw. And how the rest of the story got on that paper, I have no idea who put it there. So he didn't say, well, Bolly must have put it there. At least he just said, look, Farmer Charlie was the perfect witness saying, I don't know who did it. But I know I didn't see that. I know I didn't put it there. And how it got on that paper is beyond me.
Yeah.
So then I'm thinking to myself, I was so embarrassed, sit next to him. I was like, holy cow.
Right. Carl, I've been told that odd law is on the order.
Okay. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. First he's telling me that I'm only supposed to be there for 6 days and I'm there for 5 weeks. Then he tells me that he's only got one charge of harassment because he's just this poor little Punjabi being picked on. And then we go to court and he's changing people's affidavits to make it look like the cop is really crazy. And I'm like, dude, you got to let the judge decide if this cop was crazy. You can't embellish the story. You weren't there, and you can't change Charlie's testimony to make it sound better for your side to win. You can't do this stuff. You can't exaggerate. You can't do it. You just got to tell it as it is, because the story as it was perfect. The story the way it was, the man was totally in the wrong. There was no reason to make it seem worse than it was, because you had him. You had him until you did what you did with the witness's statement. You can't do that. So like I said, and I just want to finish up with that real quick too. It's like with this dictionary nonsense thing. I Googled the dictionary. All he did was like how he just cut, copy, and pasted Charlie's statement. He cut, copy, and pasted my dictionary that I gave him to translate it into Punjabi, whatever language he wanted to, and he just cut, copy, and pasted it and said it was his. I was like, look, I spent 3 years writing that thing. You can spend 5 minutes writing that thing. And you're just going to cut, copy, and paste it and sell it for $150? And what was really bad is that he was telling people months ago, and if you go back to the old talk shows, that nobody was donating to us and nobody was buying any DVDs or books. Well, they were. But what he did is he canceled the orders. He was telling people to cancel the order and have them go through his website instead. So that way he didn't have to share any money with me. So that's why Bali disappeared from the show. So that's it, once and for all. If anybody knows one, so I put it on the website. The man from England sent me the emails that Bali told him to stop the payments to Call and start making the payments to him. Don't donate to Call, donate to him. You want the books, donate. Go to Bali's page, don't go to Call's. So we put that's on the website now. It's on broadmind.org, and then underneath there, put Bali's response to what happened last week when I just said, look, you know what? If you're going to just cut, copy, and paste my stuff and sell it, and don't give me a dime, you know what? I'm going to just give it out for free then, because it's mine. You're like, yes, you might have actually put a piece of tape on it on the pages and called it a book. You put a piece of duct tape on it and calls it a book. But all you did was cut, copy, and paste my work that I gave you that you're supposed to translate for me. That's what the agreement was. So like I said, when he tries to tell people that he spent thousands to get Carl over here, he spent thousands to keep him and his friends, his buddies, his family from going to jail and being, fined, tens of thousands of dollars, because when I went back there in July, I said to him, look, I am not going to help you with the parking ticket. I'm not going to help you with the court case about you putting a caravan on your farm. You're going to have to do that on your own, because it's so simple. It's so easy. You guys could do it so fast it's not even funny. That you're going to have to do on your own. Well, him and his dad did it on their own. They were found guilty so fast. The judge was beating up on them. The jury was laughing. And they got fined 100,000 pounds for parking a caravan on their farm, which is 150, 170,000 U.S. dollars. So obviously, the judge reduced it to 10,000 pounds if he paid it within 2 weeks. If not, he was going to get thrown in jail and everything else. So his dad was ready to write out a check. And I said, no. It was funny because I was just laughing my ass off the whole time the trial. Probably must have been thinking, what's so freaking funny? My dad just got fined like 10,000 pounds. Well, first it was 100,000, and they dropped it down to 10,000. I said, dude, you still really believe that this court has any power over your property and could order you to pay any damn thing? He's like, yes. He said, if they don't, they're going to throw my dad in jail. My dad's like shit in pickles. He's scared. I said, look, tell your dad to relax. We'll have a good dinner. And look, when it comes to time to paying these people, I'll explain to you how to do it. So when I explained to him how to do it, he's like, holy crap. We came back the next day, and the lady's like, the case is gone, the fine is gone, everything's gone. I was like, ain't that like magic? But you guys are shit in pickles, because they were just doing nonsense again in the court. It was just like, it's telling them that you don't speak English and you speak English. It's like, oh, Jesus, you're answering the questions faster than the translator's telling you in Punjabi. It's like, oh, Jesus. You guys are looking crazy out here. Just play it straight. Just tell them it's your damn property, that's your damn minivan, caravan, and I'll park it wherever damn I well want. Until some man comes forward and says that with a claim. Not a complaint, a claim. That they've been harmed because where I parked the damn thing. And I said to him, I said, didn't you notice when the judge was done and he fined you, fined your dad, didn't you notice he didn't tell you, and move that damn caravan off that damn farm, and I mean now. No, he didn't tell you to move the caravan, did he? He's like, no, he didn't. That's right, because he can't tell you what to do with your property. And he's like, oh, yeah. So like I said, it's a lifestyle. Going out of court, and this is what I'm trying to tell you, Mo, because I think you're 90% the way there. When you go to court, it's a style. It's a lifestyle. You've got to be straight up with these people. Don't embellish things. Don't make it sound bigger than it is. Just hit them straight up. I mean, what you did with that assault case with that guy was fantastic. I mean, you just hit the judge straight up.
Yeah.
It was great. I mean, when I read that, I was like, oh my God, this is almost like me looking at me doing this, because this is what I just straight up, boom. You're like, who are you? It's like you said, I'm a man, I'm here to aid my friend. And the judge said, no, you're not. And he said, what? What part of that isn't true, that I'm not a man? I'm not here to aid my friend. I was like, he's got it. This guy's got it. He knows. You know to take the words literally. When that judge is saying that to you, you know how to make it literal.
Yeah.
And now it's fantastic. And it's like I said, and for the longest time, like I said, when I first went over there, he said, look, he said, this is what I try to tell people on my show all the time. Like, the Jewish people can't turn a profit over their fellow Jew, but if they can do it to everybody else, to the Gentiles, they could charge 1,000% usury, and they can make a $2 object be worth $20 million. But if a Jew asks his fellow Jew, give me it at the price that it cost you, he has to. So, I mean, I understand that culture. I mean, I understand the Punjabi culture. So when he says, look, you're just a white man, you're English, we hate the English, we wish you all just die, and if you mess with us, I'll just slit your throat and throw you out in the street like a dog. And the same thing happened when I had to hit him in court. He says, look, you hit me in court, and if you tell anybody on your show, I'm going to have to exact revenge, because a white man can't hit a Punjabi and get away with it. So he says, if you tell anybody, I'm going to have to exact revenge on you, which is like slit my throat like a dog and throw me in the streets. But I had to start telling people this, because you guys have to understand. You don't, like you did just a little while ago, you told your friend a million times, don't answer the judge, don't look to the judge, don't respond to the judge.
Yeah.
And this is why when people say to me, Paul, can you come to court with me? I go, if I do, I can't sit next to you. It's like, why? Because I'm going to hit you. What? I'm going to hit you for your own good, because as soon as I think you're opening your mouth, I'm going to slug you. As soon as I think that you're looking at him, I'm going to hit you. It's for your own good. It's like if you were my child and you were running out in traffic, and I seen you going to get hit by a car, and the only thing I could reach was the top of your head, and I pulled you onto the sidewalk by your hair. People say, did you just pull your son by his hair onto the sidewalk? Yeah. You're damn right. Why? Because he was going to get hit by a car. It's like, I didn't see no car. Don't you worry why I pulled him by his hair. I pulled him by his hair for his own damn good. Don't worry why I hit him. I hit him for his own damn good.
Yeah.
And like I said, so it was funny when I went to Canada with Catherine and Joe to help them, I stood at the back with the bailiff, and, they were like, why don't you come up here with me? I said, because if you or your wife say something, I'm going to hit you. And if your wife says something and you see me hit your wife, you're going to hit me, and I'm going to hit you, and we're all going to go to jail.
Yeah.
I said, so it's best for me to stay in the background, and you guys have to control yourselves. And that's what happened with Catherine and Joe. I said to them, whatever you do, as you're leaving the courtroom, just ask the judge and the Crown a very simple question. Just pick up the complaint, the complaint against you, their case, where it says Her Majesty the Queen, or it says the Crown, and just say, and just turn around and say, oh yeah, by the way, before we leave, yes, that's my name. My name is Joe, and this is Catherine. Yeah, can you tell me, Her Majesty the Queen, will she be appearing? Who's Her Majesty the Queen? I don't think I've ever met. I don't think, I don't think I know who you're talking about. Who's Her Majesty the Queen? Is she going to be appearing? And the poor Crown barrister, prosecutor, he didn't know what to say. The judge didn't know what to say. And he said, I guess it's the Her Majesty the Queen is the monarch of Canada. I mean, there's no such thing as a monarch of Canada. If you said a monarch of the United States, we'd all think it's a butterfly. We got monarch butterflies over here. There's no monarch of the United States. So she said, oh, Queen Elizabeth. That's what I thought. And I said, oh, Jesus. I said to the bailiff, she's in for a fight of her life. He was like, what? Because now she just recognized the plaintiff. She just brought the plaintiff to life. She's the one who now says, okay, I understand who the plaintiff is.
Yeah.
If you just say, who's Her Majesty the Queen, and then especially if you lose in court in a Crown case, and you see Her Majesty the Queen, and you go up there to pay the fine, and say, okay, I write this out to Her Majesty the Queen. It's like, oh, no, you just write it out to the Crown. It's like, wait a second. Again, who's Her Majesty the Queen? Do I write it out? And like I said, they'll say it's Queen Elizabeth. It's like, oh, okay, so I just write it out to Queen. I just write it out to Elizabeth Mary Windsor,
Do I just write it out directly to her? You know what? I think I'm going to write out my check directly to Elizabeth Mary Windsor, and then that way I know she got the money.
Yeah.
Because when you're saying Her Majesty the Queen is Elizabeth, well, I'm going to... And wait a second. Before I send it to Elizabeth, you know what? I don't think Elizabeth ever sent me a bill. You know what? Tell Elizabeth to send me a bill that I owe her 10,000 quid.
Yeah.
And I'll send her the check as soon as I get a receipt from her. As soon as I get a bill, and I can prove that she ordered me to pay it, and I paid it. Then I'm going to want a receipt. Watch how fast it goes away.
Yeah, will do.
Because I will guarantee you, every time you guys get dragged into a UK court, it's going to say like Coventry Council, or it's going to say Rugby Council. It's not going to say Her Majesty the Queen.
Yeah.
It's going to say, or the Department of Motor Vehicles, whatever you guys got going on over there, or inland tax. It's not going to say Her Majesty the Queen. It's like, okay, when you lose an inland tax case, who do you write the check out to? They're going to say, oh, just write it out to the Crown. What do you mean write it out to the Crown? What do you mean write it out to the Bar Association? What do you mean write it out to the attorneys? What are you talking about? Shouldn't I write it out to inland tax? Didn't they just beat me in court? They say, oh, no, just write it out to the Crown. Yeah, go ahead, Audrey. Try to explain the story a little bit, how you met Gus and how you guys had to, how it didn't kind of work in the beginning when you and Gus were doing things, and then how it led up to the other day, okay?
Okay. I am about 7 months into this. I met Gus about a year ago, November, December. My case has been really going on for about 9 years, but about 3 years ago, my ex-husband started to work to actually take all custody from me with our 2 boys. And after a trial, we had some schedule changes. The process drained me financially. I was represented with an attorney, and it just got to the point where I could no longer pay an attorney. And I started to, after the trial, which was just completely baffling, I couldn't figure out how they were doing this, how any of it was possible on hearsay and just false allegations. There was a guardian ad litem involved, and a guardian ad litem.
Audra, let everybody know that he's the one who breached the contract, not you.
Yeah, my ex-husband breached the contract. He's never honored any contract in his life, probably.
But like I said, people who just listening to this, when what do you call it? He's going to break this show apart. Craig Lynch is going to break this apart. I guarantee your part especially. What I'm saying, what did he breach? I mean, how did he breach your marriage contract?
Essentially, abandonment and infidelity. And
did he ever contest that? Well, no. Did he agree? Did he admit that it was him that did this?
No. Because we have a no-fault divorce in New Hampshire, so it never even came forward.
Oh, yeah.
So it was never even an issue during the divorce. It was just.
Did he ever mention that you did something?
Yeah, he actually through the guardian ad litem that he was the one that brought all the guardian ad litems into our case. He was claiming that I had an affair with our male babysitter. And,
okay, this is because the Canadians really love this part, because I'll explain to you in a second. Did his attorney say to recommend that he get a guardian ad litem?
Yes.
Okay. See, folks in Canada, why they don't allow guardian ad litems in Canada anymore? Because what will happen is one side will hire a guardian ad litem, and obviously the person who pays the guardian ad litem $10,000 is obviously going to come back to a court with the facts reflecting that the person who paid the $10,000, they're not going to say, well, they paid me $10,000, I'm going to make them look like superstars, and the other side, I'm going to make them look like a bunch of crazy psychos. Okay, so that's why the people in Canada are going to be confused a little, because I did this a year ago with people in Canada. They don't allow guardian ad litems in divorce cases anymore.
Yeah.
In custody cases.
We're working towards that here. There's a bill
Right, because
now.
So you try to explain, right, so you explain real quick what you thought about this guardian ad litem nonsense.
Well, my ex-husband paid him off. He had
Right.
the money to do it, and I didn't. And it's a known guardian ad litem that has that's known to have done this in other cases. I didn't know that at the time.
Right, so what I'm trying to say, people who are listening to my show, the honorable thing to do is not to go out and get a guardian ad litem. Can you go get one? Yes. Can you pay him off? Yes. Can you pay him big bucks to make the other side look evil and nasty and twisted? Yes. But then the other side is going to try to go hire a guardian ad litem, and then it's going to basically neutralize and cancel each side out. And the judge is just going to say, this is ridiculous. The judge is going to realize what you guys are doing, that you're paying off guardian ad litems to make the other side look bad. But, okay, go ahead. I just want to explain what a guardian ad litem was to these people.
That was guardian ad litem number 4. And then when he tried to change the parenting plan again, he again wanted a guardian ad litem. I refused to contract with guardian ad litem number 5, and that's when they took my youngest son from me. So it was clear extortion and punishment by the court because I refused to hire the guardian ad litem. And meanwhile, I met Gus. I started studying your videos, and I started to file my first claim. And I called Gus from the courthouse, and he told me to leave, that I wasn't ready to file anything, and to go home, and he was going to call me later that day. And then that's when I really started to to start working my case in common law. That was back in August when I filed my first paperwork in common law. I haven't really gotten anywhere until this last Monday. So it's been a very long 7 months, frustrated 7 months. And what did it was I loosened up on the common law and submitted to the court. I'm there. It isn't my case. I mean, I'm under the jurisdiction of the family court, but I'm finally moving the court. And what I did was this last motion that my ex-husband filed was for supervised visitation. Now, I haven't seen my kids in 4 months now. He's submitted for supervised visitation, and we got in there, and I required that my ex-husband take the stand, that the only way I was going to hold anybody accountable was if they provided testimony under oath and took the stand. And to my surprise, the referee, who has been sitting on my case all along and has not, let's say we haven't gotten along very well from the very beginning. He hesitated for just a moment. He looked at my husband's attorney and said, "Ms. Backus, put your client on the stand." I was really taken aback. I was really caught off guard, and she was as well. And I just kind of regrouped and went with it, and it changed everything. It was a show cause hearing. The hearing is going to be continued as an evidentiary hearing, and that's the most success that I've had in the last 7 months. Now, whether I hold on to that or not is to be seen, but I've exposed fraud on the court. She ended up, after my ex-husband started talking on the stand, she then interrupted his testimony and offered to go back to the original parenting schedule. Now, we were there for supervised visitation for me, and because of what my ex-husband was spewing under oath, she very abruptly stated that they were willing to go back to the original schedule if I agreed to the jurisdiction of the court. that I have been in contempt of this court numerous times, and that I have been putting in paperwork stating that this court does not have jurisdiction over me or my children, and blah, blah, blah. The referee then asked me if I feel that this court does have jurisdiction in this matter, and I said, as it stands now, yes, and I left it at that. And so I met her conditions, and we're gonna continue with an evidentiary hearing. So should get word of that on Wednesday.
You're breaking up, Carl.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, you could talk to her, Audrey, because you're the one who did it with her. Because I'm sure a lot of women, a lot of guys are going to want to hear what you have to say, because that was a hell of a custody battle you went through.
All right, so what happened is I met Audrey about a year and a half ago, and she was going through some custody stuff, and I went over to her place, met her husband, we had dinner, we talked about redress, which is what I was doing back then, and I had gone through a divorce course. I was a redress petitioner with the New Hampshire House of Representatives. They had brought redress back to life. It had been dormant for 50 years, and so I had gotten involved with that. And so I was kind of politically active and knew a lot of people, and that's why she had gotten a hold of me through Facebook. So then I met, shortly after that, I met Karl, started studying this stuff, and saw the videos and the stuff he had online. So by August, she was, we had stayed in touch, and by August or July, I think it was in July, she called me up and said, I'm filing a claim, and they want $400 to file the claim. How do I get out of the filing fee? I can't afford to give them $400. And I happen to know that the federal courthouse filing fee is $400. So I said, are you at the federal courthouse? And she says, yes, I am. I said, why are you there? Why not the local court? Or she says, well, I'm here, I'm filing a claim, and she was ready to go. And I told her to read me the claim, and she read the claim to me. And I said, look, I'm in Virginia with Karl. I'll be home in a couple of weeks. Just hold off. Just give me a chance to get up there, and I'll help you out. And so we started working together, and she put paperwork into the court. Her first common law stuff, just clearing up the record that she was a woman not represented by an attorney, not pro se, that the original case had started as a petition for divorce, and that it was a mistake, and she was correcting the mistake by converting it to a breach of contract claim. And so it was a slow process, and it's just she's doing her own stuff, and we send paperwork back and forth, and she's writing her own stuff, and it's great to see the progress and the studying. She's done a lot of studying, learning the words, learning how to formulate her thoughts on paper, especially for a court, how to be brief and to the point. And so over the months that have gone by, the other side has been stating that she's nuts, she's insane, she's using this common law stuff. She's going to hurt, people are going to get hurt. She's going to, she needs a psychological evaluation. She shouldn't be allowed around the kids. We need a guardian ad litem. And she's just been consistent, cool, calm, collective, sending out letters, doing her notices. And this past week, and one of the things that I've been trying to get her to focus on is getting the man on the stand. You can't argue with offers of proof. Offers of proof are going to kill you. You can't fight offers of proof, because an attorney will just sit there and ramble on and on and on and on, and then when it's your turn to rebut, you're talking about things that aren't true, and how are you supposed to correct every little thing that was said by the attorney? And then the attorney can't be held accountable. What are you going to do, go to the Judicial Conduct Committee and file a complaint, which is going to be heard 6 years from now? It's impossible. You got to put the man on the stand, There's got to be testimony in the courtroom. And what happened this past week is she told the referee who was hearing the case that the referee's been accepting offers of proof and then putting out orders that have caused harm to her family, and she's had enough. She requires the man to be put on the stand, testimony be given, and basically she's told the judge, I require the man to be placed on the stand so I can hold him accountable. And the judge, there was a very short pause where I think he realized that she wasn't going to take no for an answer this time, because she's asked to do that several times in the past. And this time I think he saw her determination, and he told the attorney, put your client on the stand and swear him in. And they were taking her to court for supervised visits, claiming that she's unfit to be around her own children. And he got on the stand, testified about some stuff. She cross-examined him, and then the judge, the referee, the hearings referee, said that he wasn't planning on such a long hearing, and he was going to have to continue this at a later date, but he wanted to hear from Audra, so he excused the man and put Audra on the stand and said, I'd like to hear testimony from you. So she got on the stand and she said, this is how it really is. And she just started nailing things one after the other. And, just everything that had been going on. And the attorney basically cut her off and said, look, we don't mind going back to 50-50 custody so long as she agrees that the jurisdiction of the court still applies. Well, that's never been an issue. That's never even been raised. So basically they filed a claim looking to take custody away from her altogether, that she was nuts, she was, had all these common law issues, and now they're withdrawing that without any real testimony being put in from Audra. She testified for maybe 2 minutes at the most. She just basically said it was all bullshit. So never even went through cross-examination from the other side, and it's going to be continued. And this woman's the attorney's already withdrawing the complaint to have the supervised visits put into place. So basically, actually Barbara from Nova Scotia was the first one to pick up on it. They've committed fraud. I had a full day. I went on to do other things. I got back to my Skype that night, and here's Barbara and Audra talking about how, that first claim was fraud. They're claiming one thing, and when in fact it's got nothing to do with that. And before the hearing was done, they were already pulling the claim out. So that's a pretty good basis for fraud. So that's where we're at now. And there's some school issues that are kind of important that she needs to address because of the scheduling of the schooling for next year is happening right now. And one of the boys, I guess, is really good with music, and she's trying to make sure that he's got the capacity to get a music scholarship down the road, and that in order for that to happen over the next 4 years, he really has to focus on music camp and getting just real good lessons and so on, and she wants to make sure that happens, and the man's not in tune with that. So now she's putting in she put in a notice that she requires an emergency hearing to address 2 or 3 issues even before they go back and continue the last hearing. Based on the fact that there was fraud, she wants her right to address the school issues. She wants the court to tell the schools that it's okay to talk to her about the schooling issues. So, we're flip-flopping back and forth in common law and regular stat. It's a mess. But we're making progress, and things are definitely looking better than they did 6 months ago.
Yes, it is.
Sure, I missed a lot, but...
So did you explain what happened this week in court?
Yeah, we did. There was the last 6 months, just different things that have gone on, and she one of the things that she did is this man's interfering with her right to be let alone, with her right to have a relationship with her boys, and he's interfering with a lot of stuff, with her life. And so she sent him a notice. She sent him a very, very nice letter at the beginning of September that said, the boys are getting older. They're going to be teenagers. They're they're both teenagers now, so this is a couple months ago, sent them this letter saying, they're growing up fast. We're only going to have them for a little while. Why don't you stop doing all this stuff you're doing? Why don't we concentrate on enjoying the boys before they move on with their life and have their own families, and we don't see them anymore, and, just stop this nonsense. And so he didn't answer the first letter. He never responded. So she sent him a second letter along the lines of, hey, I've sent you a letter. I'm trying to resolve this outside of court, trying to, just trying to make nice, and you haven't responded. So here's a copy of the first letter, so that in case you didn't get the first one. So she waited another 10 days, and then she had him served by process service with a fair warning letter saying, hey, I sent you a letter a month ago, 3 weeks ago, whatever that time frame was, and then I sent you a second letter, and I've included both for your convenience, but this is getting ridiculous. Do you give a shit about your kids or not? This stuff's got to come to an end. You've been doing this to me, to the kids, for 7 or 8 months, and basically since the beginning of the summer. And I require you to cease and desist, or I'm going to have to seek compensation for damages. And if you don't stop, I will forgive you if you stop now. If you just put an end to this and leave it alone, I will forgive you. However, if you continue on with this, I think she said $10 an hour from Labor Day, from September 1st.
Yeah.
So, is that what it was? So she got she had him served with this notice, this fair warning, and the next day the guy goes and files a restraining order saying that the guy who served him this notice, this fair warning notice, was threatening, and he was a friend of hers that just showed up at the door, didn't they scared the shit out of the family, and the dog was barking, and he just made this big dramatic story. Well, it turns out Audra's never even met this guy. She just found out he was a process server, and who happens to be, Audra's become more politically involved here in New Hampshire, so she found out this guy who was a state rep, 6 terms as a state rep in New Hampshire, happens to be a process server, got in touch with him because he happens to live in the town that her ex-husband does, and asked him to serve the process, and he agreed. So he got on the stand, and Audra says, I wasn't there. She says he looks like Santa Claus, and he testified to the whole process. So, here's her ex-husband saying this big scary dude showed up at the door and threatened her and all this stuff. Turns out this guy's a state rep, and now she's going back to court. Last week, she went, this last hearing, she showed up, and she put on the court all the police reports that he filed where he was lying about shit, and statements that he made to the police. The police are no longer willing to get involved because they know that he's full of shit, and they basically told him, don't count on us to help you out. And so, she's gotten all this evidence compiled over the last 6 months, all the while maintaining her status as a woman, not in, through the statutes, but in common law, requiring the restoration of property. So she hasn't budged 1 inch from her standing, hasn't gotten, real far that way. However, she's established a very solid record of not being emotionally unstable and so on. She's just maintained very, very simple paperwork and has tried very hard to stay out of court. And he's the one who's pushing the controversy, and the Guardian ad litem's report even said so. In the Guardian ad litem report, I don't know if you put that on your website, the Guardian ad litem talks about how she's using the Karl Lentz common law method, and because she has realized that the courts are not going to be able to help her out in this particular situation. And likewise, the man is also, has also realized that the courts are not effective for him. However, he continues to use the limited resources of the state, of the judiciary, to try to gain his end, the thing he's looking to get. out of this. So, the guardian ad litem acknowledged what this guy's trying to do. The police acknowledged what he's trying to do. Meanwhile, she's maintained, a very even keel, and the results are. I'm expecting the results to be very good in the next 30 days.
I hope you're right. Just trying to gain some ground has taken a lot. Well, it's taken nearly everything out of me. It requires so much patience, and this last 7 months, it felt like 10 years. So I'm anxious to see if this is a permanent turn or, for the better. We'll know this week.
Well, that's good. No, you guys are doing good, man. I'm sure, Craig Lynch is going to definitely take Audrey's section out and make a special YouTube video just what you guys went through. It was a hell of a good story. I mean,
Got a lot of time involved.
Oh yeah, I know you put a lot of time in, and I know Audrey did. It was a lot of fun. I met her up in Providence, and it's really good when you get to meet somebody face to face because you could reach them at a different level. Because I saw how you were trying to reach her, and I said to myself, I just don't think he's got it there with her yet. Let me see if I could put my spin on it, and let me see if I can make her see it a little bit easier this way by just basically saying who breached the contract. Has he ever kept honor to any of the agreements or contracts or commitments he has ever made? And she kept saying no. He's always been very dishonorable. He swore before his family that he would do this and that, and he broke that agreement. Then he broke another agreement, and then it was just one agreement after another, after another, after another. And like I said, like I was saying before, when I'm from New York, and like I said, my dad was raised up by Sicilians, and my sister married, to the Gambinos, who are Sicilian. And when you say something, you better do it. And if you don't do it, there's no excuse. They don't want to hear. They don't want to hear, well, I got a bellyache, my toe hurt. They want to see you at 3:07 a.m. They call you. You better be ready. You better be ready for your family, and you better act like you better die doing it. You better not say, well, I didn't feel like it, and I don't want to show up, or it was too cold, it was too hot. No, I mean, it was a wonderful way to grow up, and it was a wonderful way to be ready at every minute of your life, to have to just lay down your life and die for those that you love. And obviously this guy that she married had no intention on doing that. If any woman ever asked me, well, would you cheat on me? I said, oh, absolutely not. I said, if you don't do your job, like if you don't cook, clean, take care of me in bed, do the dishes, or do the laundry, I'll contract out. I'll get a subcontractor. I'll hire a maid. I'll hire a whore. I'll hire a chef. I'll hire a laundress. I'll hire a babysitter. I'll contract out. If you don't do your job, in which you have a duty and an obligation to perform for me, I'll contract out. I said, so there's going to be no cheating. So the woman, any woman I ever met, is like, you're serious? I said, oh, I'm deadly serious. You will do what you agree to do, and I will do what I agree to do. And if I don't fix your car, I expect you to take it to a mechanic. If I don't mow your lawn, I expect you to get a landscaper. If I don't take care of your bed, I expect you to go find some gigolo. I expect you to do it. I will not expect it. Why? Because I'm not living up to my terms and conditions of the contract, the agreement that we got into. I know what I'm supposed to do. You know what you're supposed to do. And if we discussed it, you know what you're doing. And if you break the agreement, what do you think I'm going to do? Run around the house and yell at you? Say, you got to cook. You got to take care of these babies. You got to clean. You got to drive them to school. No, you got to go to bed. If you don't want to do these things, I'll go outsource. It's no big deal. I'm not going to fight with you. I'm not going to argue with you. But when you come to ask me at the end of the month, oh, I want to buy a new hat, I said, well, we ain't got no money. He said, what do you mean you got no money? Well, I had to pay for a babysitter. I had to pay for a chef. I had to pay for a chauffeur. I had to pay for a whore. I had to pay for a laundress. I had to pay for a maid. Didn't you notice all these people doing your job? Yeah. What do you think? Where do you think they did it? Because of my good looks and charm? No, they wanted money. I gave them green cash. So I can't give it to you because I had to give them to them. So like I said, the way I do it might sound kind of cold, but it's practical. It's just total logic. I'm not going to stand there and argue with you. So like I said, if you ever, if there's any woman ever live with me, just say, yeah, maybe, you know what, Carl and I might have a disagreement maybe for 2-3 minutes a month. Other than that, he's not going to argue. He's just going to say, you know what, I'm going to outsource. And then as soon as he says he's going to outsource, he's like, uh-oh, I know what he means. And then they go do it. Because I'm not going to stand there and argue with him. I'm not going to say, hey, cook, clean, go to bed. I'm not going to, do dishes, take the kids. No, you know what, I'm going to outsource. Have a nice, what? I want to make a phone call. I'm going to outsource. And then they realize, uh-oh, that's that much less money I'm going to have. That's damn right. That's disposable income you're going to have at the end of the month. So you're going to either go do it, and then when you need to go buy a hat, guess what? The money's there. You don't do it, oh, well, I had to give somebody else, and they bought a hat for themselves. So like I said, I don't understand why people aren't practical like this. They might say, well, that's not very romantic, or what? Romance what? This is practical. And like I said, it's like, well, I wonder if call style is going to catch on. That kind of sounds like a good idea to outsource, but then it kind of like, wait a second. That's not the way our society leads us to live with each other. Our society teaches us if the husband or wife isn't doing something, argue, yell, fight, throw dishes, cry, scream, go get therapists, go talk to your girlfriends, go out with your boys, your friends, and go get drunk, bitch about the woman. That's how our society handles like marriage problems. Go get divorced. Go try another one. Why? Try another one. Why? If you picked it from the same society, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get the same style. It's a lifestyle. If you pick an American woman, that's a lifestyle. You pick an American man, that's his lifestyle. If you pick an Eskimo or Mexican woman, they're going to have their lifestyles. They're going to have their cultures. They're going to have their beliefs. So if you just get divorced from an American woman, marry another American woman, what makes you think she's going to do anything different to you? It's going to be the same story over and over again. So to me, I'm just trying to break the mold. I'm trying to break the pattern and say, look, outsource. You can't get it from her. Can't get it from an American woman. Go get it from a Mexican woman. Go get it from an Eskimo woman. Go get it from a woman from an Aboriginal woman. Whatever it takes to get the job done. This is a job. This is a task. This is a contract. This is an agreement. This is a marriage. This is fine. I understand. There's certain things that must be done every day to make this machine and make this thing work smooth. If you don't want to do it, I will have to find somebody else to do it. I'm not going to stand here and argue. I'm not going to threaten you. I'm not going to hit you. I'm not going to throw you across the room. I'm not going to play this silly game with you. I'm not doing it. I'm going to outsource. So people might say, well, that sounds ugly or horrible. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. This is just my opinion, and this is what's worked for me throughout my lifetime. Now, will it work for anybody else? I don't know. Will a woman tolerate it? I don't know. One woman hung out with me for 9 years. One woman hung out with me for 3 weeks. So does it work? I don't know. But it works for me. That's all I'm saying. I'd just rather just say, look, I'm not arguing, I'm not fighting, I'm not yelling. What are you doing? I'm whipping out my little black book and I'm going to find who's the maid of the week. Oh, it is a maid. Oh, I'm going to find somebody to come here and cook for us. She's doing what? Yeah. I'm going to call up my mom and she's going to come over here and cook. Oh, hell no, I don't want your mom here. Well, then, I guess you got to do it. But I ain't doing it. I was like, oh, okay, fine, I'll do it. Okay, we're going to do it. Or don't do it. I don't care. So that stops all the arguments right there. That's the only way that I've never heard anybody explain it the way I did just now to everybody outsourced. I've never seen it on a movie. I've never seen it in a book. I've never seen it on a TV show. It's just my way of looking at the world and saying, you know what? I'm going to put my spin on it. This is, like somebody said, hey, this is, Lentz sense. This is what makes sense to me. Now, if it makes sense to anybody else in the world, great. If it doesn't, I don't care. It works for me. So, like I said, I just try to tell people what works and what hasn't worked for me in my lifetime. Whether this is true or not, or, only God knows what's true. I'm just telling you what I bear witness to what I've done and what I've experienced, and I can tell you what works and what doesn't work. Arguing and yelling and carrying on, I'm not going to do it. But I said to the man that his wife filed for no-fault divorce, and he was in the military, and he didn't realize she was cheating on him. So she did the old "I love you, but I don't love you" routine. And when a woman says she loves you, but she doesn't love you, what she's basically saying is she's straddling the fence. She's keeping one foot in your life and another foot in the other man's life.
So what she's doing by saying, I love you, but I don't love you, and I just need a little time to figure it out. What she's trying to say is she's going to move the 2 kids in with this man and see if this man tolerates how he loves her to death by the sex she gives him when it's just him and her. But will he tolerate 2 children who are yapping every 5 seconds, and all of a sudden the sex life between him and her goes to maybe once every 2-3 weeks compared to 2-3 times a day, now that the children are involved? So will this man tolerate me moving in with children? So I said, I said, she gave you this, I love you, but I not love you and I need some time. Yeah, well, she's running both sides. Because if this guy's like, look, this just isn't working for me. It's been 3 weeks. We got together once or twice in 3 weeks. You know what? It's just not the same with the kids. You know what? I'm just going to have to, why don't you just go back to your husband and we'll just keep carrying on behind his back since he's in the military, lives in another state anyway. Why don't we just keep doing the way we were? You know what? I just like my freedom and I don't want his kids to be my kids. So it's like Susan Smith. Remember Susan Smith drowned to 2 boys because she thought the new man in her life was going to marry her and fall in love with her. But he says, not with those 2 boys. So I don't want any children in my life. So what did she do? She put the car in neutral, said some black guy carjacked her, and she drowned her kids in I think it was South Carolina, North Carolina, South Carolina. It's right around where I lived back then. It was very big news. So, like I said, when she said, I love you, but I don't love you and I need some time, I said to the guy, what she was doing was seeing if the new man in her life would tolerate your kids in his world. And he did. So then she went all out, and she went all in and said, you know what, I'm divorcing you now, because she accepted that, the kids. So she went for no fault insurance. But then you found out that there was a third-party interloper between your contract and your agreement to be with this woman. So at the time of the divorce, at the time of the signing of the divorce, the filing of the paperwork, she was not a wife. She was an adulteress. And since she was an adulteress, New York State law clearly stipulates that a husband or wife must be initiate the filing. So I said, we'll go into court and say, look, it clearly says in New York State statute that a wife or a husband must initiate this filing. Okay? You could show that by nature she's a woman, by nature you're a man. By her title she's a wife, by her title you're a husband. But she wasn't acting under the title. She was acting out of character. A wife, when you look up a wife in the dictionary, it says somebody who loves, honor, obeys, cherishes the day you die, through sickness and health, blah, 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 blah. That's the definition of a wife. That's the definition that New York State is putting in their code, a wife. It doesn't say an adulteress could come in and file for a woman who cheats, lies, stabs her husband in the back, sleeps around with some guy, puts one foot on this side of the fence, one side on the other, jerks him around for a couple of months or a couple of years until she's sure that she's got everything lined up her way so she can stab him in the back. That's an adulteress. That is not how the New York State Code was written. It was written for a man or a woman, a husband or a wife, to separate legally from each other so they're no longer liable for each other's debts. That's how the New York State statute was created, I believe, in the hearts of the people who created it. So I started finding up case law from the 1800s saying that if there is a fraud in the agreement, that the marriage is null that way. But for a woman or a man to benefit by being an adulterer or adulteress, that's ridiculous. So because what she wanted to do after they got divorced and after they already signed the divorce, now she wanted to go back to school. Now she wants him to pay for the babysitter. So they go, whoa. When you live with her, was the agreement that you were going to work for the military, make $2,000 a week, which she makes damn good money, that she was supposed to be his 24/7 stay-at-home mom, basically forever? He says yes. And that's how she knew the agreement, and she didn't complain about it? No, she was very happy being a stay-at-home mom? Yeah, okay, great. And now she's the one who breached the agreement and came in as an adulteress. She's the one who now wants to have you support her new lifestyle, when the lifestyle that she chose was to be a 24/7, 365 to day till she dies housewife. Now, without your ability to barter and come back and forth and say, well, how about just a 23 hour week? How about just a 24/7 365 day? 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 How about just a 24/7 365 8-hour-a-day housewife and a 1-hour-a-day student. No, she just took on the full role of making the decisions, and you're supposed to support them? No, not anymore, because now she's the ex, based upon fraud in the agreement. So I said, look, we're just going to say that, look, you want to start the trial back from the beginning. You want to go back to the very beginning of the filing, and you want the record to reflect now that you want to contest this divorce. And you want to say there's a third-party interloper, a new husband, new boyfriend, whatever, who intercoursed in your relationship, who entered into your contract and your agreement, and he is the one that is the cause, at both her and him, and that you should not have to support her new lifestyle. You should only just support her as a housewife. You shouldn't have to support her as, in supporting her new lifestyle. Let her new man in her life, let him support her new lifestyle. Let them work out an agreement together, because your agreement was housewife 24/7 until all eternity. So that was the answer to that one. And it's just the same thing. Like I said, you guys should have got that, because I say it all the time, I was not a driver at the time of that event. I was not a driver at the time of that stop. I was not a driver at the time that the police officer intercoursed with me. I was just a man. That's the only title I'm going to accept. And the character of the man is just, I am taking my property from point A to point B. The character, the title is that of an owner of a property. I'm a man by nature who's an owner. That's my character, and that's what I'm doing. I'm transporting my property. That's what I am. So I was saying, I couldn't understand why you guys couldn't catch it like lightning, because it's just a different analogy, but it's the same thing. And you guys got to stop saying, well, wait for Carl to say, give me an exact example. No, you guys are supposed to say to yourself, wait a second, Carl says this on, I guarantee, on every freaking show. I was a man at the time of that stop, or I was a man at the time I was not a driver, or I was not a plumber, or I was not a policeman. Like he was not a policeman that day. He was a thug. He can't just take out his nightstick and beat you up because you're black. He can't do that. That's a thug. That is not the definition of a policeman. Okay, he's a man 168 hours a day, a week. 40 hours a week, he's a part-time policeman, and for 10 minutes he was a thug. Okay, he was not a policeman. He was acting on the color of law, but he was not acting as the character of a policeman. You go after him as a thug, but you can't sue the policeman. So that's why I couldn't understand. Everybody should have had this freaking answer like instantly. For, oh, yeah, Carl says policeman, thug. Carl says, oh, driver, man transporting us, man moving, taking his property and pointing. Oh, yeah, adulteress and a wife. Oh, yeah, we got this. Some man from a couple of towns up from me came with his paperwork, and they took his baby from the hospital because the mom tested positive for amphetamines, crystal meth or whatever it was, and he wanted his kid back. I said, well, first of all, pull the contract. I said, pull your name off the safety plan and just make a claim for your property, because while the court has jurisdiction over you, they ordered him and his wife not to see the kids until like 2035 or something like that, some ridiculous, like 18 years from now, whatever it was. I said, look, just pull your name off the contract, no longer become a party to that case, and then separate yourself from that case and create your own case and make a claim for your property. And I said, that's the simplest way to do it. I said, while you're a party to the case, you agree to the terms and conditions that a judge is going to set forth. I said, so just pull yourself out of the contract. Just say, you know what, you can't force me into this contract, because everything in this country is voluntary. And if I want to break my contract and my agreement with some government entity, you better believe you could do it. You know how you could do it? Because they do it, husband and wives, every day. They allow the husband and wife to break their vow to death till they part, every day. And the government actually says, okay, that's fine, pay $50 and break your vow. They got no problem with you breaking your contract and your agreement to your fellow man. There you go, $50 and down the road you go. Break your contract with the CPS or DHO or DSS, whatever it is up here. Just break your contract with them. Just say, you know what, I'm just sending my name off this contract. I want to go at it, without the government's blessing. I just want to pull my name off. I don't want to be a party to this case anymore. And once you pull it, he says, so you're saying I don't want to be the father of the kid anymore? I said, no, I didn't say that. I said, you pull me an agreement with the government. You don't have a need for the government to control you anymore or to decide what's best for you. You're a man. You're going to stand up and act like a man. You're going to say, you know what, I don't need the government, I don't need the contract with the government. I got this. I don't, the government's like, if you don't govern you, will govern you. It's like, well, you just said, hey, I'm a man, I could govern myself, thank you, but I don't need your intervention anymore. And then you're going to make a claim for your property back. He said, that's all you do? I said, that's all you do. He said, it's not hard to do. Because the kid's living at grandma's house, and he takes care of the kids every day. I mean, he's totally in breach of the order that the state told him don't make any contact with this kid until like 2030, whatever, like 18 years from now, whatever, 2034. So obviously him and his mom are just laughing at that order, saying, yeah, right. I said, because then once they try to enforce that order upon you, if you're not if they can enforce that order on you now and you can't seek compensation, you can't seek one damn dime for carrying out the order. But when you're no longer, like if they told me that I can't see your child until 2034, I say, who the fuck are you to tell me what I can and cannot do, where I can and cannot go? I'm a man. Oh, well, we don't want you near his kid. Oh, really? Let's put that in a form of an order, and I will carry out your order. I won't go near that kid. And guess what? Guess how much money I'm going to bill you every day for not going to see that kid? Oh, it's going to be a whopper. You better be real careful, man, before you place your wish and order with me. You better be real effing careful when you tell me what I can and cannot do as a man, what you're going to order me to do. Because I'll carry out the order, and I will not see that kid to 2034. I said, but right now, you're bound by that agreement because you agreed to do all the stipulations as a person, you know, within that contract. So all you have to do is act like a man and just say, I'm a man, and I no longer wish to be obligated, conscripted into that contract. I don't wish to be under there anymore. I wish to take my man and take the person out of that contract and just pull it out. And then you say, now, who's that order binding to? Not me, the man, not I. And my person? No, he's gone from there, too. You got no control over the person either. I said, it's that simple, dude. He says, you kidding me? I said, it's that simple. And then if they try to order a man, you say, lovely, an order. Just like that guy Maurice was saying earlier. He was all getting all antsy. I'm going to void that order. No, you're not. You're going to accept the order. You're going to love the order, hug the order, say, oh, my God, I'm going to be so rich. Enforce this order. You want me to enforce this order? God bless you. I will put it into full force. I will not see that kid through 2034, but you're going to get my damn bill every damn day that I don't see that kid. I'm going to charge you $10,000 a day for carrying out your lovely effing order because you no longer have jurisdiction control over me. It's that simple. Some man from a couple of towns up from me came with his paperwork, and they took his baby from the hospital because the mom tested positive for amphetamines, crystal meth or whatever it was, and he wanted his kid back. I said, well, first of all, pull the contract. I said, pull your name off the safety plan and just make a claim for your property because while the court has jurisdiction over you, they ordered him and his wife not to see the kids until like 2035 or something like that, some ridiculous, like 18 years from now, whatever it was. I said, look, just pull your name off the contract, no longer become a party to that case, and then separate yourself from that case and create your own case and make a claim for your property. And I said, that's the simplest way to do it. I said, while you're a party to the case, you agree to the terms and conditions that a judge is going to set forth. I said, so just pull yourself out of the contract. Just say, you know what, you can't force me into this contract because everything in this country is voluntary. And if I want to break my contract and my agreement with some government entity, you better believe you could do it. You know how you could do it? Because they do it, husband and wives, every day. They allow the husband and wife to break their vow to death till they part every day. And the government actually says, okay, that's fine, pay $50 and break your vow. They got no problem with you breaking your contract and your agreement to your fellow man. There you go, $50 and down the road you go. Break your contract with the CPS or DHO or DSS, whatever they're going to pay. Just break your contract with them. Just say, you know what, I'm just sending my name off this contract. I want to go at it, without the government's blessing. I just want to pull my name off. I don't want to be a party to this case anymore. And once you pull it, he says, so you're saying I don't want to be the father of the kid anymore? I said, no, I didn't say that. I said, you pull me an agreement with the government. You don't have a need for the government to control you anymore or to decide what's best for you. You're a man. You're going to stand up and act like a man. You're going to say, you know what, I don't need the government, I don't need the contract with the government. I got this. I don't, the government's like, if you don't govern you, will govern you. It's like, well, you just said, hey, I'm a man. I could govern myself. Thank you, but I don't need your intervention anymore. And then you're going to make a claim for your property back. He said, that's all you do? I said, that's all you do. He said, it's not hard to do. Because the kid's living at grandma's house, and he takes care of the kids every day. I mean, he's totally in breach of the order that the state told him don't make any contact with this kid until like 2030, whatever, like 18 years from now, whatever, 2034. So obviously him and his mom were just laughing at that order, saying, yeah, right. I said, because then once they try to enforce that order upon you, if they can enforce that order on you now and you can't seek compensation, you can't seek one damn dime for carrying out the order. But when you're no longer, like if they told me that I can't see your child until 2034, I say, who the fuck are you to tell me what I can and cannot do, where I can and cannot go? I'm a man. Oh, well, we don't want you near his kid. Oh, really? Let's put that in a form of an order, and I will carry out your order. I won't go near that kid. And guess what? Guess how much money I'm going to bill you every day for not going to see that kid? Oh, it's going to be a whopper. You better be real careful, man, before you place your wish and order with me. You better be real effing careful when you tell me what I can and cannot do as a man, what you're going to order me to do. Because I'll carry out the order, and I will not see that kid to 2034. I said, but right now, you're bound by that agreement because you agreed to do all the stipulations as a person, within that contract. So all you have to do is act like a man and just say, I'm a man, and I no longer wish to be obligated, conscripted into that contract. I don't wish to be under there anymore. I wish to take my man and take the person out of that contract and just pull it out. And then you say, now, who's that order binding to? Not me, the man, not I. And my person? No, he's gone from there, too. You got no control over the person either. I said, it's that simple, dude. He says, you kidding me? I said, it's that simple. And then if they try to order a man, you say, lovely, an order. Just like that guy Maurice was saying earlier. He was all getting all antsy. I'm going to void that order. But no, you're not. You're going to accept the order. You're going to love the order, hug the order, say, oh, my God, I'm going to be so rich. Enforce this order. You want me to enforce this order? God bless you. I will put it into full force. I will not see that kid through 2034, but you're going to get my damn bill every damn day that I don't see that kid. I'm going to charge you $10,000 a day for carrying out your lovely effing order because you no longer have jurisdiction control over me. It's that simple.
I have a case that I got to go to court in on the 12th. So what it is that the police came to my house with a arrest warrant for my son, and I got into it with the cops because I questioned their being there without a search warrant, and now I got to face the music. And when I try to invoke being a man in court, the judge just shut me down, and he ordered me to shut up. So what can I do?
Yeah, because like I said, it wasn't your court, it was their court. The man doesn't exist in their court. You got to evoke your own court.
Well, you know what it was?
Dude, did you put anything in writing?
Yeah. I put on notice, gave the date. I said to the court, I said, I, a man, I do no wrong. I require you to preserve my rights. And I said, you, black robe, are a man. Then I said, who here says I do wrong? And they just read it into the record, and then it was done. They didn't say anything else. That was it. And
then what happened?
Well, okay, then actually originally I stood up, and I said, I called to order my court. And that's when he said, shut up, you can't talk. Your lawyer talks for you, and I have a public defender. Then he says, then that's when I try to read into the record what I just said to you with the notice, and then I gave the notice to the bailiff, and he gave it to the...
I thought you said they read it in.
Actually, my lawyer actually read it in because he made me shut up, and my lawyer...
I'm saying, did the judge read it in? I thought you said the judge or the court clerk read it in.
No, actually, this is what happened. I tried to, and they told me to shut up. Okay, then
who read it in? But I thought you said somebody read it in.
Yeah, the lawyer. On the second appearance, the lawyer said, "You want me to read this, man?" I go, "Yeah, read it in for me." The judge forbade me to talk. So then he read it in the record, and it's in the record now.
Okay.
So
it's still not in the record because it didn't come from a man.
Oh, I get it. Okay, so then should I just go ahead and keep on talking and don't let him shut me up?
No, what you should have done, dude, is you should have had your own case before the court. Who's bringing you into the court, dude?
The public defender, the prosecutor, the people?
No. Joe, Bob, Susie?
Oh, you know what? Yeah, it was two detectives.
Okay,
Evan,
two Joes. Okay, so it's Stephen, Larry.
Yeah, Evans and Brennan. Oh, yeah, Evans and Brennan.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There was no detectives. It was Stephen Larry that trespassed. And you had a claim against them for the trespass.
Okay, so then I'll file a claim against them.
Yeah, that would have been a good idea. If they were making a complaint against what you did, you should have made a claim against what they were doing.
Oh, I get it. Okay.
Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, that way there's a basketball team on one side of the court and there's a basketball team on the other side of the court.
Okay, good. So then I'll file the claim because I got to go to court.
Yeah, it'd probably be a good idea to explain the trespass. Yeah, like I said, I got 0% power on my phone, and that's why I'm throwing as fast as I can because it's going to die.
Thank you very much.
All right, then.
Thank you, brother. I love you. Bye.
Gus, you got number 2 ready.
Yeah, my question is I actually have a claim in the Supreme Court in New York City, and I answered a motion to dismiss last Thursday, and they pushed me over to the matrimonial side where I was never married. And this is actually, my child is involved. I haven't seen my child in 17 months. And my problem is, my issue is, or my lack of understanding is basically how is it that I got pushed into the matrimonial side, and how can I get out of that and back into the common law?
Yeah, Carl fell off, Gus.
You said you put a claim into the Supreme Court of New York City. Is that the county Supreme Court or is that the state Supreme Court?
It's county.
Okay. So
no, it's state. It's state. It's state Supreme Court. It's the Supreme Court of New York City. Of New York. No, so it's state.
I don't know what the different counties are. I know there's a Chenango County, and Chenango County has a Supreme Court.
No, the county is New York City, so that would be the county. It's New York City in New York City, so the Supreme Court is New York City.
All right, so it's a county Supreme Court, and you put a claim in there regarding a divorce case. Tell me.
No. The claim was 4 words: return of property and damages. I was never married. I'm not getting a divorce. I have a child who's going to be 3. Who's going to be 3 in May. I was in the family court system. In the family court system, I didn't get to see my child for 7 months. Finally, I became aware of Karl, and I started doing research on common law, and I ended up putting in my own claim in a superior court. I didn't go to the federal court because I'm new to this, and I wanted just to make sure if I was in error or I failed, that I had a safety net and a higher up. So that's why I decided to go into the Supreme Court.
Okay.
In the Supreme Court, the wrongdoer, the other side.
Hold on. Before you keep going, all right? Was there an existing case before you filed yours?
Yes, there was an existing case in family court.
And how long was that going on for?
That started September 24th of 13, and I filed the Supreme Court September 13th of 14.
So you filed a 4-word claim this past September?
Correct.
And did you, you said it was just 4 words, and I didn't hear anybody listed as your claim sounds very shallow, meaning that nobody has any idea who the other party is. You know, did you fill out like a cover sheet?
Well, the wrongdoer is the mother, and it specifies just her. I didn't put anyone else. So it was basically like a counterclaim, just in a superior court.
Let's say the mother's name was Susie. Tell me what your claim would say if her name was Susie.
The claim that I filed just said return of property and damages, and then they filed.
Hold on, who's the claim being made against?
The mother. I'm the prosecutor, and I put the claim in against the mother, the wrongdoer, Susie.
Okay, but who knows this? When you filed your claim, you didn't have a cover sheet? You've got nothing that says who the other party is? No,
I didn't add a cover sheet to that, no.
So how did you have her served with any paperwork?
I did. This is what I did. I went down to the courthouse. I filed the claim. I filed all the packet, the template that they gave me. I filed that out, and they gave me an index number. Once they gave me the index number, I had her served. Once I had her served, I waited for response. I got a response, which was the motion to dismiss from the other side. I answered the court date for argument, for verbal argument. I went there twice where they reneged and failed to show up. And then Thursday, this past Thursday, which was verbal argument on the motion to dismiss. When I went in there, I stated that I am in proper persona. I'm head of the state. That I'm just acting as a man.
Where'd you get all this proprietary persona stuff? You didn't get that from Karl?
Just reading. It's so overwhelming. I'm so new to this, and it's so overwhelming. And just me reading Magna Carta, just me reading Levy, just me reading all these different types of laws, and just trying to get some type of grip on it, and then having it to where I'm just a man, and it's just very confusing.
Here's the problem that you're going to have, right? There's Bob's Guide to a Successful Divorce. There's Gus's Guide to a Successful Divorce. There's Frank's Guide. There's Susie's Guide. You got to pick one and stick to it. You can't blend them all together because you're going to have a train wreck.
But I was never married. I was never married, so there's not that contract of marriage.
It's not about the contract. It's about your understanding of the principles of law and the disaster that you're in and that you're trying to get out of, that you're trying to spread out so you can see it clearly before you and address the issues that need to be addressed. And you can't do that by reading the Magna Carta and then going and listening to Karl, then reading Bill Thornton's website. You got to just stay focused in one spot. There might be more than one way.
The biggest thing that you got to understand is the wisest men I ever met in my life were illiterate. The smartest woman I ever met in my life, she was illiterate. The woman I had, the first wife, she was an Indian. She was illiterate. She couldn't read or write English, and I taught her how to read like comic strips. Started out with Snoopy, Peanuts, and worked her way up to Calvin Hobbes. My dad couldn't read or write. The man who lived next door to us, 2 houses down, he worked in the sand pit most of his life, and when I knew him, he was deaf. And these were probably the most wisest people I ever met because they were never impacted or influenced by a book. They were never impacted or influenced by somebody else's thoughts or somebody's beliefs or ideas. They gathered what they witnessed throughout their life, and they put it together. And they were incredibly wise. They knew how to figure things out without having to read a book. So it came from their heart. You're trying to make it go through your mind instead of just letting it go through your heart. And, you're not living your life. You're like vicariously going through somebody else's life, trying to make it your life. Magna Carta, I wasn't there. There's 7 different versions of the Magna Carta, and I think the last one was in 2093. I think that was the last version of it that Bill Thornton talks about, or Caution Motto. He talks about that, the final one. But what I'm trying to say is, you're trying to live through somebody else's beliefs. What do you believe? Do you believe what she's doing is right? Do you believe what they're doing is wrong? Yes or no? And then you have that's litigating. That's how you perform in the court, because the judge could see, is that you who we're talking to? Are we talking to you? Are we talking to Magna Carta? Are we talking to Karl Lentz? Are we talking to Jesus? No, we're talking to you. He wants to see it. He wants to see if you believe what you believe. And it doesn't matter if you've seen space aliens. The judge is going to award it to you because he really truly feels that you believe what you say is true. That's why they, like I said, a good judge will any kind of put on performance. It could be for a live audience. It could be for hundreds of people or one man. How convincing are you that it's really true, that you believe you've done no wrong, and you believe you've done wrong, and you believe you do compensation? And the book has nothing to do with anything, and you're just gonna really mess up your life trying to find the answer in a book. And like I said, I don't know if Gus saw them. Gus, did you see all the books I had under the house or no?
No, I never went down there to look.
Yeah, so like I said, I had 9 feet of books. I stacked them up one time just end on end, and all those damn books I read, the answer was never in the book. And I got them all stacked up in boxes, and I don't want to burn them, but I don't need them. I could use them paperweights or something. I don't know, because I'm telling you, everything I was looking for, once it clicked in my head and it hit my heart, and I said, I got this. I know every damn answer that I ever need to know now. It has nothing to do with these damn books. There's not a damn answer in any of these damn books. What a waste of time. I said, but that's okay. I'm okay. I just said, I was just like exhausted. I read so much, and I was like, you know what? It just hit me one day. I said, I got this. I know exactly how I got to do this. Just be,
that's I don't interrupt. But that's my issue. My issue is the information that's coming in is just is overwhelming.
That's what I'm saying, because you just got to look and feel it in your heart. That you know what's true. And you got to be able to convey that to your fellow man.
Well, that I can definitely convey. It's just doing it in the 2D and not understanding the actual structure, and you know, like I can stand up and I can express myself properly, and that's not really my issue. My issue is
the problem is that you're not expressing it to. There is nothing on the other side you're talking to. You're not talking to a man. You're talking to a judge or a prosecutor. You're talking to a rock. You're talking to a tree. You're not calling them out man to man. You're not saying who's the man who's speaking. You don't ask them a simple question. I think I hear a sound. I think I hear a bear fart in the woods. I think I heard a tree fall. Was that a tree? Was that a bear? Was that a man? And there'll be stone silence. They will not answer you. Little Brian Bonner that Gus got to meet, little 5'4", red-haired, freckled, 56-year-old man with no teeth, rides a moped. He knew how to chase all the damn lawyers around. And just say, is that a man I hear? Is that a man? I think I hear a bear fart in the woods. Was that a tree that fell down? No. Was that a man that's speaking? No, I didn't think so. So I guess my testimony is the only one that's before the court today. Oh, okay. I think only my voice is being heard. Okay. Nobody's got anything to say. Okay. I have no idea how you people are so afraid of just pulling it from the heart and just understanding how simple this is. There is no man talking to you, dude. There is nothing there. And anytime you react to a tree falling, like, oh my God, a tree fell, and you're going to jump up in the air, your heart, or they hand you a piece of paper and it says your name on it, and your heart races, your blood, races, you start to palpitate, you're sweating. Dude, if they handed it to you in Chinese, you'd say, what the hell is this crap? So when they hand it to you in English, when you say, what the hell is this crap? What the hell does this have to do with anything? Who's addressing me? Where's the man who wrote this damn thing? That man will never appear. You make that man appear. Yeah.
No, okay. That I can understand. So if I can ask one more question, is what paperwork should I put in, or would you put in, or would you suggest I put in?
Dude, when I make lawsuits or claims, it's like 8 words or less. Where's the man who says I've done wrong? That's it. Goodbye.
But now that I already have a claim, I already have a file. Now that I'm actually waiting on...
You did so much scatterbrain shit that ain't even funny. You said you followed this form, their beliefs, their pattern, not yours. Did you? One of the best cases I ever remember is U.S. versus Georgia. A man wrote it on a roll of toilet paper with a crayon and went to the Supreme Court. He didn't follow his form. He pled it from his heart. The Supreme Court unrolled the roll of toilet paper, and they felt this man's pain and suffering that he was enduring in a Georgia prison. On a roll of toilet paper. He had to smuggle it out on toilet paper. And you're looking for a form and make sure the font's proper. Is it no? That's no, dude. You told us. Dude, you told us you're following all their forms. Did you say you filled it out on a roll of toilet paper? No. You're trying to follow Magna Carta. Did you just say I'm trying to follow my heart, and I'm just telling the court what I've witnessed, what I feel, what I've seen, what I've witnessed, what I believe is the truth? No. You're feeling what Magna Carta? Please. Nobody gives a shit in your interpretation of Magna Carta. Did you write it? No. Were you there when they signed it? No. Is that the fucking valid version? Which version is that? We don't give a shit. Tell us, what do you believe?
Well, I
don't believe anything. You tell the court I don't believe anything. Dude, you just stated I don't believe anything. But Magna Carta says, the Constitution says this. William Bennett said this. Gilligan on Gilligan's Island said this. Who gives a shit when everybody says? What do you believe?
No. I wrote in the affidavit in opposition and in the reply to their people.
Where on planet Earth have you ever seen the word affidavit other than something written in Chinese, Japanese, legalese? Where have you ever seen the word affidavit other than something in legalese? You speak legalese?
Nowhere. No, I do not.
Then why did you do it? What in all that godly possessed you to do it?
Because as far as I'm aware...
You believe the legal society has control and power over you. That's why. Because you don't believe you're a man. You don't believe that you can just say, hey, you know what? I'm just putting this out there on a roll of toilet paper. This man did me wrong. I've done no wrong. Like the man did with the roll of toilet paper. Why don't you go look at the big black guy who got arrested down in Georgia for writing his grandma's welfare checks or his mom's welfare checks? He was like 500 pounds down in a wheelchair in a 6x9 jail cell. And he had to take out his complaint of what the prison conditions were like on a roll of toilet paper because they wouldn't let him have paper, pen, and ink. And he pulled it off. and you have access to paper, pen, and ink. There's no reason why you can't pull it off.
Well, I mean,
go read it, dude. Why don't you go read that case and imagine what that man went through, and realize that he got the highest court on planet Earth to feel for him and to rule in his behalf on a roll of toilet paper. When you got that, you really got something.
Well, this is what I don't understand the proper wording, and I understand what you're saying.
He did a roll of toilet paper, dude. A roll. Put your heart on paper and put it out there. The best word you can say is a notice. That's about the most complicated word you can put is a notice. Or you just write to Dear Bob, who's acting as the judge. This is what I'm going to.
I have put in notice.
No, not
from my
official
heart.
notes, like a roll of toilet paper. You put on a roll of toilet paper, say, this is all I got, Bob, and I believe you're the judge in this case, and this is what I'm going to show you the impact of what's going on by what, Joe over there is doing to me. You just lay it out. Dude, you just lay it out. You lay it out like 2 or 3 sentences. Like, look, I've done no wrong to no man. You're trying to put in a form of an affidavit. You're trying to say, well, I followed the sequences, and I came in a proper persona, and the Magna Carta clearly says, dude, this is the wrong effing show for that. This show is like 8 words or less. If you can't tell me your complaint or your claim in 8 words or less, we don't want to hear it. I've been done wrong. See Exhibit A. And that's it. Okay. Exhibit A could be a mountain. Okay. Exhibit A, it could be 10,000 rolls of toilet paper. But all I want to hear is that you've been done wrong. All I want to know is that somebody trespassed upon you. That's all I want to hear. Somebody owes you a debt. That's it.
I can understand all this. Now, how would you proceed if you were in my position?
Did you write to the other side and tell them that what they're doing was wrong and caused you harm?
I did.
Yeah, and what did they say?
No response.
Okay, because you talked to Bob. You said, Dear Bob Jones, greetings. I believe you're a man, and I believe you've been assigned this case, and I believe what... No, you didn't.
No, because I actually
You did what?
I actually have an order of protection. That's why I haven't corresponded with.
So this man who's moving to court, he's got an order of protection against you because you wrote him a nice, lovely letter saying, Bob, I'm a man and you're a man, and I know you don't wish to cause me any harm, and you know what you're doing is going to cause me harm. Do you know that, Bob? Did you ask him a simple question? No, you didn't, because you don't know how to just communicate with your fellow man. You got to go run and get a lawyer. You got to do this legalese shit because you just can't communicate. Nobody can communicate. Well, not anybody. You just people have a real aversion to trying to make contact with your fellow man because you're so politically correct, or you want to do everything so proper. You just don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to deal with their fellow man. It's all about you. It's whatever you believe. What was going on in your world. I mean, like I did to that poor Mike guy up in Canada when he was pleading with me. It's like, hey, you got to help me get back my kid. It's like, oh, that's okay. Go bring your church congregation with you. I don't go to church. Oh, that's okay. Bring your Rotary Club with you. Oh, I don't join the Rotary Club. Oh, go bring the Peace Corps friends that you got. Oh, I didn't join the Peace Corps. Oh, go ahead and bring your Salvation Army friends. Oh, I don't have a... Oh, go bring the volunteer auxiliary police force with you. Oh, I didn't join. Oh, go bring the volunteer fire department guys with you. Oh, I didn't join. Oh, so you're an Army of One. You come home and you do what? Plug yourself into a computer TV and you go to sleep and get up and do it again? What about the rest of mankind? Why should mankind give a shit about you? What have you done for them? Other than go to work, because you go to work for yourself. You tell me what you volunteered and gave to your fellow man. You tell me how you've reached out and tried to help others.
Well, I clean water, air, and soil, and I teach the world how to clean water, air, and soil. I help farmers how to build, get away from agriculture.
Is this what you do for a living? Is this what you do for compensation?
No, this is what I just do.
What I'm saying is that people don't go out and act like in a community and go out and just give. It's very hard for you to understand what I'm doing.
No, I give. I give all I can, and that's not my issue. My issue is understanding trying to get away from a life that, I've been taught that of my fiction and my nonfiction and not having an awareness and not having understanding, and then in the last 6 months.
Well, dude, it's a lifestyle. Like I said, it was so funny when I drove in Las Vegas. It's funny. I had a Corvette, and I saw this black guy walking down the street in North Las Vegas, where I live by the airport, with a shovel. I pulled over in a Corvette and I told the guy, "Come on in." He says, "Where are we going to fit the shovel?" I said, "Oh, hang on a second." I took the sunroof out. There was like a T-top. I said, "Go ahead, lift it." He says, "Why are you helping me? Like you're a white guy in a Corvette. Look like a biker." I said, "Because you're a man with a shovel." "What?" "So you're a man who works. I value any man who's willing to work." And I gave him a ride. And I said, "It's very hot, and I'll give you a ride." And then one of the other days, I remember seeing a big black guy like Ralph Cramden, the bus driver. walking down the street in his bus uniform. I said, come on in, buddy. He said, sit take, where do you need to go? He says, what, like, white guy, why are you picking me up? I said, because you're a working man. I value you. And if I was walking down the street, I would hope a black man would pull over in his Corvette and give me a ride. The odds of that happening probably slim and none, but somebody's got to start.
I agree. And you know what?
Now, you could tell me stories when you had a black guy sticking a shovel out of his Corvette T-top. Then we got something. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I know what you're trying to say.
Right. You have to have impact on others within your community, and it's not the pasty white guy who looks exactly like you. It's got to be somebody so diverse. So you got to help everybody, no matter what. And then you'll start to understand how to stand up in court, and then it all start to click and all make sense. It's a lifestyle. It's not about you or just your kind. You got to reach out to others.
No, I agree, and in my awareness, I have been. I've been trying to get people together and talk about it and discuss it and try to come up with ideas. And I've been actually trying to get in touch with you for quite some time now, for at least 6 months.
Like I said, I know you're trying to get in touch with me, but I'm only one man, and I'm
I understand that. And I'm also one man too, who's very brand new to
and that's
this.
That's why there's how many 178 of these shows, and some man named Karl Lentz broke it down to thousands of pieces. There's thousands and thousands of videos and YouTube videos of just what I talk about. And you just go through topics like unbelievable, and you can listen to them. You don't have to get in touch with me because I'm always saying the same stuff over and over and over.
I've listened to your shows. I've YouTubed you. I've listened to lots of things, and even your information, as simple as it is, it's not that simple. Well, it's very overwhelming when you walk into the courthouse, especially alone, and you have everyone there.
Before you walked into the courthouse, dude, you had a day, you had a week, you had a month, you had 30 days, you had 90 days to communicate with your fellow man. The minute that you got a citation, the minute that you into court, the minute that you made contact with a fellow human being, that was your day to start communicating. Not when you walk into a courtroom. You should never fucking walk into a courtroom. You should have everything settled way before you walk into a courtroom.
Okay, but that's very difficult when the other party does not want to communicate.
Because you're not talking to man, just like Malik Dixon did up there in Chicago. He was trying to talk to the Secretary of State for years. I wrote one letter for him. We sent it out on a Monday. He got a response on Wednesday from the Secretary of State of the state of Illinois. You don't think they got a lot more better things to do than deal with a drunk driver trying to get his license back? They answered his letter in 2 days. They said, we received your letter this morning. I'm answering it this afternoon. Because he talked to him man to effing man. And for the last couple of years before he met me or talked to my show, he was talking to him like he said, Secretary of State, greetings. What do you mean? Hello, Rock. How you doing today, Tree? He didn't talk to him man to man. They don't have to respond unless you're talking to your fellow man. A man has a duty and obligation to talk and respond to his fellow man. If you wrote, dear policeman, dear cop, dear judge, they have no duty and obligation to talk to you. You're subordinate to them. You're a defendant. You got to understand the status. No, you got to understand the status of God, man, judge, defendant. You got to understand the hierarchy, and you're not communicating with your fellow man. You're not doing it because when I do it, and I have people do it all over the world, people say, "Oh, wow, Carl, you know how every single one of these people answered in Australia, Canada, United States, every single public servant said, very truly yours." These people aren't gay. They're not hitting on you. They're very truly yours. They're saying, truly, they're your public servants. We are here to serve you. Very truly yours. They know what you're doing. When you're talking to them like a man, when you're talking to them like the king, when you're talking to them like they're in the image of God, they know when they're standing in your presence. And they know when they're standing in the presence of a fool.
Yeah, my name is Damien, man. My wife emailed you last week when we were supposed to call you. Our kids that got taken by CPS in Alabama. Like Carl said, I'm willing to send anybody our case file. I know he said he likes people to send the case file before they even, talk to people with kids. So I'm willing to send anybody the case file who's willing to, just hear our little story. Yeah, we filed a claim and everything last week, and like you said, last week we sent letters out to the, the real men and women, real man and real woman. Sent out to like the governor, to the lady Nancy Buckner. I know he knows her. He's familiar with her. And we sent letters to these people just last week, so I was wondering what to expect because we just opened up our claim like last Thursday.
Okay, what kind of claim did you put in, and what was the nature of your claim?
Theft of property, and I put exhibits of the pictures of the kids in, and we just kept it kind of simple, just a standard claim that Karl has. Administrating property without right, took and carried away our property. We required a restoration of property post haste. We forgive the wrongdoers for return of property. If not, we need to be compensated for this amount of money, and that's how we left the claim. And we're going to talk to the sheriff on Tuesday to tell him about.
Well, let me ask you, did anyone help you write your claim and your notice and your letter?
No. What I did, I joined the Skype group, and I listened to a lot of Karl's tapes. I listened to it like all day and all night long. And I got in the Skype groups, and everybody had like gave me a sort of idea of how to write a claim. And I went through some of his emails that he posted on Angela's talk and got an idea how the wording of the claim goes. So I went based off of that.
Okay. And so now you said you sent your notice in.
Yeah, I sent a notice. I sent a notice to the director of human resources for our county. I sent a notice to the director for the CPS for the state. I sent a notice to the governor. And I also sent a notice to the prosecuting attorney and the caseworkers that are involved. And I also filed a notice into court, letting him know that we had into their court case, letting them know that we had theft of property. And we had a peculiar thing. Karl's method kind of takes a minute to kind of thaw into your brain because you have to let go of all that statutory stuff that you've been used to dealing with, before you get into his method. So beforehand, we were doing all the statutory stuff, the Constitution stuff and all that. And we actually sent a notice into the court before we started doing our own case about the attorney's oath of office, because in most states they require that the attorneys have an oath of office before they can practice law on the soil of the state. So as soon as we filed that in, we didn't see any more motions, anything from him. He hadn't filed a thing into the case. So they've kind of tried to trick us into their proceedings by just sending a letter saying, come here on this date. So we were wondering, well, should we even go with them not even motioning and the judge not even giving an order for proceedings or anything like that? Because I didn't know if they were trying to trick us in and do something off the record or what. So I was wondering, should we even go to any more of their proceedings with them not even having an order for the proceedings to continue?
And when did you receive those orders? Were they based off your notice? What happened with that? When you start receiving orders?
We really hadn't received any more orders from the judge, because as soon as we put that notice in about the attorney's oath, the attorney on the other side just quit filing anything. He hadn't filed any motions. He hadn't filed any continuance. We had a hearing for award in custody to CPS, and we filed a notice about a week before that. And we were supposed to have another hearing on the 19th of February, but all of a sudden they got pushed back without an order or motion or anything, and said it was March 5th. Now, no, the judge didn't put an order for continuance or anything. They didn't file any motions or anything. They're just saying show up here on the 5th of March in a letter from the attorney at Lytton. So it wasn't even the judge or the other attorney putting in a motion or anything or order. So
the guardian at Lytton?
Yeah, for the guardian at Lytton.
Okay. What did you put in that you think had an impact?
It was a notice of the other attorney's lack of a oath to the Constitution, for subscribed oath for the Constitution of the state. As soon as I filed it in, he just quit filing anything. He hadn't filed anything, period.
Yeah, they're probably trying to figure out what the fuck are you going on about. That's what they're probably doing. They're probably like, this is administrative. Nobody's acting in a judicial capacity. What is he talking about?
Okay.
It's all based on contract. But like I said, they might be digging into it, trying to figure out. That might have been a good thing to make them tilt their machine like a pinball machine. Like you just made it tilt. Like what the hell? Do we got to actually do something in a certain way? Like, are we not following the procedure?
Okay.
So, yeah, like I said, you might have done that. You might have just make them blink and say, are we supposed to be taking oaths around here somewhere?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? You know, it's like, no, that's for the state government. We're the government of the state.
Okay. Two different people.
You see what I'm saying? They might be saying, no, we're you know, we're not officers, we're employees, or we're contractors. Well, I don't know. You know, they're going to have to try to figure out how they're going to define themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they do come back, say, wait a second, I never got an answer to this. You know, are you an employee of the government? Are you the government? What are you?
Right.
Are you an officer? What are you?
Right. Make them define themselves. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got.
They try to just say, well, we're just going to proceed. They say, wait a second. I asked the question. Are you a state employee? Are you an officer? Which one are you?
Mm-hmm.
Are you an officer? Because I'm sure an officer has to swear, but I'm sure a state employee doesn't have to. What I was used with the garbage man, I'm sure you don't have to swear to any constitution. I was like, I don't know, man. I just the air and the tires on the garbage truck. I didn't swear to nothing. Did I uphold the Constitution? I just fill the air.
Yeah.
I just watch the garbage trucks.
In their statute, it actually says that in all attorneys that.
Yeah, but he might not be an attorney.
Okay.
Just like a lot of the times when you go into these courts, man, like especially like traffic court. Who told me that the other day? Nobody said all lies. They said the judge wasn't wearing a black robe. Nobody called her your honor. Everybody called her ma'am. You know, but you would think you're talking to a judge because you think you're in traffic court and you think traffic court has something to do with something about a state constitution and somebody swearing in an oath. It's like, no, it's somebody who's mediating a contract dispute.
Yeah. I definitely got to feel that it's a contract situation because, you know, we've done some of the things that you said do, like go to the sheriff, go to the district attorney to see if any charges were filed against us. They basically came and got our kids because we homeschool. And, you know, they're requiring under their code that we come fill out all this stuff, the homeschool and all that stuff. And we told them no, you know, and we actually sent a letter
I
to her.
I know why you guys, mommy and daddy didn't knock your teeth out the first time you said the word no. Your life would be so much fucking easier.
Yeah.
Why don't you just say yes, put it in a form of an order, and then go on with your life because they'll never talk to you ever again. Like I said, I swear to God, I said that to people in my family. I said the first time I hear my fucking kid say no, I want to find out who fucking told my kid the word no, and I'm going to kick their teeth to the other side of their fucking head. I have no idea why you guys love saying the word no. It's like a little 3-year-old. No, I'm not going to do it. No, terrible twos. No. Fill out this form. No. Say absolutely, not a fucking problem. Put in a form in order, and I'll fill out all the forms until my fucking fingers turn purple. Yeah, I don't have no idea why you people are so fucking violent. I mean, but they make heroes out of people who are violent. I mean, they make, like Gandhi's a fucking massive hero because he told everybody no. Mandela's a hero because he said no. I'm the Mr. Yes Man. I say yes to every fucking thing. Oh, yeah, not a problem. Put a form in order. And they go away.
Well, Carl, we actually did that in a sense. Cause,
no, you didn't. You said no.
Yeah, well, we did it statutorily though. We didn't do it like we didn't go to the man. I agree. I understand. We didn't say this person who acts in this.
Right. You said that, you know, they told us to come out here and fill out all these forms. And we said no.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
We didn't say yes. You didn't say, Carl, you know what? When they told me to fill out a form, you can't fucking believe it. What'd you do? I asked them how many forms they got. And they said, I don't know, 712. We filled out 712 fucking forms, Carl. Oh, man, they owe us so fucking much it's not even funny. The bill goes in tomorrow. You didn't say that. It's a lifestyle, dude. Dude, it's a lifestyle to be an asshole. Dude, I'm an asshole. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle to have a fucking sense of humor like that.
Yeah.
Oh, you want a fucking form filled out? Oh, how many you got? 712. Is that all? Hey, do you mind if I print out a couple of maybe 500, 600 more? Like what? I don't know. You got a problem? Can I? Well, why would you want to do that? What do you mean, why would I want to do that? I guarantee your legal department knows why I want to do that. Why don't you go ask them? And they'll say, leave this fucking one alone. Why? He's fucking crazy. Crazy like a fox. They'll say, this guy's up to something. We don't know fucking what. But leave this one alone. Because why? 100% of all you other fuckers say no. Not only is this guy not saying no, he's saying he's going to fill out thousands until his fucking fingers bleed. He's up to something. We don't know what, but this one is scary. He's scaring us. You guys don't scare him. Oh, no, I'm never going to do it. Oh, yeah, well, we know how to handle people like you. Tell him yes. Oh, yeah, how many you got? Is that all? Do you mind if I print out my extra 500? I got a new fucking 500 roll in my desk drawer. Do you mind? What? What do you mean 500? I'm just asking you. You wish me to do that, right? Yeah, okay. I'm going to make your wishes come true. I'm just here to serve. You're going to freak the shit out of them.
Yeah,
this is what I try to tell people all the time. This is how my modus operandi has been my whole entire life. I do the complete fucking opposite of what everybody tells you to do. And it somehow miracles motherfucking happen. I was like, Alex, I'll go off the fucking board with this one. Dude, you haven't seen the question. That's okay. I'm all in. How about we flip you another card? How about you look at your cards first? Nah, that's okay. I'm all in. Dude, we really dealt you one card. Nah, that's okay. I bet everything I got. Dude, that's not how you play poker. Oh, really? How do you play poker? Well, we deal you two cards and you take a look at it and you let us put at least one flip of one card. And, no, okay, I'm all. That's it. I'm all in. Dude, that's asinine. Why, you don't want to go all in? You only got one card too? We're supposed to wait for two cards? Nah. Well, you got balls? Come on, we all in. Everybody in? Let's go all in. Like, this guy's fucking crazy. I'm not going all in. I haven't even looked at my first card yet. What are you, chicken? Good, you're a gambler. Let's do this. I'm not stupid. Well, then, I guess I win this pot, huh? You know, that's what I say. You know, the guy with the fucking guts, the balls, he gets the glory, man. You ain't got guts, you ain't got the balls, you ain't going to get glory. You ain't going to get laid.
We learning that. I mean, really.
Yeah. You got to go all in, man. You got to remember, chicks dig scars.
Yeah, I'm in the belly of the beast like you here in Alabama, so, you know they play.
Yeah, well, like I said, chicks dig scars. You got to go all in.
Yeah. Like I said, we just got our claim in. I guess we hadn't put the summons in because we were talking to John at first, and through his email, he told us, not to put the names on at first so they don't just throw your claim out. So what we did, we were going to amend the claim and put their names on it, and then issue a summons because we have to write our own summons, correct, and our own orders.
No. Like I said, the court clerk will hand you a standardized form.
Okay.
No, that's fine. She knows what she's doing. The sheriff's department knows what they're doing.
Okay, so as soon as I give them the names, they'll issue the summons first. Because we want to do an emergency hearing, so I was going to put a notice in for
emergency. Well, what do you need to do emergency hearing for?
To make them make a claim to my property.
Okay, I see what you're saying. But using that word, an emergency hearing.
Right.
Yeah. Like I said, magistrates are on call. The courts are open 24/7. You just move your claim into the court now.
Yeah.
You don't got to do this legalese shit. Just like I did with Bali in England. They said, no, you want to file a claim, do it tomorrow morning. I said, no, I think, you know what, I want to hold court now. I'm going to open up a courtroom now. Get a magistrate down here. Like, you're fucking crazy. I was like, oh, yeah? Like, why? Because there's a Christmas party. I said, yeah, I don't give a fuck. She's going to be interrupted, or he's going to be interrupted for a while. The court's got business. We got shit to do. And damn right, the head fucking security guard, thank God, he came down. And he said, look, Cole, can we be reasonable about this? I said, okay, I'm a very reasonable man. What do you want to do? How about you just put the paperwork with me? And I guarantee you I will find a magistrate sometime tonight, and I'll have the magistrate file it for you. How's that? I said, not a problem. And Bali's like, can you put that down in writing? I said, Bali, shut the fuck up. I said, you just challenged this man's honor. We don't do that. It's like, well, us white English motherfuckers, we don't do that. If this man said he's going to fucking do it, you take him at his fucking word. He's not Punjabi. It's like, so like I said, it's a lifestyle. You know, when I'm talking to a man on the other side, I know when I'm talking to a fucking man. And how dare you fucking tell him to put it down in fucking writing and sign it. That's just fucking all flavors of fucking evil. Because the reason why Bali would say that, to put it in writing and sign it, is because he would do it. I never thought to ask that man to put it down in writing and sign it. I know he's an officer of the court. I know he's an honorable man. I know the whole court fucking watches each other's moves. I know it's all about honor with these fuckers. Paying their debts. If they bet $1, they pay it off. If they bet $1 million, they pay it off. They're very honorable people. It's like a gambler kind of thing. They're very honorable like that. If they don't fucking pay off their bet, nobody will ever fucking play a card game with them ever again. They'll be banned for life.
Hey, Carl?
Oh.
Can we talk about those forms a little bit more? You said go ahead and let the person give you the summons. That's what I wasn't aware of when I went down there, and she handed me a bunch of forms telling me it was a civil cover sheet, the summons, and all these things.
Yeah. So it's a cover sheet. Dude, okay, let me put this one more time. I said this 8,116 times. I guarantee Gus, Larry, everybody can tell you this in a heartbeat. What do you do?
For the ease of filing purposes only.
That's it. Ease of filing purposes only. You know what it is, dude? You're going to Federal Express. and you want them to mail your case to China, you're going to wrap it in their package. You're going to put it in their envelope. You're going to use their form so they can have it set in place in the proper dock. How tough is this? It's not impacting the contents of it's inside that Federal Express box, that Federal Express case, that Federal Express sticker or sheet or cover form that's on top of that fucking Federal Express box. There's no impact on the contents, does it? No, absolutely not.
I looked up the local rules, and it says right there in the local rules, no trial court or any division branch of the trial court may enact or enforce any local rule concerning the form or format of papers. So,
Hey, hold on a second. Carl, this is an entirely different guy. This is Billy the Kid in California.
No, that's fine. No, like I said, what he's saying is fine. It could say, I'm just saying, it could say there can be no rules on how to file a form, and it could say there are forms so that I don't care. If somebody's got a form already filled out for me, I want to use it for ease of filing purposes only because somebody else already did it all for me. I say, oh, thank God. I don't got to go home type this shit. No, you just fill this out, stick the Federal Express sticker on my box. If I went to Federal Express, okay, I got two choices. I go to Federal Express and I want to put my case into a docket. Put it in a dock. I want to put my case in a dock. So I could go home, get an inkjet printer, make all this fancy red, white, and blue Federal Express sticker, or I could just say to the guy, wow, you got a sticker for that? All I got to do is put my name, address, phone number on it, and we're good to go? Oh, God bless you. You already glued it and everything? I got to get Scotch tape and everything? Oh, God bless you. Oh, you got a box that says Federal Express? Oh, my God. Sweet. I love you guys. It's for ease of filing purposes only. Yay. Has nothing to do with what's inside the case.
right. So I just wanted to touch on that because, this is one area I've been studying for a while, and I have not actually gone to court to do anything. And when I did, she handed me a bunch of papers like, you have to file these. And they were really nice. The clerks were really cool.
Yeah. So lovely. Okay, I filed it.
Yeah.
And then you do a cover sheet. Like I said, it's on my website. It's on documents. Okay. First thing you click on, it says, my lawsuit in Alabama for ease of filing purposes only.
I had another question. I had an eviction happen. You actually took my call in the middle of it, and you were busy with the man up in Montana or something. But these people put a notice. They gave me notice of eviction, and the sheriff on there was this guy, Leroy Baca. So I spoke with Mike, and he's like, send him a letter. So I sent him a letter. And then I called down there to try to talk to him. I actually went there to try to talk to him. And I found out that Leroy Baca is not even the sheriff. And that some other cop, Zimmer, had put his initials on there. Not his initials, but he wrote Zimmer on there. But Leroy Baca is not even the sheriff. And that's the notice that I got. So I sent the letter over to Leroy Baca, but then later found out that he's not even the sheriff. So I don't know if that matters, but it seems to me that law should be expressed, not implied. And when I write a letter to the sheriff saying, hey, you guys are in error right now, this is my property.
Yeah, but who's trying to evict you?
The bank, the probate. My grandfather's estate is in probate.
Oh, you're the guy from California.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I got a
but no, we were talking about something else that day, man. We were saying that no, you're looking for a loophole technicality, and I was actually talking to you about something of substance. Now you're just looking for a loophole. Now you're looking like, there was something else that we were talking about that we made the guy stop with that eviction. What did I exactly say to you? But I didn't say, that sheriff's name's not that, the deputy's name's that. I didn't say that silly shit.
No. I had asked him who placed the order, and he said...
Yeah, that's the way we went with this. Who placed the order for eviction?
Yeah, and I said...
It has nothing to do with a deputy or sheriff. That's irrelevant. So I don't understand why you're going down this path.
Well, no, I've already been writing the CEO of the bank.
Okay, I don't care. I'm saying who issued the eviction order.
That would be the attorney for the bank.
No, it would be Bob, who acts like an attorney. Attorneys don't have fingers.
Correct. Harry.
Yeah. So what? Okay, Gary, and he's acting as the attorney for the bank.
Yes.
Okay. Does the guy who operates the bank, Jimmy, what's his name? Jamie Dimon. Does Jamie Dimon know what the attorney's doing?
I don't know. I wrote him a letter.
Yeah, well, then you tell Jamie Dimon, the guy who runs Chase Bank, Say, hey, man, your attorney just made you fucking liable. I'm just giving you a fair warning, man, because I'm coming at you through your fucking attorney. So what I'm saying is like Jamie Dimon will call the fucking lawyer and says, what's this guy going on about? It's like, I don't know, man. He's suing you. What? He's suing? Why he's suing me? He said, yeah. Why? Because I act on your behalf. Does he have a case against me? He's like, yeah, I think he does. Because the guy who runs the bank, he's liable for like anybody who acts on behalf of the bank.
Right, and I've been writing him letters for months now, telling him I want to settle this, that I have the power of attorney to run this estate.
Yeah, but like I said, you're a beneficiary, you're not a trustee. So I don't know where you're getting that belief without going to probate and removing the trustee.
Well, this is where I'm lacking big.
But you're not the trustee. You're not the trustee, right? You're not the trustee. You're a beneficiary, right?
Correct.
The trustee doesn't have to disclose any information of the trust whatsoever to a beneficiary. They don't have to tell you why they're doing what they're doing. You could have a probate, bring them to probate, and say that you think they're acting against your grandfather's wishes. That you could do. But for you to whine up and down and bitch as a beneficiary, they could fucking pull everything from the beneficiary. It's like, well, look, we don't have to really tell you. You know what? Honestly, your grandfather always thought you were a prick, and he just told us the other day, stick to it, this guy, fucking jerk his chain, fuck him up, but don't tell him that grandpa hates him. The trustee doesn't have to tell you shit.
Right.
You can take it to probate, and you can say that I think that they're acting in conflict with my grandfather's wishes, and let the probate judge fucking determine it. But like I said, man, if it's a private trust and it's not recorded in the public, that probate judge can't do shit.
I was kind of dealing with my 5-day notice to vacate bullshit, but I was already ready for them, and then they didn't show up on the day that they said they were going to show up. So I went to work on the 3rd day, and the fuckers came when I went to work. And so I called Carl when I was at work. Hey, these fuckers are at my house. Nobody knows fucking shit. It was my nanny and my goddamn fucking...
Right, and that guy was trying to give you bullshit, and he was just dicking around with you. And I said to him, hey, right, and I said to him, I said, stop this bullshit with this guy. You tell me who issued that fucking order. Whose name's on that fucking order? And then that guy started saying, I'll make a phone call and I'll get back with you. I said, no, we want to know who the fuck issued that fucking order. We want to know who's the fucking man's name that issued that order. Why are you in this fucking man's house? Because somebody had to issue that fucking order. And he kept saying the bank did. And I said to the guy, the bank doesn't have fingers, the bank doesn't have fucking arms. Who the fuck created this fucking order? That's what I said. Now I remember the phone call. That's when I was in Montana.
Yeah, and so he told me it was Harry.
That's right. You called me up and you said it's an emergency call. The cops in my door. The cops in my house. That's right. I recorded this thing. So, yeah, I could upload that. That's a good one to upload.
I know you were busy because I'd already heard you were in Colorado, or I believe you were in Colorado.
Montana, yeah. I was in the man's office. Right. That's right. I had to step out of the man's office. I said to the man, look, I'm sorry, but this man said there's a cop in his fucking door. So I'll be right back. That's right, because I never fucking answer the phones.
They changed the locks. They kicked everybody out of that, all my kids, all my family, everybody out of the house. It was already done. So I didn't get to use the show me the bond, they still haven't provided me with a bond.
No, all you have to do is find out who issued that fucking order.
It's the attorney.
The bank didn't order it. Somebody ordered it.
His name is Harry. I know who the fuck he is. I've been writing him letters for months now.
Okay, who's this Harry?
Harry's the attorney for the bank.
No, okay, that's what I'm saying. If Harry's the attorney for the bank, this is what I tried to just said to you 2 minutes ago. You got to find out, like I said, if it's Chase Bank, Jamie Dimon is going to be liable to the acts of his attorney. So if my attorney did something, and I said, what did you do? Well, I wrote an order on your behalf, and I threw those people out of the house you own. You did what? I threw them out of the fucking house. What, you didn't want me to? No, dude. You threw him out of the house. Okay, good. Now this guy's going to come after me. He's not. You can't go after the attorney. You got to go after the guy who controls the attorney. Who controls the attorney? Who hired the attorney?
It's Frank Holding. That's the CEO for the bank. I've been writing him as well.
There you go. That's who you go after then.
I've been writing everybody like Mike's been directing me, which is great, and I'm kind of building my case. But the issue right now is when I went to file the claim, like I said, she handed me these documents. I am illiterate to this completely because I build shit for a living. I don't go to court and file shit. So every time I've listened to you, it's been like, file your one-page claim. and I didn't even.
No, like I said, if you find out who created the order, so if the attorney signed the order on behalf of the bank, it would be on behalf of Frank. Frank's the CEO.
Yeah.
Good. Then it's Frank. You let Frank know that he's liable for the harm.
Right.
That his attorneys did on his behalf. When did you write that? What was I saying? When did you write all these letters?
I've been writing for months, Carl. I mean, since November of last year, I've been writing and writing and writing and writing.
Did you send? What I'm saying? Did you send these letters to me, Gus, anybody? Who you been sending these letters to? The Skype group?
Yes, I'm in all the Skype groups, but you don't get as much help as you think in there. It's not like you can just go on there and get help. So the deal right now is I found on these forums that you can just get there's a fucking claim form. It's like CD 100, and it's just a claim for property. And so the deal is, I went and seen my grandpa today. He's kind of losing it. He's getting older, and he'll ask you the same fucking question 20 times. So his son gave me a power of attorney, and he told me, Billy, if you can get this estate back from them fuckers, do it. So I don't really know what to do with it now that I have it, and that's where I'm looking for some help, is what do I do with this?
That's what I was saying about the probate court. That's what I said to you. What cases can probate court hear? Is there even a probate court in the state of California? That's what I was saying to you, because probate courts can hear the matters of power of attorney over like somebody who's considered incompetent, and they'll determine whether or not your grandfather, the probate judge, I don't know if the probate judge will go down there and actually talk to your grandfather, or send somebody down there to talk, for the court. The probate judge might send some clerk down there and say, hey, go talk to this guy, man. I don't know if they make your grandfather pop up, but that's what I'm saying. I know they do that in Georgia. Now, what they do in California, I don't know.
They did that a long time ago, found him incompetent, and that's when they basically took over. Okay, he had already had a doctor say that he was of sound mind and body, and the court said, I want another, evaluation of him, and of course he took it, and now he's found incompetent, and now the courts have basically taken over. And so I was just reading this. I've been kind of new to how to read this stuff, but now I kind of know how to read it. And so today I've been reading it, and I'm finding out that the probate people are the ones placing the orders. These are the people placing the orders to sell the properties. I just got a letter in the mail today. They want to sell 2 more properties, and one of them is the home they just kicked me out of. So, that's why I moved into the home, was kind of put up the fight. But now they got dudes coming over there screwing my windows shut and shit. It's kind of weird.
Oh, that's right. I asked, I said, was there a sale of the house? Because I said, you live about 2 doors away down on the left-hand side. Did you request the proof of sale?
Exactly, and that's what I just got today. Was I'm looking at it now, and they're asking to sell this property. It's hilarious. Literally 2 days ago, the fucker comes and kicks us out. 2 days later, I get something in the mail saying they're petitioning the court to sell it. And I'm like, wow, these fuckers move quick. So, it's all a learning experience, but as of right now, I literally have my family sleeping in that home that we're not supposed to be in, according to the court. But I got nowhere to go, bro. So.
Yeah, but like I said, too, and because I remember reading that eviction. And then I said, where was the sale of the home? And he said there was no sale. And that didn't make any sense to me. If there's no sale, how did you get evicted? Because you said the trustee was in control of the fucking house.
Yeah. Well, so what happened was...
So when your grandfather... See, like I said, that's what really sucks about trustees. Because your grandfather could tell you one thing, and he could say, look, little Billy was over here today, and I'm really scared of this kid. So you know what? I signed power of attorney over him. So send another psychiatric evaluator over here and tell him that I'm incompetent. So little Billy can't use that piece of paper.
Yeah, nothing like that.
It's all fucking mind games. I'm telling you, when there's a rich fucking guy involved, a rich woman involved, it's all fucking mind games. Is your grandfather being straight up with you?
Yeah, listen, my grandpa right now, Carl, he'll, like, when I walk in the room, he's like, Billy, hey, son, how are you? Very happy. I brought my daughters and my new son and my wife. We're all talking for a while.
Yeah, but I'm saying when you leave, is there somebody else who's a beneficiary who fucking goes in there and says, you better fucking just undo what you just did?
No.
Okay, like I said, look, dude, I'm not there. All I could do is guess why your grandfather gave you that power of attorney. One person says that he's competent. Another guy comes in and, a week or two later says he's incompetent.
No, I didn't ask my grandfather I didn't even ask my grandfather to sign anything because, like I said, he'll tell you, hey, son, where are you living now? And then 5 minutes later, he'll ask you the same thing. Hey, son, where are you living now? So he's losing his mind a little bit. He's getting older, and he's got some sort of dementia or something. So I went to the next in line. I didn't feel that was appropriate to get him to sign anything because I wouldn't even feel comfortable about that. So I went to his son. He's only got one son, okay? And most of his kids, both of his natural kids have passed. He's got one daughter left that was from the marriage. But his son, I walked up to him and I told him everything that I'm learning with you and how I wanted to do this. And I said, I need the power of attorney to be able to do this. And he goes, Billy, I'll do anything. Just don't fuck me. And I'm like, dude, just
Who said don't fuck you? Who said do anything?
My uncle. He's just like, bro, I'll give you power of attorney if you can get it back from these people. He's like, just don't fuck me. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to fuck anybody.
How did your uncle give you power of attorney if it's your grandfather's?
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Okay, so Grandpa isn't able. Well, he would sign anything, I swear. If I went up to him and said, Grandpa, I want to do this, blah, 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 would you sign it? He'd sign it. But how competent is he? You know what I mean? He's not all there. Huh?
You said how competent is he, you said?
Well, he's losing his mind. He has some sort of dementia, I think, where he literally asked me who my daughters were and how many kids I had 15 times because he's losing it. And he's there. He knows who I am, but he doesn't know my family, really. He's losing it. When he was younger, he knew my kids. He knows my daughter's named after his wife. He knows all that. But now he's losing it. So I went to his son, and I know maybe Mac doesn't have all rights, but he gave me all his rights to do whatever I can to try to do that. And so everybody now is scared. They're all scared. And I get it. I totally get it. I see why. Because these fuckers, they're ruthless. But I just want to know, honestly, Carl, do I go into fucking probate? Do I go civil? Do I just make a claim? These are the areas where I'm lost.
Because what's tough for me to understand is I'm trying to figure out who's the trustee.
The bank. It's
okay, but like I said, then what I'm saying, there's somebody in the bank, like I said, who's the trustee for that branch.
Yes.
Do they have a special? Or do they just have a whole special, different, like a legal department? Like, do they have a trust department? Do they have a whole separate?
Yes, they do. I got a letter from Susan, who is claiming to speak for Frank. And so she basically said in her letter.
Well, let me put it this way: how did your grandfather transfer? To make the bank the trustee? Is there anybody in particular that in the bank that like he really liked, and they're the trustee?
No. Okay, so this is a big, complicated, ugly thing. My grandfather was banging his mistress, who was the property manager for his properties. He somehow got on the bank account. Okay, my mother flipped out, like, what the fuck is this bitch doing on the bank account? She's all of a sudden vice president of the corporation, and
but all you got to do is bring that to the probate court, and the probate court will get it done for you in no time. Probate courts are great, man, because they fucking protect the old people like crazy.
No, Carl, this is what happened. So my mother, she went to the bank and said, hey, this lady is not a part of this estate. She should not be on the account, and they told her.
Okay, so you took it right to probate.
So my mother did. My mother went to the state, and she said, I need
help.
What
part of the state? Did she went to motor vehicles? What part of the state did she go to?
I don't know what the hell she did. All I know
okay,
is...
Okay, why can't you find out this simple question for me? Did anybody go to probate court yet?
Yes.
Okay, who?
My mother, my grandfather, myself.
Where's probate court located?
It's in Santa Monica.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. You've been there? You seen the judge? You talked to the judge?
Yep, he told me to shut the fuck up.
A probate judge?
Yeah, a probate judge, when I tried to speak, told me to shut the fuck up.
What was his name?
Judge Charles Carlin.
Judge Charles Carlin.
Yeah.
All right, I'll find out. I'll Google it.
Oh, yeah, you can find him. I'll give you the, here's the case file. I'll put it on the record. BP.
No, I don't know. Not the case file. I just need to know who Judge Charles Carlin is.
Yeah, Judge Charles Carlin out of Santa Monica Superior Court.
Okay, how do you spell it, Carlin?
Karlan.
Okay, not with the C. All right. And you said it's Santa Monica Court?
Santa Monica Superior Court was the, this guy was the judge for like 10 years. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's Craig D. Carlin, Craig. And so, I have.
Hang on a second, man. I'm looking up this guy, man.
Oh, are you?
Yeah. There's a website that you check out any judge.
Can you share that with us?
It's called the Robing Room.
What is it called?
Roba, ROBING, the Robing Room, where judges get judged.
The Robing Room.
Yeah, where judges get judged. And I used to tell people that all the time. I used to tell people, when you're going up before a judge, you go to the website. They got Judgeopedia, too. You go to Judgeopedia or you go to the Robing Room, and you put in the judge's name, and you find out how this guy rules. And you'll have people's comments say, this guy's a dickhead, or they'll say, this guy rules, or this guy's great, or this guy loves attorneys, or this guy hates attorneys. Do you see all the comments? This guy got, out of 10 stars, he got 3.1, he got a 1.0, he got a 9.8, he got a 3.0, he got a 1, he got a 1, he got a 1, he got a 10, he got an 8.5. So obviously this is basically telling me the guys who win are giving this guy a 10, the guys who lose are giving this guy a 1. See, it says, like this one comment says, fair and honest, nice guy, clearly overlooked and burdened by a job, he means well. Next guy says he gave him 10 stars. Case loads are overloaded. Yet by start of the trial, there's no sense of pressure or haste in process. He is even-handed and even-tempered as a judge can be. He reads everything, so keep it short and to the point. See, that's what he says, see? They said this guy. They said this judge actually reads the stuff you put before him.
I actually agree with that. When I was in court, he had insinuated, or he had said to my mother a couple times, Bonnie, you're on the right track. I cannot give you legal advice, but you're on the right track. Because he knew my mother was, for 10 years, she was trying to get this back into the family's hands. And we never had all this craziness. It was never like this. And then because Grandpa was banging the fucking property manager, the shit hit the fan, and now the estate has just been massacred. So, my mother fought it, and now it's my battle. And I learned about you, and I believe in it. It's everything I've always thought my whole life. And this is what I'm doing. So,
yeah, so like I said, but like I said, with the judge, he said, it's funny, man, it's not sweet. He's a probate judge. I see it says he's a judge, but I don't see it says I'm trying to find out if he was a probate judge.
Well, he might not be anymore. He moved on. I don't know if he's the judge now. I guess I can keep leading and find out who.
Yeah, well, this is what I'm trying to say, man. I'm not talking about what your mom did years ago. I'm talking about like what you did like last week, yesterday, stuff like that. Like I said, you called me up the other day, and there's, like I said, there's only so much I can tell you so fast. I mean, I remember you called us into the show like 6 months ago, and Gus said, you remember that guy? I said, yeah, he had all kinds of probate court problems. He had all kinds of power of attorney and trustee and all that nonsense going on. But then you disappeared.
No, I haven't disappeared. I've been on every show, damn near every show that ever comes on Talkshoe. I'm on every night. No, I'm saying we haven't heard from you. Oh, well, I sent you a lot of emails and I never got replies. So
Dude, I got 3,701 emails. I'm on quarter record. Dude, I'm on quarter record 3 now. Yeah.
I kind of stopped because I'm like, fuck, I'm just writing to myself. So
yeah,
I went.
Well, that's what I say. That's what I say to people, man. If people text message me, it's easier for me. Well, like I said, you got extremely lucky. I even answered the phone the other day. I was sitting in this man's office. Yeah. And I said to the guy, I just seen your name. I don't know what made me pop up your name. I said, I got to answer this. And I don't even remember what your name is that pops up on the screen.
Well, I'll
Billy
tell you
the
what,
Kid?
Carl,
Are you Billy the Kid? You're Billy the Kid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. For some reason, that's what I put in my cell phone. I put Billy the Kid. And for some reason, I just said, I got to answer this. I don't know why, but I said to the guy, look, I got to answer this one. And then you said the cops are in my house. And I told the guy, hang on a second, I had to go step outside and talk to you. And then that's when I just said to the point, hey, who issued this damn thing? And he said, the bank did. And I said, the bank has no arms, no legs. Who at the bank actually put this down? Because that's the person that you're going to drag into probate court. Who is the man or woman who issued this?
So let's talk about that. Am I
Okay, so it gets weird. I've talked to Gus about this. I've talked to Mike. Everybody's really, they don't get it. And this is why I've been trying to get with you, because you get it, of course, and you're so busy, and I fucking hate to bug you, but God damn it.
Like I said, all I know I asked you the other day, find out who at the bank is authorized to issue this order. Who's got the power to do something like this? Because that's the guy that you're going to drag before the probate. That's the trustee. That's the guy you're going to find.
Okay, so is it Frank Holding or Harry, the attorney?
One more time. I don't know how I'm miscommunicating, because I know the guy who was on the other end of the phone understood exactly what I was saying. The attorney for the bank. I knew exactly what I was saying. And I understand why you can't get this. Very simple question. Somebody has the authority at that bank to issue orders on behalf of the bank. Who actually signed that order? Who created it? Who actually has the authorization to do it? And the answer that the guy gave me was the bank. And I said, no, the bank doesn't have arms and legs. There is an actual man or woman who is authorized in that bank to issue such an order.
All right, so I know who that is. That's Harry. So I take him back into probate.
He's the one. He's the one you would summons before the probate court, and you'd have the probate court ask him a simple question, say, where the fuck do you think you get off throwing these people out? Where do you believe that authority comes from? And he can't say, just because I'm the fucking trustee. It's like, no. Where does it come from the grandfather? Where does the grandfather expressly say somewhere in there, look, I hate this little Billy fucking ass, and I want him out, and just don't tell him. Don't tell him grandfather hates him. What I'm saying, the judge would talk to Harry personally, one-on-one, without you in that freaking room. And you say, honestly, the grandpa hates this clown. And he'd have to convince the judge that grandpa hates you. And the judge would come out and say, well, little Billy, there's nothing I can do. The trustee did everything within his power. The trustee did everything within his authority. The trustee did, what he believed was the right thing to do, and I want to stand behind the trustee. And then he doesn't have to cry up and down to the judge and say, but why? And the judge is like, hey, man, there's a trust between Grandpa and the bank, and I can't disclose it. But why don't you go ask Grandpa? Because I can't tell you why Grandpa said, let the bank take over. And like I said, I've seen that plenty of times in my life. Believe me, especially with wills, especially with wills, man. You'll see a grandma, great-great-grandma loving it up with the grandkids and everything, and she doesn't leave a fucking dime. And she said, look, the only reason why these little bastards came around is because I knew I had fucking money. If I didn't have a fucking dime, I see how they treat everybody else. They treat everybody else like shit. So I don't know why he's doing what he's doing, but that's who you call in. Someone's going to appear immediately in front of the probate court and tell them what the hell's going on, tell the probate court, so I need that. If you want to do an emergency immediate motion hearing, yeah, that's the place to do it. If, like I said, I have no idea about California. I believe they have probate courts, okay? I'm not out there, so I don't know. That's what I say to you guys, when you live in another state like that, and I'm in Montana, and I'm in a man's office. I said, do me a favor. Find out if there's a probate court. See if probate court does wills, and see if they do the trust. See if you got a probate court system out there. Because then I could pretty well to give you a good idea where you should go with it. And it's like, okay, you know what you need to do? Go find out this Harry guy. Get this guy brought before the court. There's got to be something in writing between you and your grandfather and Harry or the bank. I don't know if your grandfather was personal friends of Harry's. I don't know. Because a lot of times, man, it's especially in a private trust, the trustee could just say, well, his grandfather whispered into my ear one day that I hate that prick. and that's, I'm serious.
No, I get it, but it's fucking absurd. Because you could, even the judge on the court of record, some of the copies that I got, the attorney tried to say that he wanted to kick my mom out of one of the properties, and the judge had said to him, it is my belief that Curtis McLean likes his family to live in his property. So
who's Curtis McLean? Who's Curtis McLean?
That's my grandfather.
Okay, well then say grandfather Curtis McLean. We're just guessing what Curtis McLean is. I pretty it was grandpa, but yeah, I get it. Okay, so like I said, the judge must be reading something, hearing something, or met somebody who led him to believe that. Because grandpa could say just the opposite of the judge. I hate these pricks. They're leeches. They're just hanging on, waiting for me to fucking die. Make sure they get fucking nothing, okay? And then you guys could say, oh, the judge is such a prick. Grandpa loves us, but he didn't give a shit. It's like, oh, yeah, well, maybe there's something that he handed the judge in trust. Because when he gives the judge a piece of paper and says, I'm trusting you with this, don't fucking tell my grandkids, so they're going to fucking hate me. Or they're going to pull the plug on me.
Right.
You know what? You see what I'm saying? It's when it comes to this. When it comes to older people, man, they could be such sneaky fucking bastards, man. You know, you don't know what the fuck is. You don't know if he had some like what's that girl who fucking that Playboy model who was sucking this 90-year-old guy's dick and he turned on against his whole family.
Yeah, that fucking big kitty.
Nicole something, Nicole Smith or something like that. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. And this whole family is like, look, she's like a 19-year-old bimbo, you know, blowing Grandpa's 98-year-old dick, and she just cut us everybody out of the fucking will. This is bull. This lady's known him for 3 months, and we've known him for 98 years and hung out with this clown for 98 years, kissed his ass for 98 fucking years. And she gets everything? Oh, I don't fucking think so. So like I said, it's all backroom dealing and conniving. It's all bullshit. I really hate dealing with trusts, man, because it's so hard to, you know, you got to trust your grandfather that he's not fucking with you.
Right. And let me ask you something. Do I have standing to go in and claim this property?
Yeah, well, if you're there, yeah, you're a beneficiary. Of course you do.
Okay. So I'm just going to file that claim form and go file a claim for property.
It's just like somebody who's a Vietnam vet and he's getting VA benefits. He's a beneficiary. He's getting VA benefits. Of course he's going in and say, I'm not getting my benefits in which I'm entitled to. So you're saying, okay, because you're his grandson, right? Guess what? You got a title, okay? Your grandson. So obviously your title, grandson, compared to my title of a fellow human being, yours is going to have higher standing in court than mine. Because you're grandson. But guess what? If you had a daddy, he'd have higher standing than you, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, it's that simple. So if nobody else is making a claim, if there is no other aunts or uncles or cousins or nieces or nephews coming, yes, obviously you have the highest standing. But like I said, this is what I hate about like probate court or wills and trusts. It's all up to interpretation. It's all what Grandpa wishes in somebody's fucking ear. And I hate that kind of fucking law. I like law where it's black and white. It's yes or no. Did I do wrong? Yes or no? No. Is that my property? Yes or no? Yes. Is anybody else making a claim? Invested interest? No. And it's mine. So like I said, I have no idea what that judge is reading. I have no idea. If, like you said, the other judge retired, there might be another judge there now. You got to get before them and bring this Harry guy in. You see what I'm saying? This isn't rocket science. Go get Harry's ass dragged in there. That sounds funny. Go get Harry's ass dragged in there. Harry ass. Go get that hairy ass dragged in there. and find out what the fuck she's got. You know, that the judge, I guarantee you, if it's a part, like I said, thank God he dealt with a bank. The bank will disclose to the judge. He might not do it out loud in front of you, but I bet, you know, the judge won't let the bank fucking get away without disclosing it to the judge.
All right.
You see what I'm saying? And then the judge comes out and says, Bill, your house is fucking yours. And Billy say, it ain't fucking yours. And he's like, oh, that fucking asshole Grandpa. Fuck him. And then you know why. Grandpa fucking wrote you out. But he wants to still come, he still wants you to come see him.
To just make him spill the beans.
Yeah, but like I said, they don't have to do it in private. They can do it in private because it's a trust. You could send a copy of the trust to the judge. You can hand a copy of the trust, or you can hand the trust to the judge. So here you go, Your Honor. This is, now you make a ruling on it. And it says, you know, come before me on February 13, 2015, Grandpa fucking whatever, says I hate that fucking prick. Throw him out of my fucking house immediately. Make him get a real fucking job. I don't know what the fuck your relationship is. All I can do is guess. And it's a horrible place to be in. And I don't like guessing.
I hate to bother you, Carl. I know there's a lot of people out there with a lot of problems, but the research that I've done, I haven't found a whole bunch on trust and probate. It's been really fucking
It's really easy. It's really easy. You just bring the trustee in there and tell I guarantee you can find all kinds of easy to follow forms in probate court. They're removing a trustee. So I'm a beneficiary, and I'm a beneficiary,
my mother removed 2 of the trustees already.
How long ago, dude? How long ago?
It was the last time we got somebody removed was in 2006.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? 10 years ago.
Yeah, it's been a
but
while.
I'm saying the way you tell stories now, and that's what's great about it. I can figure it out. I know you're telling me ancient history. So back in 2006, 10 years ago, you got an attorney thrown out. What was the basis, or what was the, why did you get it thrown out?
Right, so somebody had put in a power of attorney, this guy Tory Webb, and it said on the power of attorney if he couldn't fulfill it, this lady who my grandpa was banging would fulfill it. And if she couldn't fulfill it, this other bartender we had hired would fulfill it. And I'm talking about power of attorney for the whole estate.
Yeah. You don't have to explain it, dude. Just keep going. Keep saying it. Keep talking.
So Mom finds out about this, and she freaks. Okay, she passed now, but she freaks. She goes to the bank. She goes everywhere. I mean, she goes everywhere. So finally, she goes to the state and says, "Hey, we got somebody that's in here." They say, "Okay, you give us power of attorney, we'll get rid of her." So my mother, my aunt, and my uncle signed something, a power of attorney giving the state power to go and remove this lady. And then when my mother asked for the property back, they said, well, you need a bond of $1 million to have your property and your credit's no good, so that's not going to work. So basically they said you got to have a bond to administer the estate and good credit.
Like I said, man, there's got to be, okay, you could, did you make this just simple request of this Harry guy? Can I see the trust?
Well, I have the trust. They mail it to us every time they tell us they're going to.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, this is the trust that your grandfather placed into the bank?
Yeah, well, no. My grandfather had a good CPA, okay, and so he had put the trust with him. Well, this gentleman died. So what he did was he got a new guy, this guy Tory Webb. He gave this guy Tory Webb power. All of a sudden, Tory Webb shows up with this power of attorney naming all these weird people. They're people that were associated with us in the family, but they were like employees. They were, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if this guy Tory never died, then one of our employees would now run our whole estate. And my mother was like, what the fuck? So she freaked out, and she did whatever she was supposed to. We paid hundreds of thousands fighting lawyers with lawyers. And so when I ran across your stuff, I already knew. And I swore when my mother died I was not going to pick this up. But somehow YouTube gave me your video, and that's it. I've been fucking studying ever since. And so this is the only part I haven't done, which is actually go to court and require shit. So I'm a little lost, and it's kind of fun learning, because just the other day, like I said, I learned how to read their stuff. I know how to file shit now. And it took the court to kind of explain to me, dude, you can't just come up to me with a one-filed claim. You have to put shit in with it. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm just very new to it, but like I said, they kicked us out of the house. I wasn't ahead of it. I was too busy studying all kinds of other shit. Not all kinds of, but all your other kinds of shit. I was filing a claim. I wanted to file a claim, find out if I had standing, all these other things. Get the power of attorney. I was doing everything that I thought was right, but what I'm finding out is I need to just pull this guy, Harry, into probate and ask him what the fuck gives you the right to kick us out of our property and hold him liable. And that was another thing. I filed a claim with this court, and so I asked for a bunch of money, and they said, we don't do those claims here. So that's where venue came into place, meaning certain courthouses will only accept certain documents according to the money or the procedure. And I didn't know that either. So that was kind of new. I had heard venue. I have my venue documents written up, but I didn't know that courthouses only, like I filed a claim for $3 million, and she said, you can't do that here. You have to do that at this courthouse. And I thought she was lying to me, and then I came home and studied it and found out she was telling me the truth. So, you still there?
Yep. I'm still here. Carl's phone died.
So I hate to bother you again, Gus, but, man, this is just, it's so tough. For me, I'm like that dude he helped with the 8th grade education. You know what I'm saying? That's me. I just know how to build shit.
Yeah, well, when you don't know all the ins and outs and all the intricacies, you go to the courthouse and you say, "Where's that man?" It says, that's not my shit. You talk to the judge, like Carl said. You got to talk to the judge and say, "Look, your job is to protect property, to secure rights. Do I have a right to this property or not?" Is this my property? Are you protecting? Whose property are you protecting? Whose rights are you protecting? Is it mine or somebody else? You've got access to the paperwork. I'm going to require you to look into it and give me a straight answer. And that's it. You don't have to go.
So my problem wasn't saying all that, because I totally get it. But my problem now was actually getting in front of a judge. I mean, I was like 2 days in a row I went down with, I tried to rework my paperwork. I just felt like I was doing it wrong. I just needed some direction on which way to go. And now that Carl's told me, hey, go right back into fucking probate, pull the prick in there, require him to show you how, he has a right to do this. And I got so much proof, it's crazy, that shows that I have a right to be here and to administer this trust. I mean, we don't need them.
Like Carl said, you don't know what you got until the judge, until somebody holds all the paper, right? Somebody has, you ever hear the story about four guys? They blindfold these four guys and they approach the elephant from different sides, and they feel around, and one guy feels the trunk, the other guy feels the tusk, the other one feels the tail, so the other one feels the broad side. And they're explaining it's just a story for illustration, but everybody's got a different view of things. Your view is completely different than somebody else's view, and until the man who's holding all the paper, which should be the judge at some point, that man is going to examine all the paperwork and say, this is what's going on. Now, if he's not allowed to talk to you and to express that to you, at least he's going to tell you that the trust says that you're out and this is how it is. And if you don't believe him, I'm not sure how to follow up on that. But if there's specific instructions from the grantor that you are to be left in the dark, then that might be the bottom line. I don't know. I don't know enough about
No,
trust.
it's not though. Yes, like I said, I've seen this many times on this Talkshoe. The letter they just sent me that they're going to try to sell the property that they just evicted me out of also includes the trust. And in this trust, it says I'm a beneficiary. It names me after my mother, who has now passed. And they wrote in there that I'm a contingency beneficiary. I no longer am I'm no longer an issue beneficiary, meaning I'm next in line. So whatever the fuck that means, I don't know. But the bottom line is I have standing and right, I believe, to claim my property. So, and I've been saying this forever, and
Are you the only beneficiary? Is there other beneficiaries? How many others are there?
There's a lot.
Okay, so you might be a beneficiary that's going to get, the cabin by the lake, and then Frankie's going to be the beneficiary who gets the golden goose. Just because you're a beneficiary, that doesn't mean you have the right to this particular piece of property.
Right, but see, it's the belief of the family that we don't want to sell the property. We don't.
It doesn't matter what the belief of the family is. If the grantor created a trust and put a trustee in place and says, this is how I expect you to administrate my trust. Okay, this is what I want you to do with it. I don't care. I want you to tell everybody I love them and that I care for them equally. But the bottom line is, this is what you're going to do. And until you see the documents yourself, you have no idea what you're entitled to. You might be entitled to his toothbrush when he's done using it. Okay? I don't know what you're entitled to. You're a beneficiary.
I don't fucking know it either, Gus. I have
okay.
Well,
how are you going to find out? You're going to be talking about this forever.
Well, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Look, it's time. Game on. I got to go into court. I'm going to do my thing. But what I'm wondering is which court, which way. Okay, it's just
probate court. It's a probate issue. If you were in New Hampshire, it would be a probate issue.
Totally understand it now that I've spoke with Carl, because look at, they have civil, family law, claim department, probate. I mean, there's so many to pick from. When I actually realized I had to use forms, holy shit, I was like, God damn, there's like a lot of different. And then that's when I started talking about venue. I'm like,
Yeah.
Now I know what they're talking about, that only certain courthouses will hear certain things for certain amounts and certain.
Those courthouses are authorized by the legislature to do certain things, and that's it. So you have to go to a courthouse where the judge and the staff and the whatever, they've been granted authority by the people of by the people through the legislature to do a particular thing. So that that's how that's all determined.
Right, but like I said, as an idiot, I don't know any of that shit. It's new to me. I thought go down to your local courthouse and file a claim. Well, when I did that, she's like, "What the fuck is this? I can't take this here."
That's what you do. You do a little bit of studying. You get on escape groups. You ask some questions. That kind of basic information is available. All you got to do is ask. Hey, Carl.
Hey, is that guy still on?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But no, like I said, man, the best thing is grab that hairy ass motherfucker guy and tell him to bring the fucking let the judge determine the trust between him and the bank. That's the easiest way for you to find out, man. If this guy's not acting in accordance to the fucking trust, the judge will be able to look at it real quick and say this guy's not even fucking close, or this guy's dead on. Look, they used to do this with fucking women when they got married. The judge of the peace or the priest would fucking bring the woman into the back room and say, "Why are you marrying this fucking guy?" And she said, "Because my daddy fucking gave him, he gave my daddy 3 horses." I said, "Well, do you really want to marry this guy?" And the woman was like, "No, not fucking really." And then the judge would say, "Okay, that's fine." So the judge would come out and say to everybody, "Well, I'm sorry, the ceremony can't go on today because I need the court clerk isn't available to bear witness, and I needed the court clerk to bear witness." And somebody say, "Wait a second, you always just had anybody do it." It's like, "Well, the state rules change, man, and now the court clerk is required to be there, and then we got to get a notary there as well too." So the judge is just helping the woman. So the woman doesn't have to say, "Look, if I don't go through this wedding, man, my daddy's going to kill me because he's got to give back the 3 fucking cows or the 3 fucking horses. My daddy's going to beat my ass." So the judge will say, "Don't worry, honey, I got this." So the same thing that grandpa might be doing. You don't know. That's why I hate this fucking probate shit. It's crazy. It's totally up to the whim of the fucking judge what he sees like in private. And then, like I said, when the girl fucking walks out of and says, "Oh, we're going to get married today," and the husband the husband to be and her father said, "Did you tell something to the judge? What did you say to the judge?" I said, "I didn't tell him anything. I said I love this fucking guy." And they're like, "All right, you didn't tell him you don't fucking love me, and I gave you daddy 3 horses?" No, I would never tell him that. See, you're dealing with fucking humans, man. You're not dealing with a computer program. It's going to say, "Yeah, that's what I told him." It's like the same shit that I said happened earlier in the show, dealing with Polly. He tells me one thing, and then somebody sends me an email saying, "Hey, this guy's stealing from you, dude." I said, "No, he's not." "Yes, he is." And then I read it, and I go, "Holy fuck, you're right, he is." It's like, motherfucker. Like I said, you don't know what's in that fucking paperwork between your grandfather and the fucking bank. You're guessing. Fuck, stop guessing. Go get the judge, man. Let the judge fucking tell you. Let the judge tell you, man. You ain't got a fucking hope in hell, buddy.
So
the judge will remove the trustee, man, if the trustee is not living up to the grandfather's wishes.
Okay, Carl, we did this. My mom went in there with her lawyers.
In 2006.
Yeah.
So stop telling me my mom did this. Your mom did it back in Stone Age time. Your mom did it in prehistoric times. What happened? Your grandfather could change the trust faster than I could change my socks, and he could do it every day. Does that make sense to you?
Well, yeah,
he could have whatever the hell that lady's name was, Michelle Smith, whatever her name Smith, blown him, giving him a blowjob and say, "Hey, now put me down as the trustee and put me down as the beneficiary." Nicole Smith.
Yeah.
You don't know. You don't know the last time he changed it. You don't know. He could have done it today. He could have changed it today. He could have called up and said, "Hey, I want to modify it. Put this down instead." Why? I don't know. He was wearing a blue shirt today when he came and visited me. I told him don't ever wear blue shirts, and he's fucking doing it anyway. Fuck that little bastard. Write him out of my will. Fucking get him out of the house. I don't know. That's what happens when you deal with some people like that, man. It's a power trip. They got nothing else better to do in life. Maybe they want to see you miserable for a while. I don't fucking know. Maybe he's going to make a man out of you. I don't fucking know what he's doing.
Oh, it's happening. All right, well, check
What's
it out.
that?
I'm gonna go do what you just talked about. I'm gonna go down to probate because I was a little lost on which way to go. So I'm gonna go to probate. I'm gonna go handle my shit in probate, and I'll keep you guys posted on how it goes.
Yeah, is your mom still alive?
No, she passed last year in June.
Okay, but you kind of remember what she did? Were you there?
Oh yeah, I was there. I was there, but I let her do all the talking.
Good. Okay, good. So at least you know where the building's located. You basically went through the before. Okay, that's great.
Oh yeah, these guys know me. The judge. Well, I don't know if it's the same judge, but you know, I was there. I'm on the record. I'm on the record saying shit when I was reading. You know, back in the day when we were
2006. Yeah, 2006. It's old news, man. It's fresh and new in your mind. They went on. The judges retired. Clerks get swapped out. Yeah, it's old news, dude.
Okay, so do I file a claim or do I just?
Dude, no, you don't file no claim. You go to the probate court. You tell them, hey, can I have a form? I'd like to fucking contest. I'd like to fucking have a trustee removed.
And a new one appointed. You got to appoint a new one, correct?
Yeah, probably. The judge will do it, or the judge, maybe the judge will take it over. I don't know.
He did. That's what he did. We removed.
Okay, in 2006, dude, 10 years ago. Dude, 10 years ago.
Well, they're still going to ask the
maybe the judge got all times disease. Maybe he retired. I don't know if the same judge is still around.
No, it's not the
You
same.
said it before. You said it before. You don't even know if the judge is around anymore.
No, he's not. He's not. I remember when he said he's going to be moving and not going to be a part of this case. I remember that. I remember walking to the court going, fuck this shit. I'm never doing this again. It's retarded. These fucking people don't understand what we're saying. We don't need you. We've never needed you. And why the fuck are you here? So we just didn't know how to say it properly. Now I have to figure out which way to go. You're telling me to go probate. So I'm going probate. Okay, I know what to say. I know how to write it. I just needed to know which way to fucking go because they wouldn't let me file. Everything I thought I was supposed to do was wrong. So now I got a better understanding. I'm going to go file in probate. I'm going to have the trustee removed and appoint myself as the new trustee. And as soon as they say, you're going to need a bond, I'm going to say, can you put that in order, please? And I'll send you a bill for the bond. At least that's what my mind's telling me.
Oh, Carl fell off again.
Yeah, like I said, the other reason why is because, I'm just like, I'm kind of like tough when I talk, man. I'm like, look, this was ancient history. That was 10 years ago. I don't give a damn. It's a new, everything's new. Every day you go into that court, they could have a different opinion, and that's why I hate those kind of courts. It's just based on opinions. There's nothing black and white. It's I hate probate court.
Yeah, me too. And so does my family.
I'd rather just make a fucking claim and be done. Anybody else here got a superior claim? No, then I'm taking it and going home.
Well, that's what I was shooting for.
Yeah, but like I said, you got to see by the reaction of that judge, and then you got to find out, when was the last time your grandfather modified it? Whatever, he just did it yesterday, and then you can say, wait a second, I thought you said the court said he was incompetent. And it's like, yeah, that's right. We ruled that he was incompetent fucking 6 years ago. What the fuck is going on? He can't modify it. What was the other one that said 7 years ago? See, that's what I'm saying. It's just leaving too many things open up for conjecture, man. I can't guess everything, and I'm trying to guess everything, and I'm just fucking numb.
Anyway, I'm excited. I'm gonna go in on Monday and do my. They call it ex parte when you want an emergency hearing. That's what the clerk's telling me. Honey, you need to file an ex parte. I said, honey, I don't even know what the fuck ex parte means. She's like, it
just means that you're communicating directly with the judge, and the other side doesn't have. It's a temporary restraining order. Just like if you're beating the crap out of your wife, she's talking to the judge ex parte, and then in 3 days you're gonna have your chance to speak to the judge.
Yeah.
Took me 17 seconds, and now you know what it means. Solved all your mysteries in life.
No, I was just hoping to get another Guyana lady call, where the cops were there and I could fucking talk to them, but I was at work, so I couldn't. I wasn't at home to be able to have my argument with them, and my family they don't know what I know. They just got the fuck out.
Yeah, well, like I said too, I think the big thing is that it's not a foreclosure. It's nothing like that. It's a family matter. You know what I'm saying? So the cops probably don't really want to get too involved.
Yeah.
Even that's what I'm figuring. I'm figuring the cops are like, you know what? This really isn't like a violent situation where it's a domestic violent kind of thing. like grandpa's, not, calling 911, telling them to get us out of here. It's the fucking bank's doing this. This is pretty silly. The bank should fucking take care of their own damn business. They shouldn't be, calling the fucking police to do this. This is ridiculous. I guarantee the cops are saying this is fucking ridiculous. Why are they fucking calling us? What the fuck? What can a bank possibly fucking gain out of this? That doesn't make any sense to me. If I was a cop, I'd say, what the fuck are we doing down here? That's why I thought we were here in case somebody fucking was beating the shit out of somebody else. What the hell are we doing down here? Is somebody getting their ass kicked? No. Then what are we doing here? Oh, well, the bank's got an order to get these people out. What, they fucking paid for their fucking mortgage? No, this has nothing to do with the mortgage. Well, what the fuck does that do? Oh, it's disputing the fucking trust. What the fuck are we doing down here again? If I was the cops, it's like, look, I'm not showing up for this. You're wasting my fucking time. Give me a real fucking reason to show up. That's ridiculous. To me, this is a civil matter, man. And the bank, they can't say, oh, well, it is, we want them out or we want to sell it. It's like, you know what? Honestly, if I was a cop, I'd say, I don't give a shit. The bank's got plenty of money. The bank doesn't need this fucking house. This family's been living here. And honestly, we don't give a shit. I can't imagine the cops fucking coming out there and doing it again. They're saying, oh, this is a matter of life and death. We got to get right on this. We can't let these lawbreakers go around doing this to a kindly old man. Old man doesn't even know what's happening.
So that power of attorney I have, that don't carry any weight, huh?
Of course it could, but like you're trying to say, in one breath you're saying, I got the power of attorney, and then the next breath you're saying, but wait a second, Grandpa was judged 10 years ago to be incompetent.
Don't they have to take a vote on that?
What?
Don't they, the family members, don't they have to vote on that since he's incompetent?
Yeah. If it was private, it's a public. And then it goes on the public doctrine. Whatever the public doctrine and policy is, if the probate court judge wants to have the guy in front of him, he can do that. He can send somebody down there, like a doctor, and have him certified, certification from a doctor saying that this guy was competent or incompetent. The judge could go down there and talk to him. The judge could go down and take a look at the living conditions. I've heard of judges that have done that were really like ass-kicking probate judges. Like, you know what? I want to see how this old man's being treated. I'm coming down there tomorrow.
Yeah, they will.
What's that?
They will. I've seen them do that.
Who said that?
This is Damien. I was talking to you about my kids, but I was just coming in on Billy the Kid's.
Oh, okay. You said you've seen that? Yeah, that's something.
Yeah, I've seen that happen.
Really want. Yeah. Are you in Georgia?
I'm in Alabama.
Okay, yeah. See, I see it in Georgia happen when I was in Georgia. Yeah, so Alabama's right next door. Yeah, I can see them doing it too.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I'm saying. They'll come down. They'll say, oh, no, I don't want to fucking know what the fuck's going on. Fuck, somebody's life up. I'm not taking anybody's fucking word on this one. I'm coming down. I'm going to find out myself. I mean, some of them really get into it. So like I said, old judges ain't bad, man. So, that's what I try to tell people, man. You can't tell me, man, they're all fucking bad. Some really actually fucking really want to protect old people.
Carl, it sounded like you were telling him that he needs to find out what his granddad did first before he does anything, right?
But he can't. He's the beneficiary. And if the grandpapa said, I don't want the beneficiaries to have any knowledge of the trust because, he could block them from the trust.
Right. So that's why he needs to go to the probate. Because the probate judge is telling him what standing he has.
Right, because the probate judge will fucking make the trustee bring it, especially since it's public, will make him bring it to the judge. And the judge will say, no, the beneficiaries have every fucking right to take a look at this fucking thing. Grandpa never put anything in here about not disclosing it to the beneficiaries. It says nothing in here. But like I said, we're just guessing, and that's what sucks. I hate guessing because it takes a lot of fucking brain power to just sit around here and guess 20 different things that are happening.
Right. If he brings a claim, it could be a false claim if he doesn't have any standing, right?
That's right. Well, not so much that. They'll just say, frivolous. He'll be more like frivolous.
Frivolous, okay.
They'll understand why he's panicking and doing what he's doing because he's got a family and it's on the line. They'll all fucking be hateful to him like you're thinking.
Okay.
They'll understand he's a desperate man.
Yeah, I got you.
They'll give him a lot of leeway on the first filing. The second or third one, that's a different story. The first letter you wrote to them was okay. That was just kind of a greetings and a kind of a funny letter, which is fine. But now you've got to be a lot more pinpoint accurate about what you have to ask them a direct question. You can't be vague. If you're vague, they'll just ignore you. And I would too, because like I said, Did you just say is income tax, what was that on Canada?
Voluntary on Canada.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Like, first of all, like, what in the world does voluntary mean? And then Canada, what in the world does Canada mean? Very vague.
Yeah.
So they'll say, is income tax voluntary? That they could say. I mean, that's an easy enough question to say, yes, everything's voluntary. But it's funny, it's voluntary to a man, but it's not voluntary to an employee. You see what I'm saying? A man can volunteer, but an employee can't. It's just like they say to people all the time, like a cop. A cop is bound by certain rules, and he's, certain structures he's, confined to. He's defined within a certain parameter, and he has to live within that parameter, and just like an employee has to. But a man, he's undefinable. It's just like God. God is undefinable. God, man's not bound by a piece of paper. Man can't just be defined, in some code section of a book, in 2-3 chapters. That's ridiculous. The big thing, like I said, is you just got to get the mental part down. Just when anybody starts talking to you, you just got to get the mental part down. You got to stop answering their questions. You know what I'm saying? It's like they don't deserve an answer because they're not acting like in a capacity that of a man. They're not talking to man to man. So if you're not willing to talk to me man to man, I'm wasting my time here. And that's the way I tell them all the time. Even when they took my kid, when I first met the women in social services, I said, "Are you here in an official state, like government capacity? Are you here, acting through an agency?" And they were like, "Yes." I said, "Well, I have absolutely nothing to say to you then." She goes, "What's funny is 2 women came in and talked to us first. They were Baptists, like Southern Baptists, and they were trying to tell us how there were services to help us with a Down's child and stuff like that. And if we needed their help, to give them a holler." So we're like, "Okay, that's wonderful. That's great." 2 more women came in, and it started to sound like they were trying to get bossy, Like I said, "Wait a second, are you from like some organization like Southern Baptist or something like that?" And they're like, "No." They said, "We're here from the DHR." And I said, "Is the DHR some sort of a government-run agency?" They said, "Are you some sort of acting as an agent for a state government, an agency for a state government?" Or and they were like, "Yes." I said, "Then we have absolutely nothing to say to you folks." And they're like, "Well, you need to talk to us." I said, "I need nothing, and certainly I don't need anything from the state. I certainly don't need anything from you 2 lovely ladies." I said, "I need absolutely nothing from you people. When I need you, I'll come knocking on your door."
Did you ever get any of them to talk to you as a man to woman?
No. That's why I would never talk to them. No, I would never talk to them. Like I said, once they said they're always going to talk to me, as a social work, I said, talk to me as a stop sign, talk to me as a tree, talk to me as a potted plant then, because you got nothing, I got nothing to say to you because I can't hear you, I can't see you, I can't listen to you. You don't exist in my world. There's absolutely nothing I need from you people. And like I said, it's funny, under the Social Security Act, and then there's something else there, there's the Medicaid Act in the United States here, and it clearly says in section like 465 and 648 in Medicaid and Social Security Act, I got the exact codes. It said the government cannot solicit services. A man or a woman has to knock on like the social services or Medicaid door. Social services and Medicaid people can't come asking you, "Would you like our help?" I mean, I got the whole long codes, in my computer, and it'd take me 2 seconds to find it. Oh, they get 685 and 485. That's right. One's Medicaid, one's Social Security. But once I read that kind of stuff, years ago, it started to make a lot more sense to me. They can't come to you and say to you, "Would you like assistance?" They can't do that. It's like being an insurance salesman. They can't bother you with ridiculous nonsense. "Oh, we got a great product." Okay, what's your product? It's called foster care, and we'll take care of your kid forever. Or it's called euthanasia, and since he's disabled and permanently disabled, we'll kill him for you. It's like, no, thanks anyway. Sounds like a lovely offer, but no. See, they can't even solicit. They can't solicit man. It says it right there in that code, which is fantastic. So when they come up and talk to me, it's like, you trying to solicit me? You trying to talk to me? You trying to initiate a conversation with me? Yeah, well, that's not only is that unlawful, it's illegal. You can't. If you're here from a government entity, government agency, you can't initiate contact. So it's that simple. I tell them, "Look, I'm a man, and I'm willing to talk to you man to man. If you want to talk to me like these 2 women who just came in here and left, I'll talk to you. like I talked to those two women. I said, but if you're here in official or government capacity and you think that you're going to, like, record all this nonsense, I mean, they didn't have, like, a tape recorder. But it's like, if you think you're going to fill out some sort of report about this encounter, I said, you can forget about it. I said, I'm not going to say anything to you people. And then they were trying to say, well, you have to sign this, you have to do this. If you don't, you'll never see your kid again. It's like, you know, that's just communicating a threat. You know, so that's just extortion. So what are you going to do? Well, break my legs next? I said, look, I grew up in New York. My sister married a Gambino. I said, I know this fucking routine. You're trying to muscle me. I said, I understand what you're doing. Trying to do a shakedown. Trying to scare me, intimidate me. I said, I'm sorry, it ain't going to work. I come from New York, and there's a lot scarier people than you two lovely ladies that threaten me. I said, so, you know, you're going to have to take it somewhere else because I'm not fucking scared of this. And if that property doesn't lie where I lived tonight, I said, I'll own this state by the time I'm done with you people. Don't trespass on my property. And that's what I was telling you about your retirement. You know, you have to explain to them. They're going to come after you, and they're going to say you're an employee for all these years. And they're going to say an employee has a certain duty and obligation and responsibility to pay 40% of his retirement. And you're going to have to get that mental attitude in your head. It's like, well, it was nice to have been called an employee for all those years, but now I don't wish to be called, and I don't wish you to call me that as well. You know, you got to get that mental attitude going that you're a man and that you don't wish to be addressed by that anymore.
No more title.
Yeah, you don't want to accept the title. It's too costly. It's like there's no benefit. And, you know, can you please stop referring to me as that? And again, are you talking to me as a man or a woman? Like I said, if you ever have to go to court, that's the whole trick. You got to get two courts going. They're going to try to get their court going, and you're going to get your court going. But with something like that, I bet you they're not going to initiate any court proceedings. You're going to be the one who's going to have to initiate it. You know, they couldn't care less. You know, they'll just let your money sit in limbo.
Yep.
They're not going to care. They're just going to let it sit there. You know, they're not going to pursue you. You're going to have to pursue them. So you're going to have to just start asking them some simple questions. Of course, they're going to want you to give a percentage of your retirement to the CRA.
Yeah, big percentage.
Yeah. Okay. So it is the CRA. Okay.
Yep.
CRA. So you're gonna have to. You're gonna have to start talking to the CRA. Just start. You know, and what's funny is I wonder what that division is. You're gonna have to find out, I guess, what that division is called. You know, that takes over like the retirement, that does retirement benefits. You're gonna have to find out what that division is called.
At my work?
No, they're gonna have to find out what the division of CRA is called. You know, you're gonna have to find out who is in charge of whatever. You know, like I said, they don't do that here in the United States. So you're gonna have to start, initiating contact with somebody in the CRA and say, hey, look, when I go to retire and they're gonna take 40% of my pension, like what division of well, at first you're gonna see. At first you can't say property to them at first because they're gonna realize you're setting them up. And see, this is what I'm saying. This is a game. This is a thinking man's game. And like I said, you gotta do it. Like I say to people, it's like you're trying to catch a mouse or any kind of animal. You're trying to catch this animal. It's just a crazy freaking animal. And you got to build a trap, and you got to bait it, and you got to reel them in there slowly. If you just say to them in the very first letter, what makes you think you're going to take my property when I retire? They're going to say, holy shit, he's a tax protester. He's a tax nut. He's one of these freemen people. Oh, my God. We'll send the goon squad after him. They're not going to communicate with you. They're just gonna clobber you. Like I said that the other day when we were driving, and I said this poor guy in Colorado went totally ballistic when I said to him, he says, like I say, he was talking on Gus's show and somebody else's show, says, Carl always says, don't talk in court. And then he says, Carl later on says, talk in court. So which way is Carl going with this? I said, it all depends. Whose court is it? Is it my, then I called up, I took the phone over from Gus, and I just laid into this guy. If you know me and my style and my stuff so well, finish that line. When should you talk in court? He said, well, you said never. I said, okay, really? How about I finish the passage for you? And then I finished the passage for him. I said, now, when do you talk in court? I go back and listen to the shows, and you'll see it say, this is when you do, this is when you don't. And it's the same thing. There's sometimes when you tell the CRA it's property, and sometimes you tell them, my retirement benefits. You have to reel them in slowly. And this is what I'm saying. This is a thinking man's game. And like I said, just like Gus or whatever, like Gus said, he just did the same job for 30 years, the same, basic stuff every day. So he didn't have to think. He just had to do. It became so natural, it became so simple to him that, he was an expert at it. Somebody like me, if I tried to do what Gus did for 30 years, hang sheetrock, I'm sure it would take me quite a while to figure out how to get it up there just as quickly, fast, and as easily as Gus could do it in a couple of minutes, because he's great at it. He doesn't have to think anymore. It just comes natural. The movements come natural, and that's what's going on with you. You have to think. When do you call it property? When do you don't call it property? Because, like I said, when you and I were driving the other day, I said to you, it's your property. You got to start getting to understand your retirement package, your retirement benefits are your property, and nobody else on planet Earth can claim them or enjoy them. But obviously, CRA is going to try to claim them, and CRA is going to try to enjoy it because it's considered a retirement package. It's not considered property. So, like I said, you're going to have to slowly reel them in, slowly get them on the hook. You're going to have to say to them, I'm planning on retiring soon, and I want to get in touch with the division that takes 40% of the retirement benefits. Can you steer me towards that department? Something simple like that.
Yep.
You're going to have to slowly reel them in, slowly go at them, because, like I said, you're going to scare them off. You start doing all this shit that it's your property. Like I say to people all the time, it's going to say, they're going to put you in a wackadoo tax protester division. They're going to put you on a special list. It's like, another one of them. Here we go. Another wackadoo. So, because like I said, I feel bad for those people, like a John Paul kind of guy, because he masters the, CRA or the IRS code better than anybody at the IRS can do. Better than anybody at the CRA can do. He masters their code, and it goes absolutely nowhere. So because he tries to say, well, look, in your code it clearly says this, and they're like, did you write that code, John? No. Who are you to interpret that code, John? Are you part of our code division? No. And what makes you think that you're reading that code book in the correct manner? What makes you think? Do we see anywhere on file that you're an IRS agent? Well, no. Did you go to school for this? Well, no. You got a certification or accreditation? No. So then your opinion is absolutely worthless. Zero. Nothing. Nada. It's worse. It's less than worthless. You know what? You're actually wasting our effing time. You're actually costing us money, and you're actually really pissing us off. So would you better stop. If you don't stop, we're going to hold you in contempt of court. You go on and on and on with this crazy, this is what the IRS code says. Oh, really? You open your mouth one more time about an IRS code, and we're going to hold you in contempt of court. And they're like, well, you guys are like, wait a second, that's what we're here about. We're here about to talk about that. No. We're not here to talk about that. You're a defendant. You sit there and take an ass whooping. The defendant he doesn't prosecute. He doesn't come forward. He just curls up in a ball and takes a beating. All he does is try to block the punches. He doesn't go on the attack. So when you don't have your court going at the same time they got their court going, you just sit there and take a good ass whooping and hope that you survive. You hope they don't put you back far enough, like in football, like over your end zone. But you don't score. You don't go forward. So it's kind of funny how people don't understand that. Like I said, when I was over in Bali and then over in England, how we had to get our own court going. It was like the Crown prosecutor said when it was all over, he says, how in God's name did I lose in Crown Court? He's like, how did that happen? Like, it's never happened in the history of England. How did that happen? I said, the judge warned your buddy a month ago that I was going to be opening up my court, and you guys didn't want to go out in the hallway and talk to me. The judge was trying to warn you. You better go talk to this man, because he's going to have his court going the same time you guys got yours. And they thought it was a joke. They thought it was a total joke. So that's what I'm saying. You got to slowly, talk to these people and get them just to talk to you, to open up to you, to get you to tell them, names. You just got to start communicating with them and getting their names. Once you start getting their names, you'll have something. You'll be able to call them out later on. But until you get their names, you certainly don't ever use the word property, because it's hard enough to get their names to begin with. I was listening to public radio we have. We had 700 miles to drive the other day. So believe me, I listened to plenty of NPR. And somebody from the IRS came on, and they said they're barely doing any more audits and not really going over the IRS forms like they used to. like I said, like my mom, she's in her 70s now, and all the older people are retired from the IRS, and they just don't have the staff anymore that's competent to do tax audits. So the whole tax audit division of the IRS is falling apart. So they said it's almost impossible to get a name of a worker anymore because there's so few that actually do it. And they say every time you call up on the phone now, you're basically going to get a different worker. You're not going to get the same person who's doing your case from beginning to end. So it's pretty funny hearing this lady coming on and talking about the IRS like that, because she used to work for the IRS, and then some man from Connecticut came on, and he says, I still work for the IRS, and she's telling the truth. He's like saying the auditing division is totally disintegrating. And, the lady was basically saying, you know what, you guys could possibly basically get away with anything you want right now because there's nobody really paying attention. There's really nobody there anymore. Who knows what to look for? So she said, I'm not telling people to go out and, do something illegal. She's saying, but honestly, they're falling apart over there. There are very few competent people who are still employed because, like a month, it's seasonal work, so you could say it's part-time. I don't think she ever made over $20,000, $30,000 a year working for the IRS ever, and so it's pitiful. And like the guy at Connecticut said, he said he was in the Navy, I forgot, for 25, 27 years. He says, and the IRS employees are just as dedicated as anybody that he ever worked with at the Navy. And he says, but they work for peanuts. And he says, just like the guys at the Navy. He says, but they're really dedicated into doing their jobs correctly. He says, they're good people there. He says, but they're totally overwhelmed. They're totally working. He says it's just total chaos down here. So like I said, if you want to get a name, you better believe, you better be nice. Because if you're not nice and sweet and charming, and you don't write like that happy letter that you did the first time, that was a wonderful happy letter, and that's great. You write something like, Merry Christmas, season's greetings, da-da-da-da-da. Somebody is definitely going to want to talk to you. Instead of saying, that's my property and who the fuck are you to touch my shit? Say, oh my God, you did not fucking do that, did you? Now they got you on some crazy wackadoo watch list. It's like, oh well, you can forget about getting any correspondence back and forth from anybody now. They're just going to send you out computer-generated letters, and they're just really going to F with you. And I don't blame them because, like I said, they got way too much shit to do, and they deal with crazy people, more like tax protesters. And they're like, oh no, we're not dealing with this guy. We're done. Just throw him under the bus. So, like I said, before you just send letters out, we'll just do a little bit at a time. At least you got a little bit of time before you're going to make a claim for it. Are you still there?
Yep.
Okay, I don't know if I lost you.
No, I was thinking like all the way here listening to you. I was coming up with all kinds of ideas for writing letters.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody else called me up today, and I said that to them. Oh, Rich called me up, and I said to him, I said, what's with you guys? I said, I remember, when I was a kid, somebody would tell me I got to write a letter to my aunt or my grandma and tell them thank you for a present or something like that. I'd say to my mom, like, well, why don't you just knock my teeth out of my head? It'd be less painful. I don't want to write a letter. And like I said, it's just I don't know. It's just something about sitting down and writing a freaking letter. I'd rather have somebody take one of the teeth or say, Mom, why don't you just take one of my teeth out of my head and just mail it to Grandma, Maybe that'll be thank you enough, because honestly, I don't want to write a letter. I ain't got time for it. I just don't feel like it. Letters are stupid. Why don't I just call up and tell her thank you? It's like, no, you got to write a letter, And that's what I tell people all the time. My mom's got perfect credit rating. And the bank manager came out to just shake my mom's hand because he said he thought he'd never find a person with a perfect credit rating in their life. He said to my mom, you must be rich. My mom's like, I work for the IRS. I'll give her, I make $20 grand a year. But she's like, I know how to write a letter to my creditors, and I know how to, if I'm going to be late, and now I make partial payments, and then I know how to slowly catch up. But I hope when I get it, they get it. But until then, she'd say she just writes letters. She was a hell of a letter writer. So like I said, I don't know if it's a guy thing. If guys just hate writing letters and women are better at it, I don't know. I hate writing letters. I really do. It's just like when I worked in a bar, the owner died and his wife took over. And there was video games back then in the bar. And she told me to get a rag and clean the screens off. I said, what? She said, get a Greg and clean the video screens off. I said, you're kidding me. She's like, what do you mean? Are you kidding me? I said, you're kidding me, right? I said, what do you think? I'm Alice the maid? I fix the machines here, and I bartend. So what makes you think I'm going to fucking wash the window? What makes you think I'm going to clean a piece of glass? Well, what makes you think I'm going to clean a video screen? I said, lady, look, if you tell me to lift that machine up and put it on the other side of the bar or the bowling alley, I'll do it. I'll lift that thing up off the ground and drag it over there, but I'm not cleaning that screen. If you say, look, take 2 seconds and wipe the screen, or take 3 hours to move it on the other side of the building, I'm going to take 3 hours to move it on the other side of the building. I am not cleaning a screen. I ain't doing it. I'll quit. I ain't doing it. She's like, you kidding me? I said, no, shit you not. I will quit. So like I said, that's the same way I feel like a lot of these guys are calling me up on the show. I was talking to the guy a little while ago, guy Rich was going to come down and help me. And I was like, you were here last week and you still haven't wrote that letter? And he's like, no. I said, look, you got contempt of court hearing next week, right? Yeah. I said, all you tell them is you just write a nice little letter and say, oh, geez, I was in matrimonial court. I'm sorry I was talking out of turn. I'm sorry I was using phrases that were not recognized by this court. I'm sorry I was talking, in terms of common parlance when I should have, I don't know the specialized meanings in, your terms of art. So please forgive me if any trespass or any delay or disturbance I've caused to the court. I said, I told you this like a freaking week ago when you were down here. I said, you haven't wrote the letter? He's like, no. So I said, obviously I shouldn't waste my time looking at my email because you haven't sent me anything yet. He's like, no. He's like, well, I'll come down tomorrow and help you move stuff. And can you help me, sometime tomorrow? I said, yeah. When you get ready to go home, go to dinner with me and at Berkey's restaurant and I'll help you write something. I said, but this is ridiculous. I said, it's like a 3-year-old. I said, tell you, write a letter, and you ain't writing your letter yet. You're like, eat your peas. I'm like, you're pushing them all over the fucking plate. Just eat the damn things. And he's still dicking around. I was like, what are you doing? Well, I just wasn't sure what to write. I said, write any effing thing. Just pick up a paper and pen and start scribbling. Start doodling. I don't care what you got to do. Just send me something. I said, because if I drop dead and die, or you just can't find me no more, I just don't feel like doing this no more. I'm not court ordered to do this stuff. If I don't feel like doing it no more, I ain't doing it no more. I mean, I didn't do it for what, 3-4 weeks? Did it break my heart? Nope. Did I say, oh my God? What's that?
It broke everyone else's heart. We all miss.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's funny. It's like I say, oh, glory to be God, man. Glory to God, whatever. I'm back. Hey, it's been a long 3-4 weeks, whatever. I'm so grateful to be back doing the show. Like, yay. Yeah, right. I mean, I'm out here, you know where I'm at, next to the side of the fence. Here, just pulling stuff off the side of the fence right now and sticking them in containers to get ready to move them all. So I'm not really concentrating on what I'm saying. But I do pretty good, But it doesn't take a lot to do this stuff because I say it so many times, the same stuff. Just write the freaking letter. Just pick up a pen and paper and start freaking writing. I don't see you sending me anything. And like I said, there's a lot of crazy shit I see coming out of Canada. There's a guy named Chris and a guy named Mike, and people are getting in trouble from the government or the crown or the courts because the letters that they're writing are way too effing violent. So using words like cease and desist. So I said, what in holy hell possessed you to write the word cease and desist to like a government entity? Well, what possessed you to do that? He's like, well, I've seen you do. I said, okay, when do I do it? When it's whose court? My court or their court? When I'm the plaintiff, when I'm the claimant, when I'm the mobbant, or when I'm the defendant, or when I'm the respondent, or when I'm the affiant? When do you use the cease and desist? He's like, oh, I thought you did. No, dude. You don't effing tell any man, and you certainly don't tell an agency, and you certainly don't tell somebody with a gun and a badge to stop doing something. You could say to them politely, do you realize what you're doing is causing me great harm? And I know you're a lovely man or a lovely woman who works for this lovely agency, and I know this lovely agency did not send you out there or define your title or define your role or make you a character to be one of that who causes harm to man or woman, and I know you wouldn't wish to do such an act. I believe you people might call it cease and desist. But I'm just asking you kindly, if you realize what you're doing, can you please, refrain yourself from doing it any further? Thank you. I'd really appreciate it, and God bless you. I said, if there's some effing reason because you Canadians are so sweet and nice. Everybody knows you around the world that you're very nice, sweet people. Is there any reason why you got to act like a lawyer and be a shithead and talk violently? All of a sudden, you forget how to be Canadian. All of a sudden, you forget how to be nice, and you start talking like a freaking lawyer. I'm like, what? Does it impress you to be a lawyer? Does it impress you to be a tough guy? You know, the world ain't impressed by a tough Canadian. You know, it's just be nice. Just be sweet. Just be pleasant. Just be freaking happy. I mean, like a New Yorker, we're just known to being grumpy and, you know, miserable, arrogant, whatever. And Canadians are known to be sweet people. So is there some reason why you lose a hell of a quality when it comes to working with the government? When it will work in your great benefit, you people are beyond nice. And I don't mean being a fool. I mean just to be sweet and like that letter that you wrote to them. It was fucking typical Canadian. You know, season's greetings, happy holidays to you and yours. Yay. Show me a freaking Canadian.
Yeah,
you know,
that was lots I got.
Yeah, but when I told you, you know, I said when you draw a picture of Santa Claus on there, maybe a snowman and a couple of elves dancing around, you thought I was kidding. You're like, oh, you're being sarcastic now. It's like, no, I'm not. Work your strong point. Your strong point is you're freaking nice. You're friendly. You're pleasant. You know, you got a good temperament. You know, work it up. Don't, you know, use one of your one of your strengths. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, because like I said, when you go, if you have to go in front of a jury, like say somebody like John Paul, I kept telling him, I said, you're not going to succeed at this. He's like, why not? I said, you have no empathy. I said, you're from Boston, which is almost as bad as being from New York City. It's almost as bad. I said, you got no empathy. You don't feel how the other side is moving the court. You have no idea why they're moving it and how they're moving it. You don't have a clue and you don't freaking care. I said, it's all about you. I said, all about what you want and all about what you require them to do. I said, you're not going to get anywhere because it's their court. You're not going to get anywhere with this. You're going to fail miserably. I said, because you can't see it from their point of view. I said, you only have an agenda that you're going to win and you're going to do it your way. I said, you got to find a happy ground, a happy middle. And I said, you're not going to find it. I said, you're just in for the kill, in for the win. I said, you're suing this guy, suing this guy, suing this guy, suing this guy. I said, why don't you just work on the basics? You know, the plaintiff, where's the United States of America? I got my checkbook here. Why don't you just keep saying, I got my checkbook. I'm just waiting for the United States of America to sign a piece of paper saying this how much I owe. Let Barack Obama sign it. I don't care. Who's ever in charge of this United States of America, just tell them, look, I got a check. I got tons of cash ready to pay. I'm sorry if I did any trespass or anything wrong. I just need the United States of America to come forward and tell me how much I owe. And all you got to keep saying is that over and over like a broken record. Keep saying that to the jury like a broken record. I'm sorry for any trespass. I'm sorry if I filled out some paperwork wrong. I'm sorry if I didn't cross the I's and dot O's. I'm sorry. You know, I'm not a tax expert. I guess I thought I was. I guess I really effed up. I guess to be a man is that, you know, is human to error. I guess, oh, well, I'm sorry. But, you know, if the United States of America says, you know, I've done wrong and I've harmed the United States of America and we lost the war in Japan or South Korea or Vietnam because I don't pay my taxes in the right manner. I paid too much, too little, you know, and it's all my fault why the economy collapsed. So I'm almost sorry, but just tell me how much I owe. And I've just always been waiting to see the actual damages. Because like I tell people all the time on these shows, there's a couple of elements of a case or a claim. There's got to be the wrong and there's got to be actual damages. Now, do I actually see that I've done anything wrong? Well, you're saying I violated some sort of code. Okay, lovely. Let's go for that. Well, I'll give you that. I'll spot you that. Not a problem. Now, where's the damages? Just say for shits and giggles, I'll give you the code. I'll say the code is wonderful common law, and every common man knows that. Okay, I'll give you that. Great. It's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, but I'll spot you that. Now show me the damages. Well, there are no damages. What do you mean there are no damages? You mean there's no, you know, you can't assess the damages? You're just saying something bad happened, but you don't know what, or you don't know what, you know, what was the cause of the wrong. And then you can start saying, so you're going to move this to a court, Bob? You know, then you start using their names. So, you know, it's like, look, I'm going to have to open up my own court, and I'm going to have to go after you, Bob, because you're saying that I've done something wrong, yet you have no proof of any damages. So just because I did something wrong, where's the damages? She'll say, well, there are no damages. Well, if there's no damages, then what does it care if a bear farts in the woods? Who cares? What did the bear do? Well, he released CO2. Okay, can you prove it? Well, we have witnesses there to verify that the bear fucking farted in the woods. Also, kill the bear, huh? Because he's letting out the CO2. Is that what it is? Yeah, well, too bad for the bear. Well, that's just insane. It's ungodly. There's no damages. He didn't harm anybody. There's no physical loss to anything on God's earth, great or small. So like I said, once I start, I'm just trying to get people to understand the simple basic stuff. Just make them call out, where's the damages? Just make them own up to it. Say, where's the damages? Because I'm ready to own up to it. I'm ready to pay for any damn thing I've done wrong. And just keep saying that like a broken record. Put it in writing. And that's what I kept telling John. He said, you go in front of a jury, just keep saying to them like a broken record. I'm just waiting for any man or woman to pop up, and no matter what question they ask you, just keep answering it in that manner. They say, what's your name? I say, I'm looking for the man or woman who claims I've done something wrong. What? I got the check. I got my checkbook. I just want to pay and get this out of it, get done. I don't know why we're wasting this jury's valuable time that they could spend with their wife and kids. I don't know why they're here doing this when I've been willing to pay you people for the last 5, 10, 20 years. Everything I owe. I'm just waiting for somebody to give me the damn bill. The judge would just say, answer the question. It's like, I did answer the question. He asked me, what's my name? That's my answer. He said to me, did you fill out this piece of paper back in 1997? I answered him. I said, I'm just waiting for somebody to give me the damn bill and tell me how much I owe. That's my answer. Want to ask me some more questions? And they'll stop asking you questions. They'll say, we're getting nowhere with this witness, sir. I say, okay, then I guess you don't want me to step down? I guess you're done questioning me? Good. Now it's time my turn to question plaintiff, right? The plaintiff must appear so I can cross-examine my accuser. All right, good. Habeas corpus hasn't been suspended in this nation, has it? No, good. And I'm moving my court now. Where's the plaintiff? Where's the United States of America? Where's the man and woman who's claiming I've done something wrong? I owe a debt and the responsibility to my fellow man. I don't owe anything to something called the United States of America. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. It's the same thing. Like I said, thank God in my lifetime, the Soviet Union collapsed. And the Soviet prosecutors, the day before they collapsed, were still fucking running on in their mouth. Well, you owe a duty to the greater Soviet Union, the people of the great Soviet Union, You owe a responsibility and a debt to them. And you must pay dearly. And we're going to stick you in jail for 20 years for, doing what you did to the great Soviet Union. And it's like, wait a second, it's 12:02. I think the Soviet Union closed down for business at 12 o'clock. I think you better go do something else, prosecutor. I think you better go find something else to do. Because your great Soviet Union, they went out of business about 2 minutes ago. It's like, oh, they did? Yeah, they did. So, now, why did you bring me into this fucking courtroom, George? Or, Boris, why'd you bring me here? What was the purpose of this? What did I do again? Well, you did it to the Soviet... Where's the Soviet Union? Well, it doesn't no longer exist. Did it ever exist? Except for in the minds of man. That you guys believed it existed. Well, it's on paper, and that was good enough for us. Oh, really? So you believe everything you read? Well, yes. Oh, okay. Really? It's just like I said to you the other day. I could say, I don't believe in space aliens, and then the next week I'm going to come on a show and say, well, I do believe in space aliens. What? One landed on my front porch, and I was talking to him for about 3 hours. He was a cool little guy. Now I believe in him. And then somebody's going to say, Carl, you fell off your porch the other day, and we found you unconscious. I said, oh, okay, then I don't believe in space aliens again. So it's ridiculous to say, well, are you basing this on a belief? Are you believing there's something called the United States of America? Where does it exist other than paper? Show me. Where does the Soviet Union exist other than on paper? Show me. Because when the great Soviet Union disappeared, are you telling me the biggest nation on planet Earth that takes up 10 time zones with a freaking million or billion people on there, are you telling me they just disappeared? No, the nation didn't disappear. The nation is the people. Some stupid name that they called the political beliefs, the political philosophy. It's like saying the great democracy of the United States of America. So what? We're the great Democrats. The Soviets is just like a political party. I'm like, yeah, so what? Well, the great Republicans of the United States. You cause great harm to the great democratic state known as the United States, or the great Republican state known as the United States of America. Yeah, and show me the actual damages. Show me. How did I damage the United States? Did their Constitution go away? Did their agencies get disrupted? Was any of their members of Congress or Parliament interfered with? Did somebody in Congress or Parliament not go home with a nice fat paycheck? He goes out and pays something? What? And like I said, it's funny. Out of all like the civilized countries, they were saying like the United States is like the only country that puts people in jail for not paying it, like taxes, like paying on that debt. Like Russia didn't put people in jail for that. China doesn't put people in jail for that. France don't. It's pretty funny. Like we're the only nation that does that. We put our own people in jail because of a debt. It's like, oh, that makes sense. Let's pay $100,000 a year for prison guards and everybody else to support this guy. If he got cancer, well, we got to give him cancer treatment. That makes a lot of sense. That's how she can clothe this freaking guy because he owes a debt to society. So, let's put him in jail so he creates even a bigger debt to society. How's he paying society off by taking another $100,000 a year from us? So we support him, house him, clothe him, feed him, give him health benefits. It makes no sense.
Audra went to court again this week. She stood her ground, and the hearing lasted like 6 minutes. It was scheduled for a half hour. The man acting as judge didn't get jurisdiction at all. She was having it out with him very politely, and he realized that this is going to be a really bad day, and he pulled the plug on the hearing and just walked out.
That's funny.
Oh, it was awesome.
Yeah, she's going through the divorce, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Were they in matrimonial court or family court? What were they in? What was the actual title of the court?
It's a family court. That's your typical family court contract stuff.
What is that? What it was literally called? Was it called family court, like on a document on any of the paperwork?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's the family division of the district court.
Okay, so it wasn't probate court, it wasn't matrimonial court, it was family court. Okay. I was just wondering, because like I said, man, you can move it up to so many other different courts to get it out of there. You know what I'm saying? If you have any crap with the family court, because family court is the lowest, most Mickey Mouse bullshit court that there is.
Oh, yeah.
Their rules and their procedures are ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it's like I said, it was the same thing. I was trying to help a man who was in matrimonial court in New York. He said something or did something in court, and he was held in contempt. I said, dude, of course you're in contempt. He's like, why? You're in their court. They got their rules. You're playing handball in a handball court, and now you're over in a tennis court. You can't use handball rules in a tennis court. You can't do it, dude. You just look ridiculous. You got to follow their rules and their procedures. If you're in matrimonial court, you can't use common law crap. You can't start calling out, I need the man to come forward, I need to want nothing. You can't use that shit. If you're in matrimonial court, you got to play under their rules, under their verbiage, their terms of art, their style. You're going to be held in contempt. It's that simple. You're just going to apologize profusely and say, oh, I thought I was in a handball court. Oh, I thought I was in a common law. I thought I was in a civil court. Oh, I thought I was in sorry about that. Was I not following proper procedure? If I, caused a wrong or a trespass, it's just because I'm not skilled in matrimonial court. Can you please forgive me? And from now on, I'll try to proceed in an orderly manner.
Question was like something like, is there going to be a man there that said I did wrong? Then I put down, is there going to be a man that's going to say, or that witnessed me download and view said images?
But that's what I'm saying. So would your letter basically just said was, is there going to be a man in court that's saying I've done something wrong?
Yeah.
And who sent the answer back to you?
There was no answer. They just sent a postponement. There was no answer at all. They sent a postponement yesterday.
But I thought you just sent the grand jury indictment to you.
Yeah, it was.
Well, then what did they send to you?
It was a notice of hearing, trial, and it says arraignment, initial appearance, and it says witness the Honorable Judge of 5th Judicial Circuit of Maryland, and it says clerk of the circuit court, and then down here it says date issued, and it says attorney of the state, Natasha Kriegs, state's attorney office.
Okay.
But they changed the courts and they changed the state's attorneys.
I thought you said they sent you a grand jury indictment.
Yeah, they sent that today. Everything was today. They sent me a new summons to a different courthouse and wrote the indictment.
Okay, so they sent you
rescheduled for another hearing, another trial date.
Yeah.
And then they sent you the grand jury indictment.
Yeah, with it. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they sent you a date for an arraignment.
Yeah, there's a notice of hearing and trial, and they have down here the time and date of the court, and so under that it says arraignment/initial appearance. So that's why it's weird.
Yeah, that they're trying to bring you in a whole different court.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
then,
before it was in district court, now it's in the circuit court.
Yeah, so now it's up in the circuit court.
Yeah.
So what's funny is they want to arraign you up in the circuit court, right?
Yeah.
And did you just say to them a very simple question like, are these a new set of charges? I said, say what happened to the old charges? Because weren't you arraigned a while back? Weren't you arraigned like when they gave you bail and bond?
Well, they just gave me a bond. They arrested me for it, for an arrest warrant, and I guess a certain procedure. They took me out of the computer, and then they had on a bond for $25,000, and then.
What I'm saying is, didn't they arraign you? Didn't they ask you how you enter a plea, guilty, not guilty? Didn't they do that?
No, they just sent me a trial date.
So way back when this first started, nobody's ever asked you how do you plead?
No.
That's incredible.
Yeah, so it's weird.
Oh, that's great. So this is arraignment. This is the first day. So that's wonderful. So then now you can bring up that old, I'm guilty of any legal infraction because I'm not a member of the legal society. But the only problem is, is there a man that's going to say I've done something wrong?
Right.
The society says I've done something illegal. I totally agree. The only problem is I don't live in a legal land. The only problem I live in a common law land where a man has to come forth and tell me I've done something wrong. I'm not a member of the legal society. So see, that's the answer you can send to them. That's a pretty simple answer. I've done tons of it. Like I said, when I went to court, I said, I'm sure I've done 8,600 illegal activities on the way to courthouse today, and I can guarantee it at a minimum. And I'm probably going to do 11,812 before I make it back home this afternoon. Well, absolutely nothing to do with me. So I can't get this.
So we just writing out a letter, saying thanks for it was a lovely indictment letter, and you still haven't answered my question. Is that what you want me to do?
No, like I said, if this is just going to be an arraignment, that's easy. Because an arraignment is basically the same question you're asking right there. Who gives a damn?
Do you mean send a letter to this prosecutor, or do you mean wait till it goes there?
He sends it to the court. Whoever's moved to the court, Maryland, state of Maryland, that's state of Maryland's court.
Right.
It's some guy named State of Maryland. Second dimension fictional entity called the State of Maryland. It's being represented by, a fictional entity that, but at all times is a man. So it should be interesting. Should be real simple. But yeah, no. So if you're just being arraigned, this is great. Makes life simple. I'm glad, I'm very happy that, I've done all kinds of illegal activities. The problem is dealing with a man. So, there's no law that requires a man to understand any kind of legal code.
Right.
So you're just basically telling that off. You had a company anyway, didn't you? You guys are incorporated.
Well, that was for something. Well, yeah. The first time they came in and took my stuff for the company, but this one was when they said they found pictures on my computer.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the only thing you have to do is, if it says the pictures on the computer, then you just send them a letter, say, there's elements of this that the court might not be aware of. That one, they have to have a third-party impartial witness that, testify in court that you viewed the pictures, and you're going to have to produce a man or a woman, a third-party impartial witness that said that they actually witnessed you downloading them. Because like I said, when I worked for Sonya and Dell Computers, every single guy who called up who was between the ages of, 17, 18, and 35, 40, the only reason why calling up was because they wanted to get internet to download porno. They weren't sending pictures to grandma. They weren't sending, birthday cards or e-cards, email cards to, to their cousins. 99% of those guys wanted so you better believe when they called me up and they say to me, and I said, look, I'm a guy, you're a guy. Bottom line, simple question. You want to know how to download porn and not get arrested, right? They're like, yeah, I kind of called up asking for that kind of advice. I said, okay, not a problem. Here's how the law works. First, if you find pictures on your computer, when you bring it to a computer store to get it fixed, honestly, it could come through in all kinds of malware. And honestly, it could come through. And, because it's a $1 trillion industry right now. Back in the 90s, computer porn was huge. It was like the biggest industry in the United States. It was ridiculous how big it was. I don't know if it's that big anymore, but it was in the top 3.
money-making companies, money-making ventures in the United States at that time. So I said to them, I said, look, I know you're worried. I said the big thing is they need a third-party impartial witness to verify, which means they have to swear in open court that they saw you downloaded, and then they have to swear that you viewed it and you did nothing about it. So that's the big thing. He just sent them a note and say, I think you're missing two critical elements to move your case against me. One, you need a third-party impartial witness to testify in open court that I downloaded it, that they physically witnessed me downloading it, and two, that they physically saw me viewing it. Just send that to them. Okay. Say, I believe you're missing two critical elements to move your case before this court. Cool. Let's see what they answer. They'll probably answer back with some ridiculous code. Right. Say, when you want to move against a man, this is what's required. Just like the O.J. Simpson thing. When you want to get a man for murder, you better believe under the code, especially like in Italy, like when that girl got convicted of murder in Italy with her boyfriend for killing their roommate. Right. I forget that bimbo's name. But anyway. Yeah, they're already found guilty just based upon the code. The code says she's guilty. Now she's got to fight her way out of the box. And her mom and dad, when they came back from Italy, said that. They were whining. They're like, man, Italy's backwards from the United States. Yeah. All code countries are backwards. The code says that you did it. Now show that you didn't. It's reverse compared to what we do. In our country, we don't give a damn what the code says. You got to prove that I've done it, that I've done something. You got to prove that there's a victim here. You got to prove that somebody's been harmed. You got to prove there's a financial loss. You got to prove that. I don't got to prove that I didn't do it. You got to prove that I did do it. Yeah. So just send them a simple letter like that. You got to prove that I did it. You got to prove that I downloaded it, and you got to prove that I viewed it, and then you got to prove that by my downloading and viewing it. Another element that you got to prove is somebody's accrued a financial loss, like I didn't pay for the free porn, or somebody's going to have to prove that they've been harmed or injured by it. And if they want to say, well, society's been injured, well, good. Bring one man or woman from society that says that because what Jason did, I've been harmed. I've been injured. Harmed. One man, any man, because the United States Supreme Court said that in Gore versus Bush. So just bring one man, any man from Florida that said that their vote wasn't counted. Just bring one. That'll be all good. Just bring one. When Al Gore said he didn't bring one, the Supreme Court, that case lasted about 3 minutes. And said, you know what, there's not a damn thing we can do to help you. You can't move this case in our court. Why? Because you need a man. And you forgot to bring your man. So, goodbye. So if they did George Bush and Al Gore is a multi-gazillionaire because, I believe his dad owns Occidental Law. I don't know if he still owns it or what, but they're worth billions. So if that guy couldn't move a case to a court, because of that element, I can't see how Baltimore can.
I like having a commercial license because if they give me a traffic ticket and they say, if I'd ever go to court, I have to write back to the prosecutor who's ever prosecuting it. It's like, are you giving me a ticket for, is this a citation for driving a car, whatever? And it's like, yeah. And then it's like, well, I don't have a license for driving a car. And they're like, you don't? It's like, no, I got a commercial license. I only have a license for, driving in commercial activities. You wrote the ticket under a commercial license. I wasn't doing any commercial driving. You wrote it under the wrong ticket. You wrote the ticket under the wrong license. It's like you wrote it on my airplane license. I wasn't flying an airplane, at the time.
Yep.
I like doing that to them. I like messing with them like that.
Yeah, I know. So I've been like watching your videos, and I played it for my wife, and she was like, I like this guy. Yeah. She said, tell Carl, she was just talking to me, loosely. She was like, tell that man that I said thanks because he helped pick you up because I was on fanatical, stupidity stuff, man.
It just takes too much time out of your life, man.
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah.
I didn't renew my license, so now I'm walking to work. Everybody's like, hey, man, we going to get a car? And I'm like, man, I got you. I'm not about to pay no taxes. I'm about to get this. I'm not about to pay no taxes. And then I'm listening to you. You're like, you guys don't have a clue what you're talking about. And I'm like, man, I'm wasting my time trying to get into that cold world. Remember this, remember that. And, Carl. So I work for MGM, right?
Right. The casino. You work at the casino down there, right?
Yeah, casino.
Yeah.
I'm a valet attendant. So I got some documents sealed by Moorish government. And I said, okay, I'm going to send this to y'all. And so when I sent it to MGM, I said,
I no longer want my federal, state, city, and OA SDI, OA Survivor Disability Insurance withheld from my earnings. So they said contact the legal department, so I did. I got in touch with a guy called William Martin, and he was like, your documents, your materials, it parallel frivolous arguments found in the Internal Revenue Code. It's not something that we would accept from you income. He said, you income. I was like, oh, he made a mistake. You income, right?
Right.
Today, so I sent response back says, for the record, I didn't demand or request to have withholding tax withheld from my income. I said, I don't have income. I have compensation earnings. And he didn't respond to me. But I'm looking, right? I'm looking at, okay, I got him. But when he said, you income, I'm thinking, okay, how did he slip up and say, you income? This dude, like, he didn't correct it. And then I'm realizing it's really, he wanted to get me to believe that I was you. Am I looking at this right?
The big thing is, if I was you, I'd just get the W-4 form and just fill it all out, NA, and down at the bottom. I'm trying to remember what line it is. It's down near the bottom. It says, if you believe you're exempt, write exempt, and then just write the word exempt and highlight it in yellow and keep that original copy, and then keep that original, and then just take a printer, use a color printer and print it out and send it to the legal department and say, maybe, first you have to send it to the personnel, the copy of the W-4 that you modified your withholding status.
Okay.
Okay, so just write down exempt on it, on the bottom where it says, where it'll actually have a line on it. It'll say if you believe you're exempt, it's like if you're a student or you're elderly or you're a veteran, whatever reason, just write exempt. And if any questions you just say, religious reasons, whatever.
Okay.
You just give them that reason. And it's my belief that just say it's my belief I'm exempt. You don't even have to say religious reasons. Just say it's my belief I'm exempt. And you don't have to tell them why. You just say it's my belief. And it actually used to say that on that form. It used to say, if you believe that you're exempt, write that you're exempt. And it's like, okay, I believe it. I believe in Santa Claus. Oh, no, I don't. I'm exempt. Today I believe I'm exempt. Unless somebody tells me otherwise, I believe I'm exempt.
Yeah.
So I wrote exempt. So it's worked for me since 1988. The companies give me some crap sometimes, but I explained to them, man, it was funny. They did that to me in Vegas, man. And I went down to the big payroll company they had down there in Vegas. And who isn't? And the lady, the reception lady, brought the man to the desk. And I said, are you in charge of payroll deductions? I said, why do we have deductions in my paycheck? Says, well, everybody has to pay taxes. I said, sir, look at my name. And he looked at my name. It's like Karl Lentz. I said, yeah. You said everybody pays taxes. I said, does my name say everybody to you, or does my name say Karl? And he's like, well, I'm going to report you to the IRS. I said, oh, so you're communicating a threat and you're committing extortion now, huh? I said, here, let me give you something here real quick. And I gave him a business card. And it said Patricia Garner on it. It said United States Department of Treasury tax auditor. I said, why don't you call up this woman and see if Karl Lentz is exempt? I said, she's a tax auditor. She's been doing it for 25 years. Why don't you call her up and see if Karl Lentz is exempt? And I said, and when you call up my mom, ask my mom. I was telling my mom, I'm sorry I haven't called her in a while because I've been real busy out here working and dealing with clowns like you trying to get my paycheck. So he said to me, he says, you're supposed to pay taxes. I said, sir, I don't know how to explain this to you one more time. That's my property. That's my earnings. That's what I've worked for. I made an agreement with my company to give me this much. If I do this much, we agreed that they would give me 100 if I gave them 100. Well, I gave them 100. You took, 20 of my 100 that I'm supposed to get. If you don't return that 20 immediately, I said, I'm going to go down to the Clark County Sheriff's Department down here, and I'm going to fucking file charges against you for theft. Do you want me to go to the Sheriff's Department right now, and he'll explain that to you, that it's my property, and you better give it back. And he says, well, I can't give it back to you right now. He said, but I'll make sure you get it back in the next paycheck. I said, you bet, because I'm all the way down to Phoenix. If I got to drive all the way up here to Vegas again and deal with your dumb ass, I said, I will start the Clark County Sheriff's Department, and we will fucking meet in court, and you will give me back my property. So the next week, man, I got all 3 weeks worth of deductions that they withheld.
Wow.
Yep.
You see, and that's why, man, I appreciate you, man, because now I'm in correspondence, with the Moorish Nation and stuff. And now I'm declaring myself a Moor. But like you said, this has to come from your heart. Me putting on the fez. You know what I'm saying? I gotta feel like that's me. I walk around with a fez. I'm looking like a clown, and everybody want to come up to you saying, "Hey man, what's this and what's that?" I'm not even that type of person, to want even to get all that attention and stuff. And when I see you like, man, I don't care what you believe. It's gotta be. Don't tell me what you believe. I'll see what you believe by how you act.
Yeah. So
all the information that resonated with me with you, and I'm like, that's funny because as Moors, we look at you, we like, okay, he's a European, he's a foreigner.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's a foreigner. We taught them everything. Now here you come, and now you teaching the Moors everything. You say stuff I ain't heard no more say.
Yeah. The leader, man, in North Carolina was mad at them for listening to me. It was so funny. Malcolm called me up and told me, he said he had a Jamaican accent. He said, "Brother, I've got a problem." He says, "I got a dilemma here." He says, "If we stay with your study group, the prophet here is going to, excommunicate us. He's going to kick us out of the Moors." He said, "So I'm having a real situation here. I don't know what I should do. Should I follow, our leader here, or should I, follow you? What should I do?" I said, "It's easy." I said, "Fuck me." I said, "Don't worry about me." I said, "I don't need you to follow fucking any fucking thing about me." I said, "If you want to be part of the Moors, you better fucking kiss ass and be fucking like a Moor." I said, "If you don't want to be a fucking Moor," I said, if you want to be part of their society, you better abide by their rules and you better obey them." I said, I don't have a society. I'm just a man. It's just me and God, and my deal with my fellow man as it comes. I don't have a duty to anybody. I said, but if you got a duty to the Moors, I said, if you signed up, I said, you better either stick with them or, and do exactly what they tell you to do and be honorable about it, or get the hell out. I said, you only got 2 choices. You either obey the rules or get the hell out. I said, just like if you were in my house, you're going to obey my rules or just get the fuck out.
That's real talk.
Yeah. I'm not going to get all that, tell you got to wear a uniform, you got to wear this. No, I'm not going to tell you any of that nonsense. You do what you got to do. But you got to understand, this is deadly serious. They're going to take everything from you if they can. They're going to put you in a cage. They don't care. They're going to take everything that you've ever hoped, dreamed, and worked for in your whole life. Because you filled a piece of paper out wrong or something. It's like they don't care. They don't care.
Yeah.
They have no mercy. You're not one of them, and they don't care.
That's right, man.
So that's why I like people with different cultures, man, because they know what they're up against here. They know what's going to happen to them if they don't watch out what the hell is going on. They realize they're going to get ran over.
Yeah, that's right, man.
So they know they're not one of them. So, you're not part of legal society. Yeah, well, guess what we're going to do to you? Yeah.
For real.
Yeah, thanks a lot, buddy. Just like I said, it's just like if the Boy Scouts took over. Then we'd have to, we'd realize we're not Boy Scouts. And then, we'd realize the Boy Scouts are going to get treated better than us.
Yep.
Just anything. If the Moor Society took over, we'd realize, you better be a Moor. They're going to treat their brothers better than they're going to treat me. So, I don't want any damn society. I just want everybody to do their own damn thing. I don't want no Boy Scout society muscling on me. I don't want no Moor Society muscling on me. And I don't want no legal society muscling on me. If you want to do your legal stuff, fine. You do your stuff, fine. Just leave me out of it. Like the judge will always say to you, man, what's your legal name? I don't got a legal name. I don't got a Boy Scout name. I got a Moor name. I just got a name. I don't have a legal. Right. I'm not part of your little group. You got a Moor name? No, I don't got a Moor name. You got a Boy Scout name? No. I don't got a legal name. I got my name. It's my name. What's your name? I ain't giving it to you. It's my name. It's a given name. My mama gave it to me. I don't got to give it to you. My mama gave it. What? It's my mama. Go ask my mom if you could have my name. I ain't giving it to you. She gave it to me. And I don't think she wanted me to give it about anybody. I think she told me don't give my name out to anybody.
You're right about that.
Yeah, so it's pretty funny, man, how I deal with these people. A lot of fun.
So you guys got to be real careful. Because some man asked me for help not too long ago, and he was charged with kitty porn on his computer.
and he said he got an attorney and he was looking at the charge of kitty porn. I said, nah, you're looking at 17,863 counts of kitty porn. He's like, what? I said, well, it depends how many photos were on your computer. It's not one charge for all the pictures. It depends on how many pictures you had. He said, oh, that's crazy. I said, well, you got an attorney, right? You gave the attorney like 10 grand? Yeah, well, you should have asked your attorney, how many charges am I charged with? And he says, oh, don't be stupid, Carl. I only got one charge, a kitty porn. I said, no, every picture carries its own charge. I said, it's that simple. You know, if you get arrested, you know, like Dean did, for gun possession, they got him for every single gun that he had. There was 13 guns. So there's 13 guns. Well, I'm just presuming he had 13 guns. Because I was like, how in the world did he have 14 charges? He said one was drugs, and the other one was gun possession. So presumably he had, you know, 7 things of drugs and 6 guns. What would work out? Everything carries its own charge. So you better be careful. I was telling Mark in Atlanta earlier today, you better be careful when you cut a deal with them. If you cut a deal and you plead guilty to one kitty porno picture and you think you got yourself a sweet deal, well, now they're going to come after you with the other 7, well, the next charge. They're like, wait a second, I just pled guilty, you know. That's right, so you're guilty. So it's going to make the next count against you, the next charge against you, real simple to prove, because now you're a convicted felon of child porn. So now, you know, before you went on trial, you were not a convicted felon. You were just accused, or you were alleged. But once you cut that deal and you say, okay, I'll be a felon, I'll take 1 second in jail, a $1 fine, and 1 minute on probation. That's all they want. They'll cut a sweetheart deal with you. And then after you do that time with that one charge, they'll say, oh, yeah, by the way, you're under arrest again. And they wait, what for? Kitty porn. Wait, I just got that 1 second in jail and a $1 fine, and I'm done. Oh, no. Is that what you think? Oh, you're so funny. You're so cute. No. You got 17,000 photos on there. We're going to charge you for this picture now. So you guys better be careful when you cut a sweetheart deal or somebody's saying to you, look, I got a sweetheart deal. What should I do? It depends on how many charges. They'll say, oh, no, I only got 2 charges. Yeah, bullshit. You ain't got 2 charges. You got a lot more than 2, trust me. Oh, they're not telling you that? Oh, you think it's only 1 charge? Yeah. Yeah, good luck with that. So, like I said, it's a lot of fun how they play the game on you guys, and you guys just don't ever bother to ask. You know, you guys think you're so freaking smart. So, like I said, for me to believe that Dean didn't know he had 14 charges on him is pretty hard for me to believe that he didn't know. But, you know, he said he only had, 2. He says he licked, I'm pretty damn sure that's what he said to me in the end of the show. I mean, I'm not going to bet my house on it, but I could have sworn he said, I beat all the charges but 2. There's only 2 charges I have on me, and there's only 2 charges that I've got to deal with. So then when I went online today, 14 charges he was found guilty of, and that he was glad he was found guilty, which, like I said to them, it's like, you know, but he's got to explain it the way I do. Yeah, I'm glad I'm guilty of violating some Boy Scout code and some legal code. I got no problem with that. The only problem is I'm not a Boy Scout. The only problem is I'm not a legal person. So if you're saying I'm guilty of something, I'm sure I am. So like I said, maybe he did start to get what I was saying on Thursday's show, but maybe it might have been too little too late. You know, and like I said, I don't know why he didn't get in touch with me earlier other than arrogance. Or I couldn't believe that he's afraid of me, afraid to talk to me. His brother talked to me. So I have no idea, or he was so self-confident that he believed his own, you know, shit didn't stink. Like that guy Ed Harris who killed himself, or John Harris, the guy who did It's Only an Illusion. He killed himself, he said, because his own fame from people like listening to my Talkshoe or YouTube got to his head. And he started believing his own bullshit, that he was that freaking smart. And he started believing his own crap. So, to me, I always say, what the hell do I know? Only God knows what's true. I'm just telling you what I bear witness to. Do I know if it's true or not? I don't have a fucking clue. Only God knows what's true. So, see, that's how you keep yourself in check. That's how you keep from getting this great huge ego. You say, look, I'm just grateful that God gives me another day to play the game. Do I know what the hell is going on? I can only tell you what I witnessed. I can only tell you what works and what seems to not work. All I can seem to tell you at this particular moment on planet Earth, what I see, what works in court, what doesn't work,
You know, what I see that works, you know, and what doesn't work, this is all I can do is bear witness. This is what I believe is the truth, not what I believe is true. Because how dare I fucking say what's true, because only God knows, and I'm not God. Boy, you know, man, you know, he should have been listening to when I was talking about Gus. You know, he should have been listening. And, of course, like I said, that's what I said to Angela. I said, look, this isn't about you, me, and Gus, Angela. Dean Clifford's listening on the phone. Dean Clifford got charged with gun possession, which is probably the more serious charge than having pot up there in Canada, because now they sell pot on the vending machines. I said, so, you know what, I'm explaining exactly how Gus got arrested for the guns, exactly what happened to him. You know, I'm trying to show Dean what we did down here in the United States to help Gus. Well, what I did to help Gus. This is how we do it down here in the United States. Maybe he could do the same thing up there in Canada. Maybe he could figure out what I'm saying through by listening to what happened with Gus. Maybe he could learn something. And then Mark tells me today, he's like, you know what, he wasn't listening to all that stuff that you were saying. I said, Angela, I said, look, I'm trying to explain this in great detail. Well, if Dean didn't catch on, other people now.
He missed the beginning, I think, of the call because he
no,
came
people
on
said
late.
that he was on. No, people said that he was on the call, that he was logged on. You know, did he listen? I don't know. Because Angela kept saying to me, call. You know, it was like 10 minutes into the call with me talking to Gus, and she kept trying to say, call, Dean's on the phone, call, Dean's on the phone, call, Dean's on the phone. I said, and I'm talking to Gus. And then she said, okay, who's the next caller online? And then she said somebody named John. It's like, okay, well, now, and she said, but call, you keep talking to John, and Dean's on the phone. It's like, okay, so what, he's the second coming of Christ? I'm supposed to give a rat fast that this guy's on? He's wait his turn like everybody else. If he doesn't want to do the star 8 and queue up like everybody else, what do you want me to do? Tell everybody else to take the back seat of the bus just because Dean's on? Why? It doesn't make any sense to me. He can wait his turn like everybody else. Oh, that's right, I'm an anarchist. That's right. Everybody's equal. Nobody rules nobody. Oh, that's a shame. You say anarchy like it's a bad thing. Well, then, obviously, a democratic form of government would always make an anarchy seem like it's insane, because we should have a consensus of the learned, of the wise. You know, and to me, a democracy is simple, like the Greeks found out, it's just mob rules. That when everybody wanted Socrates to die, he just, they voted that he died. It's like, well, who wants me to die? Well, it's a secret ballot. You know, we can't tell you who wants you to die, but you know what? You got blackballed, so guess what? You die. But hey, wait a second, that's not fair. Be able to meet the people who want me to die and ask them why they want me to die. What did I do to them? Why should I die? Nope. That's not how democracy works. Nope. Our laws say democracies work this way. Oh, well, dude, you're screwed. Sucks to be you. Next time, come back in the form of an anarchy kind of, an anarchist, come back in that form of government, Too bad you live in a democracy. Democracy is mob rules. One man, one vote. Oh, that sounds lovely. One man, one vote. Yeah, until you got a land of morons. A land of people who, decided, like, let's take all the stuff from the rich and give it all to the poor. Yeah, let's do that. Let's all give it to the lazy and the worthless. Let's give it to the people who don't go up and go to work. It's just like me. What's going on? Today's Sunday. Yay. Today's Father's Day. Yay. What am I doing? I'm putting in a septic system. Why? Because the sunlight's burning and God gave me the ability. So I get up and I go to work. Oh, no, Carl. It's a holiday, or there's a number. It's a 21, or it's a Sunday, or it's a this, or it's a that. No, it's another opportunity for me to produce. It's another opportunity for me to work. That's what it is. It's another opportunity for me to accomplish something, or whatever limited hours and days that God gave me on this planet. Oh, well, see, Carl, if you keep working Sundays, you're going to get more than your neighbor gets. You're going to take advantage of the fact that you're willing to work 7 days a week, so we should make laws that you could only work 40 hours a week, just like they do with tractor-trailer drivers. When I was a tractor-trailer driver, they tried to say that we could only drive 70 hours a week, which was insane. It was total insanity. It was 168 hours in a week. What in holy am I going to do for 100 hours a week on the side of a highway? I'm just going to sit there and watch other trucks go by? What am I going to do with the other 100 hours? That's ridiculous. So I drive for 10 hours. Now what do? The other 14 hours a day, what do? Look out the windshield? Count the cars going by? It's like, well, the government says I'm tired. The government says I can't drive. It's like, look, a monkey can drive this thing. This is so simple. You keep it in the middle of the two white lines. It's a straight highway. This is ridiculous. I'm out in the middle of Arizona, Texas, New Mexico. Nebraska. This is a straight line. This is retarded. Well, the government knows best, man. The government knows, man. You better sleep. Look, I'll sleep when I get tired. I don't need somebody to tell me when to sleep. So obviously, guys like me kept 3 logbooks. Obviously, guys like me drove 110 hours a week, and they say, "Oh my God, that's ungodly. You can't do that." Look, if I drove 70 hours a week, I'd have basically made minimum wage. I would have basically just made enough just to survive. By driving an extra 40 hours a week, I actually made a profit. I actually made an income. I actually had something to say at the end of the week, wow, it was worth getting up and being away from home for 6 weeks at a time. It was actually worth it. I actually made an extra $1,000 a week. I come home, I got $6 extra grand in my pocket. I don't come home with all that extra mileage under my belt. Guess what? I come home with nothing extra in my pocket, and just enough to pay the bills and keep the house afloat. But nothing to go buy a kid a present or nothing. You guys got to understand this kind of simple stuff like this. When they try to say that, like anarchy is a bad thing. What, self-governing is a bad thing? Of course it is. When somebody's in charge of the mob, the guy who's ever in charge of the mob is always going to say, well, self-ruling is ridiculous. Whatever you do something wrong. Well, it's called personal liability. And that means that the rest of the people in the community will get together, and they will hunt me down, and they will make me compensate that man or woman that I took advantage of, or that I hurt, or that I did it wrong to. Anarchy doesn't mean lawless. Anarchy just means there's nobody on the top running the show. Everybody bears their own personal liability for doing wrong. So it's like, it's like something simple. It's like, say, President of the United States puts his finger on a button and blows up half the world or whatever. Whatever. He calls, declares war. Wag the dog kind of thing. Let's declare war because I got caught, with an intern, having sex with an intern. So let's just start a bullshit war in the middle of nowhere, and let's get all the attention focused this way and off of me. Okay? Well, when you get caught, starting a bullshit war for no good reason, why should the American people have to tolerate such an act? Or why should the people that you attacked not be compensated? Well, what was the purposes of the United States going over there in the first place? Then it's like they used to do, they would just go after the king. They wouldn't go after the whole people. They'd go kill the king. But they don't want to kill, obviously the people in charge now, they don't want to say, well, wait a second. You mean if we get caught like Bush, it's like now they're all trying to say, wait a second. Can't we hold this guy liable? Like I'm trying to remember, it's Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld and George Bush. I think they're all scared shitless to go over to France or Switzerland or something like that. They're all scared because there's some sort of warrant out there, like international war criminals they're considered now. So none of them will leave to go over to European countries because they don't know if they're going to be extradited to Geneva or Switzerland, wherever they're going to be brought to. It's pretty funny. These other guys are like, no, we're the most powerful people on planet Earth. The whole world can't gang up on us and say we did something wrong. Because I can imagine if these guys went on trial, they'd be like, wait a second. It was 6 Saudi Arabian guys who did what they did. Explain to us once again, the people of the world, why you attacked millions of people that had nothing to do with it. Explain this. Oh, that's what I'm saying. I mean, can you imagine if those guys went on trial? They actually had to explain it. Or if they did somebody like me, when you went on YouTube and you found out on September the 10th, 2001, Donald Rumsfeld says, well, we have some disturbing news. The Department of Defense, we can't find $1 trillion. Yeah, we had a little accounting error, and we can't find the $1 trillion. And yeah, we're looking into it. We're pulling the records, we're pulling the books, and the books are in the side of the Pentagon where it's going to get hit by a missile tomorrow. And but we got backup copies, and they're in Building 7 up in New York City at the World Trade Center. So we're going to get right on it, and we're going to find out where that $1 trillion went. But we're going to have to move fast because tomorrow, Building 7 is just going to happen to fall down, and the room that kept all the records is going to actually get a missile through the side wall, an airplane through the side wall tomorrow. So we got to move quick and find out where this $1 trillion went. We'll get to the bottom of it. We'll find out who the dirty crooks are who stole all this money. So you better believe they were scared out of their mind to go on trial. Because they said, wait a second, didn't this all have to do with that you were trying to cover up a $1 trillion accounting error? Didn't this all start because of that? Isn't that what this is really all about? And they're going to have to answer it. Because they know they can't control the media over there like they can control the media over here. Like, don't nobody dare mention the $1 trillion that is missing. Don't dare mention that this happens to be in the same room that the Pentagon hid in. Don't dare mention it happens to be in Building 7 that didn't get hit even with debris. Don't dare mention that. And everybody just went along. So like I said, when you see stuff like that and you're me, after a while you just say to yourself, you know what, I don't want to be involved. You know what, this is just too much. You know what, don't get me involved with this United States government. You know what, I have no say. I have no control. And to me, it feels ridiculous. Why would I want to be part of a government that's doing this silly stuff? It doesn't make any sense. What would be the benefit? Why would I want to be associated with a group that does stuff like that? You know, it doesn't sound decent. It doesn't sound honorable. Why would I want to get involved? Why would I want my name attached to something like that? Why would I want women and children from all over the world say, you part of this? No, not me, man. Like so I was talking to somebody from Canada yesterday. He said, you know, a lot of your people walk around with Canadian maple leaves on their luggage instead of American flags. I said, oh, yeah, I believe it. They don't want to get involved. They don't want people to spit at them. They don't want to start nothing with nobody. I said, oh, I believe it. Put a maple leaf on your luggage is a lot safer than putting an American flag on your luggage. People like they say when Dean just don't understand, you know, what's going on. Like, what's the big picture here? You know, it's all about his gun charge. It's all about his drug charge. It's like, do you understand why they're doing all this? Do you understand why they're controlling you and getting you to chase all this ridiculous nonsense instead of just saying, wait a second. U.S. citizen, what? Legal person, what? I'm just a man. You know what? I don't want to get involved with nothing anymore. I'm done. It's like, you want to charge him with guns? Charge him with guns. You want to charge him with too much bubble gum? Charge him. You know what? I'm done. I'm done answering to you people. I'm not answering to you people. I'm not doing it. I'm going to rely on the old, you know, trial by combat, trial by ordeal. I'm just going man on man. Who's the man that says I've done something wrong? That's all I want to hear. I don't want to hear no more bullshit. I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm tired of all the bullshit excuses why we can't have guns, why we can't have this, why we can't have that. And you guys can make $1 trillion disappear, blow up a couple of buildings, but you're not supposed to answer to that. No, that's off bounds. That's pushing it, Carl. You shouldn't be asking stuff like that. You should be worrying about why Dean Clifford has a gun in his house. That should be your main concern. It's like, you're kidding me. Give me a real damn problem. It's just all misdirection. They all got you worried about, like, oh, man, am I going to have a gun? Am I going to go to jail? If I get a gun, you know, is this going to happen to me? Because honestly, it's nobody's business on planet Earth what the fuck is going on in your house. And we got a lot bigger things to be looking at and a lot more serious problems than this silly shit. Now tell us the real reason why. So what's your real agenda? What's really going on? What's your angle? What's really in it for you? And that's what being New York. That's being, what do they call it, cynical? They say, oh, look, he's another cynical New Yorker. No, it's because everybody gets up to make money. Somebody says that to me, says, oh, it's all about money. Yeah, medium of exchange, yeah. I give you ideas, you give me ideas, or I solve your problem. You give me cash, currency, okay. It's all about money? Absolutely. Everybody gets up every day to acquire some sort of a medium of exchange. They're getting up to do something, to acquire something. What they're acquiring, I don't care. It could be love, it could be hugs, it could be coin, it could be whatever they wish it to be. Whatever they believe is fair and equitable. So like I said, they try to make it seem like it's a dirty word. Like, oh, Carl, it's all about money. Yep, you got it. You know, why do you think Jesus Christ got up every day? He wanted to get converts. He wanted to get disciples. He wanted to go on a mission. He wanted to teach people. He wanted something. He set out every morning to accomplish something. And if he got one more person to believe in him, he had a good day. That was his money. He went out there and spoke. He went out there and preached the word, and he converted another disciple to his following. So, and he had a good day. That's what he wanted. And then along the way, people obviously donated to Jesus Christ. Because how did he survive without people donating to his mission? Some people say, oh, Carl, you owe no money. Yeah, I'm going to get the word out. How did Jesus Christ do it? He did it the same damn way I did it. So what's your problem? You got a problem with the way Jesus Christ did it too? Oh, Jesus Christ came out there and he did what he did? You say, oh, look, dude, you're all about the money. Yeah, he wants something in exchange. Or he could just lay around in bed all day. But he decided to get up and do something. And he worked harder or longer or faster or better than the other ones that were preaching back then. He capitalized on other people's slackness or other people's inability to get the message across. Yeah, he capitalized. He took advantage of somebody else's situation. He worked 7 days a week if he had to. He did whatever he had to do because it was worth it to him. So how did he get compensated? However he got compensated, it's called money. Whether it's hugs, kisses, adulation, disciples, followers, whatever. Coin, food, drink, whatever. I was going to say that food and wine, the Last Supper, didn't appear on its own. at that table. Somebody had to provide it. Somebody had to get it. Somebody had to get up and go to work. And I don't remember any of the disciples being winemakers. I don't remember any of the disciples being bakers. Somebody had to go to work. It wasn't them. So, like I said, I get pretty, I get tired of having to explain things all the time to people like that. You people got to get up and you got to work. You got to learn how to do this stuff. It ain't just going to fall magically in your lap. It's a lifestyle. Today's Sunday. I hope every single one of you went outside and sweated sometime today. Oh, no, it was Father's Day. Oh, yeah, please, give it a rest. Oh, it was Sunday. It's day of national football and beer drinking. Oh, yeah, call. Yes, give it a rest. It's a lifestyle. If you're not out there busting ass every freaking day, you're not going to get this. You just think you're just going to sit around and, Google it, go on YouTube. It's a lifestyle. You got to understand that it's you that's going to make this happen. It's not somebody's going to come by and give you a form and say, just fill out this form, put in these magic words, and you're good to go. It's ridiculous. It's self-preservation. If you don't understand the concepts about self-preservation, I'm trying to think of anything else amazing that happened this week. Like I said, the only other thing I could think of in the news that was amazing was all those folks got shot and killed in South Carolina. That was some crazy shit.
Hey, Carl, I read last night there was a cop in Los Angeles. 2 cops pull up to a guy that's flagging him down. He had a towel wrapped around his hand, and they thought he had a gun in the towel, and they shot him in the head, and he had hurt himself, and he was trying to flag him down, and he was Hispanic, and apparently there was a language barrier, and they just shot him. And it was on video. It's awful. It's really awful. It's horrible.
They're only going to be charged with negligence. That's all. Yep. It was an accident. It was an accident. That's what negligence is. Yeah. Accident means an accident.
It was an accident, but it's their mindset,
Oh yeah, that when you see that color of a person or that age group or their profile stereotype, and that's what I'm saying. I always believe that. I was always to me. I'm a big, goofy-looking white dude. Looks like I'm a crazy biker. I always expect that from them. I never not expect that from them. It's just how you understand the culture and the society in which you live in. You got to understand. It's a miracle when a cop doesn't pull a gun on me. And like I said, when I had a young guy in my pickup truck in Alabama before I think I had met him over my channel in 2000, and I told him, I was driving an old pickup truck, I said to him when we got pulled over, I said, put your hands on the rear view mirror, because I had one of those long extended mirrors. I said, put your hand on the rear view mirror, and don't take it off the mirror until I tell you to. He's like, what? I said, I said, look, I'll give you 2 more seconds because the cop's walking through the car. You put your hands on that rear view mirror, or I'll break your fucking arms, and I'll put them on the mirror. I said, give you 2 choices. Either you put them on, or I'll put them on. I'll break them, and I'll wrap them around. Your arms will be broken out that side of that window. That cop's going to come here and feel safe and secure. We're going to have no accidents. I want to go home alive tonight. So I put my hands on the rear view mirror, the big extended mirrors I had. I told the officer said license registration. I asked the officer, can you please handcuff me to my mirrors, my driver's license and registration is already on the roof of the car. Can you please handcuff me? Please handcuff me. He said, that won't be necessary. I said, please, if you don't, I said, I got a pair of handcuffs hanging off this rear view mirror. I will handcuff myself. I want no accidents. When they find my dead body, I want my dead body to have handcuff marks on it. That's how I understood the way I looked and the way he looked and the culture I lived in. There was no misconception on my part exactly how I was being stereotyped. And I just learned to live with it. And you could say it's not fair and all sorts of shit. I don't give a crap. Because you're dealing with a human being, and this is how they are by nature. You can't help them. If they're afraid, they're afraid. Whether it's a good reason to be afraid or a bad reason to be afraid, bottom line is they are afraid of me. Bottom line is I want to go home alive. Bottom line is, you know what, I'm not going to fucking give them no shit. I'm not going to give them a reason. I don't look like a koala bear. I don't look like a cute and adorable panda bear. I'm a big, ugly dude. And I understand they should be afraid, very afraid, because people like me have been portrayed through history as being hateful, evil, cruel. So why would they think? It's like when you see a snake, why would you think you could cuddle it? Why, if you see a scorpion, what makes you think, oh, this scorpion is the cutest, nicest scorpion in the world? Yeah, right. You know what? I'm still going to either run like hell. If I see you going near my kid, it's going to die. Bottom line, you're going to die. Well, I'm the world's nicest snake. Yeah. Sure you are. You know what? I ain't taking a chance. I want to go home and see my wife and kids. So like I said, when people try to bash the cops, I especially said it on Angela's show because I know a lot of people listen to that show. So when you people start bad-mouthing these cops, you've got to put yourselves in their shoes, you know. And I wanted to be a cop when I was a kid. My uncle explained why I shouldn't be a cop, how it's not like you see on TV. Nothing like you see on TV. My uncle, you know, he was right around the middle of the 70s, right around the Serpico time. So, I mean, Serpico movie wasn't out yet, but my uncle was living right through the Serpico stuff. So, you know, he explained to me, it's nothing like you see on TV. Don't even think for a second there was some sort of knights in shining armor, because you'll be sadly disappointed. The only other thing that I know that really happened this week was those folks down in South Carolina, Charleston, got shot and killed. Yeah. And it was so funny when I swear to God, because I wouldn't lie about something like this. My wife joined a missionary Baptist church in Las Vegas, and she would drag me to their church, which I didn't mind. That's where they wanted me to be a deacon at the church. And I really liked one of the deacons because he was a bricklayer by trade, so I really respected him. When he shook your hand, he didn't shake it like you were squeezing a marshmallow. You were squeezing the hand of a man that went to work. You know, Jesus Christ was a carpenter. God bless him. You know, I appreciate somebody who actually goes to work with him. Then you want to talk to me about salvation and everything else. That's fine, but you better be working for a living. You better have calluses on your hands if you think you're going to tell me what it means to be a man. Don't think you're going to tell me what it means to be a man, and you got a Stay Puft Marshmallow hand grip. I ain't listening. Because the pastor of the church had a Stay Puft Marshmallow man. You know, I couldn't stand that guy. You know, don't be talking to me about what's right or wrong until you went out there and lived as a man. Then tell me the real deal. Then tell me what works. Then tell me what you believe is true. But don't think you're going to be an armchair quarterback and live your life through reading a book and tell me what the Bible says. Oh, no. Don't waste your time with bullshit me. So what was funny is the wife used to drag me to church, and for some reason, people like sitting in a certain location. I don't know, it makes you feel good that you're in the front row or something like that. I don't know. But for some reason, she was, I think, third pew, second seat, or second pew, third seat. I don't know. Every freaking week, you know, she'd go bananas if somebody was in her seat. And I was like, I couldn't care less. And I always sat in the last row, right by the door. Swear to God, no bullshit. Last row, always by the door. And it's so funny. In a Baptist church, if you guys have been to Baptist church, it's pretty funny. Everybody talks. People say their piece, which is kind of funny, because I come from a Catholic church, and when I grew up in New York, they spoke Latin. Very pomp and circumstance, very coordinated, very regimental. It was amazing watching. What a performance these guys put on every week. And these people, I guess they're like, do revivals or something like that. It's hysterical just watching these people perform. Everybody's talking, everybody's yelling stuff out. It's very fun. I think it's very fun. Very good participation. And I never witnessed nothing like that. I never seen nothing like that in my life, so I thought it was very funny. So anyway, they used to always say, are there any other sinners who's just joined this congregation? And they'd all look back at me. Like, nope, is anybody going to be baptized today? Like, nope, I already took a shower. I'm fine. I got mine covered. I'm fine. Are you sure? Just come on up. Any sinful people or any whatever, blah, blah, blah people. I was like, nope, I got it covered. Thanks anyway. You guys turn around and look the other way. I'm fine. I'm covered. So it's so funny. The deacon actually asked me that. He said to me, why do you sit in the last seat by the door? I said, that's about the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. He's like, why is that? I said, because I don't see a single one of you. Not a single one of you men here. I don't see a single one of you providing security for the women. He's like, what? Why isn't one of the men sitting back here, or the congregation sitting back here, just in case somebody comes in with a AK-47 and decides to light the place up? Believe me, as soon as some clown opens that door, he walks in with something in his hands, I'm all over that asshole like you got no idea. They're like, oh, stop. You're just sitting back here. I said, and it's also a benefit. As soon as you guys are done running your lips, I'm the first one out the door. I said, so it's an added benefit for me to secure and protect this place. I also get to be the first one to get out the door to make sure there's nobody waiting for anybody when I get outside. So, yay, it's win-win for me. And the guy thought I was crazy. But this was a New York City lifestyle. You would never, ever be stupid enough to turn your back that everything that's coming could possibly come in through that door behind you. What are you, out of your effing mind? Don't you understand what could happen to you? You know, do you understand what's happening to the women and the children? They're senseless. They're busy or wrapped up singing to Jesus or whatever else the hell they're doing. Well, that's great. You let the women and the children do what they got to do. You never forget that God put you on this earth to be a man. And you protect those women and children. He don't need you to be a singing bird. He don't need you to be praising the oh hi Jesus. He needs you to be a man and protect your women and children. That's what he created you to be. Next time you come back, you be one of the women, okay? And then you don't got to worry about it. Maybe I might come up from behind. I said I could not believe that somebody was women and children. I could not believe it. I said, no, I'm not packing a gun here. I had a $1 in the back. I'm not packing a piece coming into here. I said, but believe me, if anybody walks in here with a piece, oh, I'm all over them. He ain't getting 2 feet through that door before I nail this clown. I said, you better believe I'm watching everybody come in and everybody go out. I'm watching every freaking move. I said, so, you know, he's like, oh, that's ridiculous. You're worried about that nonsense. Well, look what happened in Carolina. Why wasn't, I'm sure the Moore Brotherhood probably got their shit a lot more tight than these people did. I'm sure the Moore Brotherhood would watch people walking in and out real careful, thinking like, look, we're going to be ambushed. Some clown's going to light this place up someday. We better be ready. Now, why these guys didn't have that mentality, I don't know. But to me, it's a lifestyle. You know, I feel bad that that guy lit up the room, but it's a shame that none of the men knew how to act as a man. It's a damn shame. You know, when that guy started lighting up, it's just a damn shame. So I'm not trying to make fun of the people, you know, trying to, you know, say anything bad about the people, but I'm just trying to warn other people. It's a life. What I do is a lifestyle. What you're witnessing in court is a lifestyle. How you act in court is a lifestyle. They want to see if you know how to act like a man when you walk into that arena, when you walk into that form. They see how I walk in. Like I said, I met some girl. She looked exactly like before. You know, there was no Kim Kardashian back in the 1990s, and I had a picture for the longest time saying I won the bet on my website. But somebody, you know, everybody used to ask me what the hell was the bet about. I was like, I had better take this down. But anyway, when she met me, we went out to L.A. I flew out to L.A. I won a bet. She put me up for the weekend because I won the bet. And when I went out to L.A., she takes me to Universal Studios, and we do the Universal Studio things. Then she takes me to Gladstone's. Don't ever go to Gladstone's. The food there sucks. Okay, it's the end of Universal Studios. It's supposed to be a famous restaurant there. It sucks. Don't waste your money. So anyway, the next day, I go to get on the airport to leave. It's like 9 o'clock in the morning. Well, you know, I try to put on my shirt. She takes off my pants. I try to put on my pants. She takes off my shirt. She won't let me leave. So I missed the 9 o'clock flight. Then I try to leave at 11. Missed the 11 o'clock flight. Finally get on the 1 o'clock flight. I said to the lady, what the hell is wrong with you? You're beautiful. You're gorgeous. You get any man in the world. Why do you want me so bad? She said, because I've never met a man in my life. Out here in L.A. is all boys. I said, what do you mean? She said, well, I come to Universal Studios. I said, yeah. And? She said, yeah. When you went around Universal Studios with me, she said, without telling me, you always made sure that my pocketbook was in between me and you. When I walked around Universal Studios, even though I did zigzag to look at every freaking store, she always made sure that I was up against the wall. She said when you went to Gladstone's, the maitre d' guy went to put us like in a beautiful table right in the front. And you said, no, I want the table closest to the kitchen. And they put us right next to the kitchen help guys. She said, and then I saw when you were eating, you were constantly scanning the room. She said, you had a conversation, but you knew what you were doing. I said, yes, there were 3 ways out that building. There's the way it was out the kitchen. I said, I seen where the attic access was, and I could have thrown a chair through that window. There was 3 ways out of that restaurant for us. She said, yes. She said, I've never been with a guy who would actually give a shit instead of just sitting down, eating his shrimp cocktails or whatever, eating his steak, and not giving a hoot in the world exit accesses. If the kitchen blows up, we got the window. Somebody comes in the front door, there's the attic access. She said, you made sure you knew everything was going on at all times. That's right. And we went through Universal Studios. She said, I've never seen nothing like this. I said, ma'am, I said, look, I am not unique by a long shot. I said, you're this lady, you're from L.A., you're from Los Angeles. I'm from New York City. If you go to New York City, you'll find millions of guys like, we're not some exotic creatures. We just happen to come from New York City, and we just know how to act. Now, if I was from Fiji or from the Hawaiian Islands, I'd act like a guy from Fiji and not have a care in the world to expect my food to wash up on shore every day. I wouldn't expect the guy from Fiji to go to work every day because I'd expect them to like, duh, the fish are going to wipe on our shore here in 20 minutes. Why are you worried about food? Why are you worried about a job or work? God provides us the food. He wants to put a beach every day. We don't have to do shit. So like I said, what I do is a lifestyle. So when people like say a Dean Clifford thinks he's just going to walk into court and pull his act, it ain't going to work. Or pull the act that I pull, it ain't going to work. Like Gus. Gus acted a lot more like me. When he went to court, he was more calm. I'm sure he wasn't accusing people of things. I'm sure he wasn't objecting to anything. I'm sure he was just saying, like I say, hey, look, I'm here to settle a debt. Who's the man who said I've done something wrong? I'm just here to compensate anybody who claims I've done wrong. If I've done something wrong, I apologize profusely. But this legal nonsense, I don't have a clue what you people believe I've done or didn't do in some sort of legal concept. But I do know as a man that I do owe an obligation and a duty close harm to my fellow man. Is there any man here that I owe a debt to? Is there any man who's going to come forward and say I've done something wrong? I'm sure Gus handled it, great. Maybe not as simply as I do it, but I'm sure he basically had the basic premise of what I do and how to say it. So, but like, just because you know these words, and just because I show you guys these words or write it for you guys, you still got to go out there and perform. Just because you know Shakespeare, just because you know every word in Othello, you're still not Orson Welles. You're not Orson Welles. You're not Laurence Olivier. You're not Lawrence Fishburne. You're not going to win an Oscar. Just because you know Shakespeare, they're not going to give you the Academy Award. Just because you know it as well as the other guy does, you still got to get out there and perform and convince the people. This is a effing show. This is the land that we live in. This is performance theater. You don't like it? Hey, it's the third dimension, and this is what God threw you in. This is what you got to deal with. You can cry and whine all you want. Say, hey, I don't give a shit. Nobody gives a shit. The people who got the guns, the people who are running the show, this is the performance they expect of you, and you better perform. You better dance. You better do what they tell you to do, because they got the guns. And right now, unfortunately, they're in control. Oh, well, too bad. That's the going to deal with it. Nothing you're going to do about it. You can say, well, look what happened, 500 years ago, Inquisition time. Deal with it. No matter what what you believe, it's freaking flat, dude. Why? Because he's going to kill you. Well, he's wrong. I don't give a shit if he's wrong. I don't give a shit what he's doing. You better play the game so that man is not afraid of you. You show them, Dean, that you're going to come in like Dean said on the phone when he was in jail. I can't wait to get out of jail. I'm going to get every single one of these effing judges that did this to me. I'm going to get every single one of these fuckers. Well, guess what, Dean? They're not going to let you go because you're threatening them. Instead of saying something like, wow, what an opportunity God gave me. I got to go to jail, and I got to go teach. I met the Moral Brotherhood. I wouldn't have met the Moral Brotherhood on the street, but you know what? These guys, freaking run to jail. You know what? They like me. We started rapping. We started bullshitting with each other. Next thing I know, man, they're baking me cupcakes. I can't do no wrong. So we opened up a great dialogue. They taught me stuff. I taught them stuff. You know what? What a great 16 months. They're going to hear me say, I can't wait to burn all these bastards that put me in here. Not one time did they ever hear me say, I'm going to burn these bastards that stole my children. No, God's going to burn. I don't want them to pay the debt to me. I want them to go for all eternity without paying the debt. If they don't pay the debt, they're stuck with that for the rest of eternity. They better settle up the score in this dimension, in this lifetime, or they're going to me, this is my crazy belief, that if you don't square it, meet on a plane, meet a square, whatever you want to call it, if you don't square it up with your fellow man, you bear the burden for all eternity for the wrong. So I'm going to square the debt. I want to leave on a plane. That's just the way I roll. If you don't believe it, okay, that's just my style. It's not to say that I'm right. It's not to say I'm wrong. But that's the way I roll. So like I said, if Dean sees that kind of stuff, the judges are also witnessing this. They're watching this guy perform. They want to see, is this man a danger to society? Is he a danger to the court system? Is he a danger to me, the judge? Am I going to be in danger from this guy? Is this guy just totally off his rocker? Is he going to get a whole bunch of people and hurt me? So like I said, when a lot of people, whenever you try to meet somebody like that, it's like an old saying that we'll meet up on the level and we part on the square. It's a very, it's like I said, I want to meet you on a level playing field, like we're equal, and then when we walk away, everything's going to be square. There's nothing that's going to be owed to anybody. We're going to be fine. It's just that we meet as equals and we part as trusted friends. And not only do we part as trusted friends, but you don't owe me a debt. I don't owe you a debt. You haven't done nothing wrong to me. I haven't done nothing wrong to you. So, like I said, it's funny. I can't believe Mark didn't say something from Atlanta when I just said that he didn't understand what I just said.
I heard you.
So what does it mean, what I said?
From what
you just said, I've heard it in a different aspect.
Yeah. How did you hear it as?
It's more of a question it's a challenge to a brother, are you on the square?
Yeah.
And then to be challenged back is what you're looking for. But,
well, I'd say, are you more on the level?
Okay.
You know, and that's the way I would look at it. Because
you said something after that. You said something after that sounded like it was written a long time ago.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's actually 3 parts of that. Right. They talk about the plane as well.
And who wrote about that?
Yeah, well, you know and I know, so that's fine. But I'm just saying, it's just some stuff. It's just some stuff that It's like, we meet on the level, okay? Like, we're all equal, okay? It's like almost an anarchy kind of thing, self-governing. And this is the plane that we meet upon, okay? The 3rd dimension, okay?
Carl,
I'm
keep going. I'm gonna cut out because I'm headed home and just got to finish work. But I'll come
okay,
back
but
on.
you know what I'm talking. You know what I'm talking about when you meet on a level. You know, you met on a level, you meet on the plane, and you leave on a square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Next time we meet, we'll be square. There will be no.
There's no debt, no controversy between us. It's fairly simple. And this is just a lifestyle. I mean, this is a very old custom and tradition. This goes back thousands and thousands of years. We meet level. We're man to man. We're in the image of God. We're both level. I don't care where the hell you're from, or that's why it was very important to have certain symbols to represent, so you could see your brother from a mile away. He could be black, Asian, but everybody knew when you saw a certain symbol, like Mark was trying to say, that we meet on, we met on the level. We met on a level playing field. We're meeting on a plane, we're balanced out, and we're going to leave on a square. To me, it was like we're going to meet this square. Nobody's going to owe a debt to anybody. We squared the debt with each other, right? Everybody's cool. Everybody's cool. So like I said, Dean should have been going for more of an opportunity like that to meet other like-minded people who might be in jail. I mean, I don't mean talk about the rapists and the muggers and the baby rapists and stuff. I'm sure there's a lot of decent people in jail who are just there for stupid reasons like having guns possession or drug possession, stupid things that they just didn't know how easy it was to get the hell out. And that would have been a great opportunity for Dean to help these people. Now, I don't know if he just kept doing his trust stuff, and people in jail just said, dude, this is just too complicated. Because Dean's stuff is like, dude, this is just too complicated. Oh, yeah, I got a great letter from a lady who got her kid out, a 43-year-old son, from being sentenced because she put in the family's trust into the court. Oh, it's a sterile letter, man. And I know it's here in my truck. Damn. It was a great letter, man. It was a classic. This is one that you staple to the wall for the rest of your life. What happened was the lady said she goes to court, and she put a notice of trust into the court, and the kid's trial started coming up. And so the kid, he's a 43-year-old man, and his trial's on. And she says that she's, when she had an opportunity to speak, she explained to the court that her son was in trust. And did they get her notice? And they said, yes, we got her notice, and lovely. That's a lovely notice, blah, blah, blah. The mom says, like, the son yelled at me and said, Mom, stop your crazy shit. So I stopped my crazy shit. And the trial proceeded. Well, the son went then for sentencing, like a week or two later. I'm just trying to remember exactly what the letter said. So then the son had to go for sentencing, like a week or two later. So he was supposed to, go off to jail. So what happened was he came home and told his mom, the court gave me back this notice to give it back to you. And the court said, we don't know what to do with this. So he didn't go to jail. He was supposed to be going there for sentencing. He was supposed to be going to jail. But the judge got the notice of a trust. The judge can't examine the trust. They can't define the trust. They can't explain the trust. It's not in their jurisdiction or their control. When there's a trust, the government, IRS, everybody else, that's the angle everybody in England is trying to do. They're trying to use a trust to keep their inland revenue service from the IRS from taking their money by saying all this stuff is in trust. All the stuff that they have is in trust, which is a brilliant tactic, which is fine. Now, have they mastered it over there in the UK? I highly doubt it. But like I said, this little lady did. She wrote a very simple notice of trust. Hey, that's what I got to do. If the lady's listening to my show, send me a copy of that notice of trust that you put into the court. I think that'd be funny as hell to see exactly what you wrote and how you wrote it. I think that'd be a lot of fun for me to read it. But she said that,
Carl, you breaking up, Carl.
That guy Greg from Chicago, he was friends with the groundskeeper for Ron Gregorevich. So we wanted to use Ron Gregorevich, the governor of mayor, whatever it was, Chicago, Illinois, whatever it was. We were going to try to, here's the governor. We were going to try to get him out by claiming that he was entrusted to his wife, and that for her to function, as a government, like to be able to, govern, to move, to operate, she was going to require his immediate release from an inferior government called the United States of America government, the U.S. government, that he was going to have to return to a higher government. The higher government would be obviously that to the government of man, in the eyes of, God, marriage, that we would ask for his immediate return. And but like I said, the groundskeeper was an Albanian, very emotional kind of guy, and he got into a fight with Gregorievich's wife, and he quit. So we weren't able to. We were trying to convince her to let's try this, because why not? He's looking at whatever 10, 20, 30 years anyway. What's it going to hurt? So like I said, this guy, his 43-year-old man, thought his mom was crazy and that he had a lot to lose if she didn't shut up for that stupid trust stuff. He thought she was out of her mind, that he thought his mom was out of his mind. And it was just going to be really bad for him if she didn't shut the hell up. Like I said, he lost the trial. He was found guilty, and he was supposed to be sentenced in a week or two. When he came back, the judge said, you're free to leave. Give this back to your mom. We don't have a clue what to do with it. So she sent me the letter and said, my son had to give back the letter, bring me back the notice. So I put it to the court because she was entrusted to her. And the judge knew this. The judge knows it. I guarantee the judge didn't know it, who was sitting on the bench at the time. I guarantee what the judge had to do was like, I'll take this into consideration, or, I'll take this under advisement. Like he's going to call up somebody and find out what the hell are you talking about? I've never seen nothing like this. So I guarantee the judge was either like, I'll take it in under advisement, or I'll take it in under consideration. So, and then when the judge actually looked into it, that's what happened with me and Bali. The first judge at the preliminary knew exactly what I was doing. He didn't have to take it under advisement. He didn't have to step off the bench. He didn't have to take an hour or two delay to go do some research. The first judge knew exactly what I was doing. The second judge, he took an hour and a half for lunch, and he took about another hour and a half before the final ruling. Like we broke for lunch around like 11, came back at 12:30. We broke at 2 o'clock, and we came back around 3:30. So the judge was doing a lot of calling up a lot of friends, calling a lot of people, saying, just what the hell is this crazy guy from the United States of America doing? Did anybody ever hear this crap? But the first judge at the preliminary, he didn't need to take no time out. He didn't need to go take it under advisement. He knew exactly. When he saw that little notice I put in, he knew exactly what that notice read. I didn't have a claim for Bali at that time, right? Because I wanted Bali to make the claim. But I had the notice ready that we were just taking it to Queen's Bench. We were just, taking the fight to the next level, to a higher authority. That's what we were doing. If we were in the land of Judea, well, the crown is the highest authority. Since we're in the land of the Church of England, Christian land, the church is the higher authority. So we're just moving it to a higher authority because we just happen to have the ability to, because we just have to be standing upon the land of the United Kingdoms. We weren't in the city of London. We could evoke a higher power, higher authority, that over the crown. And the judge knew it. It was simple. And he warned the crown prosecutor. Do you understand this guy's going to eat you for lunch if he gets you in Queen's Court, here at Queen's Bench? You understand that? And it's not a physical place. A physical, you can call it, takes you to Queen's Bench. When called, he's doing Queensberry rules on you. You're doing judo. Crown, you're doing judo. You do understand this guy's going to be going Queensberry rules on you. You do know that, right? You know you're going to get your ass kicked. Because this guy's allowed to do this, this, and this. And you're not allowed to do crap. This is all you're allowed to do. Carl's allowed the free will. Carl's allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants. He's going Queensberry rules on your ass. You do know this, right? And that guy looks like he can do Queensberry on you real well. I think he understands. He's fully confident in Queensberry rules to kick your ass, clown. You're doing judo, clown. He's going to kick your ass. He can punch you in the nose. You can't punch him in the nose. And I think this guy, when he punches you in the nose, you're going to lay out. I think he's going to knock you out in one shot. And the crown was like, no, I'm a judo expert. And the judge was like, well, I have to explain to you, in the entire history of England, in the last 700 years, the crown has never prevailed in Queen's Bench. And it's never happened. What makes you believe that this will be a first in English history? Like, what makes you think that this is the first time a judo expert is going to beat a boxer who does Queensberry rules? How do you think this is going to play out? How do you think you're going to pull this off when it's never happened in the history of England? So the first judge knew exactly what I was pulling. And they could read it, and they could see it in my attitude. I was just smiling. I was just laughing and bothering all his buddies and friends and family and backup people who came there to, were all screaming and cursing and saying, motherfuckers are doing it again to us. They're not talking to us. They're saying they don't see the notice, and they're holding it right now. They don't see it. I said, that's not what it means. It means they don't understand it. It's not visibly impaired. They said that this is never again call. You shit ain't going to work. I said, would you just shut the fuck up? Everything's going fine. If you just shut the fuck up, you bunch of clowns. And then that's when the judge, did the old, you can see it back there clearly, and that's when they had to throw them all out of the courtroom. Because he's hostile to me, which means that we get to go downtown on you assholes. So the bailiff started moving in. It's like, holy shit, here we go. This is going to get ugly. And I said, I got this. So I started throwing them out of the courtroom. And I said, dude, we were winning in that, asshole. Would you people just fucking believe me? They're like, no. They're doing it. Dude, you don't know what I'm doing. You don't know what the King's doing. You don't know what the Queen's bench is about. You don't understand the rules that I'm evoking. Would you people just shut up and let me do what I do? So it was just a lot of fun. Like I said, if Dean doesn't understand the rules and he's going into a fight, it's like, dude, you do have your case before the court. You do have your case in that public courtroom, right? Well, no, I don't. Well, then you're not going to be heard. What? You're in a boxing ring, dude. Yeah, but your hands are tied. You can't fight back. You can't move. You're a defendant. You stand there and take a beating. The guy's got a perfect case against you. He's got evidence, he's got facts, and he's got the legal code, which is their law. He's got a complete and perfect case against you. I don't give a fuck what you say. You have to tell him, well, no, you got the wrong guy, you at the wrong house. You got to say something that's going to rock their socks. Not I'm a man and also the nonsense. You ain't got your case, buddy. You're not a man. You're defined as defendant at this point in time on planet Earth. You've got to explain to them in your case that's before the court, in your suit to the court, that you are and who you are and why you're there today. It's effing crazy. But like I said, man, I don't know why he, I don't know. I really don't fucking care. Because this is the destiny God bestowed upon him. This is what God willed him. This is where God wanted him to be. I'm where God wants me to be. God's where the dean's supposed to be. Everybody's where they're supposed to be. I believe in that. That things happen for a reason. And if maybe, if God saw that it would be a great and worthy thing for me to go to jail, that's where I'd be. If he says, like, Carl, look, you can do a lot more help inside than you can do outside. I'm going to need you to go. And then if I go, I go. And I understand why. It's like, this is what God wants. This is what God wills. This is what is to be. And you just play your role the best you can.
There's really no new news other than it still hasn't gone anywhere.
Well, tell us what led up to it, why it hasn't went anywhere.
The closing arguments, because I didn't file a claim myself. I went through their whole trial process. I went through the closing arguments. I had a.
So what did you get arrested for? I think Larry was asking you, what did you get arrested for?
Oh yeah, you remember? We're the ones up from New Jersey. We came down and visited you. It was child support related. Driver's license was suspended, revoked, or expired, and I never renewed my license. We were going from church to dinner or lunch, and I got pulled over, and my wife received charges of allowing somebody to drive or allowing driver to unlicensed driver. So in the notice, I went my beliefs, compare that with I don't have it in front of me, but basically saying that I take responsibility, liability for my family, my wife, and we had a private contract that's not open for third-party interpretation, and any charges given to my wife, I accept all charges, and the prosecution hasn't been able to answer any of it yet.
Oh, that's great.
So it's been 5 months, and I expect that the next month when the court date comes up, they're just going to be dismissing it, and
Well, you got to always stay on the attack. You always got to keep pushing it, pushing it and requiring an answer. Say, for this court to convene, the prosecutor must answer these questions. And if he didn't answer these questions, you need to serve it upon him in a proper manner. You need to actually have a process server go there and hand it to him and say that I properly served this man, Bob, who's acting as a prosecutor, and he's failed to meet these requirements in order for me to appear. It's that simple.
Right. The closing arguments were delivered by certified mail to the
What do you mean closing arguments? What do you mean closing arguments? You had a trial?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Okay, so you had when did you have this trial?
Well, it kind of ambushed us. I wasn't prepared for it. I told them we weren't prepared for it. They went ahead, proceeded anyway. Did the best I could.
Yeah, what I'm saying, when did you get arrested?
This was, last year, almost 2 years ago.
Okay. Oh, 2 years ago?
Yeah.
No, what date? What date did you get arrested?
It was November, December of 2014.
Okay, so 6-7 months ago.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, not a couple of years ago, 6-7 months ago. Okay, so you got arrested in December or January, right around there, you said, right?
I'm confused because it's happened numerous times. I mean, the first initial one was 2 years ago, and then I was arrested again for the same thing, same tickets, same scenario, different court municipality last year.
Okay, so you went on trial at which one? At which court?
The original
court?
Yeah, that I was arrested.
Okay, so you were arrested a couple of years ago for the same charge.
Yep.
And what, you just failed to appear? So they picked you up because you didn't show up for court or something from 2 years ago?
No, it wasn't a failure to appear. It was driving on a suspended license.
Okay, so 2 years ago you got arrested, and then again arrested 6 months ago.
Correct.
Okay, when you got arrested 2 years ago, what was the outcome of that arrest?
The outcome was that I was transferred to the sheriff's department for 3 days, went to court to talk to the judge, and no bail warrant for child support. Told the judge that what I could afford to pay, and was released.
Okay. And then you had an appearance date, and you failed to appear?
No, I went every time.
Okay, so you went every time. So how many times was every time?
It's been probably 7 times.
Wow.
I sent the letter or the bill to the officer, the man acting as officer, for my time and labor following his orders, and that was received as a tort claim. The original prosecutor recused himself. They transferred the case out of the county into another jurisdiction, and that's where we went to trial. I was getting frustrated because the judge wouldn't accept any of my paperwork because I hadn't put it in prior to the trial. I wasn't ready for the trial, so.
Okay, so let me try to get this straight. 2 years ago, you get arrested for child support?
Yes, driving on.
Okay, 2 years ago, you get arrested for child support or driving with a suspended license. Which one?
Driving on a suspended license because of the child.
Because you failed with a lot of people might not realize that. In a lot of states, they take away your driving privileges when you're behind on child support. It makes a lot of sense to do that because then you can't go to work to pay off your child support. So that's a really smart thing they do. I'm being sarcastic.
I got that.
It's ridiculous. But most people might think that that's what I really believe. You know what I'm saying? But so I'm queuing up these people who really think, take me literally. So anyway, then you got a driver's license that's suspended because you failed to pay child support, and then you've been going back and forth with what child support services or with the Department of Motor Vehicles. What have you been going around with?
Mostly child support because I went in, trying to take care of the issue, not understanding that it was my signature and obligation, not understanding that aspect of it. So I went in, several times trying to take care of the payment with, not the complete payment, and would end up being arrested anyway, sit there for 3 days in jail, lost time, not working, the whole 9 yards, and finally just got frustrated with it and said, you know what, you're going to keep suspending my license anyway, go ahead and keep it, I don't need it, I don't want it, and I'll figure out a way to do without it. And started, researching common law and driving or traveling, in the private capacity. That's when...
Yeah. Like I say to people all the time, I said I just jumped on some lady a little while ago for that Okay, one more time with you people. One more time. One more time. One more time. Where did you get that crazy shit from? Driving. Where did you get this crazy shit from? Go ahead. Just entertain us, man. Tell us.
I think it was Karl Miller that I first heard it from.
Yeah. Great. Karl Miller. Okay. Where do you think he heard it from? It's called case law precedent, right? Do you think he's something like that? Something like that? What the fuck does that have to do with you? What did some ridiculous case in 1902, 1938, 2014 have to fucking do with on ports?
Well, you can compare that with my belief that
Compare it. Yeah, compare it. Compare it to an apple to a unicorn. Who the hell cares? They both exist on planet Earth. Yeah, who cares? Who cares? It has nothing to do with you as a man. Nothing. You're above all that crap, and you don't get it. That's for licensed drivers. That's for some sort of a driver. That's for some sort of traveler. That's for some sort of passenger. That's for some sort of private or commercial conveyance. All I know is I'm a fucking man, and that's my property. You call it as you will. You call it as you wish. Bottom line is, that's my shit. And who the fuck are you to tell me what to fucking do with it? Bottom line. How's that for case law? How's that for precedent? How's that for making it crystal fucking clear? It don't get no simpler than that. It's exactly what my daddy would have said. He couldn't read, couldn't write, couldn't give a plan. Fuck what the United States Supreme Court opinion was in 1902. All he had to say was, that's my shit, better back off. That's simple. It's a lifestyle. Not something that you're running, oh, look, I'm hiding behind this piece of paper. Look at the fucking American Indians. Oh, look, I'm hiding behind a treaty. Oh, really? You're hiding behind a treaty. You understand your enemy. You understand that a bunch of crazy white guys. You understand what these crazy white guys do. Do you understand? They massacre. They slaughter. They conquer the fucking world. Do you understand what you're up against? Okay, who do you think is sitting on that bench? A nice little American Indian? Yeah, right. You think a little Eskimo? Yeah, right. Okay, it's the white man. It's the white culture. Do you not understand the culture of society that you're being thrown against? Do you not understand their mission? Do you not get it? Do you not understand what you're up against? Just like if we're in Sharia law land. Do you not get it? Do you not understand we're in this Islamic land? Do you understand we're in Saudi Arabia? Do you understand? You do not shake somebody's left hand. Do you understand? You don't look at the king's car when it drives by. What part of this don't you understand? You're a woman. You're driving a car. What are you out of your fucking mind? What part? Do you understand where you are? Do you understand where you exist on planet Earth at this particular moment in time? No, obviously you don't. Because they don't give a rat's ass about a treaty. They don't give a rat's ass about some case law precedent. They don't effing care. They're going to control you, whether you like it or not. So you better learn the rules. You better make them say, well, what do these people respect? What do these people who are in control respect? What do they respect? It's all about honor to these people. Saving face. Because they know it's all an illusion. Can 1,000, 10,000 legal people control millions? Can we do it? Just like can a couple of white guys can control a continent? Can a couple of Spaniards control an empire? They did it. And they did it really well. I don't know how hard this is to understand. They don't give a rat's ass about your case law, your precedent. They don't give a shit that you're telling them that they're proceeding against their own rules, against their own code. They don't effing care. They don't care. They want to be in control, and they're going to do whatever it takes to be in control. There's only a couple of things that these people do respect, and these people will back off. Other than that, it's green light to go. They got the guns. They got the rules. They got everybody scared shitless. They got everybody brainwashed. You better figure out a couple of things that they actually do give a shit about. Thank God they do believe in a God. Thank God. I always love that. I mean, you've seen that plenty of times in movies. Ain't it funny as shit, Larry? The Indian comes out with the fucking treaty, and the white man's come with the cavalry, and he talked to your great white chief father, and it's like, well, that was the last administration. That guy's gone. The new administration says we got to get rid of all you fucking Indians. It's like, well, we got the word from the white man. It's like, yeah, right. You don't understand how politics works, do you, buddy? They told us to kill all of us now. But wait a second. We have a treaty from the great white father from Washington, and I went there, and he told us we could stay here forever. Yeah, well, new policy, new day. The corporation decides you people are expendable. You got to fucking go. If you don't go, they gave us the green light to fucking kill you. But wait a second. We turned all of our guns into plows. We beat them into plowshares. What are you talking about? We're good, godly people now. We even have a church right here. Like, yeah. Get the fuck off this land. And we mean fucking now. But look at the treaty. That's it. Put a bullet in that guy. Maybe the rest will understand. Get the fuck out of here.
It's that simple, people. They've been doing this to you people for thousands. I don't care if you're Islamic. They're going to do to you over there in the land of fucking ISIL or ISIS or ICE. They're going to, all of a sudden, they're like, wait a second, we thought it was a great idea to get ISIS in charge or Islamic State in charge. Holy shit. We can't do crap over here anymore. These people are really fucking with us. Oh, well, you got the white Judeo people. Well, you got like the white Jewish fucking crowd running this country now. Oh, well, what did you think they were going to do to you? What part of history don't you understand?
So, Carl, what would his next step be? What would Port's next step would be? Being that they got him in they haven't responded to him. Yeah, I think you just told him to.
Like when they asked, what did I say to people when they asked me about child support? What do you remember, Larry? What the answer was when the judge asked me? They said you owe like $100 gazillion in back child support. And why haven't you paid a dime? Do you remember what I said?
You make an arrangement to pay him.
I have never been tendered the bill. I want to pay all my debts. I love paying debt. I live to pay debt. All I wish to do is when I leave planet Earth is to be clean of all my debts. I don't want to have any debts upon me when I pass. I want to have all my debts taken care of while I'm on this side. I want the clean slate. I want to owe no debt to my fellow man. Who is making the claim I owe the debt, and where the fuck is the bill? The judge said, don't look at me. I said, well, then who should I look at? I look at the prosecutor. I said, prosecutor, I just see a woman standing over there. I don't see a prosecutor. I just see a woman. I said, ma'am, are you saying me I owe a debt? Well, you haven't paid child support. To who? The state of Alabama. You mean to a what? Or to a who? I'm a man. Who do I owe this debt to? Not to a what? I don't owe a debt to a rock or a tree. It'll never happen in my lifetime. I'll never owe a debt to a what? I can only owe a debt to a who. So who is the man who's going to tender me the bill? Are you going to tender me the bill? Well, here's what the state of... No, ma'am. You're going to have to testify that is true, that is a true bill. And that's exactly what I owe. And she said, well, I can't do that. I said, well, then, Judge, what did you sentence me to again for? No, child support. Oh, that's lovely. And isn't that... Wait a second. Isn't that considered a United States jurisdiction now? Isn't that out of the hands of the state? Isn't that in the control of the United States government that they can sue me in any state in which they believe they could find my person? Yeah, then what did you summons me again? You guys don't ever remember me saying this about 100,000 freaking times on my show. And that's why I left my show and I said, you know what, you guys go listen to my own shows because I'm just repeating myself and I'm sounding like a baffling idiot. Because like, what part of this don't you guys get? Where's the bill? All they're going to ask for is the freaking bill. And who's going to back up that bill? Like when you take a bill before the Congress, before the legislature, before the Senate, before the House of Legislators, you're going to go and say, hey, you know what, I'm John, and I represent the people of my great state of Michigan, and I'm presenting the bill. Well, who's going to support the bill? I'll support the bill. Who's going to back up the bill? Who's going to back it up that if it's not true, who's going to be held liable for this damn thing? Because if you're up by one effing penny, I'm telling you, honey, you're going to burn. You're going to go down for extortion and communicating threats. You're going to go down for fraud on the court. You better pray. You better pray that that's an accurate bill. That's why nobody was crazy enough to actually bring a case into court for thousands of years, because you changed your word by one word, you were off by one penny, it was off with your head, because we didn't have time for frivolous suits. The kings and queens back then valued their court time. They said, look, we'll give you 3 minutes a week. You better move the cases through this court, and I mean quick. And if any one of you effers come here and they F with me, I am going to kill you instantly. Court was very quick, swift, just few words, boom, boom, done. Because they knew you come to court, somebody's going to die. So you better make it good. Not all this ridiculous nonsense. Well, he had a bag of pot on him. Okay? He had a bag of pot. And, well, you know, he shouldn't have one. Okay. Are you making a complaint or are you making a claim? Well, I'm making a complaint. Okay, well, you know what? Kill this clown. I'll teach anybody else in my kingdom. Don't come in here and waste my time with a complaint. You better come here and make a claim. I ain't got time to listen to everybody whining about every damn thing. You got a claim? The court will entertain it. You want to complain? Oh, we'll show you what we do to complainers. We'll show you what we do to Nancy boys. We'll show you. We'll show you what we do to gossiping women. We'll show you. Why don't you go take a look? It's called cucking stools. Why don't you go find out what they did to women? Since they didn't feel that they could kill women, they would just dunk them in the city or the town well. Or they'd dunk them in the town's river. It's called a cucking stool. It's a lot of fun. I like learning a lot about history. It shows you what they did to a whole bunch of whiners, a whole bunch of gossipers. People who brought controversy into the public where one didn't exist. They're just making criminal complaints. They're complaining that you did something. Yeah, right. Who cares? But it makes them money. Keeps them in power. Keeps you under control. God bless them. Because you people can't control yourselves. For some reason, you didn't know how to do child support payments out of the public. You had to go through the public for your divorce. You had to go to the public to get certification of the marriage. You had to get a marriage license. You couldn't just do it man on woman, woman on man. You just couldn't do it. Couldn't keep it in the private. No, just couldn't do it. She tried to drag you into the public. You didn't know how to tell the judge, this is a private matter. She's entrusted to me as my wife. Nobody may come between me and her. You do understand that, Your Honor? I've been married 3 times. Not one woman ever was crazy enough or stupid enough to try to take me to court and think they were going to get a dime from me. That was never going to freaking happen. If I got children, child support, what? I'll take care of my children in the manner that I wish. Or I won't take care of them in the manner that I wish. It's a private matter. Don't you worry about it, state. It's so simple, it's scary. This child support nonsense I did was back in 2002, 2003, 2004, way back when. 10, 11, 12 years ago, way back when. Nothing that I found and discovered recently. Nothing I found in a freaking book. Something my mom told me with the IRS. Just hand me the bill. Tell me it's true. Tell me it's due. Tell me it's owed. Swear to it. Put your hand on that freaking Bible and you tell me it's real. And you know for a fact that is true. And all these prosecutors and everybody knows, only God knows what's true. You don't think they're taught that? You don't think they're taught that immediately? How to not bear any liability for their actions as an attorney? How to not bear any liability as a judge? You don't think the judges are told, well, you don't think that's the first question they ask? Well, what happens if we hang an innocent man? What do we do? What happens to us? Do they hang us? No, silly. They can't hang you. Why not? Because you're a judge. What does that mean? A tree, can they hang a tree? Can they hang a rock? No. Can they hang a pine cone? No. Okay. You only exist as a judge. You're not there as a man. They can't hold you liable as a man. You could hang every single motherfucker that comes through your courtroom, and it's not a fucking thing they can do to you as a man. Ain't this a fun game? Like, oh yeah, I guess it is. That's right. Lots of fun. Because these stupid assholes that walk into this fucking courtroom think they're a fucking defendant. They forget. They forget they're men. They forget they are from God. They are ungodly fucking people. Hang them all. That's simple. You don't believe in God. That's why you're on the show, and that's why you're asking me this question. Because if you did, it would come instinctively from your heart what to do. And just who these fuckers think they are. The fuck with God and the image of God. Who the fuck do they think they are? It's a lifestyle. It's a belief. It's that simple. It's scary. And these guys know when somebody like me walks in, oh, this guy's checking all the exits, not sitting down, making sure he's got a way in, a way out, saying as little as possible, acting cordially, acting courteously, acting politely, not giving attitudes, treating them the way I want to be treated, whether it's a woman there, a black guy there, a gay guy there, it doesn't matter. It's so simple, it's scary. It's a lifestyle. It's how your mommy and daddy raised you to put you onto the public and perform and act like a man when you're in the public. Act like a man. Your mom and dad didn't do it. I'm not sorry for you. I don't fucking care. Your mom and dad could have been the great brain surgeon that saved my life last week. I don't fucking know. And I don't really fucking care. But for some reason they didn't make it a priority to make you a fucking man before they let you loose into the public. And the public puts people, servants, in there to make you act like a man. If your mommy and daddy can't do it, we'll fucking do it. Mommy and daddy couldn't do it with Dean Clifford? Guess what? The court system will fucking do it. That's simple. Like I said, the next lady who was in line behind me, man, at that fucking child support thing, said, yeah, why didn't you pay $400? She was behind me, you had $200 or $400. Why did you back in child support, $200, $400? Why, I'm in like tens of thousands range. They said, well, she's like, well, whatever he just said, like ditto, whatever he just said. And like the judge was like, give this lady a set of silver bracelets and get her out of here. Yeah, just because that lady behind me might have repeated every single thing I fucking said, maybe even word for word, which she didn't. She just like, well, whatever he just said. Whatever the fuck got him out of this courtroom and get him to walk away, whatever the fuck he said, goes for me. The judge was like, give her a set of silver bracelets. That's exactly what you call silver bracelets. I laugh. Just because you just say, well, whatever this guy just said, or even if she remembered exactly what I said and repeated it, it's the inflection, it's the tone, it's the attitude, it's the cadence, it's the rhythm. Are you acting like Othello? Are you really Othello? Are you really acting like a black Moor?
Just because I'm a white guy, can I pull off that I'm a black Moor? Am I a fellow? Can I really pull off that I'm from Morocco? Can I pull it off like so many white actors did before? You know, and pulled it off like Orson Welles and Laurence Olivier and got Oscars for acting like a black man. And for some reason they were believable enough that they're like, holy shit, I could have sworn I was a black guy in a movie. Holy crap, he's good. It's all, that's what this is. You guys are looking for something etched in stone. It doesn't exist. Go out there and perform. Act like a man. Show them that they don't have to be afraid of you. Show them their society that they're letting you back into the public at large. There's nothing to fear from you. Show them. Just like if you're in the Islamic world, I tell you the same thing. Show these guys. Show this, show their, whatever they call them, the ashram or whatever they call these guys, to show them that when you let me back out here in Mecca, there's nothing to fear. I'm not going to hurt anybody here. I'm just passing through. Just show them there's nothing to fear from you. That you're just passing through. That you're not going to disrupt their little game, their little apple cart. You're going to just leave them be. And that's all Dean had to do. It's like, look, I'm just trying to teach people how to act like a man, how to get in and out of court as fast and simple as possible. That's all I say to people all the time. When they had me in trial in Canada, they said, the mounted police. All they said was, you know, yeah, he teaches people how to act like a man and how to get in and out of court. You know, nothing about throwing the government down to the ground, no. Nothing about kill the judges, no. Nothing about, you know, either destroy Parliament, no. Oh. So what does he do again? He teaches people how to act like a man. And if Daddy didn't teach him, well, the court will teach him. And you know, they're like, wow, is that all this guy's teaching? That's all this guy's teaching. Wow. Oh, we thought we destroyed the family unit. We didn't think anybody could go and find a real man because we thought we killed all the real men, or we fucking made all the real men go out there and pay child support and had them watch football and get drunk and do drugs so that they can't function. So the children are all raised by women who just know how to act reasonably and act together as a collective and as a group. But men want to act independent and on their own. It's like I thought we got rid of all these clowns. I thought we insulted them, embarrassed them, humiliated them. If they act like a man, that they're supposed to be ridiculed. Oh, you really don't believe that, Mr. Lentz? Oh, you really don't believe that, you know, this is how things are? Oh, come on now. You know children have rights. Oh, you know women have rights. It's like, look, I don't have a fucking right. All I know is I have a duty and obligation to my wife and my child. All I know is I have a duty and obligation to my fellow man. Right. Once I got married, I lost all my rights. Once I became a dad, I have no fucking rights. I am a son. I have no rights. I have a duty and obligation to my family. I have no rights. Maybe if I wind up on a deserted island in the middle of nowhere, and I can't get out, and I can't get off the island, and it's only me, and I have no duty and obligation to my fellow man, then I could start saying, oh, these are all the rights I have. I got the right to go swimming anytime I want. Or I'm a dad. I ain't got no right to go swimming. I got to put food on that effing table. I got duties, obligations, responsibilities. Can I have liberty every now and then for my children? Maybe. Maybe I'll be on liberty call. Take a little free time out for myself. Be on liberty. But I still know deep down I have a duty and obligation and responsibility to get back to that fucking, to my family as fast as I can. And that's what I did. I didn't realize it was going to take 7 freaking years. But now, I try to do the best I can to be with my family as often as I can. But honestly, I knew they were in good hands. My mom was capable of doing it. Grandpa was able to do it. And my brother lives there. I knew they were in good hands. Is there anything anybody wanted to ask me there, Larry?
One young lady wanted to ask, could you go over the word you when you hear the word YOU in court?
I just ask them, which you are you addressing? You the person or you the man? Are you Karl Lentz? Are you searching, you know, for the legal person? Do you want my legal name? Or do you want the name given to me by my mom? Who are you looking for? And the judge will always say, what's your legal name? I said, I don't have a legal name. But every single person I've ever seen in court, they said, what's your legal name? People say, they'll go off on some crazy tirade, like a Dean Clifford kind of guy. They'll go on some crazy shit. I object to this proceedings in their entirety kind of crap. Instead of saying, you mean from a legal society? Did a legal society give me a name? If they did, I'm not aware of it. Did the Girl Scout Society give me a name? If they did, I'm not aware of it. And like I say to people, well, look at the Mormons. The Mormons have my name recorded in the Book of Life. They have the name Karl Lentz will appear. Am I a Mormon? No. Unfortunately not. I wasn't blessed to be a Mormon. Okay? I'm not a Mormon. Did I study being a Mormon? Oh, you better believe I did.
because I was married to more than one woman at a time. So, but I went the Moors route. I went the Islamic route because, I explained that story in the past. I don't want to do it again. But did I study the Book of Mormon? You better believe it. Did I understand Joseph Smith? You better believe Brigham Young? Oh, yeah. Did I understand their whole Meadows Massacre? Oh, you better believe it. I knew their history inside and out, just in case I got summoned before the court. That's explained. Why do I have more than one woman? Literally, like what you say, considered married to me. Not on paper, but they can still say that they're married to me. How am I pulling off the stunt in the United States? And allegedly in the United States of America. Just in case. You better believe I had to study that stuff. So, but if I was the Mormons have my name. I could be summoned to appear in the Mormons. The Mormons, for some reason, took over control of this territory known as the United States. And there was a Mormon president in the United States. And for some reason, the transfer power went to the Mormons. And the Mormons summons me to appear. And they said, what's your name? I said, which name? The name my mom gave me or in your Book of Mormon name? In the Book of Life name? Which call are you seeking? Which call do you want? They said, we want the one in the Book of Life. We want the Karl Lentz that we have recorded in our paperwork. I said, well, unfortunately, I'm not a Mormon. Unfortunately, you don't have jurisdiction control over me. Unfortunately, I'm not a legal person. Unfortunately, I have jurisdiction control over me. I've said this a billion effing times. You could go back. People said that they researched me back to AOL days, back into the 1990s when I used to put comments like this. They said, holy shit, Karl's saying the same crap he said since the 1990s. Yeah, he's not saying anything new. He's not saying anything different. Karl's saying the same shit that he's been saying since the 1990s. Holy crap. It's the same shit. Nothing changes. It's so simple and scary. Because like I said, my parents threw me out in the world. They gave me a good, they gave me a good deck of cards to play from, that they gave me the full deck. They said, now go out there and kick the world in the ass. And my dad left when I was 16. My dad didn't stick around until I was 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. No, I didn't have my dad that I could go back and ask him a question. He was gone when I was 16. And then my mom, she got a wild streak in her. She started hitting the road, started bar hopping, started going out with different guys. So no, I had my mom to go to, and then my dad to go to. They beat it into me for the first 16 years of my life. God bless them. It's pretty simple what he needed to do, and he needed to have his own case going in the court at the same time that they had their case going. And I asked him, "Hey, do you have your suit before the court at this time?" "Well, no." "Oh, really?" "Then you have no standing as a man. You do know that, right? You're wasting your time, everybody's time. You do know that. You are guilty because the court, their court, has a perfect case. They got the man. That's right. So what does the legal society require for to be like have a perfect case, like to get a conviction, to get proof that it's you? What do they need? They need they got the person, the legal person before them. Okay, got it. You fit the description. Okay, you're the man liable for the legal person. Got it. Yeah, this is your home residence. Yes, okay, we got that. These are the guns, and you can't have guns now. Nobody called it property. We call it guns. Yeah, they got that. So in the legal world, you're guilty. Yeah. Why didn't you flip it over and claim the world of man? Why didn't you claim it? They say, well, Dean says, well, Karl, I talked to a lot of your people, and they were talking about common law. I don't know what you're talking about, like common law. It's my belief. This is what's common to me and my people in my society. I don't know what are you calling it, like common law? Common law? Are you like actually looking for an exact term? Because the common law is unwritten. So if you're looking for an exact something, how are you going to get something that's an exact something when it's not even written? So it's like, well, we're talking about, bringing the court over to common law. It's like, well, you call it common law if you want to, but we'll go in there and I just say, who's the man that claims I've done something wrong? I'm very sorry if I've done something wrong to my fellow man that I know I owe a duty and obligation to. Who else is making a claim I owe a duty and obligation? Well, the Crown. The Crown, is it a who? Is it a fucking what? I can't answer to a who, a what, but I can answer to a who. I don't know how to speak what. I don't know how to speak to a what. I know how to speak to a who. I know how to, communicate with a who. But how does one communicate with a what? Oh, why not how do you communicate with a what? With paper, pen, and ink. That's right. You get it down into like a machine language. Oh, that's right. Symbols. That's right. That's right. You want a who here. You want a what. Oh, I get it.
This is some cute little game. This is some sort of Boy Scout Society game, the Girl Scout Society game. Oh, I'm in the legal society game. Oh, you're the ones that just happen to occupy and control this section of planet Earth at this time? Oh, we're not under Sharia law. We're not under Boy Scout law. Oh, we're not in Yellowstone Park. This isn't a Boy Scout Society hearing. Oh, this isn't a Girl Scout hearing. Oh, this isn't a Sharia law hearing. Oh, this is a legal hearing. I'm not part of the legal society. Sorry, I'm not part of the Sharia law society. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I trespass, but you got to let me go. I'm sorry. I'm just a man. Now, if a man comes forward, I don't care if I'm in a Boy Scout society or a legal society having. It's like, no, you hurt that man. Oh, I did? Yeah. Well, he's part of the Boy Scout society. I don't care if he's part of the Eskimo society. I don't care what the fuck society is. Bottom line, you hurt that man. You trespassed on his property. You broke his whatever. You damaged his property. You struck that man. You whatever. I don't give a fuck what society you're from. Well, I'm from the Pope Society. I'm from the Holy Majesty the Queen Society. I'm from the Pope Society, and I could hurt man because the Pope gave me a fucking papal bull, and he says I could hurt any man I want. Well, I don't know what the fuck Pope you think gave you that fucking green light to go. I don't give a fuck what Adolf Hitler said, and he gave you an order to kill Jews. I don't give a fuck what piece of paper you think. You understand? You're in the world of man. You're in a common land. There is no fucking written words. There is no written orders. You know fucking better. Did you just trespass upon that man? Well, yeah, I guess I did. Well, dude, then you pay the price. Well, this order says I can. Yeah, I don't give a fuck. This badge says I can. Fuck, I know. You're out of your fucking mind. That piece of paper doesn't say shit. That badge doesn't have vocal cords that belongs. It's so simple what I do. It's so scary. But like I said, thank God. And like Gus said to me, he says, call, man. He says, I got to videotape you, man.
As a matter of fact, Carl, Gus is on the call. He just came in. I think he's on the chat board only, but he is on the call. So,
that's good, because I was saying that about Gus earlier. I said, I'm sure, like I said, when Dean goes to court, the first thing he jumps up and says, I object to these proceedings in their entirety. And I said, that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard. I said, look, are you trying to tell me, Dean, that say I want to bring a case into the public, say I want to bring an issue of concern, a matter of concern that matters to me, and I invite you to appear, and maybe you don't like that you invited, but you know what? You didn't put a notice in the terms and conditions of when you're going to appear, and how now you're going to appear, or if you'll appear. If Carl can give me a reason why not to appear. No, you just come in, and I'm putting on a little show, and I got my little magic act going on. I got my little courtroom going on. I got my clerks there. I got everybody lined up. I'm ready to proceed. And I got some heckler, I got some moron that I invited to appear saying, hey, I object to everything Carl's doing. I say, hey, asshole, this is my turn. This is my show. Object to what? Dude, when you got your show, when you put on your case and you try your suit on in 20 minutes, I'm going to sit there and shut up. And I'm going to listen to your crap, okay? Just like you sit there and you shut up and you listen to my crap. It's my suit, my case. I've been preparing this for months. I've been preparing this for years. I'm ready to go. Let me perform, okay? Have the decency to just sit. If you don't like the show, like I said, the Bali and them, just turn your head and look the other way. Nobody's telling you to talk. Nobody's telling you to interact. This isn't participation theater. This isn't interaction theater. You don't have to participate if you don't want to, okay? But be courteous. Be polite. Sit there and keep your mouth shut. If you don't like what they're doing, just let them do their thing. It's their turn. They paid the fee. They put everything together. They put this little banquet, this little festival, this little court together. Let them do their fucking thing, okay? And then when it's your turn, you say, didn't you get my fucking notice? Didn't you get the memo? What? I said, if you wanted me to appear, this, and this has to occur. And I've sat here very patiently, and I still have yet to see it. When is it going to occur? And the judge could be like, we did get the notice, and that's a very good question. You know, Mr. Prosecutor, what do you say? Well, Your Honor, no, don't do me, man. The man right there, he's fucking telling you. Well, I can't talk to him, man. It's like, you know that, Judge. It's like, yeah, I know that too. But you did get the notice, right? Yeah. And you do know what happens, right? Now, you do understand, right? I have to discharge this, right? You do know this. Just like I have in England, you do know this. We got the notice, right? We got the notice fucking 3 weeks ago, yeah. And he said he will appear on Friday the 13th in December, right? Yeah, okay. He's here. Not only is he here as a man, he's here with a claim. Yeah. And guess what that claim is going to do to your criminal complaint? It's going to cancel it out, asshole. I warned you. The other judge warned you 3 weeks ago. Don't fuck with this guy. But like I said, there's a difference when Dean Clifford walked into the court and then when Gus walked into the court. When Gus walks into the court, I'm sure maybe he wasn't laughing and joking like I was. I'm sure he was deadly serious. And I'm sure he just said, I'm one to speak man to man, and I'm here to make the claim that, has any man done wrong, bring a fault now, da, 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 da. I'd laugh and joke about it. Of course, I'm so much more relaxed about it. I'm sure Gus was like, shit, man, I'm going to play this dead serious. But me, I'm going to act like, like Peter Falk on Columbo. Like, gee, what was that again? What was that again? I'm seeking that's it. I'm looking for a man. That's it. The man. Who's the man? Is there a man here that done something wrong? I'm just curious. Not that I'm saying that I haven't done anything wrong. I'm just kind of fucking curious. See, Gus is deadpan, straight, boom, right into the performance, boom. Me, I'm gonna Peter Falk, and I'm gonna Columbo it. That's my style. That's what I'm comfortable with. Kind of play that. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm as stupid as I look. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I really know what the fuck is going on. But maybe. Are you really sure you wanna do this with me? Are you really sure you want to go any further with this? Are you sure? Because you never know. You know what? I just might know what the fuck I'm doing. And if you keep doing this, you're going to make yourself liable. You know that. But I might not know what the fuck I'm doing. So you know what? Maybe you should proceed. Let's see where this goes. Try me. Put me on trial. Try me. Let's see what I know. Let's do this. So see, that's a lot more fun for me because I'm very confident about it. Like I said, and Gus was explaining that he's very serious about it. He went there like, I'm man to man, and I want to throw the man at the end, and I want to make the man claim that I've done something wrong. Who's the man going to come up? Stuff like that. Not me, man. I make a joke. I think it's funny as shit. So you really want to do this? You sure? You don't have a man here. You know that, right? You know I'm a man, right? You really want to move this? Is that your wish? Is that what you wish? Is that what you wish to do, Bob? Is this how we're going to do this today? Is this what you want? Well, certain things like that to make them, a couple of key words to make them think. Now, are you sure? You really sure about this? I'm willing to go. I'm willing to do this. But Dean, man, he's just fucking, like I said, he goes, I object to this in entirety. Okay. And? So you're telling us you're a little brat. You're telling us you're a little 3-year-old and you told your mommy, I object to eating peas. And I ain't going to eat no damn peas because I'm cute. I'm Dean Clevitt. And you're going to do it my way, damn it. Or I'm going to raise holy hell. And I'm going to threaten you. And when I get out, I'm going to get all you bastards. Yeah, right. Okay, so throw your little temper tantrum. Show us. Prove it. Show us what kind of man you are. I'm going to get all these bastards. I mean, you don't believe me, go listen to his talk thing, whatever his blog website, whatever he's got. Saying how when he gets out, he's going to get all those bastards that did this to him. Dude, you did it to yourself. Okay, what, you're going to go get your mom and your dad? You're going to go kick them in the nuts? Is that who you're going to do it to? Who failed to teach you? Who are you going to blame?